Jiang Pengpeng had perished. At this moment, her so-called best friend, and Jinyu, and her boyfriend, Lu Yanqing, were feigning tears over her lifeless body. She had caught this treacherous pair in a hotel, striking the scoundrel and the shameless woman, only to later realize that they had brutally stabbed her multiple times in her own rented apartment and absconded with her hard-earned down payment for a house. If given another chance, she would personally consign this detestable duo to the depths of hell. A chilling breeze swept through. Time stood still for a brief moment. Ghost! Jiang Pengpeng screamed, her face pale as a sheet. Oh please, you're the one who's a ghost.
Right.
Jiang Pengpeng slowly removed her hands from her eyes, only to behold a resplendent crimson goldfish floating before her, emanating an ethereal glow with each shimmering scale, though its face was puffed up in indignation. It could rival a pufferfish in terms of annoyance. Ah, fish demon. You're the fish demon, and your entire family is too. It's futile to argue with someone who lacks discernment, the haughty Koi remarked, shifting to the crux of the matter. You've met an untimely, and do you wish to exact revenge? Do you desire to take down the scoundrel and the green tea girl? Would you like a fresh start in life? Setting aside her host's lack of insight, the Koi prioritized its own agenda. Jiang Pengpeng was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts lingering on the phrase take down the scoundrel and the green tea girl, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with skepticism. Is it truly possible? The Koi twirled gracefully, flicking its tail. Indeed, but you must adhere to my stipulations. Agreed. Jiang Pengpeng replied without hesitation. What was there to fear when she was already dead? Suddenly, darkness enveloped her.
Xia Wanyan. Xia Wanyan.
Wanyan. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her mind. Chaotic memories accompanied by unfamiliar cacophonous voices flooded in like a tidal wave. Golden Eagle Award Best Actress Xia Wanyan involved in scandal. Moral decay. Loss of humanity. Shocking. Best Actress Xia Wanyan's rise to fame was fueled by underhanded tactics, seizing roles and resources through dubious means. The CKK skincare products endorsed by Xia Wanyan have left many disfigured. Xia Wanyan, leave the entertainment industry. Simultaneously, she felt an unsettling sensation of weightlessness before crashing onto the icy floor, the previous noise echoing in her ears. She abruptly opened her eyes to find herself engulfed in darkness, heavy curtains drawn tightly, not a sliver of light penetrating. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, and a potent odor of alcohol assaulted her senses. Jiang Pengpeng furrowed her brow, succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. The memories she had just experienced were undeniably foreign, yet felt hauntingly real. Determined to draw back the curtains, she stepped on a beer bottle, crashing to the ground once more, cursing in pain. Unsteadily rising, she felt utterly drained of strength. As she pulled back the curtains, blinding light struck her eyes, nearly rendering her sightless.
Ah!
She gasped, nearly losing her voice upon catching sight of a reflection in the mirror. In the adjacent full-length mirror stood a woman clad in pajamas, gaunt and haggard, with disheveled hair and dark circles beneath her eyes that rivaled those of a panda. The room was in utter disarray, littered with cigarette butts, ashes, and empty bottles. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Koi system and entered a new realm. From henceforth, you shall ascend to the pinnacle of life, become the CEO, and marry a wealthy and handsome man. Chapter 2. The Comeback Journey of the Actress Stinky Goldfish. What on earth are you doing? Where is this place? Jiang Fanfan felt her head was about to explode. Apologies for the late explanation, host. This is your information. The koi fish flicked its tail, and a series of numbers appeared in front of Jiang Pengpeng, suspended in midair. Its tone bore no hint of regret. It was clear that the tardiness was entirely intentional. You scheming little thing. Jiang Fanfan muttered, casting a glance at the panel. Koi host. Jiang Pengpeng gender. Androgynous fortune value. -9. 999 skills. None points. 0. Jiang Pengpeng quickly scanned the information, her face turning ashen upon seeing her fortune value. So negative. You've been an orphan since childhood and met a tragic end. How could your fortune be anything but dismal? The koi fish sighed, rolling its eyes at Jiang Pingpeng. If the host assists characters in this realm who are plagued by poor fortune to turn their lives around and fulfill their long-held wishes, they may accumulate fortune points. So that was the case. Jiang Fan rubbed her temples and sank into the sofa. Next, please study the information provided. I shall take my leave.
Farewell.
With a beep, the koi vanished. Jiang Pingpeng mentally reviewed the memories flooding her mind, her lips twitching in disbelief. Did it really have to be this melodramatic? Upon her arrival, she was already faced with such a daunting task. In this realm, the rising star was Xia Wanyan, who had shot to fame from the role of a vengeful heroine in the historical drama The Power of the Crown. She had won the Golden Eagle Award for Best Actress that year. However, according to the unscrupulous system's trajectory, just as Xia Wanyan was basking in her success, she fell prey to the jealousy and scheming of her half-sister, Xia Jingqi, leading her into a whirlwind of negative scandals. Entangled in rumors, she was dropped by Huanyu Entertainment, left in debt after compensating for breach of contract. Unable to clear her name, she spiraled into mental instability, isolating herself at home, indulging in smoke and drink, ultimately succumbing to depression and taking her own life. Meanwhile, Xia Jingqi rose to fame through a youth drama Green Apple, eventually marrying the Golden Horse award-winning actor Mu Xinglan and inheriting the Xia family's MG Entertainment. Jiang Pingpeng opened her phone, and the lock screen was filled with scandalous news about Xia Wanyan. Demonic Xia Wanyan, silent tears. Curiosity piqued. She clicked on it. The views had surpassed 1 million. Accompanying the article was a photo of Xia Wanyan emerging from a bathroom with a child who was not wearing pants, the child's face filled with terror. Beneath it lay images of skin conditions associated with a skincare product she endorsed. There were even garish animated images, showcasing impressive photo editing skills that fabricated the absurdities with remarkable finesse. The comments below the article were even more appalling, with many cursing her lineage and future generations, laced with vulgarities. My face broke out from using her endorsed CKK products. May her face suffer the same fate. Jiang Pingpeng could only facepalm in exasperation. This fortune value. It was as if she had wronged the very stars that governed destiny in her past life. Just then, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed Manager Wu from Huanyu Entertainment. Taking a deep breath, she answered the call. Miss Xia, how have you been? The voice sent an unsettling chill down her spine, akin to being indebted to him in astronomical sums. Get to the point, Jiang Pingpeng replied dismissively, uninterested in idle chatter. Very well, I shall not beat around the bush, the man replied with a sneer. Since Miss Xia is no longer an artist under Huanyu, what about the property in Bihai Jindu? What about the property? Jiang Pingpeng momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend. Chapter 3. The Rise of the Actress, Part 2. Indeed. She owed a staggering 25 million. Realizing this, Jiang Pingpeng abruptly ended the call, tossing her phone aside with a frustrated thud as she sank onto the sofa. Fuming at the malice of others. Perusing through her contact list, she found it largely comprised of professional acquaintances, with only a few nicknames scattered throughout. Those she attempted to reach were either turned off or went unanswered, a complete waste. There was one number belonging to her agent, but it was hardly worth considering. Given the gravity of the situation, the agent had likely fled long ago. With a sigh, Jiang Pingpeng reluctantly prepared to pack, knowing she could not venture outside with such a disheveled appearance. If caught by the paparazzi, who knew how many words would be typed about her. Standing before the vanity, she found herself momentarily entranced, struck by the realization that being a star indeed required impeccable beauty, flawless skin, and an enviable physique. Her complexion was as fair as porcelain, supple and delicate, akin to silk. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like clear, tranquil waters, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Her features were well-defined, with a regal nose and full, crimson lips that conveyed a blend of vigor and softness, embodying a charm that was both captivating and refined. It was astonishing that the original owner of such a visage had allowed it to languish. Fortunately, Jiang Pingpeng had acquired makeup skills. Sitting before the mirror, she busied herself with her appearance, and when she rose again, she had transformed into a guise more masculine. She chose a casual unisex athletic outfit that was loose-fitting, ensuring her figure remained undetected. With this disguise, even Xia Wanyan's mother would likely fail to recognize her. In the afternoon, Jiang Pengpeng exited the luxurious by Haijindu, dragging her suitcase behind her. Observing the paparazzi stationed nearby, she felt compelled to offer them a thumbs up for their dedication. Wow, who is this young man? Such looks, such charisma, it's utterly enchanting. They mused, seemingly unaware of his true identity. Two female reporters gazed at her with glimmering eyes, like wolves on the prowl. Excuse me, I'm unable to hail a cab around here. Could you kindly give me a lift to the city center? Jiang Pengpeng addressed the reporters, her voice rich and polite. Of course. Please, hop in. One reporter eagerly opened the car door, her expression brimming with enthusiasm, adding, it's complimentary. Li Jia, were we supposed to be waiting for Xia Wanyan? Are you really leaving now? Thus, with the reporter's assistance, Jiang Pengpeng found herself in their vehicle, heading towards the Mingjiang Grand Hotel. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. After expressing her gratitude, the two reporters departed, elated as if they had discovered treasure. Did you hear that? He just called me Miss Sister. One exclaimed. It was clearly directed at me. Jiang Pengpeng smirked, turning towards the hotel reception. Suddenly, she remembered that this identification could not be used here. The receptionist hesitated for a moment before nodding rapidly. After stepping outside, Jiang Pengpeng wandered through a nearby alley and found a number for obtaining a new identification. Upon returning to the hotel, she presented her identification once more. Thank you again.
No.
No need to thank me, the receptionist stammered, feeling as though she might faint from the encounter. With her room key in hand, Jiang Pengpeng ascended the stairs, shaking her head in disbelief at the absurdity of a world so fixated on appearances. Settling onto the grand hotel bed, she rummaged through Xia Wanyan's belongings, uncovering a few pieces of jewelry alongside a stack of bank cards. Half an hour later, after checking the balances, her expression darkened. The total amount in her accounts amounted to a mere 250 yuan. Chapter 4. The Path of the Resurgence of the Film Queen, Part 3. At this moment, I feel like a complete fool. Jiang Pengpeng wore a face of despair. Xia Wanyan, as a renowned film queen, is this all the money you have? Aren't you afraid of losing face if this gets out? Suddenly, a thought crossed Jiang Pengpeng's mind, and a charming smile graced her lips. The lovely and adorable little golden carp. No money. The little carp didn't even make an appearance. Indeed, what a heartless and unscrupulous system. Her gaze fell upon a jewelry box, within which lay a necklace, a sly smile flickering in her eyes. Surely this must hold some value? Yet she shook her head. No, what if this necklace is of great significance to her? Jiang Pengpeng, feeling utterly disheartened, lay on her bed, her fingers tangled in her messy hair. At that moment, her phone suddenly received a text message. Give me the item. Name your price. What is happening? Jiang Pengpeng's heart raced, and she quickly sat up. Could it be about this necklace? As she pondered, fragmented memories flashed through her mind. The eye of the demon, 1 million for each instance. 2 million. It was Xia Wanyan's voice. Jiang Pengpeng froze for a few seconds, her pupils dilating as she turned her gaze back to the necklace, which now shimmered with an eerie green glow. She swallowed hard. It turns out the original owner was rather wealthy. Caught in a dilemma, she grappled with the decision of whether to sell the necklace or not. Sell. Or not sell. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Pengpeng arrived punctually at the Rhine River CAF. Upon entering the private room, she found a man clad in a suit sitting at the dining table, illuminated by dim lighting. His chiseled features were strikingly handsome, with thin lips, a prominent nose, and slightly arched brows, his leg crossed, betraying no hint of emotion. Congratulations, host. Side quest initiated. Make Yi Anyan fall in love with you. Completing the quest rewards you with 10,000 points, which can be exchanged for items in the system shop. The voice of the little carp echoed in her mind. What? Fall in love with me? Jiang Pengpeng paused, momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard, yet the prospect of points piqued her interest. What items does the shop offer? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. From the most mundane essentials to unimaginable treasures, including souls, memories, and more. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pengpeng felt a surge of interest.
Wait.
In the original timeline, Yi Anyun was originally Xiao Wanyan's on-screen partner. Yi Anyun. He was the most famous star from the leading interstellar media company, a legendary figure who had won the Best Actor award 5 times in a row. He starred in a plethora of Hollywood films. Jiang Pengpeng was astonished internally, yet maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. As she raised her gaze to meet his, he too looked up at her. His deep-set eyes resembled a bottomless pool, akin to a vortex that threatened to draw one in. Could the task allow me to fall for him? Jiang Pengpeng rubbed her hands together with a sly smile.
No.
The little carp firmly rejected her. She was currently a man. How could a man indulge in infatuation with another man? Please take a seat. His tone was as indifferent as water, seemingly unfazed to find a man standing before him. Mr. Yi, hello. I am Jiang Xiaopeng, Wanyan's agent. Jiang Pengpeng composed herself, wore a smile, and extended her hand in an attempt to appear calm. Yi Anyun appraised Jiang Pengpeng with a glance, nodding slightly as he shook her hand.
Mr.
Yi, as you may know, Wanyan is currently unable to make it, so I am here in her stead. Jiang Pengpeng sat across from the man, her expression serene, though internally she felt a twinge of anxiety, compelled to explain herself before him. Chapter 5. The Resurgence of the Starlet, Part 4. He maintained an expressionless demeanor, uttering only a few words, and took a sip of the coffee before him, seemingly devoid of any possessions. Jiang Pengpeng feigned calmness. Yi Anyun's pupils abruptly constricted at her words, his eyes radiating a chilling light, enveloped by an aura of sinister intensity. Jiang Pengpeng could distinctly feel a shiver ascending from her feet to the crown of her head. Goodness, the side quest appeared to be exceedingly formidable. This man seemed utterly indifferent to the charms of either gender. Suddenly, Yi Anyun dispelled the coldness, gazing at her with profound significance. Miss Xia certainly has a knack for jest. Jiang Pengpeng felt a twinge of surprise. Had he discerned her disguise? If so, there was no need for pretense any longer. With a slight raise of her brow, she declared, I have come to negotiate a transaction with Mr. Yi today. My interests lie solely in what I desire. Yi Anyun reclined casually in his chair, speaking with an air of nonchalance. After all, the necklace was a hard-earned acquisition by the original owner and was not to be relinquished. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the room grew even more tense. Rent? Yi Anyun's expression morphed into one of skepticism. Could this item indeed be rented? When did I ever express a desire for a necklace? Yi Anyun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xiao Wanyan, who seemed somewhat different today. She certainly did not appear to have amnesia. This time, it was Jiang Pengpeng who was left bewildered. What could possibly be troubling Yi Anyun? Yi Anyun pinched the bridge of his nose, reminding her, the USB drive. Oh, ha ha ha, the USB drive. Of course, I know it's a USB drive. I was merely jesting with you, Mr. Yi. Jiang Pengpeng replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed that there was indeed a USB drive in her bag when she gathered her belongings. Yet, who would have guessed that what he sought was not a necklace worth millions, but rather a USB drive? What significant secrets could it possibly contain? Name your price. Yi Anyun stated bluntly, getting straight to the point. Very well, I can provide it, but you must agree to one condition, Jiang Pengpeng replied, her expression shrewd. Agreed. Yi Anyun responded without hesitation. She felt as though he had completely taken the reins of the situation, such unconventional behavior, and he did not even inquire about the condition. Hearing this, Yi Anyun cast a more scrutinizing glance at Jiang Pengpeng, sealing the deal. Such promptness? Jiang Pengpeng noted the expression on Yi Anyun's face. This man was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, this favor would not be overlooked by the interstellar community. Yi Anyun kindly reminded Xiao Wanyan, as he was quite eager to see how the beleaguered Xiao Wanyan would redeem herself. As they both prepared to leave, Yi Anyun added, if you possess the ability to redeem yourself, then we at the interstellar community welcome you. Thank you, Jiang Pengpeng smiled. I will bring the item to you on Monday. Chapter 6. The Rise of the Film Queen, Part 5. Interstellar Planning Department. What? Xiao Wanyan is going to participate in the next episode of Pepsi Talk. No way. She has already been terminated by Huan Yu, who invited her. This will ruin our Pepsi Talk. The entire office was filled with complaints and discontent. Meanwhile, Operations Manager Zheng Huahui entered with a dark expression, his tone icy and unyielding. The news of Xia Wanyan joining Interstellar Media's Pepsi Talk once again surged into the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. Upon opening Weibo, Jiang Pengpeng did not even need to search. It appeared directly on her homepage. The official Weibo account of Interstellar's Pepsi Talk had posted a terse welcome message for Xia Wanyan to participate in this episode of Pepsi Talk, which was already met with a barrage of criticism. Is Interstellar out of their minds? That is Xia Wanyan. Why hasn't she left the entertainment industry yet? Jiang Pengpeng pinched her brow and set her phone down. Jiang Pengpeng had come to Interstellar alone, and as she stepped into the guest lounge of Pepsi Talk, no one acknowledged her presence. She found a seat and sat down, feeling rather disinterested. Could you please not block this area? It's quite inconvenient. A woman with a work badge remarked sarcastically as she pulled a chair away from Jiang Pengpeng. Jiang Pengpeng felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She hadn't even been close to her. Who had she offended? She had instinctively glanced at the woman's badge, which simply read Clapper, without catching the name. A renowned film queen being bullied by a mere crew member was an exhausting realization for Jiang Pengpeng. It seemed imperative to turn the tide swiftly, otherwise, how could she continue to navigate this environment? This was certainly not Jiang Pengpeng's style. Miss Xia, you have 5 minutes until your appearance. Please prepare yourself. Came another cold voice. Jiang Pengpeng nodded, acknowledging the reminder. Meanwhile, she overheard several staff members in discussion. How peculiar. Why are there so many spectators today? I don't understand. Isn't Xia has been entangled in scandal? As Jiang Pengpeng strained to eavesdrop, she instinctively turned around, only for the conversation to abruptly cease. She wanted to urge them to continue, as she was quite intrigued, but at that moment, the host's clear voice resonated from outside, prompting her to rise and exit. Welcome to Pepsi Talk. Let us once again extend a warm round of applause for our guest this episode, Xia Wanyan. Clad in a sleek black dress with a touch of makeup, Xia Wanyan indeed captivated the audience upon her entrance. However, upon closer inspection, her haggard face and pronounced dark circles evoked a sense of pity. She walked over with measured grace, officially shook hands with the host, and elegantly settled onto the sofa. Crossing her legs, her poise was impeccably maintained. At the same time, scattered applause filled the room, overshadowed by a chorus of jeers. Xia Wanyan, how dare you show your face here? I thought you'd hide away forever. Xia Wanyan, you devil, get off the stage. Chapter 7. The Comeback of the Film Queen, Part 6. As the crowd's condemnation grew increasingly fervent, threatening to spiral out of control, the host hastily intervened to mediate the situation. Jiang Pengpeng curled her lips into a subtle smirk, a flicker of derision glinting in her eyes. She was acutely aware of the motives behind the presence of these individuals today. They had likely been unable to confront her outside, thus resorting to this venue instead. It was evident that none of them were genuine admirers. Her appearance, which exuded an air of exhaustion, was a deliberate choice. Jiang Pengpeng nodded, acknowledging the situation. She had long anticipated the rigorous nature of the forthcoming inquiries. If they sought to boost viewership, it was only logical that their questions would be anything but trivial. Moreover, the current focus on Xia Wanyan had made her a hot topic of discussion. The first question emerged, probing. It has been quite some time since the child incident occurred, yet you have not issued a denial. Is it because the evidence is overwhelming? Upon hearing this, Jiang Pengpeng remained unfazed, while the online viewers and the audience below began to stir with agitation. Such a question, so clearly rhetorical, seemed unnecessary. Was she attempting to leverage this platform to exonerate herself? As the audience's clamor intensified, the host quickly urged them to quiet down. Jiang Pengpeng, with a hint of exasperation, cleared her throat and responded, for events that never transpired, I find it exceedingly difficult to convince everyone of my innocence. Must charitable acts now be intertwined with scandal? Many of the photographs depicting her with children had been taken during moments of play, innocently captured while she sat on their beds, only to be manipulated later. Was there no sense of decency left? How could she claim to be engaged in philanthropy while failing to produce the children to affirm her integrity? It seemed she feared the children might reveal the truth, prompting her to keep them hidden. It was known that those children were no longer in the orphanage. The audience's speculations reached Jiang Pengpeng's ears. Xia Wanyan had indeed sought out one of those children, but upon visiting the orphanage, the director informed her that the children had been adopted and, according to protocol, the identities of the adoptive families could not be disclosed. It was evident to any discerning observer that something was amiss, especially given that the controversy had erupted just as the children vanished, multiple children at that. One could only conclude that Xia Jingqi had orchestrated this scheme with meticulous precision. There is no need for anyone to hastily assign me this supposed guilt. I, Xia Wanyan, will procure the evidence in due course, Jiang Pengpeng asserted, sitting up straighter, maintaining her composure in front of the audience. She was in no rush to clear her name. This was a matter that required a methodical approach. Now, we have 3 more questions. First, regarding the previous controversy surrounding the endorsement of a product, since CKK's product was flawed, why did you not refuse to endorse it? The host inquired with a smile, yet a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in her eyes. Chapter 8. The Comeback of the Film Queen, Part 7. Before I fell into the mire of scandal, this product had encountered no issues whatsoever, and it had consistently ranked second in national sales. The brevity of Jiang Pingpeng's words cast a palpable silence over the room. It seemed she spoke no falsehood. CKK, as a homegrown skincare brand, had long been a beloved staple among the populace. How could it suddenly falter? Subsequently, the host posed the remaining 2 questions, primarily revolving around the recent uproar of rumors. Ultimately, the consensus emerged. Someone was deliberately undermining her from behind the scenes. Naturally, most believed that Xia Wanyan was merely deflecting blame. These were nothing but her excuses. As Jiang Pingpeng exited the venue, she was met with a throng of people at the entrance. Journalists, with their cameras and microphones, converged upon her, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an interrogation. Upon her appearance, they surged forward like cats encountering a mouse or wolves confronting a sheep, with not a single manager or security personnel in sight. In her current state, akin to a rat scurrying across the street, even the security guards at the venue were powerless. Just as she nearly stumbled, a hand reached out to steady her. "Thank you," she uttered. As Jiang Pengpeng regained her balance, the journalist who had assisted her flashed a smile and clicked the shutter. "Xia Wanyan, how much did you pay to appear on Pepsi Talk?" "Ugh, you are now nothing more than a beggar. Surely you exchanged your body for this?" A barrage of vehement inquiries and vile insults once again assailed her ears. Taking a deep breath, a cold glint flickered in her gaze, yet she remained silent. "Xia Wanyan, may you perish." A spittle landed on Xia Wanyan's sleeve. With this precedent set, the frenzy escalated. Trash and debris were hurled at her, plunging the scene into chaos. Jiang Pengpeng was left in disarray, her hands clenched so tightly that her fingertips turned white. Her gaze fell upon a short, stout journalist in the crowd, who appeared to have been the instigator of the earlier turmoil. Upon meeting her eyes, he instinctively flinched, but then mustered the audacity to retort. "What are you looking at? Did we say something wrong? A harlot ridden by thousands.
Whose dog are you?"
Jiang Pengpeng's stare was piercing as she fixed her gaze upon the journalist. "Everyone, step aside. How can you show such a lack of respect?" At that moment, a woman's voice interjected, and a bright red figure emerged before Jiang Pengpeng. Xia Jingqi, the original owner's half-sister. How fortuitous her arrival was. Xia Jingqi, feigning concern, produced a tissue to wipe the dirt from Jiang Pengpeng's attire. Leaning in close, she whispered in a tone audible only to them, "Sister, why did you leave without a bodyguard? I would hate for my film queen sister to be harmed." She placed particular emphasis on the title film queen. Xia Jingqi's expression shifted momentarily, but soon returned to a radiant smile as she addressed the journalists. "Please, grant me this favor. She is my sister, and I shall stand with her to ensure justice is served. Everyone take a step back. The small screen's darling Jingqi is speaking up for Xia Wanyan. Such a gesture merits respect." It was then that the stout journalist re-emerged from the crowd, a familiar face to Jiang Pengpeng, or more precisely, a familiar face from the original owner's past. Chapter 9. The Resurgence of the Film Empress, Part 8. Once, Mu Xinglan frequently expressed concern for her after collaborating on a film, even pursuing her. Now, however, his dark eyes were filled with disdain. Jiang Pengpeng chose to ignore Mu Xinglan and instead turned her gaze toward Xia Jingqi.
"What?
Did you come here with such effort just to play the role of a well-mannered sister in front of the audience?" Sister, next week is the anniversary celebration of the Xia group, and I have come to invite you to the banquet. Xia Jingqi remained calm, pausing momentarily before adding, after all, you were once a member of the Xia family, weren't you? Rest assured, I will attend the banquet as well, Jiang Pengpeng replied. Watching Jiang Pengpeng's departing figure, Mu Xinglan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. In the office of the Interstellar Variety Department, an exclamation of shock from Zhang Huahui echoed through the space, devoid of any cultural sophistication. As everyone exchanged puzzled glances, he appeared before them, grinning broadly, his eyes sparkling with delight. You all did splendidly this time. The viewership ratings for this episode of Pepsi Talks have surpassed one, outshining Saturday Appointment by several streets. As soon as Zhang Huahui's words fell, the office erupted in cheers. Unbelievable. The content about Xia Wenyan has achieved such remarkable ratings? Could it be that she has become our savior? The first name that came to mind was Yi Anyun. Simultaneously, another message arrived. Miss Xia, you need not thank us for your remuneration from Interstellar. Jiang Pingpeng's lips twitched. She had not even considered expressing gratitude yet. However, she was surprised that Yi Anyun had arranged for her payment. Whatever, free money is welcome, especially since I'm so poor that even a mouse would leave in tears. Satisfied, she set down her phone and sprawled out on her bed, contemplating the reporter from earlier. Next, she planned to revisit the orphanage. The following day, Jiang Pengpeng appeared at the orphanage dressed in masculine attire. Mr. Jiang, you are truly a kind-hearted person. On behalf of the orphanage and the children, I thank you, the director expressed with deep gratitude. No need for thanks. I am also an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage myself. I empathize with these children and feel compassion for them, Jiang Pengpeng replied, waving her hand, for she spoke the truth. Naturally, Jiang Pengpeng did not expect to uncover anything significant on her first visit. She played with the children for a while and taught them a few characters. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside, and a throng of reporters surged into the orphanage. Jiang Pengpeng's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that her identity had been exposed, prompting the reporters to follow her here? Upon discovering that the reporters were merely photographing the orphanage for publicity, Jiang Pengpeng breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid drawing attention, she decided it was best to leave. Director, I shall take my leave now and return another day to see the children. Ah? Is this young gentleman also here to care for the children? A sharp-eyed female reporter immediately noticed Jiang Pengpeng, a hint of shyness evident on her face as she posed her question. Jiang Pengpeng cleared her throat, chuckling lightly. Ah yes, of course. She readily nodded in agreement. Chapter 10, The Comeback of the Film Queen, Part 9, Howell Grand Hotel. Today marks the anniversary celebration of the Xia Group, attended by the elite from various sectors of society, all of whom are either affluent or of noble standing. Suddenly, a murmur ripples through the crowd. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? Is that the long-absent Miss Xia Wanyan of the Xia family? Jiang Pengpeng, clad in an elegant black gown with a fishtail design that accentuates her curvaceous figure, has her long, chestnut curls cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her delicate visage is adorned with a touch of makeup, exuding an air of refined elegance tinged with a hint of allure. At this moment, she resembles a black angel, radiating an aura of sanctity that demands reverence, her beauty almost blinding, capturing the gaze of a considerable portion of the guests. Xia Jingqi's eyes flicker with astonishment. The person before her bears no resemblance to her, save for that striking face. Even Mu Xinglan, who has been standing beside her, exhibits a complexity of emotions in his gaze. Oh, dear, sister, you have arrived. Xia Jingqi addresses her with a tone befitting a conversation with a guest. Tightening her grip on Mu Xinglan's arm, Jiang Pengpeng casts a fleeting glance at the two before proceeding inside, while the elder patriarch, upon hearing of Xia Wanyan's arrival, has already made his way toward her as she steps through the hotel entrance. The old man stands not far from Jiang Pengpeng, appearing somewhat awkward, his steps hesitating to advance. Grandfather. This utterance is laden with myriad emotions, although he is the original owner's grandfather. He seems to be influenced by the sentiments of this new vessel. You little rascal, do you still remember this old man? The elder Xia's brow immediately relaxes, though his tone carries a hint of playful reproach. I am truly sorry, grandfather. Jiang Pungbong hastily approaches and takes hold of the elder's wrist in apology. Who permitted your presence? A robust middle-aged voice interjects. Jiang Pungbong looks up to find Xia Wanhua, her esteemed father. Is this a conversation for you to interject? Before Jiang Pungbong can respond, the elder admonishes him. Father, she has brought disgrace upon the Xia family. How can you? Xia Wanhua's brow furrows in confusion. I care not for such matters. All I know is that Wanyan will forever be my granddaughter. The elder's complexion darkens, casting a displeased glare at Xia Wanhua. Cui Jinxiu, with a caustic tone, pulls Xia Wanhua aside, asserting that this is not the time to provoke the elder, given the throng of guests present. The elder glares at the couple before turning back, his demeanor softening as he expresses concern for Xia Wanyan. Throughout her life, Jiang Pungbong had never experienced familial affection. She had always believed that such bonds were characterized by extreme indifference, insatiable greed, and cheapness. Yet, the elder's concern allows her to feel the warmth of being cherished by a relative. Perhaps this new existence in this realm is not as dire as she had anticipated. Thank you, grandfather. This expression is voiced in Jiang Pungbong's own identity. Soon, the banquet commences officially with the elder as the chairman of the Xia group, taking the stage to speak. When it comes to the issue of inheritance rights and shares, I must take this opportunity to introduce my granddaughter. With this sudden declaration from the elder, Jiang Pungbong remains unperturbed, while Xia Jingqi instantly becomes animated. The guests nearby begin to murmur amongst themselves. Miss Jingqi is truly cultured and well-versed. She has starred in numerous productions at such a young age. Her acting is beyond reproach. Indeed, unlike that Xia Wanyan, who possesses nothing but a pretty face while engaging in scandalous behavior. Jingqi, although your grandfather may seem distant at times, he truly cares for you deep down. Xia Wanhua, hearing the praises for Xia Jingqi, cannot conceal the pride on his excited face. Father, I understand your intentions. Xia Jingqi nods obediently, her gaze fixed on the elder on stage. Thunderous applause erupts from the audience. Miss Xia, Chairman Xia is calling for you. Please come up. With eyes sparkling with delight, as Xia Wanhua and Cui Jinxiu prepare to usher Xia Jingqi onto the stage, the sound of Xia Wanyan's name resonates in her ears. The elder gazes kindly at Xia Wanyan, declaring, in the name of the Xia family, I have decided to grant Wanyan 10% of the shares. Should she utilize this opportunity wisely to forge a successful career, the issue of inheritance rights may also be reconsidered. Instantly, the audience erupts into a cacophony of astonishment. Chapter 11, The Comeback of the Film Queen, Part 10. Everyone's eyes widened as they gazed at Jiang Pungbong. Xia Jingqi had one foot on the staircase, yet she remained frozen in disbelief, staring at the elder, her face flushed with heat. Jiang Pungbong, too, was momentarily speechless. Upon regaining her composure, her eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Could it be that she had misheard? Given the Xia family's assets, a 10% share was already worth over $1 billion. Why had her grandfather suddenly decided to grant her such a substantial stake? Wanyan, come up, Jiang Pungbong said, calmly ascending the stage at the elder's beckoning. At that moment, had glances possessed the power to slay, she would have been reduced to a sieve by Xia Jingqi's venomous stare. Mu Xinglan, catching a glimpse of Xia Jingqi's expression, suddenly found the person before him somewhat unfamiliar. Silly girl, you are just like your mother, always considering others while shouldering grievances alone. The elder held Jiang Pungbong's hand, his eyes filled with concern. He recalled how she had cared for him during her presence. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have. Jiang Pungbong shook her head gently. Grandfather, please don't overthink it. That matter has nothing to do with you. As for the true culprit behind the death of the original owner's mother, well, they still stand there, seemingly unfazed. The elder spoke earnestly, fearing that Xia Wanyan might suffer injustice outside. Grandfather, thank you for your concern, but I wish to attain everything I desire through my own efforts. Jiang Pungbong declined the elder's goodwill. He shook his head in resignation, yet his gaze lingered on her with a sense of comfort, sensing that this version of Wanyan was markedly different in many ways. Feeling a sense of boredom, Jiang Pungbong was about to take her leave after conversing with the elder, when someone blocked her path. Wanna know? Jiang Pungbong raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Xia Jingqi, uttering two words, conscience. Xia Wanyan you dare to deceive me. Xia Jingqi's complexion turned ashen. Her face twisted in anger as she glared at Jiang Pingpeng, jealousy threatening to drive her to madness. Believe it or not, Jiang Pingpeng replied nonchalantly, turning on her heel to leave. Filled with suspicion, Jiang Pingpeng arrived at the orphanage. However, she did not recognize the person seated in the principal's office. Mr. Jiang. This is Mr. Li, the head of Sunflower Charity. You may converse. I will fetch you some water, the principal stated before stepping away. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Li Yongda, the planning manager of Sunflower Charity. To be straightforward, I am here to request your assistance. Li Yongda beamed with a polite smile as he addressed Jiang Pingpeng, simultaneously extracting some photographs from a file. Jiang Pingpeng recognized the images as those taken during her visit to the orphanage. Mr. Li, please feel free to speak candidly, she nodded with a smile. Chapter 12. The Comeback of the Film Queen, Part 11. Li Yongda appeared anxious, as if fearing that Jiang Pingpeng would disagree. With both hands gesticulating in front of him, he expressed his thoughts. Jiang Pingpeng politely accepted the cup of tea from the principal, letting out a light chuckle. However, isn't it more effective to invite a celebrity as an ambassador for a charitable cause? I've heard that many stars are eager to participate. Upon hearing this, Li Yongda let out a sigh of resignation. Then what is your reason for seeking me? Jiang Pingpeng was not surprised by his words. After all, countless celebrities embroiled in scandals often leverage philanthropic efforts to gain public acceptance and redeem their images. She was acutely aware that this could serve as an opportunity for her own redemption, yet a sense of unease lingered within her. For she did not wish to exploit innocent children, those pure little angels. Everyone says that your eyes reflect genuine love for children. I have always hoped to find someone like you to be our ambassador, Li Yongda said, filled with anticipation as he gazed at Jiang Pingpeng. Mr. Jiang, as long as you agree to be our ambassador, rest assured that your compensation will be generous. Li, let's forget about that, Jiang Pingpeng said, taking a sip of her tea.
What?
Mr. Jiang, you. Well, if that is the case, I apologize for the inconvenience, Li Yongda replied. Disappointment and regret etched across his face. Just as he was about to get up to leave, Jiang Pingpeng shook her head helplessly. Mr. Li, please do not rush. What I meant was that I do not require compensation. As soon as her words fell, Li Yongda looked at her with palpable excitement. Mr. Jiang, do you truly agree? Jiang Pingpeng nodded again. It's all for the children. If I can contribute even a small amount, that is a good thing. Mr. Jiang, it would be inappropriate for you to forego compensation, Li Yongda said, gazing at her with a troubled expression. Jiang Pingpeng did not seek any recognition for her efforts. All right, let us proceed as Mr. Jiang wishes. Li Yongda cast a look of admiration towards her. Haha, Mr. Li, I told you that Mr. Jiang would surely agree. I just never anticipated he would decline compensation. Such spirit is truly commendable. The principal laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Jiang Pingpeng felt as though a series of numbers flashed before her eyes, too quickly for her to comprehend. As it turned out, Li Yongda had indeed chosen the right person. The Sunflower Charity Program had only aired one episode but received a tremendous response from the public. However, the official Weibo page of Sunflower was rife with chaos. Netizen A, is the ambassador for Sunflower Charity a new little fresh meat? I've never seen him before. Such looks. He outshines so many effeminate stars. Netizen B, with such looks, he must be some 18-tier internet celebrity. I reckon he's just using philanthropy to gain popularity and attract fans. Netizen C, stop judging others with your narrow-mindedness. This person doesn't even have a Weibo account. How can he attract fans? Besides, have you ever seen an 18-tier internet celebrity with such looks who isn't already famous? Chapter 13. The Comeback Journey of the Film Queen, Part 12. After scrolling through Weibo, Jiang Pingpeng tossed her phone aside in boredom. Were these individuals truly so lacking in substance? It seemed that with merely a few keystrokes, they could indiscriminately label anyone with a plethora of unwarranted tags. Dressed in casual attire, he rested his eyes, silently embodying a striking figure amidst the surroundings. Upon her arrival, he cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Lianlian? What was he doing here? Simultaneously, Lianlian recognized Jiang Pingpeng, though he appeared unfazed. Out of courtesy, Jiang Pingpeng initiated a greeting with him. Slightly embarrassed, She found a seat and, with a subtle pout, began to mentally converse with the koi fish. Oh dear. With this kind of aloofness, are you certain he will develop feelings for me? Host, our motto is to create possibilities where none exist. The koi fish exuberantly encouraged Jiang Pingpeng. She rolled her eyes and leaned her head against the seat, succumbing to sleep. Their mission was to travel over 100 kilometers from the city to a poverty-stricken mountainous area to understand the plight of left-behind and impoverished children, rallying support for donations from the public. As she surveyed the landscape, dilapidated adobe houses precariously perched on the hillside came into view. The roads were impassable, forcing the vehicles to halt at the mountain's base, leaving a 2-kilometer trek on foot. Pung Anyan, the mountain paths can be treacherous, especially after the rain. Do take care. Li Yongda cautioned as he approached. Jiang Pingpeng waved her hand dismissively, assuring him it was fine, and advised the cameraman to be cautious, given the difficulties of carrying their equipment. After speaking, she lent a hand, helping to carry some items as they trudged through the mud uphill. Yi Anyan casually glanced at the person ahead of him, realizing he was the only one aware of her disguise. In truth, he understood this was a rare opportunity for Xia Wanyan to redeem herself, yet he could not fathom why she chose to conceal her true identity. Suddenly, Jiang Pingpeng lost her footing and nearly tumbled into the muck, only to feel a steady hand catch her. With her heart racing, she patted her chest, relieved that while the fall was not painful, it was undeniably embarrassing. Thank you, she smiled politely at Yi Anyan in gratitude. He said nothing further. Taking the bag from her hands, Jiang Pingpeng awkwardly smiled and continued walking empty-handed. The moment they shared was captured by the cameras. The two cameramen exchanged puzzled glances, bemused by the palpable chemistry between two men. The weather forecast for the city over the past week predicted heavy rainfall within the next 24 hours, accompanied by winds exceeding level 6, an unusual meteorological phenomenon. Citizens were advised to exercise caution when venturing out. She recalled the dilapidated classroom, a wave of foreboding washing over her. Rushing outside to check, she realized that if the winds and rain struck, the children's classroom would undoubtedly be ruined. Just then, Yi Anyan approached from the side. Yi Anyan, come with me, Jiang Pingpeng asserted, pulling him forward without hesitation. Chapter 14, The Rise of the Film Empress, Part 13, Yi Anyan did not resist, as the two made their way to the village head. Village head. Please inform everyone that for the next few days, the children should not go to the classroom. It is too dangerous. A torrential downpour may occur tonight, and the walls could collapse at any moment. Jiang Pingpeng's face was etched with worry. She was acutely aware that every morning, the children would eagerly rush to that dilapidated classroom for their early studies. If a heavy rain were to fall tonight, the structure could very well cave in. The village had chuckled heartily. Young man, you are overly concerned. This classroom has withstood the test of time for over a decade. If it were to collapse, it would have done so by now. But this time is truly different, tonight. All right, my dear boy, we understand your concern for the children. But I have lived here for decades and know the village conditions well. The children wish to learn. We cannot hinder their education. Jiang Pingpeng attempted once more to explain. But the village had interrupted her. Even a few villagers present urged Jiang Pingpeng to cease her protests. Yi Anyan shook his head at Jiang Pingpeng, who wore a look of frustration. She could not bear to watch the children fall into peril. However, it was reassuring that the parents were not antiquated in their views regarding their children's education, prioritizing learning above all else. What shall we do, Yi Anyan? Let's devise a plan. Observing Jiang Pingpeng's demeanor, Yi Anyan increasingly believed she was not the person the internet portrayed her to be. How could someone so devoted to the welfare of children possibly be a malevolent figure? As night gradually descended, Jiang Pingpeng sensed the intensifying rain, accompanied by howling winds that sent shivers down her spine. She found herself unable to sleep. Before dawn the next day, she took an umbrella and stood at the classroom door, waiting. Just as she arrived, Yi Anyan appeared as well. Jiang Pingpeng smiled, pleasantly surprised by their unspoken understanding. They both intended to prevent the children from entering. A fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through, whisking Jiang Pingpeng's umbrella away. Yi Anyan swiftly positioned his umbrella over her head. It's so cold outside. Aren't you afraid of freezing? He remarked, immediately removing his jacket and handing it to her. Jiang Pingpeng flashed a mischievous smile. Yi Anyun, you seem quite concerned for me today. She stuck out her tongue and added, why should a celebrated film emperor like you endure such discomfort? Just because you can come, why can't I? At that moment, with only one umbrella between them, the proximity brought a flush to Jiang Pingpeng's cheeks. Chapter 15. The Comeback of the Film Queen, Part 14. The horizon gradually brightened with a pale, white glow. In the distance, several small figures could be vaguely seen approaching. Two individuals exchanged glances and hurried forward to stop the children. The sound of rain drowned out her voice. The children looked at one another, reassuringly stating, Big brother, don't worry, the classroom will be fine. It's been like this for years. Just as they were about to dart into the classroom, Jiang Pingpeng found herself unable to halt their advance. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a structure collapsed behind them, startling everyone. One child, who was closest to the classroom, was in imminent danger as Jiang Pingpeng noticed a large piece of wood rolling towards them. Reacting almost instinctively, akin to Yi Anyun, she pushed the child away, only to have the heavy wood fall upon both her and Yi Anyun as the wall crumbled, burying them beneath the debris. The children, terrified, burst into tears and hastily ran to seek help from adults. The production team, in a panic, abandoned their cameras and rushed to rescue them, determined not to let anything happen to the two individuals. When Li Yongda arrived, chaos reigned. He slapped a staff member in frustration, exclaiming, What are you doing? You couldn't even protect anyone. Meanwhile, villagers armed with shovels rushed over, immediately beginning to dig to rescue the trapped individuals. The village chief, filled with remorse, approached Li Yongda, expressing his guilt. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not listening to Mr. Jiang yesterday. If I had, this wouldn't have happened. Li Yongda, seething with anger, realized there was little he could do to the villagers and joined in the rescue efforts. Amidst the pouring rain, it took over half an hour to extricate the two. When they were finally revealed, Yi Anyun was tightly holding Jiang Pingpeng in his arms, both severely injured and unconscious. That evening, the incident involving Sunflower Charity made headlines in the Urban Express. The official Weibo account was devoid of trolls, as everyone united in prayer for the two, hoping for their swift recovery. My idol husband, you will be all right. Jiang Pingpeng is the best. She will pull through. The hospital was filled with children awaiting anxiously outside the emergency room. Each child's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude and guilt, pondering how many others might have been trapped had it not been for Yi Anyun and Jiang Pingpeng. A certain lucky charm continually called out to Jiang Pingpeng within her consciousness, fearing that after finally finding a suitable host for her performance, she might meet her demise. 2 days later, Jiang Pingpeng awoke, her body aching as if it were shattered. The first thing she saw was the face of Elder Xia. You troublesome girl. You've finally awakened. Were you trying to scare me to death? The old man's eyes were moist with tears as he scolded Xia Wanyan, though his words fell short. Grandfather, how is Yi Anyun? What happened to him? Jiang Pingpeng's mind raced back to the moment when Yi Anyun had shielded her with his own body. He sustained serious injuries, but he is tough. He regained consciousness before you did, the elder explained, which eased Jiang Pingpeng's worries slightly. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. Wait, grandfather, what about my identity? With such an incident occurring while she lay unconscious, her disguise as a male surely wouldn't have been exposed, would it? Chapter 16. The Rise of the Film Empress, 15. Upon noticing that his granddaughter had awakened, the old gentleman was more concerned about her identity than her childhood nickname, nearly driving himself to the brink of exasperation. Rest assured, no one knows. Jiang Pingpeng patted her chest, feeling a lingering sense of dread, relieved that the secret remained intact. However, he had never alluded to it, consistently regarding her simply as the charismatic Jiang Pingpeng. She was taken aback, pondering whether their enthusiasm would remain unchanged if they discovered that she was, in fact, Xia Wanyan. Would you be interested in joining our interstellar venture? Lianlian, seated opposite Jiang Pingpeng, casually broached the subject. Jiang Pingpeng turned her gaze towards him, recalling that he had previously stated they would wait until she cleared her name. But now is not the time, it's only a matter of time, Lianlian interjected, cutting her off. All right, but I want to sign the contract under Xia Wanyan's name. Jiang Pingpeng's smile blossomed like a flower, momentarily leaving Ye Anyan momentarily speechless. As Ye Anyan saw Jiang Pingping off, he noticed something on her head and reached out to remove it, oblivious to the flashing lights of cameras around the corner. Breaking news. Film Emperor Ye Anyan and Jiang Pingping spotted together at a CAF. The following morning, Weibo was nearly paralyzed. Accompanying the sensational headline was a photograph of Ye Anyan and Jiang Pingping at the CAF entrance, where Ye Anyan was affectionately ruffling Jiang Pingping's hair. What the hell? I've been outdone by a man. Thus, the most profound distance in the world is not that between life and death, but the realization that while I harbor feelings for you, your affections lie elsewhere. Woe is me. My husband has forsaken me. He has found another. In the interstellar realm, Ye Anyan's manager, Lu Ming, was on the verge of tears. Oh dear, your impeccable, aloof national husband persona has crumbled. You might as well stab me in the heart. Ancestor, I am addressing you. You cannot truly. Oh, it's impossible. You do not have feelings for him. Lu Ming anxiously wrung his hands. His agitation heightened by the pressure from the company to resolve this situation promptly, lest he lose his position entirely. No matter what happens, Ye Anyan must not be implicated. By the way, Lu Ming, I need you to assist me with something. Ye Anyan interrupted. What is it? Lu Ming paused, momentarily forgetting his anxiety over Ye Anyan. Sign Xia Wanyan under our interstellar contract. Ye Anyan's gaze was calm, his tone reminiscent of a casual comment about the weather.
Huh?
Lu Ming stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. No. I must have misheard. This cannot be true. No, Ye Anyan. Please, recognize your current situation. You are embroiled in scandal, and rumors are circulating that you favor men. Lu Ming hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Chapter 17. The Comeback of the Film Empress. 16. Lu Ming's face was ashen. Never before had he been so infuriated, speaking incessantly in front of Ye Anyan.
Just do as I say.
Ye Anyan's expression turned serious, devoid of any trace of jest. Fine. You must be determined to have President Ren throw me out. Lu Ming wore an expression of utter despair. Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, given the benefits I bring to them, they will not dismiss you. Ye Anyan's tone was laced with unwavering confidence. Jiang Pingping admired Ye Anyan's efficiency. Within merely 2 days, she had arranged both accommodations and a manager for her. Remember, tomorrow is the audition for Heavenly Steps. Do not forget. The manager on the phone spoke with an air of indifference. Thank you, Sister Gongyu, for the reminder. However, Jiang Pingping did not wish to demand too much, as long as the manager fulfill her duties. The rest she would prove herself. Heavenly Steps is a fantasy drama adapted from an original novel. It requires the characters to face choices of righteousness and emotions within a mere 2 hours, which significantly tests both casting and acting skills. A slight misstep could provoke discontent from the purists and scorn from the audience. The male lead has been confirmed as Ye Anyan, while the female lead is Xia Jingqi. There are rumors that she entered the production with financial backing, yet Jiang Pingping knew that without genuine talent, even with such backing, one would struggle to endure. Moreover, the director of Heavenly Steps is notoriously discerning. It could be said that Xia Jingqi has indeed made considerable progress in the past 2 years. At the audition site for Heavenly Steps, as Jiang Pingping and Gongyu entered, they encountered several popular actresses from the past 2 years along with their assistants.
Oh.
Isn't this the gold medal agent from the Stellar Agency? How come you have time to personally accompany an artist for auditions today? Exclaimed Jia Qingqing, a popular actress, along with her assistant, intentionally ignoring Xia Wanyan. While others would first regard the artist before their agents, they did the opposite. Gong Yu's face turned pale. While other artists only needed an assistant for auditions, she had to juggle both roles and endure condescending remarks from others, which added to her resentment. Jiang Pingping smiled slightly at Jia Qingqing and her assistant. My manager is quite professional. Perhaps if you both adopt such a spirit, you wouldn't find yourself struggling in the entertainment industry for years without recognition, while one remains merely an errand assistant.
Xia Wanyan you.
Jia Qingqing was furious, her face shifting from red to white. Meanwhile, Gongyu felt a sense of inexplicable relief and glanced at Jiang Pingping. Sister Qingqing, do not be upset. What is so remarkable about a film empress? It's just a scramble for the second female lead? The young assistant hurriedly consoled Jia Qingqing, whose expression softened somewhat,
though her eyes still held contempt.
Indeed, as far as I know, Director Huang is most intolerant of actresses embroiled in scandals, especially negative ones. Jiang Pengpeng raised an eyebrow and smiled, just as Gang Yu's voice rang in her ears. Oh right, since you are so familiar with Director Huang, be sure to leverage this advantage to secure the second female lead role. Gang Yu even gave a thumbs-up gesture towards the two. Jiang Pengpeng chuckled softly. It turned out Sister Gang Yu had such a sharp tongue. Observing Jia Qingqing and her assistant's discomfited expressions, Jiang Pengpeng felt a surge of joy. Chapter 18. The Reversal of the Shadow Queen 17. In this audition, the scene involves the second female lead, Ji Daeswang, who undergoes a transformation into a darker persona as she parts ways with the second male lead, Lan Kaiga. This moment serves as a pivotal turning point in the narrative, marking the beginning of Ji Daeswang's complete metamorphosis into a different character. Enthusiastic anticipation among loyal fans of the original work is at an all-time high. Consequently, the esteemed director Huang Yuqing has opted for a public audition, utilizing a live broadcast to gather fan opinions for the character selection. Upon entering, Jiang Pengpeng was taken aback to see Mu Xinglan. Their eyes met briefly before Mu Xinglan averted his gaze. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind. She hadn't anticipated that the second male lead would be cast so unexpectedly. Did they intend to unveil this surprise today? Jiang Pengpeng drew the third audition slot, following the previous candidate, Jia Qingqing. The first auditionee was a novice actress, whose performance was commendable, although she faltered in her positioning. When it was Jia Qingqing's turn, she shot a sudden glance at Jiang Pengpeng before confidently stepping in front of the camera. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly immersed herself into her character. Many viewers online began to comment on Jia Qingqing's acting, expressing their thoughts with enthusiasm. It seemed that Jia Qingqing was quite suitable for the role, aligning closely with their expectations. Although her performance was undeniably impressive, some felt it lacked a certain depth. However, with only Xia Wanyan left to audition, they believed Jia Qingqing was a more fitting choice than an actress who may have relied on her connections. At that moment, the director nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by Jia Qingqing's performance. As the scene concluded, Jia Qingqing bowed and expressed her gratitude, earning a round of applause from the audience. Qingqing, that was wonderful. Huang Yuqing praised her with evident admiration. Taken aback by the compliment, Jia Qingqing humbly responded, "Thank you, Director Huang. Please take a moment to rest. There are still 2 more candidates to audition." "I will continue with the process," Huang Yuqing stated, his tone suggesting that the casting decision was all but made. Jiang Pengpeng felt a twinge of anxiety, but Gang Yu offered her an encouraging glance. "Star, please proceed with the process. Don't keep everyone waiting." Jia Qingqing's assistant resumed her haughty demeanor, casting a condescending look at Jiang Pengpeng. Choosing to ignore her, Jiang Pengpeng ascended the stage. The best way to deal with such individuals was through indifference. As the live stream revealed Xia Wanyan, the audience erupted in shock. "No way, Xia Wanyan. Is Director Huang out of his mind? How could he consider such a person? Xia Wanyan, step aside and don't ruin the original work." Various disparaging comments scrolled across the screen, although Jiang Pengpeng was oblivious to them. The only thing she noticed was the disdainful expressions on the faces of several staff members present. "Let us begin." Huang Yuqing gestured for her to start. Seemingly devoid of any bias against Xia Wanyan, the opinions of others were irrelevant. Having been granted this opportunity, she was determined to cherish it and showcase her well-honed skills. Bolstered by the original character's impressions, she was confident she would not falter. "Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely." Jiang Pengpeng stepped forward, immediately locating the camera's position. The moment she entered the frame, her expression transformed, causing the audience to collectively gasp and hold their breath. Chapter 19. The Rise of the Film Empress, Part 18. Ji Daeswang stood with her back to Lan Kaiga. As Lan Kaiga's talisman approached her, it was evident that her body stiffened and the sword in her hand clattered to the ground. She closed her eyes, manifesting profound reluctance and helplessness in the face of death. "Lan Kaiga, do it." A bitter smile graced her lips. Yet it seemed to mock Lan Kaiga and the injustice of fate. "Xiaoshuang, do not force my hand. If you insist on straying from the path, disregarding humanity, then do not blame me for being merciless." This time, it appeared that Lan Kaiga had been drawn into the scene by Ji Daeswang. He crushed the talisman in his hand, his eyes filled with crimson veins.
Ha!
What a defiance of the natural order. Ji Daeswang slowly turned to face Lan Kaiga, fixing her gaze upon him. Suddenly raising her voice, she exclaimed, I have toiled for a millennium to descend to the mortal realm to help others. Yet the heavens refuse to spare me, subjecting me to the excruciating tribulations of thunder each year. Disregarding humanity, those people have slaughtered over 100 of my kin, set fire to the mountains, and subjected them to various tortures until death. As Lan Kaiga beheld Ji Daeswang's eyes, it was as if he could genuinely feel her pain, stirring a sense of compassion within him, but he quickly immersed himself back into his role. Ji Daeswang, cease your excuses. You have fallen into the dark path. You deserve punishment.
Cut.
Until the director called for a halt, Jiang Pingpeng and Lan Kaiga expressed their gratitude together. Perhaps due to their immersion in the scene, the shadows of Ji Daeswang and Lan Kaiga lingered even after the audition concluded. In that moment, the venue was silent, and the live stream bore no subtitles. It seemed everyone remained entranced by the previous performance, drawn into the drama, reluctant to emerge, even pondering why the performance could not continue. I haven't seen enough. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted, and everyone called out the names of Xia Wanyan and Mu Xinglan. Ji Daeswang should belong to Xia Wanyan. Support Xia Wanyan by pressing 1. No one can dispute that Xia Wanyan's acting is unparalleled, right?
Ah.
I can hardly wait for the stills. The chemistry between Lan and Yan is palpable. Ji Daeswang's role is indeed Wanyan. Let us hasten the signing process. Huang Yuqing stood up in excitement, urging his assistant, fearing Xia Wanyan might be snatched away. Gang Yu was equally delighted, casting a meaningful glance at Xia Wanyan, as if she consistently brought unexpected surprises. Wanyan, congratulations. This heartfelt sentiment emanated from Gang Yu. Jiang Pingpeng smiled faintly. Thank you, Sister Gang. Meanwhile, Jia Qingqing nearly had her eyes pop out, standing up and turning to leave in haste, her assistant wiping cold sweat as he hurried after her. Xia Wanyan sensed an unusual gaze and looked up, locking eyes with Mu Xinglan. This time, the disdain and revulsion in his eyes seemed somewhat diminished. Rumors? Are you referring to that? Jiang Pingpeng suddenly realized that Gang Yu was likely speaking of the incident involving Yi Anyan and her being photographed at the CAF. Recently, Jiang Pingpeng had been too busy to pay much attention to external news, and now she felt a pang of guilt as she opened Weibo to scroll for a while. Heavens! People actually believe this? She thought it was not a significant uproar, so she had not paid much attention, only to discover that the situation had escalated to this extent. Indeed, Lemon had been overwhelmed these past few days. Gang Yu sighed sympathetically, however. There should be a press conference tomorrow afternoon to clarify things. Chapter 20. The Resurgence of the Film Queen, 19. Jiang Pingpeng nodded thoughtfully. Yi Anyan had indeed aided her considerably. This time, she would assist him in clarifying matters. Sister Gang, do I have any appointments tomorrow? Jiang Pingpeng inquired, tilting her head towards Gang Yu. Gang Yu cast a skeptical glance at Jiang Pingpeng and replied, No. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing, just a casual question. Jiang Pingpeng shook her head. At that moment, Jiang Pingpeng noticed Gang Yu browsing the official Weibo account of Sunflower Charity, pausing her gaze on a photograph of Jiang Pingpeng. The scene at the Interstellar press conference was bustling, with major news outlets having already gathered, creating a throng that was nearly impossible to navigate. After all, this was news concerning the esteemed actor Yi Anyan, who would not be intrigued. Yi Anyan sat on stage with a composed demeanor, showing no inclination to offer explanations. He had never intended to clear his name. He was merely compelled by the company's insistence to pressure him into appearing. The reporters buzzed around him like a swarm of flies, and Yi Anyan's brow furrowed slightly in displeasure. Yi Anyan, why did you display such intimate behavior with a man at the CAF entrance that day? Yi Anyan pinched the bridge of his nose, remaining silent. Lemon was throwing him desperate glances, practically pleading, for heaven's sake, if you don't clarify soon, it will become a solid accusation. There is nothing to explain. We are merely ordinary friends. The crowd, having anticipated something more substantial, was left disheartened by his terse response, feeling as though they had been toyed with. Yi Anyan, just because you are a film emperor, Does that give you the right to disregard us? Indeed, we all set aside our commitments today to await your explanation, only for you to treat us like fools. A few agitated reporters began to voice their frustrations. Lemon was on the verge of a breakdown. The crucial issue was that for the past couple of days, even Jiang Pingpeng had been unreachable. Just then, a languid yet pure voice pierced the tense atmosphere. Everyone instinctively turned towards the entrance, where Jiang Pingpeng, clad in a pristine white suit, strolled in gracefully, making her way towards Lianlian. While the reporters parted to grant her passage, Lemon's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had seen a lifeline. Finally, the ancestor on stage was saved. Jiang Pingpeng casually settled beside Lianlian, a gentle smile gracing her lips. What are you doing here? Lianlian's tone bore a hint of annoyance. He had never wished to involve her in this mess. That's none of your concern, Jiang Pingpeng retorted playfully, mimicking Lianlian's authoritative tone. However, their exchange appeared to the onlookers as if they were both genuinely considering each other's well-being. The reporters surged forward. Jiang Pingpeng, is it true that your relationship with Lianlian is ambiguous? Jiang Pingpeng, in your relationship, who takes the dominant role? Lemon's expression darkened. Did these reporters lack any respect? Jiang Pingpeng slowly turned, gazing calmly at the reporters below, and then, with her phone, snapped several pictures of the journalists in front of her. Jiang Pingpeng, what are you doing? Are you courting disaster? Jiang Pingpeng innocently shrugged her shoulders. I'm just posting on Weibo. A certain journalist has been threatening the charitable ambassador. Chapter 21. The Comeback of the Film Queen, Part 20, Jiang Pingpeng, you slanderer. When did I ever threaten you? The reporters below were suddenly agitated. Jiang Pingpeng promptly activated the recording, then listen for yourself. Did you not threaten me with death?
I was merely speaking casually.
Furthermore, was it not you who invaded my privacy by taking my picture? That is defamation. The reporter's face flushed with anger as he glared at Jiang Pingpeng. Jiang Pingpeng clapped her hands in applause. Well said. Truly well said. What tricks are you playing, Jiang Pingpeng? The crowd shouted in confusion. So you are aware that casually photographing someone infringes upon their privacy, and that falsely accusing others constitutes defamation. Jiang Pingpeng rose from her seat, pointing at the people below. You can fabricate countless narratives from a single indiscriminate photo or a nonsensical video because you bear no responsibility and face no consequences. How many innocent lives are affected by this? Because of you, they endure public scorn, and some even end their young lives. As she finished, her eyes were red, and many reporters bowed their heads in silence, though a few stubborn critics remained undeterred. Artists should conduct themselves properly. You cannot silence criticism. Isn't this incident about Lianlian factual? Jiang Pingpeng couldn't help but laugh at this. She nodded. Indeed, artists should scrutinize their private lives. But does it matter? Even trivial matters are magnified endlessly by you. She then pointed at Lianlian beside her. Since you are so concerned about Lianlian, allow me to demonstrate just how innocent he truly is. Before Lianlian could intervene, she had already removed her wig and grabbed a makeup remover from her bag, wiping away her heavy foundation. In an instant, the familiar face of Xia Wanyan appeared before everyone.
What?
This. She is Xia Wanyan. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. If Xia Wanyan had not stood there in the flesh, who would believe that she was Jiang Pingpeng? And Jiang Pingpeng was she? Since Jiang Pingpeng boarded the nanny van, Gang Yu's gaze had not strayed from her. Gang Yu, you've been staring at me. It's making me shy. Jiang Pingpeng chuckled, feigning calmness. I had no idea that my idol was actually my artist all along. Gang Yu stared at Jiang Pingpeng in a daze, still feeling as though she were in a fantasy. Following the revelation of Jiang Pingpeng's identity, the fervor on Weibo surged. Opponents claimed, in name, Xia Wanyan is helping Lianlian clarify matters, but in truth, she is merely seizing the opportunity to cleanse her own reputation. Supporters retorted, nonsense. Our Wanyan is only trying to save Lianlian and had no choice but to reveal her identity.
Besides,
have you ever seen an artist risk their life to redeem themselves while saving a child? Chapter 22. The Rise of the Film Queen, Part 21. Just as the controversy surrounding Jiang Pingpeng and Xia Wanyan was beginning to settle, an unexpected revelation emerged. CKK's skincare product essence had been maliciously tampered with by competitor BD. CKK resolved to take BD to court, seeking compensation for the damages inflicted. Once again, Xia Wanyan and CCK found themselves thrust into the limelight, especially following her impactful statement at the Yi Anyan press conference. Countless artists shared her Weibo post, resulting in over 500,000 shares and more than 1 million reads in just a few hours. Starry had not anticipated that Xia Wanyan would manage to rehabilitate her image in less than 3 months. Within a few days, she had completely cleansed her reputation. Moreover, due to her explosive performance during the audition, numerous investors, production companies, and renowned directors were eager to collaborate with her. The major shareholders, upon encountering Yi Anyan and Limin, shamelessly sought to curry favor, for no one wished to jeopardize their interests. The most regretful among them was Huan Yu, who had driven Xia Wanyan to such a dismal state. Now, they found themselves unable to reach her. At the filming location of Tianbu, the sweltering June heat was nearly suffocating, compounded by the thick costumes required for the production. Come, distribute these chilled sodas to everyone. Everyone deserves a share, commanded Xia Jingqi's assistant, Qi Rue, overseeing the staff. Jiang Pengpeng raised an eyebrow, recognizing Xia Jingqi's shrewdness in winning hearts, naturally. This would ensure that everyone looked after her during work. Not far off, a script supervisor squatted on the ground, clutching her stomach in discomfort, clearly refraining from fetching a soda. The reason for her predicament was evident. Sister Gengyu, please take my brown sugar water to her later, Jiang Pengpeng instructed. Gengyu immediately grasped Jiang Pengpeng's intention but hesitated. But you? Jiang Pengpeng shook her head. I'm fine. Meanwhile, Yi Anyan arrived on set, casually tossing a bottle of water to Jiang Pengpeng, who only realized it was hot water upon receiving it. You. Jiang Pengpeng looked at Yi Anyan in surprise. You mentioned feeling unwell the other day, so I brought this for you, Yi Anyan replied nonchalantly, trying to conceal the fact that he had prepared it specifically for her. Jiang Pengpeng suddenly smiled, causing Yi Anyan's ears to flush slightly. From a distance, Mu Xinglan observed the scene, feeling inexplicably irked. Senior Yi and sister, here are the chilled sodas I prepared for you. It's sweltering out, so enjoy. A sweet voice interjected, as Xia Jingqi approached with 2 bottles of soda for Jiang Pengpeng and Yi Anyan. Thank you, Yi Anyan said, accepting the sodas and casually handing one to Limin. Xia Jingqi's eyes sparkled with delight, mistakenly believing that Yi Anyan intentionally withheld the soda from Xia Wanyan. Oh, let me fetch another bottle for sister, she exclaimed. No need. She doesn't drink, Yi Anyan interrupted, causing Xia Jingqi to notice Jiang Pengpeng's thermos and realize the situation. Embarrassed, Xia Jingqi chuckled. My apologies, I overlooked that. She turned to leave, jealousy flickering in her eyes. How could Xia Wanyan maintain such a close relationship with the esteemed Yi Anyan? Did he truly know about such private matters? Were they perhaps engaged in a clandestine romance? All departments, prepare. With the director's commanding shout, all staff members took their positions. The first scene depicted the initial encounter between the male lead, Xiao Qifeng, and the female lead, Bai Wanan. After a single take, Xia Jingqi received praise from the director. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Pengpeng and, feigning shyness before Yi Anyan, declared, Senior Yi, your acting is truly remarkable. Had it not been for your portrayal of Xiao Qifeng, I certainly would not have nailed it in one go. Miss Xia, you flatter me. Jiang Pengpeng laughed, recognizing the performance was for show. Chapter 23. The Comeback of the Film Queen, Part 22. The second scene unfolds after Ji Daishuang's transformation into a darker persona. As she encounters Bai Waner once more. Once the closest of friends, their paths have now diverged dramatically. Following the previous audition, expectations for Xia Wanyan have soared even higher. Bai Waner, what brings you here? Ji Daishuang, adorned in a striking crimson gown with bold makeup and scarlet nails, reclines alluringly in the seat of the Fox clan's leader. A scornful smile gracing her lips as she gazes down upon Bai Waner, who stands in the grand hall. Ji Daishuang, how have you become this way? Look at the mountains below. Bodies lie scattered, rivers run red with blood. Do you not possess a heart? Bai Waner, anguished, raises her sword toward Ji Daishuang, her brow furrowed in distress. A heart? Ji Daishuang emits a chilling laugh. Bai Waner, are you truly attempting to have a heartfelt conversation with a cold-blooded murderess? Her gaze sharpens, momentarily catching Xia Jingqi off guard.
Cut.
Jingqi, How could you forget your lines? Director Huang's tone is tinged with disappointment as he observes their engrossing performance disrupted by her lapse. I apologize, Director. Let us do it again. I remember now. Xia Jingqi hastily responds. Action. Ha ha ha. Wanner, are you attempting to converse with a remorseless female demon? Ji Deus Huang, you.
Cut.
Without a doubt, Xia Jingqi has forgotten her lines once more. Jingqi, your performance is off, and you've faltered again. Let's do it again.
Cut.
Once more. After nearly 10 retakes, Xia Jingqi remains stuck, while Xia Wanyan's performance improves with each attempt. Even Huang Yuqing becomes somewhat irritable. This scene is supposed to be straightforward. Surely, this woman must be sabotaging it. Due to Xia Jingqi's personal issues, the crew and extras have been significantly delayed, leading to mounting complaints. Director, let us move on to the next scene. Let her take a break to gather herself and rehearse her lines. Indeed, she has held us up for far too long. Were it not for the chilled soda Xia Jingqi provided at noon, no one would have tolerated this delay without voicing their grievances. Reluctantly, the director concedes, fearing a backlash, and ultimately decides to film a scene featuring supporting characters instead. Back in the resting area, Xia Jingqi glares at Jiang Pengpeng with indignation.
Xia Wanyan.
You deliberately hindered my performance just now. Please, with such an accusation, I cannot bear that blame. We each have our roles. How could I possibly control you? Am I to manipulate your mind or your acting skills? Jiang Pengpeng swiftly waves her hands in innocence, her gaze pure and harmless as it meets Xia Jingqi's. You had best not let me catch you. Xia Jingqi warns, then departs. The term suppressing a scene refers to the act of intentionally using one's performance and presence to unsettle a fellow actor, causing them to forget their lines and perform poorly, potentially leading to psychological repercussions. However, Jiang Pengpeng typically refrains from such tactics, as they would only delay the filming process and disrupt the time and energy of the extras. Chapter 24. The Rise of the Film Queen, Part 23. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Xia Jingqi for her lackluster performance. A true master would transcend the limitations imposed upon her by others and elevate her craft to unprecedented heights. Gang Yu gave Jiang Pengpeng a thumbs up, exclaiming, Wanyan, your acting has left me utterly astounded. It is nothing short of perfection. Jiang Pengpeng responded with a subtle smile, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Wanyan, let us set aside the scene with Bai Wanner for now. How about we shoot your scene with Lan Kaiga today? What do you think? The director spoke in a tone of collaboration, to which Jiang Pengpeng readily agreed. The crew members appeared equally eager for the upcoming performance between Ji Deus Huang and Lan Kaiga, their enthusiasm reignited. Dressed in a flowing red gown, Ji Deus Huang maintained a light makeup look that accentuated her ethereal aura. She paused before Lan Kaiga's stall, playfully nibbling on a blade of foxtail grass, while her sparkling apricot eyes scrutinized him, a sly smile gracing her lips. Fortune teller, I've heard you possess the ability to foresee the future and unveil the past?
Cut.
Xingluan, your expression is off. It should convey astonishment, not feigned astonishment. For the first time, the director exhibited considerable patience. At this moment, Ji Deus Huang had not yet darkened. She remained a pure, newly transformed fox spirit, her heart untainted. In her previous life, she was rescued by the herbalist Lan Kaiga, and in this life, she aspired to master medicine to aid humanity. In this incarnation, Lan Kaiga was a demon hunter who, having erred, was sent down the mountain by his master to hone his skills. Strapped for cash, he chose to set up a stall, slaying demons and offering fortune-telling services. In today's scene, Ji Deus Huang encounters Lan Kaiga, captivated by his striking appearance, and resolves to tease him, unaware that he would see through her fox spirit disguise. However, captivated by her beauty, he chose not to reveal her secret. Yet, Mu Xinglan appeared to be in a peculiar state. Whenever he stood beside Xia Wanyan for a scene, his face was filled with reluctance, as though he felt she owed him money. Nevertheless, during the second take, his reaction remained unchanged, even tinged with disdain, as if he regarded Ji Deus Huang as an unsightly creature. The director sighed in exasperation. Mu Xinglan, a fortune-teller, is not someone of your ilk. If I have struggled for days without a meal and finally receive a customer, that person is my means of sustenance. Jiang Pingpeng crossed her arms, looking down at Mu Xinglan, seated behind a stall. Humph. Do not let your acting prowess inflate your ego. Who does not know you deliberately undermined Jingqi's performance last time? Are you throwing a tantrum over this? Jiang Pingpeng exclaimed, wide-eyed. Shaking her head, she continued, Mu Xinglan, if you seek revenge for Xia Jingqi, mere words will not suffice. What? Do you intend to overshadow my performance? Mu Xinglan retorted with mockery. Care to test that? Let us see if you can. Jiang Pingpeng raised an eyebrow. Director. We may begin. Mu Xinglan gazed at Jiang Pingpeng in confusion. The director, oblivious to their whispered exchanges, prepared to commence the scene upon hearing the signal to start. Chapter 25. The Rise of the Leading Actress. Part 24. Fortune teller, I have heard that you possess the ability to foresee the future and glimpse into the past. Indeed. Indeed, it requires but 5 coins. As Lon Kaiga heard the voice, he eagerly rubbed his hands and stood up. Here is a silver ingot. Please.
Take a look for me.
As Ji Deus Wang extended her hand before him, a silver ingot lay flat in her palm. No need for so much. Before he could finish his sentence, he raised his gaze, stunned for a moment, his ears slightly flushed as he quietly turned his head away. The instant his hand brushed against hers, his pupils constricted sharply. You are. All right, cut. No issues, one take. Thus, it dawned on him that Jiang Pingpeng had intentionally provoked him to pass the scene. He suddenly found himself perplexed by Jiang Pingpeng. What kind of person was she truly? If one were to claim that her status as a leading actress was merely a matter of luck, her acting skills had already dispelled any doubts. Even in the face of nearly ruinous scandals, she maintained her composure, managed to clear her name, and allowed everyone to re-evaluate her. He recalled their first collaboration, a spy drama where she portrayed a female agent, full of depth and complexity. Mu Xinglan shook his head with a wry smile. It was many years ago, and while he had worked with numerous female artists, only her performance remained vividly etched in his memory. Wan Yan, do not forget the rap party for Tianbu tonight. Moreover, given the current fervor surrounding online CP pairings, many companies are eager to collaborate with you. Cosmetics, games, apparel endorsements, and countless films and reality shows. I have tentatively agreed to a variety show for you. Members of the Tianbu crew will attend several events for movie promotion. Gang Yu rambled on extensively, leaving Jiang Pingpeng feeling overwhelmed, almost forgetting what Gang Yu had initially said. During the positioning for the event, they were supposed to stand according to the Tianbu CP layout, yet Xia Jingqi had hastily taken the central position, right between Lianlian and Mu Xinglan, leaving Jiang Pingpeng beside the male fourth lead. Isn't Xia Jingqi being rather presumptuous? Claiming the central spot simply because she is the leading lady? She even pushed the host aside. I truly do not comprehend such disregard for decorum. It is clearly intentional, aimed at drawing attention. Next came the time for games, the first of which was a guessing game. With the host, they were divided into 2 teams through a lottery system, each team comprising 5 members. Oh my! Yi Anyan and Wan Yan are on the same team. Why must they separate my Lianlian CP? Chapter 26. The Comeback of the Leading Actress. Part 25. I wholeheartedly support the Yuan Yen pairing. It must be a special fate that brought them together for this draw. The rules of the game dictate that each team sends 1 member to act out while the other guesses. The team that guesses correctly first earns points, and the team with the most points wins.
Ah.
My Yuan duo displays such remarkable chemistry. They guess correctly on the first try. Clearly, the Lianlian duo is incredibly synchronized in their actions. Go ahead. I will hold them off, Yin Yan declared, single-handedly blocking the opposing team. His domineering words captivating numerous young girls. However, his charm was short-lived as Mu Xinglan swiftly pulled him into the water. Taking advantage of the moment, Xia Jingqi dashed towards Jiang Pingpeng and forcefully pushed her into the water with precision. Jiang Pingpeng, nearing the shore, collided painfully with the edge and lost consciousness, shocking the host. Although the surroundings were made of foam, such a forceful impact could still be severe. Yin Yan hurriedly assisted Xia Wanyan, his face etched with worry, immediately lifting her to seek medical help, with Mu Xinglan following closely behind. The scene was chaotic as the artists played the game and injuries occurred. The host was busy trying to restore order. Xia Jingqi stood frozen in place. Desperate to explain that it was unintentional, but with so many eyes upon her, she felt responsible for Xia Wanyan's predicament. Videos of the incident rapidly circulated online.
Goodness.
Xia Jingqi, must you be so rough with my Wanyan? Exclaimed one comment. It's just a game. Why take it so seriously, as if pushing an enemy? After all, she is her sister. Another chimed in. I see this as Xia Jingqi settling personal scores. Following the broadcast of Tianbu, two major topics dominated Weibo's trending searches, Xia Wanyan Lianlian and Xia Wanyan Mu Xinglan. Nearly everyone who watched Tianbu believed the character Ji Daishuang was tailor-made for Xia Wanyan, as if she were playing her true self. In contrast, few paid attention to Xia Jingqi's role. Her acting was merely passable, and any other actress could have conveyed the same essence. Most notably, her pairing with Yi and Yen felt utterly mismatched. After a week of its release, Tianbu surpassed 500 million in box office earnings, boasting a commendable rating of 8.5. Fans noted a trend in the edited videos circulating on Weibo and forums, primarily featuring Ji Daishuang and Lan Kaigo. Their journey from playful adversaries to their eventual separation brought tears to countless fans and shipper hearts. The leading man, Xiao Qifeng, also attracted a wave of devoted fans, while discussions regarding Xia Jingqi's by Wan Air were scarce. My performance is simply explosive. Flawless, declared Yi and Yan. The film is commendable. Though it is a pity about the casting of Bai Wan Air, Xia Jingqi was the greatest misstep, failing to embody the character's transformation from innocence to a heroic figure slaying demons. For the sake of Ji Daishuang and Lan Kaigo, contributing to the box office is still worthwhile. Are you free tonight to watch a movie together? Shall we go see Tianbu? Jiang Pengpeng lay in bed when her phone buzzed with two messages, one from Mu Xinglan and the other from Yin Yan. Oh my! With a swift motion, Jiang Pengpeng leapt from her bed. Yin Yan actually wants to watch a movie with me. Does this mean he has feelings for me? Ah, little goldfish, come out quickly. Have I completed my mission? Congratulations, host. 99 completed, but he has yet to confess, so keep up the effort. Chapter 27. The Comeback of the Film Queen, Part 26. Having successfully secured a date with a film king, she was reveling in her newfound freedom when suddenly Gang Yu approached her, clutching a stack of scripts. Here are a few commercially promising films I've selected, alongside some art films. However, I have greater faith in the former. Which one do you prefer? The familiar title Green Apple caught Xia Wanyan's eye. This one, please. I thought you might choose Spaceship now. 101. The sci-fi blockbuster that has garnered much investor interest. Green Apple is quite appealing as well, an art film set in a school. To be honest, they initially cast Xia Jingqi as the lead. However, given her recent circumstances, who would still choose her? If you've made up your mind, I'll negotiate with them.
With that,
Gang Yu swiftly departed. When Jiang Pengpeng was informed, she had already been confirmed as the leading lady, and to her surprise, the male lead was none other than Yi Anyan. She hadn't anticipated that such a renowned actor would immerse himself in such earthly matters. Perhaps he had recognized the hidden potential of this film. Although it may sound like a typical campus romance, the film transcends the boundaries of that genre. The director, an internationally acclaimed auteur, skillfully employs various artistic elements, excelling in the manipulation of text, imagery, and sound, and has received numerous accolades. Jiang Pengpeng visited the orphanage once more, this time at the personal invitation of the director. To her astonishment, the director revealed the whereabouts of several children, explaining that during their visit, they had discovered signs of abuse, hoping for her assistance. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Pengpeng recalled how they had wronged the original host. Now, they were even harming the children. She was determined to ensure Xia Jingqi faced the consequences. Days later, Xia Jingqi was exposed for irresponsibly facilitating the adoption of children from the Welfare Institute, resulting in their maltreatment and severe emotional distress. The director of the orphanage and those children came forward to testify against her. Initially, skepticism surrounded the claims, but upon witnessing the children rush to embrace Xia Wanyan, all doubts dissipated. Xia Jingqi's reputation plummeted, leading to her expulsion from the entertainment industry. And in a fit of rage, the Xia family cast her and her malicious mother out. Following the release of Green Apple, Both Xia Wanyan and Yi Anyan's performances garnered immense acclaim, winning them the Best Actor and Actress awards at the Golden Statue Awards. Their roles in the series made them household names, capturing the hearts of countless young admirers. On the day of the award ceremony, Yi Anyan publicly proposed to Xia Wanyan, receiving an outpouring of blessings. Meanwhile, Mu Xinglan clinched the Golden Horse Award for Best Actor with his fantasy film The Morse's Oath, propelling his career to new heights. Congratulations, host, on completing your first task. The side quest has also been accomplished, granting you 2,000 fortune points and 10,000 credits. Additionally, as a reward for your first completed task, you receive 5,000 extra credits. Please choose whether to redeem items.
Wow.
Little goldfish, you're impressive. Jiang Pingpeng felt an urge to give the little goldfish a kiss. Please refrain from excessive excitement. Insufficient task completion rates may result in point deductions. We hope you remain vigilant and continue striving. Your next task will yield even higher points and fortune values. Hehe, understood. What can I redeem with 15,000 credits? As soon as she inquired, a cabinet-like object materialized before her, shimmering with a golden glow. Her gaze fell upon a glittering cloud, which piqued her interest. With a price tag of 5,000 credits. However, she was dismayed to find that aside from this cloud, the remaining items were merely essentials: firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Is this all? Jiang Pingpeng felt utterly deceived. Please continue to work hard for other items, the little goldfish responded. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Pingpeng absent-mindedly touched the cloud. Suddenly, her body plummeted downward without warning. Chapter 28, Strategy for Capturing the Online Gaming God, Part 1, Jiang Pingpeng. I thought you were my closest sister. Yet you went to a hotel with Zhen Qiu. You clearly know I have feelings for him and that we are best friends. Why did you do this?
Why?
Jiang Pingpeng's mind was blank. What on earth was happening? When did I ever go to a hotel with someone? It wasn't until she steadied herself and took in the modern dormitory decor that she realized the situation. Oh my, that damned goldfish, you've become increasingly reckless. Forcing me into this alternate reality without even notifying me? This certain lucky fish ignored her furious demeanor. Suddenly, Jiang Pingpeng felt an influx of information flooding her mind. She gazed at the woman before her, clad in a pale yellow dress, Lin Qianxia, the original owner's best friend and roommate. At that moment, Lin Qianxia was still trembling, gripping her cup tightly, while photographs littered the dormitory floor. These images depicted the original owner walking hand in hand with a strikingly handsome man, standing at 6 feet tall. As they entered a hotel, coincidentally, the original owner shared the same name as Jiang Pingpeng. Why are you silent? Feeling guilty? Aren't you going to explain yourself? Lin Qianxia's eyes were red from crying, and her nose was pink as she tugged at Jiang Pingpeng's clothes in desperation. No one could accept being betrayed by their closest friend. Come out, you wretched goldfish! Jiang Pingpeng exclaimed angrily, but the lucky fish remained unresponsive. I want to exchange. Host has successfully exchanged for Dream Mist, which allows the user to manipulate and enter the dreams of a specified individual. The koi suddenly ceased its silence. Though Jiang Pingpeng wanted to strike it, her interest was piqued by the sudden revelation of such a wondrous ability, and the narrative within her mind began to clarify. The original owner was the daughter of a conglomerate's chairman, indulged by her family since childhood, resulting in her becoming an arrogant and willful young lady. With a beauty rating of 8 out of 10, she was enrolled in H University's computer science department. Unintentionally, she developed feelings for her best friend Lin Qianxia's childhood friend, Qi Chun, who was also in the computer science department and was the epitome of attractiveness, the dreamboat of countless girls. She often lingered outside the boys' dormitory, intercepting him midway, bombarding him with messages, and showering him with gifts in various attempts to confess her love, which only made him increasingly averse to her. The situation escalated when she was photographed entering a hotel with Zhen Qiu, the boy Lin Qianxia secretly adored, further fueled by her rival Mu Anqi's scheming, leading her to become the enemy of the entire school. Ultimately, she met an unjust demise under the campus violence instigated by Mu Anqi. In truth, the original owner had no involvement with Zhen Qiu as rumored. She was merely wary of his questionable character, but felt compelled to confront him, driven by her sincere affection for her friend Lin Qianxia. Thus, she sought out Zhen Qiu, warning him to treat Lin Qianxia well or to keep his distance.
Zhen Qiu,
Surprisingly sincere, claimed he genuinely wanted to be with Qianxia and wished to no longer pursue others. He agreed to the original owner's request, asking her to help him deal with his ex-girlfriend, which she readily accepted, feigning that Zhen Qiu was at the hotel attending a friend's gathering. Little did she know, she had fallen victim to Mu Anqi's manipulation. Now, she must resolve the misunderstanding with her best friend, teach a lesson to the scheming rival, and, most importantly, win over Qi Chen. Chapter 29, Strategy for the Online Gaming Male God, Part 2. The following day, Jiang Pingpeng entered the classroom as usual, clutching a book. Her inherently flamboyant personality often led her to favor bold makeup. However, today she unexpectedly donned a fresh and demure pastoral outfit, stepping into the classroom and instantly attracting a multitude of peculiar glances. Relying on her memory, she took her seat. If it weren't for the campus forum plastered with photos of her entering a hotel with Zhen Qiu, her innate charm would have undoubtedly captured the hearts of several youthful admirers once again. Her only two grievances were that everything she wore looked good, leading to daily dilemmas about her outfit choices. The sole source of her distress, naturally, was Qi Chen. Lifting her gaze, she noticed her usual desk mate, Lin Qianxia, had already seated herself with Mu Anqi, who casually glanced at her before quickly turning away.
Ah.
Who would have thought that this young lady from the Jiang family was a sea king? Indeed, while professing her affection for Qi Chen, she had turned around and checked into a hotel with Zhen Qiu. Truly a case of betraying kin for the greater good. Whispers filled the classroom, seemingly crafted for Jiang Pingpeng's ears. She flipped through her book, disregarding their remarks. She had endured far worse rumors than this. What did it matter? The more she bore it, the more audacious the students became, convinced that her entanglement with her best friend's boyfriend warranted universal condemnation. A few students in the back whispered so closely that their fingers nearly touched Jiang Pingpeng's head. Yet, upon receiving a cold glare from her, they instinctively fell silent. Nevertheless, a handful of fervent admirers, unable to accept this reality, regarded her with expressions akin to that of a farmer watching his prized cabbage being devoured by pigs, their gazes gradually morphing into disdain. It was incomprehensible. Was Qianxia really going to let this slide? Who didn't he know that Zhen Qiu from the music department was her partner? It was indeed a case of a thief within the family, brazenly usurped by her best friend. Can you all please be quiet? Suddenly, a furious shout erupted in the classroom, not from Jiang Pingpeng, but from Qi Chen. Jiang Pingpeng was taken aback that someone had spoken up before her, especially her target, Qi Chen, prompting her to steal a couple more glances. Tall and fair-skinned, with a clean and handsome face, coupled with a casual white shirt and trousers, he was the epitome of the perfect campus heartthrob. In truth, Qi Chen and Lin Qianxia had grown up together, their families being close friends, and there had been intentions to unite the two. However, their relationship never materialized. After learning of this, Qi Chen's impression of her had plummeted. To regain favor would undoubtedly require some effort. Seizing the moment, Mu Anqi turned to Lin Qianxia, offering her a tissue to wipe away her tears, soothing her with kind words. Qi Chen gently pushed her aside, offering a few words of comfort to Lin Qianxia before departing with her. Jiang Pingpeng rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. He must have glared at her as he left. Surely. Qi Chen, just you wait. I will make you like me immensely. Chapter 30, Strategy for the Online Game God, Part 3. After a long day of classes, Jiang Pingpeng intended to leave, but suddenly encountered her rumored love interest, Zhen Qiu. As she contemplated making a swift exit, after all, this was not the time or place for explanations, Zhen Qiu called out to her. Jiang Pingpeng, why are you running away? Zhen Qiu, really? You could have simply sent me a message. Why come looking for me in person? Don't you realize we need to avoid suspicion? That silly girl Qianxia must be furious. Jiang Pingpeng shot Zhen Qiu an exasperated glare. True love is rare. It seems she must continue to assist her dear friend. Rest assured, what is yours cannot escape. Just try not to appear in front of me so often. If Qianxia sees you, do you still wish to pursue her? Well then, I shall take my leave. The crux of the matter was that she had other commitments, and it was high time Qi Chen indulged in some gaming. She needed to seize any opportunity to flirt. In the male dormitory of the third-year computer science department, The sound of frantic keyboard tapping echoed. Aside from one individual, the other three were engaged in a fervent low roar of excitement. They swiftly presented drinks and snacks to Chi-Chen, who had expertly guided them through a dungeon raid. "Boss, you are magnificent. If it were just the three of us, we wouldn't stand a chance at defeating that dragon even next year." Kong Chao exhaled deeply, taking a large gulp from his sugary beverage, casting a look of utmost gratitude towards Chi-Chen. "Boss, you must be the reincarnation of the god of literature. Pray tell, how can I attain the top position in the entire server?" Wang Yuebin grinned, gazing at Chi-Chen with eager eyes. Su Heng immediately pulled up a chair, embodying the archetype of a diligent student, ready to absorb knowledge. "Do you truly wish to know?" Chi-Chen smirked. "Yes." The three responded in unison, nodding fervently. Chi-Chen paused, shaking his head. "Master every skill and practice each 100s of times, and then add some intellect. That's all it takes. Never mind. I still think the new Huangmen chicken at the cafeteria tastes delightful. Let us go eat." Wang Yuebin promptly stood and donned his jacket, with the other two quickly following suit. Noticing Chi-Chen's lack of movement, they inquired, "Boss, aren't you coming?" Chi-Chen shook his head. "I'll pass. You all go ahead." He picked up a book and lay on his bed, gradually drifting into slumber. He seemed to find himself in a familiar place, the most beautiful location in Fengyan Qingyuan, the Idalos Valley. "Help!" Chi-Chen's face was filled with confusion. What was happening? This was clearly within the game, yet he could hear voices. Following the sound, he spotted several individuals surrounding a woman, each displaying their player names above their heads. Hongdao Youth, Little Erlang, Salty Egg Superhero? Chi-Chen read their names aloud, having never heard of them before. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that each person wielded weapons of orange tier or above: the purple micro wind sand sword, the white sun 3-star hook, the Xianyuan death hammer. Yet, the one they encircled was merely a novice player, her name seemingly Christian. However, astonishingly, she possessed a purple tier weapon, the Heaven's Net-breaking crossbow, a rare item with a mere 1% chance of being obtained through a lottery. She truly was a lucky star. Chapter 31, Strategy for the Online Gaming God, Part 4. Little sister, heed the counsel of your elder brothers. If you wish to survive in this place, you must surrender your belongings. The villainous Xiao Dan Xiao Chao let out a menacing laugh, his Xianyuan doom hammer radiating an ominous orange glow.
Indeed.
As a young girl wielding a purple tier weapon, your safety is far from assured. It would be wise to comply. Surely, you do not yearn to experience the terror of being hunted, do you? You are robbing me? Is it not shameful to bully a mere girl? Christian trembled as he knelt on the ground, softly weeping. Ha ha, we are indeed robbing you. What of it? If you possess the courage, fight us. Should you emerge victorious, we shall let you go. I will fight on her behalf. At that moment, Chi-Chen slowly approached, revealing his purple tier weapon, the wind and cloud white moon lute, which shimmered with a dazzling platinum light. For the first time, Zhang Pengpeng allowed her consciousness to enter Chi-Chen's dreamscape. When she gazed upwards and beheld the young man in white, lute in hand, striding towards her, she could not discern whether it was due to the original owner's essence. But he appeared as if he walked upon a rainbow, bathed in a spotlight. The three men before them felt their knees weaken at the sight of Chi-Chen. Unfamiliar with him was one thing, but they could not possibly be ignorant of the lute he wielded. The wind and cloud white moon lute. Only one person in the entire server possesses it, and that person is Chi-Chen-zi. Chi-Chen-zi, you, the top player in the server, seek to intimidate us? The young man from Hong Kong stuttered. Chi-Chen cast a cold glance their way. Would they fight or not? Brothers, can we truly be intimidated by just one person? How will we know if we cannot defeat him unless we try? What if he is the top player? A bold young man clenched his grip on his purple tier weapon, the purple micro sand sword, and stepped forward. With a smirk, Chi-Chen responded, "The loser must surrender their weapon fragments and soul stones." Chi-Chen-zi, do you truly wish to wager so much for a mere novice? We possess little of value. Are you certain you are willing to part with your soul stones? The three men regarded Chi-Chen as though he were a fool, utterly failing to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After all, she was merely a novice, and bullying her was trivial. Enough chatter, let us engage. Chi-Chen settled into a meditative stance, gradually levitating into the air, floating effortlessly without any external aid. The three adversaries, fully prepared, unleashed their weapons upon Qi-chen. Jiang Pengpeng feigned terror, covering her eyes with a small gap between her fingers. In the blink of an eye, as she fluttered her eyelashes, the health bars above the three men's heads transformed from green to red, followed by a haunting melody from the lute. Without warning, they tumbled to the ground in a disheveled heap, their once vibrant forms fading to gray as their soul stones floated from their bodies into Qi-chen's grasp. One strike, and they were vanquished. Wow, how magnificent! Jiang Pengpeng blinked her sparkling eyes, mouth agape in awe, before rushing to embrace Qi-chen's leg. Hero, thank you for saving me. I am willing to offer myself in gratitude. Please do not disdain me. Chapter 32, Strategies for Gaming Deities, Part 5, Ahem. Qi-chen suddenly erupted into a fit of intense coughing. Are players today this enthusiastic? However, when he found himself embraced by the figure before him, Christian, he felt a strange sense of reluctance dissolve, replaced by a tingling sensation and an unexpected surge of heroism within him. Why are you alone? He inquired sympathetically. New players may face bullying from seasoned players if they do not team up. New players? Seasoned players? What does that mean? Is it something newly emerged in this world? I don't seem to recall hearing about it, Jiang Pengpeng remarked, her face a portrait of confusion, utterly perplexed by Qi-chen's words. At this moment, Qi-chen found himself equally bewildered. He tentatively asked you, did you not register an account through the internet on a computer? Creating a character to enter this realm? Jiang Pengpeng scratched her head, shaking it like a wave drum. This is truly strange. I just stepped out of my house, and I've encountered individuals with peculiar names. I can hardly understand what they say. It appears they keep emphasizing the term player. Jiang Pengpeng scrutinized Qi-chen, circling around him, then curiously probing her lower lip. Why do I feel that we are somewhat different? Qi-chen was acutely aware of the distinction she referred to. The characters and environments in the game Feng Yunxing Yuan straddled the line between the three-dimensional and the two-dimensional, appearing almost lifelike yet lacking full realism, categorizing it as 5-dimensional. The realization struck Qi-chen that this did not feel like a mere dream. He pinched himself, and to his astonishment it hurt. He stood frozen in place, despite the surroundings being purely a digital landscape. No, this cannot be right. At this hour he should be asleep, with classes awaiting him in the morning. Could it be that his mind had faltered, succumbing to delusions? Hero? Jiang Pengpeng called out to Qi-chen.
Ah.
Perhaps the discrepancy lies in our differing environments, Qi-chen replied, gazing at the young girl before him. He felt a pang of compassion, unwilling to let her perceive him merely as a virtual entity. Thus, he concocted a comforting excuse. Your name is Christian, right? He asked, striving to maintain his composure. Thinking this might just be a dream, a fantasy. Surely, this cannot be real. Jiang Pengpeng nodded, yes, and you may call me An. So, this is where you were born? Qi-chen continued to probe. She nodded again, indeed. I've lived here my entire life. It's just that I rarely ventured outside before. I can show you my home. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead, reaching out to grasp Qi-chen's hand, guiding him toward her residence. Qi-chen, as if bereft of cognitive function, passively followed the girl, trailing behind her in a daze. At this juncture, Qi-chen took a closer look at Christian. Her attire was indeed straight from the game, a violet puff-sleeve top adorned with white lotus lace at the sleeves and hem, falling gracefully to just above her knees, complemented by knee-high white stockings, exuding a distinct two-dimensional lowly charm. What made Qi-chen's heart race uncontrollably was the provocative design of her outfit. He found himself unable to gaze at anything below her neck. Chapter 33, Strategy for the Gamer God, Part 6. He had never encountered such an outfit on any other player. This was clearly an ancient-style game. Yet suddenly, a character dressed in a Lolita fashion appeared, which was rather jarring. What on earth was the official team thinking? At this moment, Qi-chen found himself questioning his very existence. For the NPCs before him were actually greeting Christian with enthusiasm. They resembled lively neighbors, engaging in their daily activities, farming, trading, and bustling about, indistinguishable from real life. After traversing yet another bridge, they finally arrived at Christian's home. Chechen had no recollection of this place. Despite years of gaming, he had never encountered it before. Jiang Pungpung turned to him with an inviting gesture. "Hero, this is our home." Chechen followed her inside, where the exterior exuded an antique charm, while the interior boasted a blend of modern decor. "Please have a seat. I will fetch you some water," Jiang Pungpung said, bouncing off to prepare the drink.
Hannah.
"Do you live here alone?" Chechen inquired. "Yes, I've never met my parents, so I've always lived here by myself. You are welcome to visit any time." Jiang Pungpung warmly greeted him. "Hey, boss. Why did you sleep in this morning? Don't you usually rise at 6:30 for your run?" A sudden voice interrupted from beside him. Chechen jolted up from his bed. His other two roommates, who were getting dressed, rushed over to feel his forehead. "Your temperature is normal, boss. Are you just a bit disoriented?" After Jiang Pungpung awoke, she promptly returned to her studies. Last night marked her first close encounter with Chechen, and if her instincts were correct, he would definitely question whether he was experiencing a mental breakdown upon waking. Jiang Pungpung couldn't help but chuckle, finding the dreamlike mist quite effective. However, the most pressing matter was to resolve the misunderstanding between Zhen Qiyu and Lin Qianxia, the young couple. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Pungpung found Zhen Qiyu waiting for her at the dormitory entrance. Coincidentally, they ran into Mu Anqi and Lin Qianxia. Lin Qianxia glanced at Jiang Pungpung and Zhen Qiyu, feigning indifference as she walked away, though her earlier expression of despondency gave her away. A glint of triumph flickered in Mu Anqi's eyes as she hastily followed Lin Qianxia, undoubtedly intent on gossiping about her in front of others. "What should we do?" Qianxia's misunderstanding has deepened, Zhen Qiyu asked, visibly anxious. "With me here, what is there to fear?" Jiang Pungpung replied confidently, casting a smile at the retreating figures. "Have you completed the tasks I assigned you?" Chapter 34. Strategy for the Online Game God, Part 7. Zhen Qiyu nodded eagerly, then hesitated and asked, "Rest assured, it has been accomplished. However, I have already made you my shield. Now I must tell her that you are not my girlfriend. Do you truly believe she will buy that?" "You needn't worry at all. Women are the most challenging yet the simplest beings to deal with in this world." In the classroom, Lin Qianxia had been in a rather poor state recently, either daydreaming or meditating during lessons, appearing utterly lost. "Qianxia, are you still thinking about that scoundrel? Listen, you must let it go. I have arranged to meet the gaming expert I mentioned last time. This afternoon, bring along your friend Chechen, and we shall dine together. Coincidentally, he is the top player in the entire server, and there will be no shortage of topics to discuss." Mu Anqi's face radiated excitement, and a distinct glimmer appeared in her eyes when she mentioned Chechen. Lin Qianxia could only manage a reluctant nod. Initially indifferent to the notion of a gaming expert, as she could easily find Chechen if she wished to play, she felt it would be inconsiderate not to oblige Mu Anqi, who genuinely meant well. Unbeknownst to Lin Qianxia, Mu Anqi's true intent revolved around Chechen. In the afternoon, Lin Qianxia relayed Mu Anqi's words to Chechen. Initially reluctant to attend, Chechen feared that this innocent girl might fall victim to deceit once more, ultimately deciding to accompany her to meet the gaming expert Mu Anqi had introduced. As Jiang Pungpung made her way back to the dormitory after class, she noticed people rushing past her, glancing at their phones. "Hey, classmates, what is the rush?" she inquired, catching hold of a passerby. It turned out that this afternoon, Chechen was accompanying Lin Qianxia to meet the gaming expert arranged by Mu Anqi. To their surprise, a few individuals dared to tease Lin Qianxia in front of Chechen. Enraged, Chechen confronted them, and unable to withstand his prowess, they plotted to bring him down in the game. A commendable idea, but regrettably lacking in skill, Jiang Pungpung mused silently for the trio of troublemakers, quickening her pace. Even though she was confident that Chechen would prevail, her curiosity compelled her to witness the spectacle, particularly because he was undeniably handsome. Upon reaching her computer, she discovered that the match had already commenced and logged onto her secondary account, Christiana. To her astonishment, Chechen appeared to be struggling. The three players attacked him from various angles. He was forced to defend while simultaneously countering. Each attack narrowly missed, skillfully evaded by him. As the match progressed, onlookers began to believe that the top player might be on the verge of defeat. Yet, Jiang Pungpung recognized that Chechen was merely toying with the trio. He was not incapable, He simply desired to prolong the encounter. Suddenly, Chechen's gaze fixed upon a figure clad in purple amidst the crowd. Jiang Pingping gestured encouragingly toward him. As he turned, he plucked the strings of his instrument once more, summoning 3 gusts of wind that surged toward the trio of adversaries. Chapter 35, Strategy for the Online Game Male God, Part 8. The 3 individuals found themselves utterly defenseless, their bodies seemingly immobilized, as they helplessly watched 3 formidable hurricanes approach, within which the silhouettes of 3 rampaging dragons could be discerned. Heavens! Is that the wind of the Crimson Flame Dragon God? It was said that such a technique could only be awakened after reaching maximum level and completing a hidden quest, yet Chechen had already attained such prowess.
Goodness.
The visual effects are simply dazzling. I feel as though my titanium alloy eyes have been overwhelmed. In an instant, the 3 hurricanes swept towards them, binding them tightly. Within mere seconds, their green health bars transformed into red, ultimately fading into emptiness. The trio collapsed in defeat, their avatars rendered gray. The outcome of the match was undeniably a resounding victory for Chechen, who had triumphed single-handedly against 3 opponents, leaving them akin to defeated prey, unable to retaliate in the slightest. As soon as the battle concluded, Chechen dashed off the stage, searching the crowd for a glimpse of a certain purple figure. Yet it was as if she had vanished into thin air. No matter how fervently he searched, she remained elusive. The onlookers were utterly perplexed. Chechen had clearly won. Yet he uttered not a single word. Furthermore, according to their prior wager, he was entitled to claim an item from one of his adversaries, all of whom were among the top 30 players in the entire server. Although their gear might not surpass his own, it was still of exceptional quality. Even a casual item could fetch an exorbitant price. Yet, he exhibited not the slightest interest, leaving the arena immediately after the fight. Was this the demeanor of a true master? What could he possibly be doing, having rushed from the battleground into the throng?
Boss.
Why do you look like that after such a clear victory? Chechen, feeling a surge of frustration, tossed his headset and keyboard aside. His 3 roommates approached him without delay. Suddenly, Chechen turned to face them, his expression earnest, yet flamboyant. Did any of you see a purple figure in the crowd? Yes, we did. They chorused in unison, nodding vigorously. Where? Chechen pressed eagerly. Well, this one, that one, and this one too. But, boss, why are you looking for them? Su Heng pointed to the purple figures displayed on the screen with utmost seriousness. Chechen, scratching his head in exasperation, replied, I'm not referring to them. The 3 exchanged glances, their attention shifting back to Chechen. Just as he was about to rise and leave, Kong Chao excitedly exclaimed, Boss, you haven't claimed your reward yet. Chechen had initially assumed Kong Chao had spotted Christian, only to realize he had been misguided. Just click it for me, he said nonchalantly. In this game, upon achieving victory in a player-versus-player match, the system would grant rewards based on performance. The more challenging the battle, the greater the reward. The 3 roommates, however, were fixated on the glittering treasure chest displayed on the screen, eager to see what marvelous items it might yield. My goodness! The trio exclaimed in unison, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Kong Chao felt his hands tremble uncontrollably. This is the silver feather flute of affection.
Wow.
This is the legendary pair with the moonlit white lute, a flute and a lute. At that moment, not only Chechen's roommates, but also the captivated onlookers were engulfed in astonishment. Could this be the fabled chosen one? After playing for so long, no one had ever laid eyes on the silver feather flute of affection until now. Chapter 36, Strategies for Wooing the Gaming Deity, Part 9. Players from all corners lamented the unfairness of the situation. Qi Chenzi had already claimed the title of the ultimate champion, so why was he granted the nearly extinct Love's silver feather flute? I resolved that from this day forth, I would devote myself to Qi Chenzi, hoping he would bless me with rare treasures in the game. Upon seeing the rewards bestowed upon him by the system, Qi Chenzi felt a twinge of surprise. Yet this item seemed more suited for female players. A purple silhouette began to materialize in his mind, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. What nonsense was he contemplating? Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. By the way, boss, your defeated opponents are still waiting for you to claim a piece of their equipment, Wang Yuebin exclaimed with palpable excitement.
Wow.
Someone has already offered a high price to purchase it from them. You three may choose whatever you desire, Chichenzi declared grandly, momentarily leaving his three roommates stunned before they erupted into joyous leaps. Had Chichenzi not intervened, Kong Chao might have planted an enthusiastic kiss on his cheek.
A chow.
Pinch me. Am I dreaming?
Ah.
Happiness has arrived so suddenly. Without hesitation, Kong Chao and the others selected the weapons from the hands of the three opponents. The onlookers were oblivious to Chichenzi's generosity. They would surely be infuriated to learn that he preferred to gift away such prized purple-tier weapons rather than sell them. Each of those items could easily fetch a substantial amount of money. Once the weapons were distributed, the avatars of the three opponents faded to gray. Wang Yuebin shook his head, lamenting, "How foolish to challenge our boss. They will likely quit the game now. Boss, in light of your generosity, we shall take care of your footbath this month." That sounds agreeable. Chichenzi nodded without hesitation. That night, shortly after closing his eyes, he found himself in a familiar place once more. This time, he entered directly into Christian's home. A sorrowful sound of a girl weeping reached his ears. And then, he hurriedly made his way to the adjoining room, where he found Christian crouched on the floor, hugging her knees and crying. Chichenzi knelt beside her and gently ruffled her hair. "And then, why are you sitting here all alone crying?" Jiang Pingpeng, upon hearing his voice, looked up and immediately threw herself into his embrace. "Why did you suddenly leave yesterday? I searched everywhere for you. The people you sent away came back to trouble me." Woohoo! Her tears streamed down like rain, soaking the front of Chichenzi's shirt. Strangely, he felt a pang of guilt. He had indeed departed without warning, abruptly awakened by his roommates. It seemed increasingly apparent that this was not a dream but rather an alternate reality he had traversed while asleep. I had an urgent matter yesterday and had to leave abruptly. I apologize. I will do my utmost to inform you before I leave in the future. Chichenzi felt a sense of discomfort within. He was puzzled as to why he felt compelled to explain himself to a girl he had met only once and even made a promise. Is that truly the case? Jiang Pingpeng pouted, her expression filled with grievance as she looked up at Chichenzi with a hint of skepticism. Chapter 37, Strategy for the Online Game Male God, Part 10. Indeed, it is true. I would never deceive you. Chichen gently wiped away the tear stains on her cheeks. By the way, did you watch my match against others today? Chi-chun instinctively inquired, feeling as though he had seen an earlier. Of course I did. The hero is truly remarkable. Jiang Pingpeng's eyes shimmered with admiration. Chi-chun paused, as if her azure gaze contained an ocean of stars. Hearing her praise filled him with joy, but as she continued speaking, her head drooped, lamenting, unfortunately. I didn't catch the outcome. Did you leave before my match concluded? Chi-chen's tone carried a hint of regret, tinged with concern. It wasn't my intention to leave. Those three individuals from yesterday caused me trouble, and I had no choice but to flee. She pouted, softly sobbing, her nose still tinged with red. I'm sorry, hero. It's not that, and didn't you want to watch your match till the end? But I feared that their harassment might affect you. Her words tightened something within Chi-chen's heart. And then, from now on, simply call me Chi-chen. He placed his hands on her shoulders, his gaze emanating a chill. I shall not permit anyone to bully you again. He then opened his palm, revealing a gift for her. Keep this with you, and no one shall dare to harm you. When Chi-chen offered the exquisite silver feather flute to Jiang Pingpeng, she hesitated to accept it. What's wrong? Doesn't it not like it? Jiang Pingpeng quickly shook her head. No, it's just that if you, Brother Chi-chen, give me something so extraordinary, does it mean you will not visit me anymore? Relief washed over Chi-chen upon realizing her concerns were rooted in something else. He chuckled softly. Rest assured, I will certainly visit you often. With his assurance, Jiang Pingpeng accepted his gift with a sense of ease. Allow me to take you to try your flute. Chi-chen grasped her hand, leading her to the Darren crow nest. As the name implies, this is the abode of crows, yet these are no ordinary birds. They are constructs of the game creators designed to enhance the gaming experience. Upon entering, players are met with immediate aggression from these creatures. If a player has the skill to vanquish them, they shall reap corresponding rewards. Failure means starting anew. However, the term player holds a unique significance for Chi-chen, akin to his very essence as Christian. Wow, Brother Chi-Chen, there are so many little birds here. Jiang Pungpung exclaimed, her hands outstretched in wonder. Chi-Chen, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection, rubbed his temples. And have you truly never visited places like this? No, I have always lived near our village. My uncles and aunts forbade me from wandering, claiming the outside world is fraught with danger. Jiang Pungpung explained earnestly. Finally, Chi-Chen understood why she remained such an innocent girl, easily victimized by the players outside. And remember, these crows exuding dark energy are not the harmless birds you often see. They are perilous creatures. Stay close behind me and use your flute to eliminate them for rewards. Do you understand? Chi-Chen patiently elucidated, and Jiang Pungpung nodded, half comprehending. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. She had always perceived Chi-Chen as a proud, aloof man. Yet he proved to be remarkably considerate. It warmed her to the very core. Chapter 38. Strategy for the Online Game God, Part 11. Fortunately, having had experience in performance during her time in the first dimension, Jiang Pungpung was able to mask her anxiety. Otherwise, she would have been truly fearful of him discovering her act. She shook her head and obediently followed behind Chi-Chen, slowly making her way inside. They were coming. Suddenly, Jiang Pungpung pointed at the swarm of crows soaring towards them. Chi-Chen instinctively shielded her from behind, saying, "And from this moment forth, you shall play the flute behind me, while I protect you in front." Jiang Pungpung nodded earnestly. She brought the silver feather flute to her lips, and a melodious and graceful tune emanated from it. Together, they unleashed a final strike, causing the Darlong crow to dissipate into nothingness, revealing a treasure chest before them. Jiang Pungpung, still reeling from the earlier tension, felt her heart racing. Chi-Chen, instinctively averting his gaze, felt a twinge of concern. She rushed over and linked her arm with Chi-Chen's. "Brother Chi-Chen, does this mean our mission was a success, right?" He nodded in affirmation, saying yes. This was merely a beginner's boss, thus relatively easy. Once you grow stronger, I shall take you to tackle more formidable challenges, with even greater rewards. Chi-Chen approached the chest and opened it, revealing 2 sets of clothing within. He was taken aback, 2 question marks seemingly appearing above his head. Could it be that completing a task as a pair, a male and female, resulted in double rewards? But how exactly would they change into these outfits? Just as he pondered this, he felt his own attire transform into the latest reward. Jiang Pingping's purple garment also morphed into black. Chi-Chen realized something peculiar. These 2 sets of clothing appeared to be matching outfits.
Yay?
Brother Chi-Chen, our outfits look remarkably similar, both in color and pattern. Jiang Pingping exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Chi-Chen's attire for an extended moment. Clearing his throat softly, Chi-Chen responded, The rewards provided by the system are like this. Jiang Pingping didn't press for further details. Seemingly elated by their newfound matching outfits, she bounced around joyfully in front of Chi-Chen. In the distance, Chi-Chen vaguely heard someone calling his name. Oh no, it must be time to wake up. He also noticed the knowing glances of his 3 roommates in the dormitory. Don't we have class? Chi-Chen had no intention of explaining. His tone was cool and detached, yet it betrayed an underlying sense of guilt. The 3 of them quickly dispersed, aware of his temper. Crisis. Without hesitation, Jiang Pingping dialed Jin Qiu to explain the situation before sprinting to the soccer field. Luckily, during the break, she overheard Mu Anqi inviting Lin Xianxia for a stroll on the field. As she dashed forward, she collided abruptly with someone, causing her to gasp in pain. I'm so sorry. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Pingping quickly apologized before continuing on her way. Meanwhile, the individual she had bumped into, Chi-Chen, felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him. The person who had collided with him had reminded him of Christian. Turning around, he noticed that the figure had already run far away, leaving him unable to see their face. Sensing something amiss, he hastily pursued after them. Chapter 39. Strategy for the Online Game Male God, Part 12. Upon witnessing his frantic pursuit of a female classmate, his roommates exchanged knowing glances, assuming something significant was afoot, and promptly decided to follow suit. After all, the gossip surrounding their leader was not to be missed. As Jiang Pingping arrived at the football field, she spotted 3 men confronting Mu Anqi and Lin Xianxia from a distance. These men were the same ones who had unsuccessfully harassed Lin Qianxia and had been thoroughly humiliated by Qi Chen. Meanwhile, Mu Anqi hid behind Lin Qianxia, using her as a shield. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mu Anqi abruptly pushed Lin Qianxia forward and attempted to flee. Qianxia, hold them off. I will go fetch help. Lin Qianxia could only watch helplessly as Mu Anqi abandoned her, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. As the three men advanced with ill intentions, Jiang Pengpeng sprinted towards them with all her might, delivering a swift kick to the abdomen of the lewd man. Upon seeing Jiang Pengpeng, Lin Qianxia felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The trio's expressions darkened at the sight of an intruder, but their demeanor quickly shifted to smiles upon beholding Jiang Pengpeng's striking figure and appearance. Jiang Pengpeng positioned herself protectively behind Lin Qianxia, her heart racing with anxiety as she faced the three men. What should she do? She had never been in a fight before. Pengpeng. Lin Qianxia nervously tugged at Jiang Pengpeng's sleeve, calling her name from behind. Jiang Pengpeng offered her a reassuring glance and whispered, Qianxia, when I count to 3, you run. I'll hold them off while you seek help. Lin Qianxia shook her head vehemently. No, Pengpeng, we leave together. She regretted having misjudged Jiang Pengpeng as selfish. It was only because Qi Chen's call had not connected that she had reached out to her. Little did she know, she had truly come to her aid. Ironically, the so-called good friend Mu Anqi had fled, which was indeed a bitter twist of fate. Qianxia, trust me, I have a plan to escape. Jiang Pengpeng began to retreat slowly, quietly counting to 3. Now, Qianxia, run. With a gentle shove, she pushed Lin Qianxia away and confronted the three men. You little harlot, do you think you can both escape today? 2 of the men obstructed Jiang Pengpeng while one pursued Lin Qianxia. Run! Jiang Pengpeng shouted. Lin Qianxia, her eyes glistening with tears, sprinted forward, but she could hardly outrun the man chasing her. Just as she felt the grip of defeat, a familiar figure appeared before her, delivering a punch squarely to the face of her pursuer. Qianxia. Zhen Qiyu immediately embraced Lin Qianxia. Are you all right? Qiyu, quickly, go save Pengpeng. Lin Qianxia clung to Zhen Qiyu as they dashed towards Jiang Pengpeng. At that moment, Jiang Pengpeng found herself on the ground, desperately grasping at the man's leg. Just as he attempted to stomp on her hand, he was abruptly kicked away. How dare you lay a finger on her? Qi Chen's face was shrouded in fury, as if he were ready to unleash his wrath. The 2 men recoiled in fear, having been defeated by Qi Chen and his companions previously. They were terrified and attempted to flee, only to be apprehended by Qi Chen's brothers. To think you would dare cause trouble at our school. You have some nerve. Let's hand you over to the police. Jiang Pengpeng sat on the ground, rubbing her knee which had been scraped during the fall. What? Are you expecting me to just watch as they drag you away? Jiang Pengpeng waved her hand dismissively. All right, stop crying. I'm still alive, aren't I? Upon closer inspection, a startling realization struck her. This face bore an uncanny resemblance to Christian. Chapter 40, Strategy for the Online Game God 13, however. Christian appeared as innocent and naive as a little rabbit, while the imposing Jiang Pengpeng was a true heiress of formidable character. The stark contrast in their personalities seemed rather excessive. With Lin Qianxia as assistance, Jiang Pengpeng rose from the ground, but as soon as she steadied herself, she suddenly collapsed again. Qi Chen, quick on his feet, caught her just in time. In that fleeting moment of contact, their eyes met, igniting that familiar tingling sensation. As Qi Chen held Jiang Pengpeng, his mind was filled entirely with thoughts of Christian. Yet, Jiang Pengpeng gazed at Qi Chen in astonishment, disbelief etched on her face. Thank you, I'm all right now. I merely twisted my ankle, she stammered. No, Pengpeng, your ankle is already swollen. This is not merely a twist. Lin Qianxia crouched down to examine Jiang Pengpeng's injury, coming to the conclusion that she could hardly walk. Qi Chen leaned down, come here. Fine, I'll come. Jiang Pengpeng replied nonchalantly, climbing onto Qi Chen's back. He carried her all the way to the infirmary. Lin Qianxia observed them with a knowing smile. Zhen Qiyu had intended to find Jiang Pengpeng to begin their redemption before Lin Qianxia, but upon hearing that Pengpeng had encountered trouble on the football field, he rushed over. Seeing that Lin Qianxia was unharmed, he weakly called out, Qianxia, Jiang Pingpeng cast several discreet glances at Qi Chen, prompting him to reluctantly assist her out. Why are you so oblivious? Jiang Pingpeng glared at Qi Chen in frustration. He regarded her with unfamiliarity. She seemed different from the arrogant heiress he once knew. Wherein you with? Qi Chen hesitated, the words hanging unspoken in the air. Are you referring to Jinqiu? Jiang Pingpeng gestured towards the infirmary. She was acutely aware of what he meant. Everyone believed she had encroached upon her friend's territory, yet the situation had now shifted. Qi Chen remained silent, tacitly agreeing with her. Jiang Pingpeng shook her head, having no intention of explaining further. Isn't the answer already before your eyes? What more is there to inquire? Qi Chen felt somewhat stifled by her words, pondering why she always seemed to defy expectations. Moreover, there appeared to be a lack of the previous desperation to cling to him. Qi Chen felt an emptiness within, as though he had lost something significant. Without warning, Qi Chen steadied her once more. You can hardly walk. Who are you trying to impress with this fade of strength? His tone bore a hint of reproach. Well then, I suppose I must trouble you to carry me to the dormitory, Jiang Pingpeng replied without hesitation. Qi Chen did not refuse her. After supporting her for a few steps, he simply bent down, commanding her, walk slower, hop on. Jiang Pingpeng considered the situation. It wasn't their first time. Thus, she climbed onto his back once more without reservation. Chapter 41 Strategy for the Online Game Male God, Part 14. As the two passed by the dormitory building, they were met with a throng of onlookers. Wait, am I seeing things? Is that Jiang Pingpeng and Qi Chen? To my astonishment, Qi Chen was actually carrying Jiang Pingpeng on his back. Has he not always claimed to be the aloof male god? Those who recognized them gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Have you not noticed that this is not the crux of the matter? The true focus lies in the fact that it is common knowledge Qi Chen previously held a strong aversion towards Jiang Pingpeng, and now. I must be dreaming. Though Jiang Pingpeng and Qi Chen were oblivious to the murmurs around them, they could certainly perceive the curious gazes akin to observing a spectacle. Yet, Qi Chen appeared utterly unfazed, impervious to external influences. After he escorted Jiang Pingpeng to the entrance of the dormitory, she greeted the dormitory supervisor at the window, who cheerfully consented to allow Qi Chen to accompany her to the fourth floor, showering compliments on Jiang Pingpeng for having such a considerate boyfriend. He is not. All right, off you go. If your ankle is sprained, you should rest and refrain from wandering about. Just as Jiang Pingpeng was about to offer an explanation, the dorm supervisor warmly interrupted her, expressing her concern and handing her a couple of ointment patches. One glance at the drawing revealed that it was evidently handmade, yet bore an uncanny resemblance to Christian, with traces of Jiang Pingpeng's own features. Noticing Qi Chen's gaze lingering on the poster, Jiang Pingpeng waved her hand before him. Qi Chen, what are you looking at? And nothing, Qi Chen stammered, taken aback, yet he refrained from voicing the thoughts swirling in his mind. He had initially intended to inquire about many things, but each question was swallowed back down, as if it were a secret shared only between him and Christian, one he wished to keep from prying eyes. Well then, take care and rest well. I shall take my leave. With that, Qi Chen turned to depart from Jiang Pingpeng's dormitory. All right then, thank you for today. Jiang Pingpeng politely expressed her gratitude. Jiang Pingpeng elongated her tone, casting a knowing glance at Lin Qianxia. It seems I shall no longer face reprimands. Lin Qianxia approached and seated herself beside Jiang Pingpeng. Oh, I'm so sorry. I truly did not expect. Her face bore an expression of guilt. How about this? I shall take charge of snacks for the latter half of the year. What do you say? Jiang Pingpeng thoughtfully placed a finger on her lower lip. That seems acceptable. I shall reluctantly agree. Lin Qianxia, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Jiang Pingpeng, only to suddenly feel a wave of emotion, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Hey, why are you suddenly crying? Jiang Pingpeng gently patted her back. Jiang Pingpeng, you didn't explain anything to me earlier and I misunderstood you. Sob.
Well,
who would dare reveal the truth to you back then?
You were just a Navi sweetheart.
What if Zhen Qiu's ex-girlfriend showed up? How would you handle that? Now it was Lin Qianxia's turn to fall silent, for Jiang Pingpeng's words rang true, without a doubt. Chapter 42. Strategy for the Online Game Male God, Part 15, Fortunately. At that moment, the other three roommates had gone out for a meal, leaving him undisturbed. Before long, he drifted into slumber. Without any forewarning, he found himself once more at Christian's residence. However, this time, he stood upon the bridge that led into her home. He did not hear Christian's voice. Puzzled, he scratched his head, wondering if he had approached in the wrong manner. He followed the path toward Christian's house, yet ultimately, he failed to encounter her. Abruptly, he jolted awake, perplexed. Where had he ventured? A sense of unease began to creep into his heart as he felt a persistent twitching of his eyelids. Could it be that Anin was in trouble? He often found himself lost in thought while seated alone. Was it possible that she had entered into a romantic relationship? Boss, if you're facing any emotional dilemmas, feel free to share. The brothers are here to help you brainstorm solutions, Kong Chao offered, his voice filled with camaraderie.
Indeed.
Boss, girls are rather easy to appease. As long as your attitude is a tad more considerate and you present a small gift, she will be delighted for quite a while. Do not fret excessively. Wang Yuebin chimed in with suggestions for Chichen. Chichen raised his gaze toward them, noting their lack of seriousness, and suddenly inquired earnestly, "What do you think are the reasons a girl might suddenly go missing?" "Wow, boss. Has our sister-in-law run away from home? When did she leave home, boss?" Wait. When did you meet her?" "I am posing a question to you," Chichen remarked, his brows furrowing in exasperation at his gossiping roommates. "Oh, this. Generally, when a girl runs away from home, there is usually a singular reason." Chichen had already given up hope of relying on these three misguided allies. Just as he stood to leave, Kong Chao, with an air of authority, mimicked a teacher lecturing at the podium. "Firstly, it must be due to some incident that has upset her significantly, and you have not offered her an apology. Girls tend to overthink, deliberately hiding away to elicit your attention. In such cases, the majority of girls are." Kong Chao elongated his tone, drawing the attention of the three in the dormitory, jealous. "Oh, I see." Su Heng and Wang Yuebin nodded eagerly. However, they were not in that kind of relationship, so jealousy was not applicable. Yet, upon reflection, he could not discern any valid reason. Could it be because he had left in haste last time? Unbeknownst to him, Chichen had already unconsciously regarded Christian as a person of great significance in his life. He recalled the nights when he would enter her world after falling asleep, guiding her through dungeons and honing her skills. In an inexplicable way, he sensed that their relationship was subtly transforming. Chapter 43, Strategies for Winning Over the Online Game God, 16. At the break of dawn, Jiang Pingpong was called by Lin Qianxia to have breakfast. "Good morning, Qianxia. I was just about to come and invite you to breakfast," she exclaimed. Mu Anqi, with an air of nonchalance, greeted Lin Qianxia with a beaming smile as if nothing had transpired. "Mu Anqi, it seems we are not that familiar, are we?" Lin Qianxia retorted, her gaze laced with derision. At this point, how could she still perceive her as a fool? "Qianxia, what's wrong? Did someone say something to you again?" Mu Anqi's eyes shifted toward Jiang Pingpong, clearly indicating that she referred to her. "Mu Anqi, at this juncture, what pretense are you maintaining? Must I enumerate everything for you?" Lin Qianxia found the situation increasingly ludicrous. Mu Anqi's true nature was utterly repugnant. "To curry favor with your dubious friends, you attempted to shove me into a pit of filth, and on that fateful day, you abandoned me on the soccer field. Truly, you're something else." The phrase pit of filth elicited a chuckle from Jiang Pingpong, as Lin Qianxia's words were indeed sharp. Flustered, Mu Anqi shot Jiang Pingpong a furious glare and quickly protested. "Qianxia, you've misunderstood me. I never anticipated they would behave in such a manner. I have severed ties with them now." Mu Anqi continued her futile explanations. "Moreover, I was genuinely seeking help that day." "Enough, Mu Anqi. Spare me your facade of virtue. I can no longer bear to see it. It was you who slandered Jin Qiu and Peng Peng on the campus forum. Instead of feigning concern here, you ought to contemplate how to apologize promptly to avoid further trouble." Stunned, Mu Anqi stood frozen, taken aback that Lin Qianxia had already unearthed the truth. Lin Qianxia grasped Jiang Pingpong's hand and passed by Mu Anqi. Due to her lingering discomfort, Jiang Pingpong ambled slowly, her gaze seething with animosity directed at Jiang Pingpong's retreating figure. Qianxia, I must say, I never imagined you would become so formidable, Jiang Pingping teased, revealing a warm maternal smile. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they encountered several acquaintances, Qi Chun and his 3 roommates. Qi Chun, what a coincidence to see you here. Lin Qianxia eagerly pulled Jiang Pingping forward to greet them. Hello, everyone. Jiang Pingping chimed in, returning their greetings with a smile.
Ah,
The campus bell. Please, ladies.
take a seat.
Qi Chen's roommates welcomed Jiang Pingping and Lin Qianxia eagerly, their demeanor overly flattering. Qi Chen, could you please shift over a bit? Can't you see Pingping is in pain? Lin Qianxia signaled him with her eyes, prompting him to slightly move to the left, allowing Jiang Pingping to sit down comfortably. As Qi Chen beheld Jiang Pingping once more, his thoughts wandered to Christian. It seemed the resemblance between the two was growing stronger. He even found himself merging the images of Jiang Pingping and Christian in his mind. Qi Chen, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Qianxia noticed Qi Chen staring at Jiang Pingping and waved her hand before his eyes, perplexed. Hadn't he always despised Pingping?
Oh, Qianxia.
Qi Chen has been like this for the past few days. His behavior is quite peculiar. Su Heng chimed in, promptly betraying him. Qi Chen shot him a warning glare. Su Heng feigned covering his mouth, but the words had already slipped out. Chapter 44 Strategy for the Online Game God, 17, and then. He silently murmured her name, realizing it had been several nights since they last met. Recalling the painting he had seen in Jiang Pingping's dormitory, he ultimately decided to inquire about it. This painting, did you create it yourself? Of course I painted it. What's the matter? Jiang Pingping feigned ignorance.
No.
I just find this painting rather unique. Qi Chen sought to uncover something in Jiang Pingping's gaze, but it appeared rather mundane to her, for her. It was merely an ordinary piece of art. Actually, this painting is somewhat peculiar. As soon as Jiang Pingping's words fell, Qi Chen turned to her with excitement. Jiang Pingping casually explained, seemingly indifferent to the significance of the painting. Yet, each of her words made Qi Chen's heart tremble. What a remarkable coincidence it was. What's wrong? You seem to really like this painting. If you want it, I could give it to you. Jiang Pingping noticed Qi Chen was enveloped in disbelief. You also seem to appreciate this painting, so why not take it? Qi Chen responded. Her name is Christian. Following her cue, Qi Chen added, yes, that's her. Jiang Pingping nodded vigorously, then cast a strange glance at Qi Chen. Wait, how do you know? You don't also. As expected, I've been dreaming about it lately too. Normally reticent, Qi Chen now found herself engaged in extensive conversation with Jiang Pingping, even if it revolved solely around this painting.
Wow.
How cool. Jiang Pingping exclaimed in surprise. Qi Chen paused momentarily. Wasn't he the focus supposed to be on the strangeness of the dream? Why were they both experiencing the same dream? What did you dream about? Jiang Pingping's question entirely piqued Qi Chen's curiosity, prompting her to find a seat and discuss with Jiang Pingping. The 3 roommates privately speculated that this fellow must have fallen for Jiang Pingping.
Wow.
Look. Big news. Students in the classroom huddled together in groups. Their gazes were fixed on the same webpage, the campus forum of H University. They then turned their attention to Lin Qianxia and Jiang Pingping. What's happening? Why are you all staring at us? Lin Qianxia appeared displeased. She disliked being scrutinized like a spectacle. Qianxia, someone has apologized to you and Jiang Pingping. At that moment, the students bore expressions of guilt, seemingly remorseful for their past actions. Meanwhile, Mu Anqi entered from outside. Instantly, distaste returned to everyone's faces, reminiscent of how they had once regarded Jiang Pingping. I told you. How could Jin Qiu possibly be with our department's flower? It turns out someone has been scheming behind the scenes. The matter between Jiang Pingping and Jin Qiu was clarified online. Additionally, Mu Anqi's situation was exposed by colleagues, earning her the labels of a White Lotus and Green Tea bitch, causing her reputation to plummet. Chapter 45 Strategy for the Online Game God, 18 Lin Qianxia was also preoccupied with her date with Jin Qiu. And it had been a long time since she and Jiang Pingping had walked together. Time flew by, and half a year had passed. Boss, I heard that our school has partnered with the official Fengyan Qinyuan to host a cosplay event. Many people will participate, and those who win will receive limited edition equipment and various grand prizes. Let me rest for a while, Qi Chen replied, appearing somewhat disinterested. He waved his hand and resumed lying down. The three of them exchanged glances, uncertain about what had transpired with Chi-chun in recent days. Could it be that the boss had a quarrel with his partner? Kong Chao speculated to himself. Su Heng shook his head. That's impossible. Their relationship has always been excellent. They go in and out together every day and even spend their holidays together. Thus, Chi-chun's three roommates had tacitly accepted Jiang Pengpeng as their sister-in-law. When school ended in the afternoon, Jiang Pengpeng noticed Chi-chun was absent, likely deducing the reason. Nevertheless, she approached his three roommates. Has Chi-chun not come to class today? Sister-in-law, we were just about to ask you if he quarreled with you. He took a nap, and when he woke up, he was acting strangely, ignoring everyone, and just lying in bed. Kong Chao recounted all of Chi-chun's circumstances before her. How could this be? Jiang Pengpeng pondered. How about this? Please relay a message to him, telling him I'll be waiting for him outside the dormitory. Feeling guilty, she realized that it was her dreams that had caused his current state. Sure, sister-in-law, we'll do whatever it takes, they replied eagerly. Jiang Pengpeng followed the three roommates toward the boys' dormitory when suddenly she realized something was amiss. Wait, did you just call me sister-in-law? Her face flushed with embarrassment as she weakly clarified, we're just friends. Oh, come on, sister-in-law, you don't need to be shy, we all understand, they teased. No, alright, let us hurry. I'm worried the boss might do something irrational in the dormitory. She insisted, leading them to a different location. Jiang Pengpeng reached out to take Chi-chun's hand. He initially intended to refuse, but the moment their hands touched, a familiar sensation surged within him. It was a phrase she had once whispered to him. Thus, Chi-chun followed Jiang Pengpeng without hesitation. Eventually, they arrived at the school's costume storage room. What have you brought me here for? Chi-chun inquired, full of suspicion. You'll find out soon enough, Jiang Pengpeng replied with a playful wink. For a fleeting moment, Chi-chun thought he saw the shadow of Christian. Just sit here and wait for me. After speaking, Jiang Pengpeng turned and entered the fitting room. When she emerged again, Chi-chun stood frozen, captivated by the figure before him. He rose, taking hesitant steps toward her. Suddenly, he halted. Something felt wrong.
No.
You're not her, he insisted, shaking his head and retreating, before abruptly turning to leave.
Hey?
Chi-chun. Chapter 46. The Strategy for the Online Game Male God 19. Before Jiang Pengpeng could finish her words, her eyes widened in astonishment as Chi-chun abruptly pressed his lips against hers. Rather than pushing him away, she surrendered to his fervent invasion until he finally released her. Wiping her lips with her hand, she gazed at Chi-chun with a half-smile, questioning why he had ceased. Did he regard her as a substitute for someone else? Or was she merely a reflection of that other person? The sarcasm in Jiang Pengpeng's cool words was palpable. Chi-chun gasped for breath, his eyes betraying a hint of shame. Jiang Pengpeng, please respect me in the future. I am no one's replacement. She stepped into the fitting room and slammed the door shut. To her surprise, when she emerged, Chi-chun had not left. Ignoring him, she walked toward the exit, only to feel her wrist gripped tightly. Chi-chun pulled her into his embrace, holding her firmly. Don't move, just let me hold you for a moment, he implored softly. Jiang Pengpeng did not resist, and after a lengthy pause, he gradually released her. Are you done? If you've finished venting, may I leave? She appeared devoid of emotion, though deep down, she loathed being perceived as someone else's stand-in. After she had taken a few steps, Chi-chun's voice resonated behind her. I do not see you as her. Jiang Pengpeng, I'll say it again, I do not see you as her. He approached her directly.
So,
would you be willing to start a relationship with me from this moment onward? Together. Agree to him. A flurry of questions filled her mind. What was happening? Chi-chun's three roommates, along with Lin Qianxia and Zhen Qiyu, had suddenly appeared. When had they arrived? Had Chi-chun summoned them when he stepped out earlier? What was this madness? Chi-chun, did you plan this? Jiang Pengpeng abruptly felt as though she had been ensnared in a scheme. She had always believed that she was in control of everything, yet she had never anticipated being outmaneuvered by Chi-chun. Pengpeng, I had realized long ago that I did not see you as her. Rather, I saw her as you. If that were not the case, why would the girl in my dreams resemble you so closely? After that, you grew cold toward me, no longer the little girl behind me. Unbeknownst to me, I had grown accustomed to your presence, which is why I dreamt such vivid, yet ethereal dreams. Jiang Pingpeng stood before Qi-chen, listening intently as he expressed his heartfelt thoughts. She felt as if she were in a dream, questioning the reality of it all. Will you be my girlfriend? The unexpected question left Jiang Pingpeng momentarily stunned. Chapter 47, Strategy for the Online Game Male Deity, Part 20. Jiang Pingpeng could not help but nod. Yes. The two embraced tightly, eliciting enthusiastic applause from those around them. Kong Chao covered his eyes, exclaiming, "Ah, the familiar scent of dog food again." Su Heng and Wang Yuebin also embraced, prompting Su Heng to suggest, "Why don't we pair up too? They are all couples." Wang Yuebin shuddered in revulsion, quickly pushing Su Heng away. "Go away. Is the game not enjoyable? Why must we fall in love?" Lin Qianxia and Zhen Qiyu exchanged glances, casting them a gaze filled with blessings. Just moments ago, upon receiving a call from Qi-chen, they had abandoned all their tasks and rushed over. Qi-chen had confided that he feared Jiang Pingpeng would refuse, hence he brought them along to create a stir. As Jiang Pingpeng and Qi-chen strolled hand in hand across the campus, they attracted envious glances from many a single soul. "I told you so. Jiang Pingpeng and Qi-chen are clearly a couple, yet you refuse to believe me. But how could this be? Just last year, Qi-chen had publicly discarded the gift Jiang Pingpeng had given him to reject her. The heart of a man is as elusive as the depths of the ocean." Soon, the day of the campus cosplay contest arrived. With enticing prizes for the victorious team, participation was particularly high. This was merely a role-playing competition, requiring no inherent skill. They might not even lose to Qi-chen and Jiang Pingpeng. The rewards, after all, included limited edition gear, implying it might only be available during this contest. As the host's resonant voice filled the air, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. A myriad of combinations had already exited the stage, leaving the crowd eagerly anticipating the Pengchen duo's portrayal of Christian and Qi-chenzi. Jiang Pingpeng and Qi-chen made their entrance via wires. One donned a purple attire resembling a loli, while the other appeared as a graceful youth in white. They descended from midair, one holding a love's silver feather flute, the other wielding a wind and cloud white moon zither. Together, they performed the theme song of Wind and Cloud Romance.
My goodness.
Just a moment ago, I thought I had entered the game. This was not mere cosplay. It was as if they had stepped into reality. The audience gasped in astonishment, including the judges, who were equally mesmerized. These two embodied Christian and the white-clad youth flawlessly. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Pingpeng and Qi-chen clinched the first prize. It was on this day that Jiang Pingpeng's main account ID was finally revealed. Oh my! Jiang Pingpeng's ID is IAM, the Dark Lord, making her the only female player in the top 5 rankings across the server. I must be hallucinating. How could Jiang Pingpeng possibly be the top female player? She is clearly a novice. Since their relationship blossomed, the two had become the school's fairy tale couple representatives. Jiang Pingpeng savored the sweetness of campus romance, which inadvertently tugged at her heartstrings. Although she understood that the world within the game might not be entirely real. How wonderful it would be if someone truly cherished her in such a manner. One day, while they were immersed in gaming, Qi-chen suddenly gazed quizzically at her equipment bar. "Pingpeng, why do you have the love's silver feather flute?"
Ha!
"Isn't this the gift you gave me?" Jiang Pingpeng blinked, realizing she had been caught. With a playful glint in her eye, she pointed at the equipment section on the computer screen, regarding Qi-chen with an expression that suggested he was the fool. Chapter 48. The Strategy for the Online Game Male God, Part 21. Is what I gave you not meant for an in? Qi-chen thought he had misheard. He had no recollection of that at all. He distinctly remembered gifting Unin something while dreaming. She understood that Qi-chen was referring to Christian, even though it was all her. Forgetting about it was fine, but the last time you startled me in the middle of the night by gifting me an item, I nearly had a heart attack. I thought you were about to confess your feelings, Jiang Pingpeng said, slightly annoyed. Qi-chen scratched his head, genuinely perplexed. Had he really done such a thing? A mischievous glint flickered in Jiang Pingpeng's eyes as she planted a kiss on his cheek, slipping her little hand inside his shirt. Regardless, you definitely have. In an instant, certain feelings were ignited within him. With a playful grin, he said, "Then let me present you with another gift." The clouds in the sky shyly retreated behind their layers. The two basked in their blissful togetherness, and she had also assisted Lin Qianxia in her endeavors.
Completing this dimensional task.
Standing before the large screen, Jiang Pingping covered her eyes, a faint blush unexpectedly coloring her cheeks. This wretched tenderness. Jiang Pingping's face turned crimson, and she smacked her lips in exasperation. This could be considered a significant alteration of the original trajectory for the protagonist, couldn't it? Clears throat. Congratulations, host. This task has been completed, earning you 1,000 luck points and 10,000 credits. However, due to nearly raising suspicions and exposing your identity, 10,000 points have been deducted. Jiang Pingping, you foul fish. How dare you? This is excessive. Wait. Although you've lost all your points, this esteemed koi will grant you another reward. The koi, sensing her displeasure, quickly resorted to flattery and persuasion. What a joke. If she simply quit, what would happen to his performance? The neighboring host had already accomplished numerous tasks. Jiang Pingping rolled her eyes, feigning disinterest. What reward? Open your hands. With skepticism, Jiang Pingping opened her palms, only to be greeted by a caterpillar that appeared out of nowhere.
Ah!
Her immediate instinct was to toss it to the ground and stomp on it violently. Wait, host you. If you don't like it, that's one thing. But why the violence? The koi felt utterly helpless. You know I detest these slimy creatures. Jiang Pingping fumed, feeling thoroughly tricked. It wasn't until the koi explained that she learned the caterpillar had yet to complete its metamorphosis. Fine then, I shall reluctantly accept it. However, I can't possibly carry it with me. It makes my skin crawl just to see it. Jiang Pingping swallowed hard, shivering at the thought. Rest assured, host. The caterpillar can be temporarily stored with me, and I shall return it to you when needed. The koi explained dutifully. This was the first time she realized little goldfish could serve as storage, and she readily agreed. Jiang Pingping scratched her chin thoughtfully, furrowing her brow as she asked, So, does that mean I won't have any skills in the next dimension? The koi fell silent for a moment. Actually, the 5,000 credits you had left can still be exchanged for a few items. Jiang Pingping's eyes lit up as she immediately chose to redeem them. This time the koi, feeling guilty for Jiang Pingping, did not abruptly transport her to another dimension. Instead, they simply passed through a wall and arrived. Chapter 49, The Little Darling of Martial Lin, Part 1. Jiang Pingping felt a surge of pain in her head. As she reached up to touch it, she discovered it was wrapped in a cloth. Pulling aside the mosquito net, she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. The room, though antiquated, exuded an air of opulence. A grand bed dominated the center, with a large dressing mirror positioned before it. The walls were adorned with black and white posters, which lent a touch of modernity to the space. The decor of this bedroom bore a striking resemblance to that of the Republic of China era. She rose and sat before the dressing mirror, where the reflection revealed a woman with hair styled in a cloud-like bun. A silver hairpin adorned her head, and her delicate face was devoid of makeup, appearing rather pallid. Fine lines graced the corners of her eyes, yet they did not detract from her inherent beauty, suggesting she was in her early 20s. She wore an olive-green blouse, fastened at the armpits, which seemed rather loose, paired with a long, slate-gray skirt that reached her ankles, garments typical of the 1970s and 1980s. At that moment, she heard footsteps approaching from outside, followed by the sound of something shattering. Half an hour later, the footsteps reached her door. Jiang Pingping began to understand. This was her newly acquired ability, commonly referred to as the wind ear. Quickly, she lay back on the bed. Madam, are you awake? A hoarse and aged voice called from the doorway, likely belonging to an elderly woman. Jiang Pingping searched her memories and deduced that it was Su Cuilan, a faithful servant of her elder sister. Come in, Jiang Pingping replied, slowly sitting up from the bed. As Su Cuilan entered, she was taken aback to see Jiang Pingping sitting upright. Madam, are you feeling better? Why are you up? Jiang Pingping nodded. Is there something urgent? The young master. Su Cuilan hesitated, her voice laden with concern. He is wreaking havoc amongst the flowers and plants in the courtyard, and has even shattered several vases. Very well, I understand, Jiang Pingping said, nodding in acknowledgement. She donned a fur coat and made her way downstairs to the courtyard, with Su Tsuelon cautiously following her, a look of skepticism on her face. Ever since the lady had injured her head and leg, she had not left the bedroom for half a month. Today, however, she seemed entirely unaffected. Upon reaching the courtyard, she spotted a boy of similar age wielding a whip, trampling the flowers and trees. Even the water tanks in the yard had fallen victim to his destruction. Lin Hongyi continued his mischief, undeterred by Jiang Pingping's arrival. "Go and fetch a few more tanks," Jiang Pingping commanded the nearby servants, who, though perplexed, never dared to contradict her wishes. Jiang Pingping couldn't help but smile inwardly. The Lin family was well aware that Marshal Lin Xinrong had married a woman, Su Yajin, who was a decade younger and the sister of his late wife, entrusting her with the upbringing of his only son. It was well known that Su Yajin was a cultured and gentle woman, while Lin Hongyi was an arrogant young master. Despite their similar ages, Lin Hongyi was expected to address her as mother. Naturally, he resented this arrangement and often insulted her with his words. Everyone thought Lin Xinrong would reprimand Lin Hongyi sternly, yet he merely instructed Lin Hongyi to offer a perfunctory apology upon hearing the news. Su Yajin had been confined to her bed for nearly a month. Chapter 50. The Little Beloved Wife of Lin Dashui, Part 2. Her subsequent fate was far from favorable, as Lin Hongyi's presence rendered her spirit exceedingly tense, ultimately leading her to a state of despair where she chose to end her life. Jiang Pingping sighed helplessly. She was someone who should have flourished in the old society, yet fate toyed with her. The moment she fell from the building marked the turning point from a cultured, knowledgeable woman to one perpetually engulfed in melancholy. A gentle, maternal smile graced Jiang Pingping's lips, devoid of any intent to reproach Lin Hongyi. Lin Hongyi, in contrast, wore a mocking smile, regarding Jiang Pingping with disdain. "Ah, the stepmother has arrived."
What?
"No intention of punishing me? Don't you possess a ruler?"
Come.
"Strike me with it." Indeed, prior to this, Su Yajin had employed her ruler to discipline Lin Hongyi. Subsequently, Lin Hongyi carelessly tossed aside the whip he held, clapped his hands, and reclined in a chair with his legs crossed. Jiang Pingping, unfazed, walked over and retrieved the whip from the ground, grasping it firmly. As the eldest son of the Lin family, his wanton destruction of household items warranted punishment. Before Lin Hongyi could react, she struck him with the whip, causing him to leap up from his chair in pain. "Su Yajin, have you lost your mind?" Lin Hongyi glared furiously, his youthful visage marred by rage. As a younger generation, addressing an elder by their name was deserving of reprimand. Without hesitation, Jiang Pingping lashed out once more with the whip. Lin Hongyi's handsome features were contorted with fury, his forehead tightening with tension. The servants nearby were so startled they covered their eyes. The most severe reprimands they had witnessed were merely gestures with the ruler before him. How could such a transformation occur after lying in a stupor for over a month? Could it be that the eldest son had caused her injury and now, emboldened by her status, she sought revenge? The servants, observing with bated breath, dared not intervene, except for Su Tsuelon, who was profoundly frightened. She had simply acted on her principles as a servant, informing her that the eldest son was once again wreaking havoc in the courtyard. As a son, his lack of respect for his mother, coupled with his derogatory language, was indeed deserving of punishment. Jiang Pingping swung the whip down with renewed vigor. "Su Yajin, try me once more. And do not presume that your status as my stepmother grants you immunity." Lin Hongyi pointed his finger menacingly at Jiang Pingping's forehead, towering over her. Enduring such humiliation in front of so many servants was a burden he could not bear. Jiang Pingping casually discarded the whip and dusted off her hands. "For every act of disrespect you show me, I shall retaliate in kind." Facing Lin Hongyi's accusatory gesture, her expression remained inscrutable, so calm that it rendered Lin Hongyi nearly unrecognizable. He regarded Jiang Pingping with confusion. What had prompted such a peculiar demeanor today? Jiang Pingping turned away dismissively. It was perhaps a reflection of how the original Su Yajin had been compelled by her sister, before her death, to marry her brother-in-law and care for their child, a child of similar age to herself. Su Yajin, being one of the few educated women, was initially reluctant, yet under familial pressure, she had no choice but to acquiesce. However, upon marrying, Lin Xinrong had not so much as touched her, which was precisely what she had hoped for. Chapter 51. The little darling of Lord Lin, Part 3, she was merely regarded as a tool for taking care of his son. Su Yajin had a gentle disposition and yet harbored a penchant for the elegant and refined. Consequently, every time she attempted to lecture Lin Hongyi on morality and propriety, she would invariably find herself at the receiving end of his playful teasing. Until that fateful night, when the sound of commotion from downstairs roused her curiosity, leading her to venture down, only to be startled by Lin Hongyi and tumble down the staircase, injuring her head and foot, leaving her bedridden for over a month. News of Su Yajin's chastisement of Lin Hongyi soon reached Lin Xinrong's ears. Before even taking a sip of tea, he inquired nonchalantly, "I heard that Hongyi has destroyed the flowers and plants in the courtyard, along with some jars." Jiang Pingpeng could easily discern that Lin Xinrong's true inquiry revolved around her public reprimanding of Lin Hongyi in front of the servants. "Oh, it's nothing serious. The child was merely playing. He happened to knock over a few bottles and jars, but it's not as grave as they say. Those jars are still lying there in one piece," Jiang Pingpeng replied with a gentle smile, her tone as casual as if she were discussing her own mischievous son. With her response, Lin Xinrong felt it unnecessary to press further. Indeed, he had developed a certain interest in Su Yajin, after all. Having seen numerous alluring women in the dance halls, he found the presence of a seemingly cultured lady, reminiscent of his late wife, quite captivating. Yet, he still preferred the charms of the enchanting sirens of the dance halls. Following this incident, Lin Hongyi ceased his malicious antics, however. This did not imply that he would henceforth spare Su Yajin. One day, as Jiang Pingpeng watered the garden with a hose, she appeared to be relishing the moment. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter and chatter drifted in from outside. After discerning the voices, she recognized that there were 3 women and 1 man, the latter being Lin Hongyi. "Master, it's our first time hearing someone arranging a concubine for their father," one woman remarked. "Indeed, while your father frequents our establishment, he has never expressed a desire to take a concubine," another added. "Who said I was suggesting my father find a concubine?" Lin Hongyi replied nonchalantly. The women, now filled with confusion, recalled that he had indeed brought them here under the pretense of introducing them as potential concubines for Lin Xinrong. In the chaotic times they lived in, who wouldn't he wish to marry into the Lin family and secure a stable future? It was less about desiring Lin Xinrong himself and more about seeking refuge within the walls of the Lin estate. "So, master, what do you mean the women adeptly navigated the nuances of social interactions in such establishments?" After all, Lin Xinrong's status was undeniable, and as his sole heir, Lin Hongyi could afford to toy with them, leaving them with little more than the sting of lost expectations. "Just play along with me," Lin Hongyi instructed, pulling several silver coins from his pocket, weighing them in his hand before distributing them among the women. Delight sparkled on their faces. Indeed, Lin Hongyi was generous, and they eagerly agreed to cooperate with whatever he devised. "Understood," Lin Hongyi smiled with satisfaction. The entirety of their conversation had been overheard by Jiang Pingpeng, who continued her watering as if nothing were amiss. "Oh, the Lin estate is truly impressive. It puts the dance halls to shame," one woman remarked. "Why compare the dance hall to the Lin estate? This is Lord Lin's domain," another chimed in. Jiang Pingpeng maintained her focus on the flowers. Fully aware of Lin Hongyi's company in the garden, she intentionally turned to Su Zuelan and asked, "Are there guests at home? Dance hall?" Jiang Pingpeng mused softly, plucking the wilted leaves from a red rose. "That does sound like an interesting place. I should visit sometime to listen to their songs and watch their dances." Chapter 52, The Little Darling of Lord Lin, Part 4. However, upon hearing Jiang Pingpeng's words, Su Zuelan's gaze towards her shifted significantly. The Bailman, a well-known establishment, was a haven for men to indulge in revelry. What business did a woman have there? Alas, how could an educated person so debase societal morals? "Very well, you may attend to them for now," Jiang Pingpeng interjected, directing Su Zuelan. With a twinge of guilt, Su Zuelan nodded and proceeded towards the living room. Lin Hongyi furrowed his brow as he regarded Su Zuelan before asking with a wry smile, "Has my mother not arrived?" "Madam is in the garden tending to the flowers," Su Zuelan replied. "I was instructed to prepare tea for the guests first." Instantly, a shadow of gloom enveloped Lin Hongyi's countenance. She appeared rather leisurely, attending to. "My apologies, ladies. I soiled my dress while watering the plants and had to change before coming here. I hope you will not take offense. A voice chimed from the doorway as she entered. Madam Lin, you are too kind. We certainly do not mind, the women replied, casting a scrutinizing glance at Jiang Pingpeng. Dressed in a split apricot-colored embroidered qipao, she exuded the grace of a refined lady. Despite the qipao's daring cut, it invoked no inappropriate thoughts. Standing in the center of the hall, she radiated the authority of a matriarch. Her exquisite features bore an air of scholarly elegance, contrasting sharply with the ordinary women surrounding her. Typically, she donned conservative shades of black, white, and gray, with nary a hint of her calves exposed. Yet today, she had unexpectedly adopted a bolder style, the qipao's slit rising daringly to her thighs, revealing skin as soft as cream, glimmering just out of sight. Even Lin Hongyi averted his gaze hastily. Regaining his composure, Lin Hongyi initiated the conversation. Allow me to introduce you to Jiang Pingpeng, he said, his tone laced with subtle teasing and provocation. This is Lily, this is Rose, and this is Vanilla, all distinguished figures at the bailman. He introduced each woman in turn, his eyes fixated on Jiang Pingpeng, keen to capture any flicker of emotion that crossed her face. Her reaction seemed to leave Lin Hongyi momentarily disoriented. He pondered whether Su Yajin had yet grasped his meaning. At that moment, Su Tsuelan, who stood nearby, was visibly taken aback. Yet, a glimmer of schadenfreude crept into her expression. With this revelation, Su Yajin's actions could no longer remain concealed. As the gossip began to swirl, it would surely reach the ears of Lord Lin. How could a man endure the thought of his wife harboring affections for a woman? Chapter 53, The Little Darling of General Lin, Part 5. Jiang Pingpeng sat in the main seat, enveloped in silence, her words eluding her for an extended period. The three women beside her suddenly comprehended what Lin Hongyi desired from them. A wave of apprehension washed over them. They had always known that General Lin had a petite, educated wife who, despite lacking favor, held a certain status within the household. Yet, given the current circumstances, her lack of favor seemed to be justified. Lin Xinrong, being at an age as fierce as a wolf or tiger, naturally preferred a conventional woman. Aunt Sue, please bring some fruits for the three young ladies. They must be weary after their journey. Jiang Pingpeng expressed her concern for the trio. Although they worked in a dance hall and often entertained numerous patrons, the notion of accompanying women was unheard of. This societal role had long been deemed unacceptable. Even as singers and dancers, they should possess their own dignity. However, when Rose uttered those words, Lin Hongyi's cold gaze fell upon her. Young master, this. The three women appeared hesitant, yet they dared not refuse Lin Hongyi's request. Having already accepted so much of his money, it seemed there was no escape today. You need not worry, my three sisters. Here, you are as comfortable as at home. Feel free to ask me for anything you require. Jiang Pingpeng appeared especially cheerful, warmly welcoming their presence. Lin Hongyi's eyes darkened with disdain, a shiver of revulsion coursing through him. It was true. The rumors were not mere whispers. She was indeed as vile as depicted. Lin Hongyi swallowed hard, anger etching deeper into his handsome features. Even the young ladies grew increasingly disdainful of her. Did she truly not regard them as human? Did she believe they wished to expose themselves in the dance hall? In these tumultuous times, who wasn't striving for a meager existence? Were it not for Lin Hongyi's considerable restraint, he would have unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Jiang Pingpeng. After much contemplation, he resolved to gather more evidence before urging his father to divorce her, casting her out entirely. Such a woman was unworthy of the Lin family. Jiang Pingpeng sipped her tea, nodding in satisfaction before clapping her hands and speaking, if that is the case, then I shall be at ease. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Pingpeng scrutinized the young ladies before suddenly furrowing her brow and shaking her head. Is there something about my mother that displeases you? Lin Hongyi queried, his suspicion piqued. Jiang Pingpeng feigned a look of great difficulty, pondering for a moment. Are these the only young ladies from the Paleta dance that you know? A crack of disbelief crossed Lin Hongyi's face. This woman truly had no boundaries. Do not misunderstand. I am not suggesting that these three young ladies are lacking in beauty. Rather, I find their words conspicuously few, and they appear too delicate to endure much hardship, Jiang Pingpeng said, scratching her head in an awkward tone. As her words fell, the expressions of the three ladies before her froze, a sensation akin to goosebumps cascading down their spines. Was General Lin excessively indulgent towards his little wife? Chapter 54. The Young Wife of the Esteemed Lord Lin, Part 6. Mother, do you mean that there are too few people here? It's insufficient. And we need to find a few more resilient ones, correct? Lin Hongyi spoke through clenched teeth, struggling to contain the fury boiling within him. Well, if you can find a few more, that would be acceptable, but if not, then so be it. Rest assured, how could there possibly be a shortage? Such young ladies are abundant at the bailman. Lin Hongyi rose from his seat, his footsteps heavy with indignation as he exited. Just as he left, the voice of Jiang Pingpeng echoed behind him. Try not to find those delicate ones. Seek out a few who learn quickly and are obedient. The implications of Jiang Pingpeng's words etched a deeper crease of anger on Lin Hongyi's face, reminiscent of a tempest brewing on the horizon. He stormed out like an enraged lion, the door slamming shut behind him with a resounding bang. Jiang Pingpeng, unfazed, cast a meaningful glance at the three young women before speaking. By the way, ladies, I have a question for you. Please, Mrs. Lin, go ahead. The young women, wary of defying Jiang Pingpeng out of respect for Lin Hongyi, replied. Have you ever consumed alcohol? Jiang Pingpeng's inquiry left the three women perplexed. Was Mrs. Lin truly so audacious? Was she suggesting they indulge in merriment? In a place like Bailman, drinking and smoking are commonplace, they replied. Jiang Pingpeng nodded in satisfaction. Do you enjoy your current occupation? Naturally, we do not, one of them responded. Being in the public eye, constantly gauging the moods of our patrons, has long since exhausted us. We are compelled by circumstance, driven to this path for the sake of our families. Indeed, our line of work is often looked down upon. Some patrons, feeling entitled due to their wealth, dare to lay hands on us, and we cannot resist. Even those at Bailman compel us to fulfill all the whims of our customers, Rose chimed in, echoing Lily's sentiments. Jiang Pingpeng shook her head. Public exposure? I beg to differ. Her words surprised the three women, prompting her to elaborate further. To be skilled in song and dance is, in fact, a talent. There is no hierarchy in work. Others may not possess the abilities that you do. Mrs. Lin, you. The three women felt a swell of emotion at Jiang Pingpeng's remarks. They were suddenly bewildered by Su Yazhen's motives for keeping them here. In this era, while men might gaze at them with desire, women often shunned them, their faces contorted with disdain, viewing them as seductresses luring husbands away to the bailman. Fetch me some cigarettes, Jiang Pingpeng instructed the servants, who were taken aback, knowing she typically abhorred the smell of smoke. Nevertheless, they complied. Soon, Jiang Pingpeng distributed a cigarette to each of the three young women and lit one for herself, having heard it could alleviate distress. After inhaling, she erupted into a fit of coughs, tears brimming in her eyes, rendering her even more captivating in her vulnerability. Chapter 55. The Young Wife of the Great Marshal, Part 7. Madam, please take your time. A servant hurriedly offered her a glass of water. Madam Lin, smoking is not done like this. Xiang Sao chuckled softly and approached to teach Jiang Pingpeng how to smoke. In that moment, the bond between these young women and Jiang Pingpeng seemed to deepen. As soon as he stepped through the gate of the courtyard, Lin Xinrong beheld Jiang Pingpeng awkwardly dancing with three other women. However, her movements were quite stiff, rendering her akin to a wooden doll, devoid of any feminine grace. A shadow crossed Lin Xinrong's face as he recalled certain rumors about her, his irritation palpable. What are you all doing? Great Marshal, the women shyly greeted Lin Xinrong. It appeared he was not particularly pleased, likely due to their instructing Madame Lin in the art of dance, which had irked him. Suddenly, Lin Xinrong grasped her hand, his deep-set black eyes piercing into hers. I am inquiring about the reason for their presence here. His suspicions regarding the rumors grew stronger. Although he had not witnessed anything firsthand, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. But now, her blatant invitation of these women into their home felt like a provocation of his patience. Lin Xinrong's expression darkened further. I was bored at home and called them over to teach me a dance, so that I won't be ridiculed when accompanying you to social events in the future. Jiang Pingpeng's words struck a chord with Lin Xinrong, reminding him of the last time he had taken her to a banquet. Her inability to dance had left him feeling utterly embarrassed, and since then, he had refrained from taking her out. preferring to find a companion from the nightclub for such occasions. Lin Xinrong felt as though he had swallowed a plate of bitter green flies. He could find no fault in Jiang Pingping's reasoning. Gradually, his demeanor softened, and he replied dryly, "It is rare to see you with such intent." He had always managed his affairs without allowing Su Yajin to interfere, yet inexplicably, he felt compelled to share his plans with her just moments ago. "If the master intends to stay for dinner, I shall ask the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes." Jiang Pengpeng maintained her calm facade, though a glimmer of joy in her eyes did not escape Lin Xinrong's notice. She hurriedly dashed towards the kitchen, scarcely mindful of her appearance. Lin Xinrong furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to comment further, retreating into the living room and ignoring the three young women lingering in the courtyard. Suddenly, he recalled that there might be something he needed to tell her, prompting him to follow her into the kitchen. Before he arrived, he overheard her gentle voice from within. "If the master is dining at home this evening, please prepare a few extra dishes, especially those he enjoys most. I will personally handle the cooking, so do not mention it to him. He does not like cilantro, so that can be omitted. He loves boiled beef, so slice it thinly." As he turned to leave the kitchen doorway, Jiang Pengpeng gazed at his retreating figure. Sensing that he might come to inform her of an unintentional revelation he had encountered outside. Chapter 56, The Little Darling of General Lin. Part 8. Not long after, Lin Xinrong was suddenly startled by a cacophony emanating from the courtyard. He had been engaged in a discussion regarding state affairs with his aide when the noise interrupted his thoughts, inciting a sense of vexation within him. "What is all this commotion outside?" Lin Xinrong's deep, resonant voice echoed, instantly silencing the courtyard into an eerie stillness. Within the span of merely an hour, Lin Hongyi turned to dismiss the group of women behind him when Lin Xinrong approached. The intention was to avoid embarrassment before his father. However, given the current circumstances, even if he claimed it was Su Yajin's directive, should she deny it, he would inadvertently frame her as a scapegoat. I was the one who sent Hongyi to fetch them," a melodious voice interjected from the side. Lin Hongyi was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to see Su Yajin approaching with measured steps, seemingly unwilling to cast the blame upon him. Jiang Pingpeng's words appeared riddled with inconsistencies, resembling a haphazard excuse concocted to deflect responsibility, lacking any credible foundation. Lin Xinrong's countenance darkened. He had always been privy to various rumors surrounding her. Yet he still found it hard to believe that a woman of education could engage in such sordid affairs. "Hongyi, I must inquire. The palette of fortune should be relatively vacant now, correct?" Jiang Pengpeng momentarily disregarded Lin Xinrong's remarks, redirecting her inquiry to Lin Hongyi. His gaze bore a hint of mockery as he spoke with a sense of schadenfreude. Many have remarked that should the Lin family estate consider establishing a second palette of fortune, they would not hesitate to attend in light of my father's reputation. Although the palette of fortune itself is quite displeased with this notion. Jiang Pengpeng clucked her tongue, warmly beckoning the young women. "Su Yajin, are you aware of what you are doing?" Lin Xinrong could no longer contain his ire. His face resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, marked by fissures of rage. At that moment, a figure rushed in, panic-stricken. "General, there is trouble. The palette of fortune is ablaze. The flames have already injured several individuals, and if the fire continues to spread, it will encompass the Lin family shops." In an instant, the onlookers regarded Jiang Pengpeng with expressions of disbelief. Could it be that her words held truth? Lin Xinrong, however, remained skeptical. Casting a cold glance at Jiang Pengpeng, he summoned his aide, "Aide Luo, accompany me to investigate." Instantly, the young women in the courtyard cast grateful glances toward Jiang Pengpeng and Lin Hongyi. Had they not been summoned to the Lin family estate today, the fire at the Palette of Fortune could have resulted in dire consequences, perhaps even claiming lives. "What on earth are you scheming?" Lin Hongyi questioned. His brow furrowed in confusion as he gazed at Jiang Pengpeng. She innocently shrugged her shoulders, exclaiming, "I mentioned earlier that I had a dream last night. As fate would have it, you brought them here. Had you not done so, I would have had to devise another plan." With no time to further ponder Jiang Pengpeng's words, Lin Hongyi turned and followed in Lin Xinrong's footsteps, realizing they must ascertain the situation. "Madam Lin, we truly owe you our lives." The young women expressed their heartfelt gratitude before departing. Jiang Pengpeng called after them, "Remember to visit again soon." Certainly, Madam Lin. Rest assured. Jiang Pengpeng sighed, reflecting that the incident at the Palette of Fortune had transpired as it was destined to. In a sense, she had saved them. And a sense of accomplishment filled her heart. In a society where a woman's virtue and conduct were held in the highest regard, the original owner's tarnished reputation signified a rather unfortunate standing. As Jiang Pengpeng exited to follow, it was no surprise that Lin Hongyi was destined to encounter peril today. Nearly perishing in the flames. Chapter 57, The Little Darling of General Lin, Part 9. Jiang Pengpeng stood a short distance from the palais, where thick smoke billowed, shrouding the sky, while flames soared high. Shadows of fleeing people darted about, and in the distance, Jiang noticed Lin Xinrong coordinating his subordinates to extinguish the fire. Upon closer inspection, she realized Lin Hongyi was nowhere to be seen. A pang of unease gripped her heart. Hastily, she rushed forward, calling out, "Where is Hongyi?" "Why, isn't he here?" Jiang's concern prompted Lin Xinrong to look around, but he too failed to spot Lin Hongyi. "Deputy, have you seen Hongyi?" Lin Xinrong's voice was laced with worry. The deputy shook his head. "No, I haven't seen him. I was busy helping with the fire." As Lin Xinrong turned, Jiang Pengpeng had already dashed toward the inferno. "Su Yazhen, it's dangerous over there," she shouted while searching for Lin Hongyi. "Hongyi, where are you?" Her steps never faltered, even as the flames loomed dangerously close to her life. Panic began to swell within her. It was impossible for him to have perished in the fire. He had to be close. So, why was he still untraceable? "Hongyi." Jiang Pengpeng's voice broke as she called out, the flames growing fiercer with each step she took, yet she showed no inclination to retreat, stopping passers-by to inquire about Lin Hongyi's whereabouts. "I think I saw the young master rush inside." A woman's voice reached her ears. Without a moment to spare, she seized a quilt, soaked it, and ran toward the blaze. Suddenly, she felt a firm grip on her wrist. "Have you lost your mind?" Lin Xinrong scolded her, his brows furrowed in concern. "You shouldn't be the one going in." He snatched the quilt from her hands, draping it over himself, and she watched helplessly as he plunged into the flames. Outside, she anxiously awaited as charred beams fell from the structure, crashing down and igniting countless sparks. Jiang Pengpeng's heart twisted with dread. Would the father and son be all right? "Lin Xinrong. Lin Hongyi, are you in there? Can you hear me?" Tears streamed down her cheeks, her pale fingers clutching the hem of her dress. Her face smeared with soot, hair a disheveled mess, and her clothing stained. The cheaphouse she wore made her movements cumbersome. Bending down, she tore a gash in the fabric with determination, discarding the torn piece to reveal her fair thigh, which quickly became coated in dust. In that moment, she shed the demeanor of a refined lady, earning a newfound respect from the deputy. "Luo. Deputy Luo, please fetch me another quilt," she implored, her concern for Lin Hongyi compelling her to venture inside once more. "It's too dangerous in there. Let me go." Deputy Luo, following Lin Xinrong's orders, was determined to protect her. "No, I can find them. You go help those children over there." Jiang Pengpeng's tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Deputy Luo hesitated. Failing to protect her would be tantamount to disobeying military orders. "What are you still doing here?" she urged. "Madam." Jiang Pengpeng disregarded Deputy Luo completely and charged into the raging fire. Chapter 58, The Little Darling of Lin Dashui, Part 10. At this moment, the fire had diminished somewhat, and with a large group of people outside combating the flames, she found a path where the fire was less intense to enter. "Lin Hongyi, Lin Xinrong." Cough, cough, cough. The instant she stepped inside, she felt as though her entire body was being scorched. Her throat seemed to be smoking, and each breath ignited a fierce burning sensation that left her gasping for air. The thick smoke billowed around her, obscuring visibility beyond a meter, and in such dire circumstances, she had no idea how to locate anyone. Jiang Pengpeng closed her eyes, steeling herself. Whatever may come, if she were to perish here, she would simply start anew. However, Lin Xinrong and Lin Hongyi must not come to harm. In a moment of carelessness, she stumbled, scraping a large patch of skin off her hand, blood flowing freely. Yet, as if numb to the pain, she furrowed her brow and pressed onward. She began her desperate search. "Lin Xinrong." Cough, cough, cough. Lin Hongyi. Jiang Pengpeng exerted all her strength, believing her voice to be loud, yet it only echoed within her throat. With each passing moment, her discomfort intensified. The blanket was of little use, the temperature still as high as if she were ensconced within a furnace. She felt her vitality waning, her body growing weak. The lack of oxygen left her head spinning. After yet another fall, she found herself devoid of the strength to rise. With a resounding crash, a heavy iron plate fell behind her, landing barely a meter away. Jiang Pengpeng felt her heart leap into her throat, grateful to be unscathed. Lin Hongyi. Where on earth are you? She felt an overwhelming urge to collapse right there. Once, she had seen protagonists in dramas rush into burning buildings to save others, emerging unscathed. But only now, in the midst of the inferno, did she realize that it was mere fiction. Firstly, the fire was so fierce that entry was nearly impossible, and even if one managed to enter, visibility was virtually non-existent. Tears streamed down her face, choked by the smoke, rendering her unable to keep her eyes open. Inhaling smoke brought a suffocating sensation, a painful burn in her throat. The surrounding heat was terrifying. Her delicate skin, soft as cream, was now reddening and blistering. Su Yajin, how did you get in here? Both of them were in disarray, their clothes riddled with burns. Thank goodness you are safe. You frightened me to death. At that moment, she noticed the father and son cradling a small girl in their arms. She was slight in frame and stature, and Lin Hongyi bore significant injuries, with nearly half of his arm draped over her. Though he was clearly struggling, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. In that instant, the expressions exchanged between the father and son as they regarded her grew complex. Upon emerging from the inferno, she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. A mixture of overwhelming relief at surviving and the sheer terror of having faced death. What kind of demeanor is this for Lin Xinrong's wife to weep in public? Lin Xinrong extended a hand to help her up, offering her his handkerchief. When she did not reach for it, he took the initiative to wipe away the tears from her face, where the tears had mingled with dust, leaving her looking like a drenched cat, still softly sobbing. Why could I not wait for you outside? What if something had happened to you? What would I have done? Chapter 59, The Little Darling of the Great Marshal, Part 11. Her chest heaved gently, tears still fresh upon her cheeks. Her words tinged with a sense of grievance and concern that seemed far from feigned. Indeed, she was genuinely worried about them. If I were to perish, wouldn't that be better? You could simply find another, after all. Lin Xinrong's voice faltered, and in that moment, he recalled that since her arrival as his bride, he had never once touched her. Despite the rumors suggesting they had consummated their marriage, only they knew the truth. On their wedding night, inebriated, he had called out the name of her sister, and thus, nothing had transpired between them. She had kept vigil over him throughout the night, ultimately taking his hand and pricking his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to stain the sheets. At that moment, she had boldly asserted, if I do not take this step, how shall I ever establish myself in the Lin family? Everyone knows our union is merely nominal. But now that we have achieved the essence of marriage, I need not fear the whispers of others. Sir, what are you doing? Her face flushed crimson, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her head against his chest, overwhelmed with shyness, her heart racing like a startled doe. Lin Hongyi gazed at their retreating figures, his hands at his sides tightening slightly as Officer Luo assisted him back home. In his mind, he had always believed that she harbored a deep disdain for him. Yet amid the chaos of the fire, his perception of her seemed to shift. Lin Hongyi's eyes brimmed with mockery. What game was this woman playing? So willing to forsake her life. Truly, she was foolish beyond measure. Jiang Pengpeng, having endured the flames for an extended period, lost consciousness while Lin Xinrong carried her halfway. Yet, her grip remained steadfast on his collar. Fetch a few doctors to tend to the lady's wounds, he commanded. The servants in the courtyard were astonished. The marshal was personally bathing the lady. As he removed her garments, including a portion of her qipao, he discovered the myriad scars on her legs and arms, marks left by blisters that had burst in the inferno. These scars might never fade. He understood that women cherish their beauty, who would wish to bear permanent blemishes upon their skin. A wave of guilt surged within him. Exiting his chamber, His expression grew increasingly complex, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Officer Luo, seek out more physicians, particularly those with remedies for scars. Inquire where I might procure them, regardless of the cost. Yes, sir. At that moment, Lin Hongyi emerged from his room, freshly attired. How is mother? He bit his lip. This being the first instance, he uttered the word mother in reference to Su Yajin, without coercion. Lin Xinrong, leaning against the railing, remained unconscious, likely still reeling from shock. Lin Hongyi nodded curtly, opting not to inquire further. In the ensuing weeks, numerous physicians entered and exited the Lin estate, yet none could remedy the scars upon Mrs. Lin. The best they could offer was to lighten their appearance. No one could promise to eradicate them entirely. Chapter 60, The Little Darling Wife of Lin Dashui, Part 12. Lin Xinrong was furious. As he exited the courtyard, he brandished a gun at the physicians before him. You cannot even manage such trivial matters? Are you all merely here to earn your keep? The physicians, terrified, fell to their knees, trembling as they bowed repeatedly before him. Master, what are you doing outside? Why have you come out? You should rest indoors. The wind is chilly. Lin Xinrong, unbeknownst to himself, softened his tone. Jiang Pingping shook her head lightly, chuckling softly. I have fully recovered. I am not some fragile flower like Dayu. I am perfectly fine now. She extended her hand, offering him tea from the plate. This tea was sent by the Sisters of Bailman. As a woman, I do not particularly enjoy such things, but I brewed it for you to taste. As she raised her hand, her sleeve slipped back, revealing the glaring scar on her wrist. A sight that pricked Lin Xinrong's heart like a thorn, one that he could not extract. I will find a way to remove these scars, even if I must search the entire country, he declared, his words resonating with a sense of promise for her. She shook her head, her demeanor exceedingly calm. It is merely a scar. If it cannot be removed, so be it. After all, my sleeves are long, and no one will see. He then took her hand and guided her to sit on a chair in the courtyard. Why have you not ventured outside these past few days? Can Vice Officer Luo manage alone? Her gentle voice echoed in his ears. There hasn't been much to do recently. I thought I would stay at home for a few days, he replied, unwilling to confront a woman he did not love, harsh and tedious, full of moral platitudes, devoid of any femininity. Before him sat a woman transformed. The fragrance of books lingered around her, yet she was evidently far more beautiful than the women of Bailman, exuding a distinctly different aura. The tale of Mrs. Lin's heroic act of saving the father and son from the fire quickly spread among the villagers. This Mrs. Lin. Despite her poor reputation, she bravely rushed into the flames to save lives. I truly admire her, one remarked. Indeed. How could anyone think she is not cherished? How could she not uphold the virtues of a wife? If she were truly such a person, she would have been delighted to see them perish in the fire. Another chimed in. That afternoon, Jiang Pingping noticed that Lin Xinrong appeared somewhat distracted since morning, as if he had something to convey, but hesitated to articulate it. The image of the mother and son from her previous life flickered in her mind. Surely, they would be arriving soon. She walked into the courtyard, draping a large cloak over his shoulders. Why are you sitting here alone? Lost in thought. The weather is turning colder. You must not catch a chill. Speaking of which, you have been married for 5 years now, haven't you? Jiang Pingpeng was puzzled by his sudden inquiry, yet she nodded and settled beside him. I came in February of that year, and now it is just October. We are still a few months shy of 5 years. Lin Xinrong pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Did I not promise you that I would never take another wife? I do not quite remember, she replied. Chapter 61, The Little Darling of Lord Lin. 13. Her gaze fell slightly, a trace of bitter laughter gracing her lips, yet she quickly composed herself. It was as if, in this place, she had to remain perpetually vigilant about her words and actions. Observing Jiang Pingpeng in such a state, Lin Xinrong felt a pang of reluctance to impart the news to her. Jiang Pingpeng's sudden remark left Lin Xinrong momentarily speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at her. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented, as if something lodged in his throat rendered him incapable of uttering a single word. He wished to discern any emotion on her face when she uttered those words, however. Her expression was so serene that it revealed nothing. Yet, this tranquility only deepened the emptiness he felt within. Jiang Pengpeng's hands, resting on her lap, were tightly grasping her sleeve, a subtle gesture that did not escape Lin Xinrong's notice. I knew her before you entered the door. I truly owe your sister an apology. Lin Xinrong himself was unsure why he felt compelled to explain this to her. Moreover, even Lin Hongyi's mother was unaware of the circumstances surrounding that mother and son. Actually, she is not my biological sister. Lin Xinrong was taken aback by Jiang Pengpeng's focus. Did she not resent him for the wrongs done to her sister? Although, in this era, women indeed had little say over men's affairs, her reaction was remarkably composed. Then why do you still? Lin Xinrong found himself at a loss for words. After all, his treatment of her over the years was evident. Were it not for the title they bore, who would have guessed they were in fact husband and wife? Then why did I still choose to marry you? She echoed his thoughts, then continued, Did you believe I had the right to refuse at that time? Her tone was flat, as if recounting someone else's tale. I thought you were willing back then, Lin Xinrong admitted, only now grasping the truth of the matter. He had always believed that her willingness to marry him stemmed from a status and family background. Thus, throughout those 5 years, he had perceived her as a woman driven by vanity, leading him to refrain from approaching her. Moreover, during her years in his household, various rumors had emerged about her. Even those within the family doubted her sincerity towards Hongyi. It was only at this moment that he realized how little he understood her, with much of what he had heard being second-hand accounts that he could not verify himself. Initially, he found it hard to believe, but as the tales multiplied, he subconsciously accepted certain events as truth. Each time he saw her, he instinctively avoided her presence. How could I ever be willing? Who wouldn't he wish to marry a man whose heart was entirely theirs? And your feelings towards me? Merely a matter of respect. Jiang Pengpeng slowly rose, clearly defining Lin Xinrong's place in her heart. Chapter 62. The Little Darling of General Lin. 14. Perhaps men are inherently creatures of strong possessiveness. As he listened to Jiang Pengpeng express that he held no place in her heart, a sensation akin to impending loss washed over him. A feeling of grasping at something intangible. Lin Xinrong removed his large cloak and draped it over her shoulders. You need it more than I do, he explained, as if fearing her rejection. She smiled faintly, tightening the cloak around herself as she stepped into the room. Meanwhile, Lin Hongyi stood outside in the biting cold wind, feeling an overwhelming chill enveloping him. A few days prior, he had resolved to accompany his father to the team to learn essential skills, for he aspired to be someone capable and independent, rather than languishing at home as a pampered young master. Upon entering the house and changing his clothes, he spotted his parents seated under a tree, engaged in conversation. As he approached to greet them, he inadvertently overheard their words. In Lin Hongyi's perception, he had always held deep respect for his father, believing him to be profoundly devoted to his mother. It was only moments ago that he realized this was nothing but self-deception. To his dismay, he discovered that seeds of doubt had already been sown outside. A frost settled upon his handsome features as he turned and exited. At mealtime, Su Zuelan casually mentioned Lin Hongyi. Jiang Pengpeng instinctively inquired, Shall I check on him? Su Zuelan, equally perplexed, sought information from the other servants, who revealed that they had seen him storming out. He has left. Jiang Pengpeng furrowed her brow slightly, then sighed. Well, he has grown up. It is understandable for him to be away from home at times. Jiang Pengpeng's intuition proved accurate. 2 or 3 days after her conversation with Lin Xinrong, Vice Officer Luo arrived at the door, accompanied by a woman and a young man. Jiang Pengpeng assessed the woman, who appeared to be in her mid-30s. Her attire suggested that Lin Xinrong had not neglected her. She wore a luxurious white fox fur coat, complemented by exquisite silk clothing beneath, an evident mark of quality. In contrast, the young man beside her, seemingly around 18 or 19, dressed rather modestly. A flicker of emotion crossed Jiang Pengpeng's eyes, yet she maintained her composure, smiling as she lifted her cup of tea and took a delicate sip. Vice Officer Luo cast a troubled glance at Jiang Pengpeng. Coincidentally, the general was not home that day, having instructed him to bring them over, leaving him in a state of awkwardness, unsure of how to proceed. My apologies, Vice Officer Luo. Please invite them in, Jiang Pengpeng responded, her warmth momentarily surprising those present. Surely, She could not be oblivious to the identities of this mother and son, yet she greeted them with such cordiality. Chapter 63. The charming young wife of Lin Dashui. 15. The group arrived together in the grand hall. Jiang Pungbrung instructed the servants to serve tea and bring fruits for them, displaying utmost hospitality. Very well, off you go. You've worked hard, she nodded graciously.
Casually.
She cast a glance at the mother and son seated nearby. The woman's eyes were unmistakably filled with disdain and contempt. Jiang Pingpeng couldn't help but wonder who truly held the title of the lady of the house. Since you are here, this is your home. Feel free to ask the staff for anything you require. She maintained her role as a gracious hostess. Thank you, madam, Yang Wanshu responded, nudging her son Lin Suyo with her elbow. Suyo, shouldn't you express your gratitude to the madam? However, the young man merely shot a fleeting glance at Jiang Pingpeng, remaining silent, his gaze tinged with a hint of loathing. Is he lacking in manners? Jiang Pingpeng chuckled softly. At 20 years of age, on the brink of marriage, such accusations of immaturity seemed rather hypocritical. Before she could utter a word, Lin Suyo could no longer contain himself. Mother, why should we lower ourselves before her? We are not her servants. You are also father's wife. When you met him, she was probably nowhere in sight. The hatred in Lin Suyo's gaze suggested that he believed Jiang Pingpeng had usurped his father's affection. Child, do not speak so recklessly. Yang Wanshu appeared to admonish him. Yet her tone lacked any true reproach. To Jiang Pingpeng, these small gestures seemed trivial. Having traversed numerous worlds, she had encountered far more cunning tricks than these. Yang Wanshu was amusing in her own right. Jiang Pingpeng settled into her position at the head of the table, observing the mother and son. Initially, she had intended to extend a courteous welcome to them in the Lin household. After all, it was no easy task for a woman to care for a child. Coexisting under one roof should naturally foster some degree of consideration. Yet, she found her goodwill met with ingratitude, as if they sought to assert dominance upon her arrival. The veiled barbs they exchanged were clearly intended to provoke her. Who among them was not once a child? Such blatant rudeness warranted her refusal to remain silent. Pausing for a moment, she finally spoke. No harm done. He does have a point. However, I wonder what the esteemed general thinks. Abandoning such a beautiful wife and a child of considerable age to marry me. It truly makes me feel somewhat embarrassed to be called sister by you. As her words hung in the air, Yang Wanshu's face flushed with alternating colors, leaving her momentarily speechless. The implication was clear. In this household, even a childless woman like herself could assume the position of the principal wife, while Yang, with her grown son, would have to wander aimlessly outside, unqualified to challenge her authority. Mother, let us go, Lin Suyo insisted, pulling Yang Wanshu toward the exit, and Jiang Pingpeng made no attempt to stop them. Clearly, Yang Wanshu was unwilling to leave so easily. Having scarcely found a pretext to persuade Lin Xinrong to allow them to reside in the Lin family mansion, she understood that leaving in a fit of anger would complicate their return. She hastily grasped Lin Suyo's arm. Son, what are you doing? The madam meant no harm. She merely spoke a few casual words. Chapter 64. The little darling of Lord Lin. 16. Mother, can't you perceive it? The Lin family regards us as nothing more than beggars. Lin Shuyao furrowed his brow in confusion as he gazed at Yang Wanshu, wondering if residing in the Lin estate meant sacrificing their dignity. Shuyao, Yang Wanshu suddenly appeared exceedingly aggrieved, shaking her head and sighing. Well then, let us depart. We ought not to impose upon them any longer. At this moment, Jiang Pingpeng was filled with a sense of bewilderment. Had she committed an error? Upon exiting the living room, she noticed that the mother and son had already departed. Madam, it seems this mother and son duo intends to report us to the Lord, Su Tsuelan remarked with a tinge of disdain. At that moment, Jiang Pingpeng realized that Su Tsuelan was actually aligned with her. It was entirely understandable. Su Tsuelan had always been loyal to Lin Hongyi, and the sudden emergence of this mother and son, particularly with a son of such age, could inadvertently threaten Lin Hongyi's position within the household. Naturally, as Lin Hongyi's caretaker, she would not allow such a scenario to unfold. What is there to fear? Do you think the Lord would expel me from here for their sake? After a pause, she added, even if I were to be cast out, that would align with my desires, for I have grown weary of residing in this estate for for so many years. Jiang Pingping's words left Su Tsuelon momentarily stunned. By the way, Aunt Su, could you summon a few of the sisters from the Belle Epoque for me? Jiang Pingping stated nonchalantly. Su Tsuelon hesitated briefly before turning to leave. Before long, the original group of girls from the Belle Epoque arrived, all rushing over upon hearing that Jiang Pingping had called for them. Madam, did you summon us for something? Rose inquired with a look of suspicion, particularly puzzled by Jiang Pingping's manipulation of the large jars. Holding a hefty pouch of coins, Rose smiled. Madam, you offer me such a sum. Are you not afraid I might abscond with it? Instantly, the eyes of the girls around her sparkled with curiosity. 100-fold? Is such a fortune truly attainable? They were utterly clueless about Jiang Pingping's intentions regarding the sudden purchase of copious amounts of corn. Subsequently, Jiang Pingping handed some money to Lily, instructing Lily, take 2 sisters to the fabric store and procure several yards of cloth to make dresses. They need not be extravagant, just suitable for work. Additionally, create a few costumes and purchase some stylish outfits from the Western clothing store. Madam, what exactly are we planning to do? Vanilla asked, utterly perplexed.
Brewing wine.
Brewing wine? The group echoed in unison, but with so many taverns lining the streets, could they genuinely profit from brewing wine now? Moreover, what connection did brewing have with purchasing clothing?
Who said we intend to sell wine?
Jiang Pingping replied with a mischievous smile, leaving everyone even more bewildered. Not selling wine while simultaneously brewing it, did she expect money to simply fall from the heavens? You will understand in due course, Jiang Pingping teased, deliberately withholding the full scope of her plan. Chapter 65. The Little Darling of Lord Lin. 17. Several sisters accompanied me to clean the vacant house on East Street. She meticulously assigned tasks nearby, and before long, everyone had busied themselves. Only the household servants remained, filled with suspicion. Why had the lady suddenly decided to tidy up the empty house? They rushed to inform the lord, fearing the lady intended to leave home. Jiang Pingping grouped those skilled in winemaking together, while those adept in singing and dancing were organized separately. She clapped her hands and announced, all right, those who enjoy singing and dancing will follow Sister Rose, while those less inclined will learn winemaking with Vanilla. Lady, may I inquire what exactly we are doing? Came a hesitant voice. Jiang Pingping nodded. Since you are so curious, I shall enlighten you.
Ah,
so it is akin to what the Belle Epoque used to be? He asked with curiosity. A drama, a stage play? How novel, someone remarked. Yet, a hint of worry lingered. But will they truly appreciate it? Rest assured, as long as we perform well, they cannot help but be impressed. The key is that our wine must be exquisite, and we need not prepare an abundance of dishes. Just a modest serving of spicy intestines and peanuts will suffice. As Jiang Pingping's words lingered in the air, she noticed the eager expressions on the faces of the young ladies before her. Meanwhile, Yang Wanshu and her son were nearby. Jiang Pingping ascended to her room to change her attire, feeling utterly fatigued after a long day. It was nearing mealtime when Lin Xinrong sent Su Tsuelon to call for her, prompting her descent from upstairs. At that moment, Lin Xinrong's expression was far from pleasant. You've been bustling about all day, brewing wine, and managing the tavern. Has my household failed to provide you with sufficient sustenance? His accusatory tone displeased Jiang Pingping. She had initially intended to share her thoughts with him, but now found herself devoid of inclination.
How could that be?
I merely wish to engage in pursuits I enjoy, she replied with serene indifference. After meandering through conversation, Lin Xinrong finally reached the crux of the matter, eliciting a smile from Jiang Pingping. To suddenly bear such an unjust accusation, I am ill-equipped to shoulder it. All the servants are watching. If they choose to leave today, I cannot prevent it. She adjusted her slightly wrinkled sleeve, a hint of grievance coloring her expression as her misty gaze met Lin Hongyi's. I even had the room adjacent to the lord prepared for Wanshu, while Xuyao is conveniently located next to the study. Both are the closest to you. She cast a glance at Yang Wanshu, seated in the living room, and mused, which gossiping tongue has been stirring trouble before you, claiming I mistreat them? If this is considered mistreatment, I truly wonder how I might satisfy everyone. Chapter 66. The Little Darling of the Great Marshal. 18. Lin Xinrong gazed at Jiang Pingping with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Hadn't Yan Wanshu conveyed a different narrative previously? He summoned Su Tsuelon and inquired, Are the bedrooms of the third concubine and the second young master truly cleaned? Seizing the opportunity, Su Tsuelon quickly interjected on Jiang Pingping's behalf. Great Marshal, those two rooms were personally tidied by the lady herself. She expressed her concerns that the servants might be careless and feared that the third concubine and the second young master would find the accommodations uncomfortable. Thus, she insisted on doing it herself. Instantly, Yang Wanshu, seated within the room, regarded Jiang Pingping with incredulity. Was she genuinely so benevolent? Did she truly clean them herself? Lin Xinrong's tone held a hint of disbelief. It was not I who cleaned them, Jiang Pingping retorted defiantly, turning away. In truth, she had attended to the cleaning prior to this day. She was quite adept at winning hearts, and the household servants were certainly aware of the reality. Maintaining appearances was not a daunting task. She recalled how the original owner had been thoroughly manipulated from the moment Yang Wanshu and her son arrived at the Lin estate. The servants had all aligned themselves with her. However, in this lifetime, Jiang Pingping was resolute in preventing such occurrences from transpiring again. She had claimed that Su Yajin barred her entry, subsequently subjecting them to various sarcastic jibes. Yet, it appeared that Suya did not embody such a character. He was convinced that the household servants would not deceive him. A flicker of panic crossed Yang Wanshu's eyes as she clenched her teeth in frustration. She had not anticipated that Su Yajin would resort to such tactics. Clearly, Su Yajin was not an adversary to be underestimated. That night, shortly after Jiang Pingping had settled into slumber, she was roused by the sound of the front gate creaking open. Utilizing her keen sense of hearing once more, she discerned Lin Hongyi's voice. A wave of surprise washed over her. It had been quite some time since they last met. She donned a coat and rose to investigate, only to find two soldiers assisting him into the living room. Jiang Pingping feared he had sustained injuries and hurried down the stairs. "What has happened to Hongyi?" she inquired, her voice laced with concern. It was only when she caught a whiff of alcohol that her brow furrowed in dismay. How had he consumed so much? "Please, gentlemen, assist me in helping him upstairs," she implored. She had never witnessed Lin Hongyi in such a drunken state. This was indeed an exception. Once the two soldiers departed, Jiang Pingping fetched some hot water, dampening a towel to wipe Lin Hongyi's hands and face. Just as she stood up, Lin Hongyi unexpectedly retched, leaving a mess on the floor. Jiang Pingping's expression morphed into one of exasperation. What on earth had he endured to end up in such a condition? It seemed sleep was a distant prospect for her that night. She stifled a yawn and hurriedly cleaned up the remnants of his upheaval. "Mama." In a haze, Jiang Pingping thought she heard Lin Hongyi murmuring a name. Her heart skipped a beat, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Suddenly, she felt a warmth enveloping her wrist. Lin Hongyi had tightly grasped her hand. Chapter 67. The Little Darling of Lin Dashui, 19. Jiang Pingping struggled with all her might, yet her efforts proved utterly futile. Lin Hongyi remained sound asleep. A strange thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Lin Hongyi was feigning sleep? She cautiously tested the waters, only to discover he remained unresponsive. Shaking her head, she mused that she might have misunderstood. Perhaps Lin Hongyi had merely met some girl outside. "Mother, please don't abandon your child. Mother, don't go, don't go." A sudden realization dawned upon Jiang Pingping. He was calling for his mother. In that moment, a wave of maternal affection washed over her, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for him. Despite his usual haughty demeanor, when intoxicated, he resembled a fragile child. Gently, she reached out to stroke his head, filled with tenderness. Time slipped away, and before she knew it, fatigue enveloped her, and Jiang Pingping succumbed to sleep. The following day, she awoke, her body aching, and found herself gazing directly into Lin Hongyi's deep, dark eyes. Instinctively, she sprang up from her seat. "Hongyi, you're awake." Panic flooded her features, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Hongyi regarded her with an enigmatic expression, a smirk playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Thank you for taking care of me last night, Mother," he said slowly, placing particular emphasis on the word mother. Jiang Pingping hastily composed herself, feigning calmness as she replied, I noticed you had drunk too much. So I just helped you clean up a little. You really should drink less in the future." "Understood," Lin Hongyi said, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Mother, I didn't say anything inappropriate or do anything foolish, did I? Jiang Pingpeng quickly shook her head. No, you were simply drunk and fell asleep. In a flurry, she exited Lin Hongyi's room, suddenly aware of the warmth radiating from her cheeks. She placed her hands on her hips, stretching to relieve her sore muscles, just as she bumped into Su Zuelan. Madam, how did you come from the young master's room? Only after she had explained herself did she realize why she felt the need to clarify. Oh dear, this is all my oversight. The young master is all right, isn't he? Su Zuelan's focus shifted immediately to Lin Hongyi, and she refrained from probing further. That's enough. You should go prepare a bowl of hangover soup for him. After freshening up, Jiang Pingpeng ventured to the East Street to check on the recent progress. To ensure the wine was brewed to perfection, she had enlisted the help of 2 seasoned winemakers. Upon entering the backyard, she was greeted by the delightful aroma of wine. Not bad at all, she praised generously, adding, remember, absolutely no water should be added to the wine. We must provide our guests with the purest and finest quality. Rest assured, madam, we will follow your instructions diligently. The girls replied, rolling up their sleeves and busily attending to their tasks. Earning money with their own hands was far more rewarding than merely drinking with customers. It must be said, the combination of Rose's dancing and Lily's singing, devoid of modern sound equipment and sound engineers, left Jiang Pingpeng utterly captivated. It was simply exquisite. This naturally surpassed the monotony of mere singing. Lin Hongyi had been at home for quite some time when he decided to check on what Jiang Pingpeng was up to, only to learn she was preoccupied with the preparations for her tavern's opening. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this woman's remarkable abilities. She could even engage in business. It seemed he must pay her a visit. Chapter 68. The Little Darling of the Great General, Part 20. As Lin Hongyi stepped through the door, he was greeted by a melodious song resonating from within the room. The voice seemed reminiscent of a lily. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a lively performance on stage, where it appeared that most of the young ladies from the Paletta dance were already present. His attention instinctively drifted towards Jiang Pingpeng, who sat leisurely in a rocking chair, swaying gently with her back to him. Clearing his throat softly, he caught Jiang Pingpeng's attention. Understanding the cue, he ambled over and leaned against the chair beside her. He couldn't help but acknowledge the excellent choice of seating. Lounging there while listening to the music was indeed a delightful experience. Before long, a server, dressed in the attire of a steward, approached with a glass of wine and 2 plates of snacks, placing them upon the table between them. He picked up his chopsticks, sampled a morsel, and took a sip of wine, instantly feeling his brow relax. This wine was undoubtedly one of the finest he had ever tasted, exuding a comforting essence of home. As the song and dance concluded, Jiang Pingpeng clapped her hands enthusiastically. Rising to stand before Lin Hongyi, she inquired, "What do you think? If I were to open this little tavern, would the business thrive?" Her question implied confidence, as she did not merely ask if it would be good, but rather if it would flourish. Lin Hongyi set down his wine glass and replied, "Even if you were to merely operate a tavern, it would undoubtedly prosper." Jiang Pingpeng shook her head, insisting, no, if it were just a tavern, it wouldn't sustain more people. Her gaze shifted towards the others on stage. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Lin Hongyi's eyes as he considered her perspective. Who, in this tumultuous era, would concern themselves with the welfare of others? It struck him as foolish. In truth, if anyone were to learn that the tavern's proprietor was Mrs. Lin, business would thrive effortlessly, even without her intervention. Casually, he mentioned Lin Xinrong to gauge her reaction. Suddenly, she brightened, exclaiming, you've reminded me." Lin Hongyi's expression darkened. She truly intended to leverage her identity as Mrs. Lin. However, she added defiantly, "But I prefer not to rely on his identity." Her face radiated determination, vastly different from her previous demeanor. Lin Hongyi's expression softened. Ever since that day, any mention of Lin Xinrong had stirred his discontent. The woman before him, Su Yajin, seemed to perceive his inner turmoil, leaving him puzzled as to whether her recent transformation was linked to her earlier mishap. You may not be aware, but before Mrs. Lin even began preparations for the tavern, she had already instructed that no one disclose her identity as the owner. A voice chimed in. Rose and Lily gracefully descended from the stage, cheerfully addressing Lin Hongyi. Jiang Pingpeng remained silent. Strangely, He felt a sense of clarity wash over him. This arrangement was beneficial, with only the two of them at home. Their plans would remain undisturbed. Yang Wanshu approached with a beaming smile, yet both seemed disinclined to engage with her. Lin Hongyi furrowed his brow and remarked, "We are not acquainted. It would be more appropriate for you to address me as the young master." Yang Wanshu faltered, her face flushing with embarrassment, and weakly complied, "Yes, young master." Jiang Pingpeng stifled her laughter, though Yang Wanshu had not yet committed any egregious act, so she refrained from making things difficult for her. As they advanced, Yang Wanshu's gaze bore into them, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. "Just wait. One day, I shall ensure you all are beneath my heel." Jiang Pingpeng's tavern officially opened. Desiring to keep her identity concealed, she chose to remain backstage on the inaugural day, entrusting the ribbon-cutting ceremony to Rose and a few others. Many presumed that the establishment was founded by a group of women from the Palais de Danse, leading to disparaging remarks about their perceived ingratitude. The struggles they endured were understood only by the few. During their time at the Palais de Danse, they were compelled to comply with every directive from the management, never daring to voice a complaint when entertaining guests. Jiang Pingpeng meticulously penned rules in clear script to display at the entrance, proclaiming that the ladies inside would neither serve drinks nor entertain patrons. Upon seeing this, passers-by dismissively waved their hands and walked away, muttering about the futility of the establishment. After all, women from the Palais de Danse were expected to cater to guests, and if they were no longer doing so, many deemed it a waste of their money. Chapter 69. The Young Mistress of Lin Dashui, Part 21. Once the firecrackers had ceased, the crowd, bustling and clamorous, dispersed from the taverness entrance. It seemed that no one was inclined to step inside and savor the offerings. Rose, filled with urgency, dashed backstage, her brow furrowed in concern. "What shall we do, my lady? No one wishes to come in." "Fear not, I have a plan," replied Jiang Pingpeng, exuding an air of calm. "The young master should be at home. Go summon him and his friends to support our tavern." Jiang Pingpeng smiled cheerfully, not minding the prospect of utilizing Lin Hongyi. "Very well, I shall do so." Rose nodded before swiftly exiting. As noon approached, the tavern's entrance lay deserted, with no patrons willing to venture inside. Upon finding Lin Hongyi, Rose conveyed that this was Jiang Pingpeng's idea. While sipping water, he burst into laughter. "I thought she possessed remarkable influence. Turns out, not a soul is inclined to patronize her. Young master, please assist our lady. If no one arrives, our little tavern's efforts will be in vain," Rose implored, her eyes brimming with anxiety as she gesticulated helplessly before Lin Hongyi. Jiang Pingpeng frowned, realizing they could no longer afford to wait. "Ah, should we offer them for free?" Rose's face was a picture of confusion. Since time immemorial, businesses have never given away goods, and the corn they've purchased is of excellent quality. Just the 100 jars of wine are worth a considerable sum. "Follow my instructions," Jiang Pingpeng insisted. "Free, you say? Then I am inclined to see for myself, especially since Rose and the others possess a certain charm. I shall join as well. I could never afford the drinks at the Palais." In no time, clusters of people surged towards the tavern. Is it any wonder that individuals are drawn to lively places? Observers, witnessing such a throng, assumed a significant event was transpiring inside. Some even rushed in without pausing to read the notice. Once the tavern was filled to capacity, a crowd gathered at the entrance, preventing further entry. Fragrant Grass hurried upstairs to the private room. "My lady, it is full, but they are not spending today." "That matters not. Having tasted the delights, they will surely return," Jiang Pingpeng asserted confidently. Fragrant Grass nodded. "In that case, the young master and his friends are nearly here. We must prepare a few seats for them." Chapter 70. The Young Mistress of Lord Lin, Part 22. Ah? Xiang Chao pondered, utterly perplexed. Wasn't the young master here to show his support? If everyone saw that even Lord Lin had arrived, it would undoubtedly affirm the charm of our little tavern. Consider this. If our tavern were so popular that even Lord Lin was turned away, wouldn't that intrigue others even more? Jiang Pingpeng's lips curled into a delicate smile. Suddenly, Xiang Chao experienced an epiphany and gave Jiang Pingpeng a thumbs up. "Madam, you are truly suited for business." At that moment, Lin Hongyi arrived with a group of his friends. Observing the throngs within the tavern, he questioned, "Didn't they say there was no one here, which is why they called me to save the day? Lord Lin, shall we perhaps find another venue? This tavern seems excessively crowded. What is there to admire?" Several of Lin Hongyi's companions expressed their disinterest.
No.
Once you step inside, and especially after sampling their drinks, I assure you, you will find no other establishment quite like this, Lin Hongyi declared resolutely before his friends, who were now filled with curiosity about the little tavern. Really, Lord Lin? Could it be that you brought us here under the pretense of support just to see some girl inside? Do you think a place so bustling would require support? However, that girl indeed captured Lin Hongyi's thoughts. What shall we do now? Are we to wait here idly? Just then, Lin Hongyi noticed Xiang Chao approaching him. Xiang Chao. Did she reserve a spot for us? Lin Hongyi asked excitedly, concealing her identity from outsiders. Lin Hongyi. His other friends. Lin Hongyi yearned to confront that woman, yet above all, he wished to see her. Xiang Chao glanced at Lin Hongyi with a hint of unease. Our boss has decided to compensate Lord Lin and his friends by offering each of you a jar of wine. Should there be available seats in the future, you are all welcome to join us. Lin Hongyi's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot.
Huh.
Who would have thought that even Lord Lin could be turned away one day? His friends snickered in delight. Subsequently, Xiang Chao arranged for several jars of wine to be brought to Lin Hongyi and his companions. One of them, initially disdainful, merely hooked a finger around a jar, showing no real interest. He accepted the wine solely out of respect for Lin Hongyi and Xiang Chao. A spark of realization flickered in Lin Hongyi's mind as he suddenly grasped the situation. This stepmother truly knew how to scheme. Let us go. We shall return another day, Lin Hongyi announced, turning away with his friends. Before leaving, he deliberately called out to Xiang Chao, Xiang Chao. Make sure your boss remembers to reserve a seat for me next time. I desire a private booth. As other patrons turned to look, Xiang Chao quickly responded, Rest assured. I will ensure a seat for you next time. I apologize for this instance. I think I just saw the young master of the Lin family standing outside. I saw that too. It seems he was turned away due to lack of space.
Wow.
Who would have thought that a place Lord Lin couldn't secure would still have room for us? The audience buzzed with excitement, just as the music began to play. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixated on the stage. Chapter 71, The Little Darling of Lord Lin, Part 23. Greetings to all esteemed guests. We now invite you to enjoy the stage play of Butterfly Lovers that we have specially prepared for you. Some individuals initially intended to enter merely to grab a drink and leave, but upon hearing the unique announcement, they paused in their tracks. As they continued to watch, their interest grew, and they found themselves increasingly reluctant to depart. What began as a light-hearted visit soon turned emotional, with tears streaming down their faces. As the curtain of the play gradually descended, the audience was moved to tears and erupted into applause. Behind the curtain, Zhang Pengpeng wore a satisfied smile, casually tossing a sunflower seed into her mouth and savoring it. I feel rather embarrassed to have attended a play for free while also receiving a jar of liquor. Perhaps I should leave some money behind. It wouldn't be right to take without giving. My lady, did you see? They are actually offering money, exclaimed Xiang Zhao, her face brimming with excitement. Go, let them take the money, Zhang Pengpeng commanded once more.
Huh.
Just as Xiang Zhao was about to inquire further, she recalled that she must not question her lady's wishes and promptly set about her task. When Xiang Zhao informed the audience to put their money away, they were met with astonishment. A tavern that does not charge for drinks? This is a gesture of goodwill from our proprietor. She is a woman of her word and will not accept your money, Xiang Zhao patiently explained, not forgetting to flatter her lady. Your proprietor is truly trustworthy. I would like to meet her if the opportunity arises. Regrettably, our owner is not present at the tavern. Her identity is rather special, so I cannot disclose it to you, Xiang Zhao replied, and upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their inquiries about the tavern's owner. As the audience prepared to leave, they felt a sense of reluctance. From song and dance to operatic performances and stage dramas, this place offered a plethora of entertainment at an astonishingly low price, amounting to merely a couple of coins per visit. Most importantly, the small liquor served here was authentic corn liquor, and the tavern guaranteed that it was completely pure, promising compensation tenfold for any counterfeit. In such a conscientious establishment, where else could one find such quality? Alas, the tavern only operated until 10 p.m. each night. Otherwise, many would wish to linger overnight. Here, they had no intention of bothering the performers on stage or requesting their company for drinks. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Pengpeng. Could it be that she had encountered an ill-intentioned individual? Or worse, a ghost? Her heart began to race uncontrollably. In search of a semblance of safety, she picked up a stick from the roadside and cautiously advanced. Without warning, a shadow approached her. Instinctively, Jiang Pengpeng halted and began to retreat. The stick in her hand offered little comfort. The shadow moved ever closer, and her fear escalated, prompting her to turn and flee. Unfortunately, her high-heeled shoes betrayed her. After only a few steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground without warning. In an instant, the shadow seized her, lifting her from the ground. "Help! Save me!" Fear engulfed her entire being as she struggled desperately. Jiang Pengpeng felt every hair on her body stand on end. Were her fears justified? Chapter 72, The Little Darling of Lin Dashuai. Part 24. Lin Hongyi. Are you trying to scare me to death? She had never feared anything in her life, except for ghosts. That shadow she had just seen had made her believe it was some vile entity. You were frightened, weren't you? That's what you get for toying with me. Jiang Pengpeng, fully aware of her own wrongdoing, regretted having manipulated him. At that moment, she realized with dismay that she had twisted her ankle. Damn it! Jiang Pengpeng muttered under her breath, cursing softly. Lin Hongyi gazed at her in disbelief, taken aback. Had she just uttered a curse? Jiang Pengpeng noticed his puzzled expression and wished she could bite her tongue off. Surely, such language was not appropriate for this era? Jiang Pengpeng was flustered, believing she might have misheard, until she saw Lin Hongyi reaching out to her. No, don't let anyone know. Just support me. She quickly declined his offer. If anyone familiar caught sight of them, the news would spread, and she would surely be the subject of ridicule. So, you refuse my help simply to avoid being seen by others? Lin Hongyi's ambiguous words always left Jiang Pengpeng feeling uneasy. Of course, I am your mother, she thought, bewildered by his line of thinking. Fine, then you may walk on your own. He suddenly released his hold on her. You. Jiang Pengpeng glared at him with clenched teeth, standing on one foot while the toes of the other barely grazed the ground, too afraid to put weight on it or walk. Lin Hongyi crossed his arms and looked at her with a smirk, showing no intention of assisting her. Lin Hongyi, you disrespect your elders. Jiang Pengpeng gritted her teeth, forcing out a few words through clenched jaws. The throbbing pain in her foot made her furrow her brow tightly. Ah. Lin Hongyi sighed heavily, shaking his head. Why can't you simply obey? Jiang Pengpeng shot him a fierce glare. I want tea. He stood tall beside her, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As she finished speaking, he crouched down, with a stubborn glint in her eyes. She thought, what do you expect? Do you want me to yield to your intimidation? Jiang Pengpeng gritted her teeth and climbed onto his back. If I'm feeling guilty, so be it. What's the big deal? Upon reaching the gate of the courtyard, Jiang Pengpeng instructed Lin Hongyi to let her down. Should I call someone to assist you? At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted, making both of them's hearts skip a beat. TSK, I wonder what others would think upon witnessing the scene? It was Lin Sio's voice, and both Jiang Pengpeng and Lin Hongyi turned to look at him simultaneously. Lin Hongyi clenched his fists tightly, speaking each word with restraint. What business is it of yours? Are you flustered and angry? Lin Sio's brazen voice seemed to relish the attention of others. Why do you two always come and go together, returning early and leaving late? Surely there is something fishy going on? Say that again, if you dare. Lin Hongyi's forehead pulsed with veins, struggling to contain his temper. He had no intention of entangling himself with this mother-son duo, but if they provoked him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. As Lin Hongyi prepared to charge at him, Jiang Pengpeng quickly grasped his wrist, feeling a cool sensation. She shook her head at him. Lin Hongyi, don't be reckless. Lin Hongyi. Lin Sio. Chapter 73, Lin Dashuai's Little Darling, Part 25. Lin Hongyi gazed at Jiang Pengpeng with incredulity. She was not attempting to dissuade him. Very well, you all. Bang! Before Lin Shutao could finish his sentence, Lin Hongyi delivered a powerful punch squarely to his face. Since you have provoked me, do not blame me for my retaliation. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued. Lin Shutao, being rather diminutive, had no strength to defend himself and merely endured Lin Hongyi's blows, left and right. Help! Lin Shutao cried out in utter disarray. Having been knocked to the ground, unable to move, given another chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from antagonizing this pair of unruly mother and son without any advantage of his own. All right, that should suffice. Watching you fight has made me rather restless. If it weren't for my leg pain, I fear I might have been unable to resist the urge to teach him a lesson myself, Jiang Pingpong lamented, leaning against the wall with a look of regret. If this were someone else, wouldn't she be inclined to intervene? Instead, she wholeheartedly supported him. Yet, despite this, she still found herself feeling oddly compassionate. You all wait for me. Lin Shutao's face turned ashen, his anger boiling over. Uffed. Jiang Pingpong chuckled. I must say, Lin Shutao, before you provoke someone next time, could you at least consider whether you stand a chance against them? Jiang Pingpong continued her lecture from the sidelines. Lin Shutao's expression fluctuated between green and pale. He retorted petulantly, how was I to know you would? Ultimately, he faltered, hesitating to voice his thoughts completely, fearful of incurring further wrath. I presume what you wish to say is how could you expect me to dissuade Hongyi from striking you? Do you truly believe I would stand by and endure humiliation? Jiang Pingpong raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance. Lin Shutao huffed through his nose, begrudgingly rising from the ground. As he passed by Lin Shutao, he cast a warning glance in his direction. It was only when Lin Hongyi supported Jiang Pingpong past him that Lin Shutao realized her foot was injured. Strangely, a mix of emotions swirled within him. Perhaps he should not have spoken so harshly to her earlier? Lin Shutao furrowed his brow impatiently. I'm fine. You needn't concern yourself so much. What nonsense are you spouting? I am your mother. How can I not take care of your affairs? Do explain how you ended up in this state. Who struck you? I shall confront them at once. Yang Wanshu persisted, unwilling to relent. Lin Shutao had been beaten to such a state, yet he was unwilling to disclose the details. There must undoubtedly be some underlying issue, and she wondered if it was connected to these two. Chapter 74. The Little Darling of Lord Lin, Part 26. I told you not to concern yourself with this matter. Am I not capable of handling a fall? This was the first instance of Lin Suyo clashing with Yang Wanshu. Immediately, Yang Wanshu adopted a woeful demeanor, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Suyo, your mother is merely worried about you. Why does it seem to you that I am hindering your affairs? Mother, please allow me some solitude. It is getting late. You should rest, Lin Suyo succinctly dismissed Yang Wanshu. The more he did so, the more anxious Yang Wanshu became about what Lin Suyo might have endured. To her, he was an essential tool for establishing her position within the Lin family, and she felt compelled to be aware of his daily whereabouts, no matter where he went or what he did. Feigning illness, Yang Wanshu requested the maids in the courtyard to prepare a bowl of ginger soup for her. Subsequently, she slipped several banknotes into the maid's hand and initiated a casual conversation. Little Six, you have been working in the Lin family courtyard for many years, haven't you? Little Six, somewhat bewildered, nodded nervously. I have been here for over 3 years, but why do you suddenly inquire about this, madam? Yang Wanshu gently patted her hand. Oh, it is nothing. I simply noticed that your daily tasks are quite arduous. This money is my small token of appreciation. Please use it to buy some fruit candies to share with everyone in the courtyard. Oh, it's nothing. We are merely fulfilling our duties. Having received compensation from the Lin family, it is expected that we serve them well. Little Six spoke candidly, feeling a tad closer to Yang Wanshu at that moment. In this courtyard, it was rare for anyone to treat them with such kindness. For the first time, Yang Wanshu refrained from probing further and did not ask Little Six to perform any tasks for her. She understood that one must not appear too overtly ambitious. Winning hearts is a gradual endeavor, essential for securing loyalty and long-term service. Yang Wanshu recognized that to carve out a niche for herself in the neighboring courtyard and pursue her aspirations, she needed trusted confidence among her subordinates. Recently, due to a leg injury, Jiang Pingpong was unable to frequent the tavern. However, ever since that day, when those individuals tasted the fruits of their labor at the tavern, business had flourished, with a daily patronage of 100, some even arriving early. With the tavern now thriving, Jiang Pengpeng found herself burdened with fewer concerns. The patrons expressed immense gratitude towards her. Without her, who would have provided them with such employment, which they enjoyed and from which they garnered substantial earnings? As Jiang Pengpeng descended the stairs, she noticed several servants in the courtyard distributing something. "What are you doing?" she inquired casually. Seeing her approach, the servants hurriedly concealed their possessions. "And nothing, we are not doing anything." This behavior struck Jiang Pengpeng as peculiar. "Very well, if you choose not to share. I shall consider it as if I never asked." While she had no intention of meddling in the servants' affairs, as long as they remained loyal to the Lin family, she was indifferent to their actions. Yet, their earlier conduct had been oddly suspicious. "Madam, we were just distributing fruit candies." A few servants finally admitted as Jiang Pengpeng turned to leave. "Is it merely a few fruit candies? Why hide them? I have no intention of confiscating them from you." Chapter 75. The Little Darling of Lord Lin, 27. Jiang Pengpeng smiled lightly, her voice tinged with annoyance. From their expressions alone, she could surmise the origins of the fruit candies. "Madam, these are bought with the money from the third concubine. Would you care to try one?" Xiao Lu, noticing that Jiang Pengpeng was not angered, grew bolder. "Very well. Since it is the third concubine's goodwill, I shall indulge in one." The onlookers exchanged glances, puzzled by her reaction, which was not aligned with their expectations. Previously, she had detested the servants in the courtyard lazily indulging in frivolities. After all, everyone knew that Jiang Pengpeng was the true mistress of the estate, and thus they all vied for her favor. When she inquired, the servants eagerly offered their introductions. "It's all right, I know where it is." Jiang Pengpeng had initially intended only to make small talk, yet found them quite engaging. "By the way, I plan to visit Taming Temple tomorrow to burn incense and pray. I will be observing a vegetarian diet for 7 days. Who among you would accompany me?" Jiang Pengpeng casually mentioned the plan, which had crossed her mind. "I will go," exclaimed a maid named Chunju, stepping forward. "Madam, I am most familiar with Taming Temple. My family lived nearby before I came here." Jiang Pengpeng sized her up and nodded in agreement. "All right, then bring 2 sets of clothes and accompany me." Subsequently, she strolled leisurely through the courtyard, tending to the flowers and trimming the withered branches. Living in such an era, devoid of mobile phones or electronic devices, the only daily pursuits were nurturing flowers and cultivating one's character. Before long, Yang Wanshu learned from her informants that Jiang Pengpeng intended to partake in vegetarian meals and chant at Taming Temple. "How amusing," she scoffed. "She actually thinks to go to the temple for such rituals." In her eyes, Jiang Pengpeng's intentions appeared to be mere posturing for the sake of public perception, making others believe that the mistress of the Lin family was virtuous and benevolent. The maid speaking was Xiao Lu, who had benefited from Yang Wanshu on more than one occasion. Having received so much from her, Xiao Lu felt obliged to assist. Yang Wanshu curled her lips into a disdainful smirk. Since her sister was going to burn incense, it would seem ungracious to decline. "And what is your intention, madam?" Xiao Lu inquired with a hint of suspicion. "Prepare for me. I shall accompany my sister to the temple tomorrow to burn incense," Yang Wanshu nonchalantly instructed, her attention fixated on her nails. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Suyo entered, addressing his mother. "I heard you plan to visit Taming Temple tomorrow?" "You have heard correctly," Yang Wanshu replied with a gentle smile, one reserved only for Lin Suyo. "But you have always been skeptical of such matters," Lin Suyo remarked, puzzled. "It is getting late. You should retire early. Remember, whatever I do is for your own good." Yang Wanshu deftly shifted the conversation. Chapter 76. The Little Darling of Lin Dashui, 28. Before Lin Suyo, she always spoke with a commanding tone, to which he had grown accustomed. As her son, he could not be oblivious to Yang Wanshu's ambitions. "Very well, mother, you should rest early," Lin Suyo replied, refraining from further inquiries. "By the way, is there something you need at this late hour?" Just as Lin Suyo turned to leave, Yang Wanshu called him back. "No, nothing in particular. I merely noticed the light in your mother's room was still on, so I came to check." Lin Suyo feigned nonchalance, though he indeed had matters on his mind. However, Seeing that his mother was entirely consumed with her scheming, he doubted she would heed his words. The following morning, before Jiang Pingpeng had even risen, a cacophony erupted in the courtyard. Frowning slightly, she found the early disturbance quite irksome. Reluctantly, she rose to peer out the window. Yang Wanshu was bustling about in the yard, seemingly preparing to depart. Curiosity filled Jiang Pingpeng's mind. Where could Yang Wanshu be headed? Surely, it could not be a departure. Noticing the time, Jiang Pingpeng concluded it was appropriate for her to set out, so she began her morning routine. Just as she was ready to descend the stairs, she encountered Lin Hongyi. Mother is quite punctual. Every year at this time, she embarks on a week-long pilgrimage to Daming Temple for vegetarian meals and prayers. He leaned casually against the doorframe, observing Jiang Pingpeng with a half-smile. Indeed, I do not possess the leisure of a young master like yourself, who idles away the days. It is only fitting to partake in vegetarian meals and prayers. Otherwise, the Bodhisattva may not bestow blessings. Jiang Pingpeng replied, deliberately provoking him, still harboring grievances from their previous encounters. Lin Hongyi, however, merely chuckled, lightly clearing his throat with amusement. Mother's journey is fraught with peril. Would it not be better if I accompanied you? Jiang Pingpeng promptly shook her head in refusal. Thank you for your concern, but I would prefer to undertake such matters in earnest solitude. It is more fitting. Very well. As Jiang Pingpeng descended the stairs, an annoying voice reached her ears. Sister, you have come down. Jiang Pingpeng pointed to herself, asking curiously, are you calling me? Yang Wanshu chuckled lightly, her demeanor serious. Who else could I be calling? I heard you were going to Daming Temple for vegetarian meals and prayers, so I thought it would be pleasant to accompany you. Coincidentally, I am also scheduled to go next month, so why not go together in advance? Jiang Pingpeng scrutinized her for a moment. Her proposal seemed reasonable. Surely, she harbored no ulterior motives? Recently, she had not employed her usual vigilance, and Yang Wanshu had not been conspiring behind her back. Since she wished to accompany her, it would be impolite to refuse. All right, since I have not prepared anything yet, you can assist me in gathering what I need. Free labor should not be overlooked. Yang Wanshu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Jiang Pingpeng's forthrightness. Very well, you need not worry, sister. I will ensure everything you require is prepared meticulously. Yang Wanshu wore a beaming smile, appearing flawless in demeanor. Jiang Pingpeng stifled a yawn and settled into a chair. Then I shall take a short rest. Just call me when you are ready. Yang Wanshu. Is she truly this unreserved? Chapter 77. The Little Concubine of the Great Lord, Part 29. She took a moment to compose herself. Very well, sister, please rest for now. Jiang Pingpeng peeked through the narrow gap of her eyes to watch Yang Wanshu exit before finally opening them. This woman's excessive attentiveness was surely suspicious. Had she continued to play her role as the third concubine without meddling, Jiang would not have felt the need to remain on guard. However, if she were to cause trouble, then she could not blame Jiang for her response. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Pingpeng pondered whether it was so difficult for everyone to coexist peacefully without the need for incessant competition. At that moment, a thought struck her mind. The little koi had mentioned a garbage system that would come to siphon luck. Could it be that this woman was here to steal her fortune? She abruptly sprang up from her chair. Indeed, that must be the case. Otherwise, why would she constantly provoke her? It seemed she had underestimated her adversary. Before long, Yang Wanshu had prepared everything Jiang Pingpeng needed and sent Xiao Lu to summon her. Second madam, my lady has everything ready for you. Shall we depart? It was only then that Jiang noticed the respect Xiao Lu exhibited towards Yang Wanshu in her words. She understood that the girl had already been swayed to her side. Yang Wanshu was indeed adept at winning hearts swiftly. Very well, you may leave. I will join shortly. Jiang Pingpeng instructed Xiao Lu with an indifferent expression, revealing no emotion. Xiao Lu had hoped to gauge her reaction but received no information in return. Shortly thereafter, they all set off together. The steward had arranged 2 horse-drawn carriages for them. This time, Lin Hongyi and Lin Xiao did not accompany them. Yang Wanshu led Xiao Lu while Jiang Pingpeng took Chunju along. Inside the carriage, Jiang Pingpeng closed her eyes to rest while activating her listening mode, hoping to overhear something useful. Chunju, noticing her sister was resting, refrained from disturbing her. Before long, faint murmurs reached her ears. She could utilize her keen hearing, but only when the words were clear and there was minimal background noise. Otherwise, it would be nothing more than a cacophony. Madam, forgive my intrusion, but the second madam truly lacks humility. She intends to earnestly pray, yet leaves all the tasks to you. One must wonder where her sincerity lies. Xiao Lu, my sister is simply straightforward, Jiang replied. But madam, how can she, having borne neither son nor daughter for the great lord, possess the audacity to assume the role of your elder sister at such a young age? Perhaps my sister has her own unspoken struggles. At that moment, Jiang Pengpeng found herself amused. Who would have thought that Yang Wanxu would speak in her defense? Surely, the situation could not be so straightforward. If it were, why would she not stop Xiao Lu from presuming to judge her mistress? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Wanxu remained in a meditative state. Not long after, Xiao Lu's admiration for her was evident. It wasn't that she was unwilling to trust others. Rather, years of living in such an environment had fostered a habitual suspicion within her. Chapter 78. The Little Darling of Lord Lin, Part 30. The words that Xiao Lu spoke were originally those that Yang Wanxu wished to express herself. Yet she feared that Xiao Lu had been sent by Jiang Pengpeng to test her. Reluctantly, Yang Wanxu feigned an air of detachment, and her reaction only served to deepen Xiao Lu's admiration. This was the demeanor of a lady from a prominent family, uncontentious, ungrasping, and untainted by malicious gossip. Xiao Lu felt a twinge of guilt, prompting her to remain silent, seated quietly in the carriage. The carriage could only take them to the foot of the temple, from where they would need to ascend the steep 490 steps on foot. This was precisely a test of the sincerity of those who sought to worship earnestly. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Pengpeng gazed up at the seemingly endless steps, already sweating before she had even begun her ascent. Fortunately, her constitution was robust, and as she had come to engage in earnest prayer, hesitation was not an option. Taking a deep breath, she stepped onto the first step. Dear lady, these steps seem rather daunting, do they not? Xiao Lu remarked, slightly fatigued, as she walked behind Yang Wanxu. What troubles you? Are you already frightened before we even start? Yang Wanxu chuckled softly, teasing Xiao Lu with a gentle, virtuous demeanor as she followed suit onto the steps. Xiao Lu quickly shook her head. No. I am accustomed to such paths. It is effortless for me. My concern lies solely with you, dear lady. Fear not, for your lady is not so easily daunted by a mere few hundred steps, Yang Wanxu replied, wiping the sweat from her brow as she ascended steadily. Jiang Pengpeng noticed that Chunju, the maid, climbed the steps without even a hint of breathlessness. Filled with admiration, she inquired, Chunju, how is it that you are not fatigued? Chunju sheepishly scratched her head. I often accompanied my mother to the temple to offer incense and prayers, so perhaps I have grown accustomed to it. Pausing, she continued, observing Jiang Pengpeng's perspiring brow. Madam, try to breathe deeply and take a few steps at a time. The faster you breathe, the more fatigued you will become. Jiang Pengpeng nodded, following her advice, and indeed found her ascent became considerably easier. It seemed the girl's method was effective. Halfway up the steps, Jiang Pengpeng suddenly felt a chill along her spine as the memories of the original owner surged into her mind. If she recalled correctly, Yang Wanxu would not be so calm and composed in this situation. As expected, after only a few more steps, Yang Wanxu had caught up to her. Sister, I did not expect you to be so adept at climbing. Unlike me, I have not endured hardship, yet this long trek is quite taxing, she said, handing a cushion to Jiang Pengpeng. Sister, you appear tired. Perhaps it would be wise to rest for a moment before continuing. Jiang Pengpeng sensed something amiss as she reached for the cushion, but before her fingers could touch Yang Wanxu, she saw her begin to topple backward. Yang Wanxu! Jiang Pengpeng instinctively called out, helplessly watching as Yang Wanxu tumbled down the steps. Madam! Xiao Lu hastily chased after her. Jiang Pengpeng was filled with confusion. Was this truly a ploy of self-infliction? She had not even touched her. A cold glint flickered in her eyes. It seemed the other party had commenced their scheme. Fortunately, the steps were not continuous. Every 50 or so steps, there was a spacious pavilion for resting. Yang Wanxu fortuitously rolled down to that exact spot, halting her descent. In truth, she must have regained control. Had she continued to roll, this act could have cost her life. "Madam, are you all right?" Xiao Lu inquired anxiously, helping Yang Wanshu to her feet, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that brief moment when she had not been looking, the second madam had pushed the third madam down the steps. Having rolled for quite a distance, Yang Wanshu had only sustained minor scrapes on her hands and feet. "Do not worry," she reassured them, shaking her head. "I am fine. I just need a moment to rest." "Oh dear, you are bleeding," Xiao Lu exclaimed, more distressed than the injured party. She turned to glare at Jiang Pingpeng, second madam. "You." Of course, the last statement remained unspoken. Jiang Pingpeng raised an eyebrow at Xiao Lu. "What is it? Did she not fall by her own clumsiness? Surely, you do not think I pushed her?" Chapter 79, The Little Darling of Lord Lin, Part 31. Just moments ago. "Xiao Lu, be silent." Yang Wanshu immediately reprimanded her. "It was merely a slip that caused me to tumble. It has nothing to do with my sister. Do you understand?" Yang Wanshu's words, rather than clarifying, seemed to solidify the story as an undeniable truth. Jiang Pingpeng smirked, finding the performance of the mistress and her servant quite convincing. At this moment, she had no desire to offer any explanations. After all, Xiao Lu had already fixed the blame on her. "My sister is right. Such a minor injury is of no consequence. A simple dab with a handkerchief will suffice." Yang Wanshu bowed her head, feigning an air of extreme grievance. One might mistakenly believe that Jiang Pingpeng had intentionally pushed her down the steps to prevent her from accompanying her to the temple for prayers. It was indeed a curious situation. However, since she was already injured, her walking would surely be slow. "I am pressed for time, so I shall proceed first. You two can follow at your leisure. I trust there won't be an issue, will there?" Jiang Pingpeng decided to be resolute, having already been deemed the culprit. Should she feign concern and accompany her to the temple? This felt akin to a thief, guilt-ridden, attempting to exonerate herself. Clearly, Yang Wanshu did not anticipate Jiang Pingpeng's audacity in shifting the blame onto her. Since she was so ungrateful, then let her be. "Yes, my sister is correct. You may go ahead, Xiao Lu, and I will follow at a leisurely pace." "I truly apologize for delaying your time," Yang Wanshu said, her every word and action devoid of any impropriety. Little Lu, on the other hand, was indignant on her behalf, utterly perplexed as to why the third concubine, aside from her status, was in any way inferior to Su Yazhen. As Jiang Pingpeng and Chen Zhu moved ahead, Little Lu stated, "Living in this grand courtyard necessitates an understanding of one's identity and status. I too wish to act freely in all matters, but my position does not permit such liberties." Yang Wanshu sighed, her brows knitted tightly, her expression a portrait of helplessness that would evoke sympathy from anyone who beheld it. Though not of advanced age, being in her 30s, she possessed the grace expected of a woman, coupled with an allure that had a hint of maturity. This must surely explain Lin Xinrong's dalliance with her outside, resulting in the birth of a son. "Madam, Xiao Lu truly sympathizes with you. I cannot fathom what the young master is thinking. Could it be, simply because the second concubine is the elder sister of the first concubine, he treats her with such favoritism?" Little Lu was growing increasingly indiscreet, yet it was evident to her that Yang Wanshu held no affection for the second concubine. People invariably seek a patron to lean on. Now that the third concubine was indeed her true mistress, she must always strive to win her favor and utter words that would please her. "Very well, let us continue our journey, otherwise it will soon be dark, and it would be improper to disturb the abbots." Meanwhile, Jiang Pingpeng and Chen Zhu had located the abbots and arranged accommodations for them. As dusk descended, Chen Zhu, noticing that the third concubine and her maid had yet to arrive, expressed her concern to Jiang Pingpeng. "Madam, do you think something may have happened to the third concubine?" "Fear not, she is quite resilient," Jiang Pingpeng replied nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Yang Wanshu and her maid. What she truly wished to convey was that, following the trajectory of her previous life, she needn't worry about that woman. Not only would she remain unharmed, but she would also devise ways to bring the original owner to ruin. Once the original owner was out of the picture, the entire neighboring courtyard would undoubtedly succumb to Yang Wanshu's command. Before Jiang Pingpeng lay a wooden fish and a string of prayer beads, which she began to strike with earnestness. Despite lacking any genuine faith, having arrived in this world and donned the original owner's identity, she deemed it fitting to fulfill her unfulfilled wishes. As the night deepened, Jiang Pengpeng still had not heard a whisper from Yang Wanshu or her maid. She then instructed Chunju, "Chunju, you should accompany me to check on them." Chapter 80. The Little Darling of Lord Lin. Part 32. By all accounts, it should have been impossible for them to remain unaccounted for at this hour. A master and her servant ventured out, carrying an oil lamp, descending the mountain path from the temple. The eerie calls of nocturnal creatures echoed around them, sending shivers down Chunju's spine. What if Madame, the third concubine, and Xiao Lu had encountered some misfortune? Could it be that in this lifetime, Yang Wanshu had altered the course of events from the previous one? In the last life, she had bribed a young monk at the temple to lure her to the back mountain with the intent to silence her. Chunju had sacrificed herself to save her and was pushed off the cliff. However, that moment had long passed. Could it be that this Yang Wanshu was aware of what had transpired before and thus sought to change her tactics? A sense of uncertainty crept into Jiang Pengpeng's mind. Surely, it must have been the third concubine and Xiao Lu? Chunju felt a flicker of relief in her tone. Jiang Pengpeng nodded, suggesting they proceed to investigate. Upon their arrival, they indeed found Yang Wanshu and Xiao Lu. "Sister, you have come." Yang Wanshu's voice was tinged with a nasal quality, exuding an air of grievance. Jiang Pengpeng responded with a nonchalant hum, scrutinizing the two before her. "Is your leg injury quite severe?" she inquired. "It is not too serious. Merely painful when I walk. Hence Xiao Lu and I have been taking a few steps and resting repeatedly. I hadn't anticipated it would take us this long." Yang Wanshu replied. Jiang Pengpeng, still skeptical, nodded and produced a vial of medicine from her sleeve. "This is a remedy for bruises and injuries, obtained from the abbot. Do apply it." "Thank you, sister," Yang Wanshu responded, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Xiao Lu, however, perceived this as a mere attempt by Jiang Pengpeng to absolve herself after pushing the third concubine down the stairs and feigned concern. Yet, she accepted the medicine, pouring the powder onto Yang Wanshu's leg. "Alas, madam, your injury appears quite grave," Xiao Lu exclaimed, feigning worry. "It is of no consequence. With the medicine from my sister, I shall surely recover swiftly," Yang Wanshu declared, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Pengpeng, which sent a chill down her spine. Could this woman be up to her old tricks again? Subsequently, Jiang Pengpeng and Chunju assisted Yang Wanshu into the temple to rest. That night, Jiang Pengpeng found her sleep restless, perhaps due to her overactive imagination. The following morning, and even for the next few days, nothing peculiar occurred. To her astonishment, Yang Wanshu dutifully recited scriptures in the meditation room, exhibiting none of her former mischief. In the dead of night, however, Jiang Pengpeng was roused by a commotion outside. "Chunju, what is happening out there?" she inquired as Chunju, who was sleeping across from her, immediately responded. "It seems to be Xiao Lu." "Let her in." Upon opening the door, Xiao Lu entered, sobbing and kneeling before Jiang Pengpeng. "Second madam, please save our third concubine." Jiang Pengpeng donned a coat and sat at the edge of her bed. "What has happened? Speak slowly." "The third concubine. Her leg has suddenly begun to rot." Xiao Lu stammered, clearly terrified. However, the implication of the third concubine's condition was perplexing. Why would she come to her for help? She was no physician. It would be best to inquire with the third concubine herself. "Rotting?" Jiang Pengpeng sensed a looming crisis. "Lead me to her." The three of them proceeded to Yang Wanshu's chamber, where they found her pant leg rolled up, revealing a severely ulcerated knee, precisely where she had previously injured herself. I am unsure. I used the medicine my sister provided a few days ago, and it seemed to be healing well, but suddenly it has worsened." Yang Wanshu's words alarmed the two maids beside her, as they turned their attention to Jiang Pengpeng, suspicion clear in their eyes.
"Oh, so
My medicine must be at fault?" Jiang Pengpeng did not deny the accusation, aware that they had already devised a strategy to entrap her. "How curious. For that medicine is the finest remedy for injuries from the temple, personally given to me by the abbot." Chunju remained silent, uncertain if the second concubine had sought the abbot for the medicine. The severity of the ulcer on the third concubine's leg was indeed shocking. No, sister. I meant no offense. How could the medicine you provided be flawed? Perhaps I inadvertently came into contact with something else. Each time, Yang Wanshu retreated, which only piqued Jiang Pengpeng's interest further. Chapter 81. The Little Darling of Lord Lin 33. Perhaps it would be best for Xiao Lu to deliver the medicine to the abbot to ascertain if there is any issue with it, suggested Jiang Pengpeng, who was standing nearby. Yang Wanshu displayed a hint of hesitation on her face. No, I believe the medicine is perfectly fine. Oh, madam. Please do not be so stubborn. It is entirely possible that there is indeed something wrong with the medicine. Hand it to me, and I shall take it to the abbot immediately. Xiao Lu could no longer contain herself. Witnessing the second concubine ensnaring the third concubine into such a predicament, while the third continued to defend her, even the maidservant felt she could no longer remain silent. Xiao Lu seized the medicine and turned to Chunzhalu, saying, Chunzhalu, accompany me. It would be prudent to have a witness. Chunzhalu glanced at Jiang Pingpeng and, upon receiving her consent, followed Xiao Lu out. At that moment, the room was left with only two individuals. Jiang Pingpeng leisurely settled into a chair, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Well, no need to pretend any longer. You truly are willing to stake everything. Yang Wanshu's expression shifted in an instant, slowly lowering the hem of her skirt from her calves. With a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, she regarded Jiang Pingpeng. Since you are aware, I trust you have a corresponding plan. On the surface, Jiang Pingpeng exhibited no signs of fear, yet inwardly, she questioned the system, wondering if it could facilitate a swift resolution to the woman before her. Host, your murderous intent is too strong. Stay calm, stay calm. Perhaps the system had noticed the veins bulging on her tense hands. Little Koi, I am waiting for you. Suddenly, Yang Wanshu uttered a statement that caught Jiang Pingpeng off guard, causing her to look up.
Oh?
So you already knew? We are all in the same line of work. If I did not understand your background, how could I possibly complete my tasks? Yang Wanshu shot her a defiant look. Just a third-rate, shabby system, and yet you assist it. Why not simply switch to our side? Wouldn't it be better for us to collaborate for mutual growth? Host, are you attempting to poach talent? Yang Wanshu covered her mouth, letting out a light laugh. You are rather amusing, but alas. Who truly is the third-rate system remains to be seen. Jiang Pingpeng replied, Host, do not heed her nonsense. Xia Lu cast a look of disgust towards Jiang Pingpeng, and even Chunzhalu's gaze held a hint of suspicion. What did the abbot say? Even at this juncture, the second concubine continues to feign innocence? Jiang Pingpeng casually nodded, deliberately elongating her tone. Oh, it seems this medicine indeed has issues. Xiao Lu was perplexed. What is the second concubine's reaction? Is she not feeling guilty at all? At this moment, Yang Wanshu had reverted to her previously delicate and gentle demeanor. How could this be?
No.
Perhaps someone has tampered with that bottle of medicine. It cannot possibly be my sister. Yang Wanshu shook her head vigorously, defending Jiang Pingpeng. Madam, the abbot has provided me with another bottle of medicine, stating that the previous one contained a corrosive substance. He urged you not to use it, as it would only exacerbate your wounds. He also mentioned he had not given any medicine to the second concubine. Yang Wanshu feigned shock. Her expression filled with disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Pingpeng. How could this be possible? Chapter 82. The Little Darling of Lord Lin, Part 34. Jiang Pingpeng extended her hand to massage her temples, wondering which scoundrel the abbot was. It was he who had given her the medicine, yet now he refused to acknowledge it? However, it made sense. In this era, as long as one possesses wealth, it is not merely the abbot who could be bought, but even a bodhisattva might succumb to temptation. Xiao Lu cast a deliberate glance at Jiang Pingpeng. She responded to Xiao Lu's words, deliberately emphasizing the phrase mental illness. As soon as her words fell, Yang Wanshu's expression turned somewhat pale, but she quickly regained her composure, aware of the presence of the two maidservants. If her intuition was correct, Yang Wanshu would not depart so easily. After all, she had finally seized an opportunity to be out, and she would not relinquish it without a struggle. Indeed, the next moment Yang Wanshu spoke. Madam, but your leg. Xiao Lu's face was filled with concern. It's all right. Didn't he the abbot give another bottle of medicine? I believe it will be effective. Yang Wanshu replied with an air of gentle grace and understanding, presenting herself as anything but a woman with a calculating mind. Her unassuming demeanor easily garnered sympathy from outsiders. In contrast, Jiang Pengpeng exuded an aggressive aura. Even her most devoted maid, Chunju, felt that she was somewhat excessive. Moreover, the third concubine had not committed any egregious acts. If Jiang Pengpeng were indeed responsible for the incident on the steps, it would mean she was intent on ruining the third concubine. Chunju was startled by her own thoughts and cast a timid glance at Jiang Pengpeng. All her small concerns were written plainly upon her face, and Jiang Pengpeng naturally perceived the expressions of the three individuals before her. Fortunately, Chunju remained fiercely loyal, though at present she was blinded by her affections, believing the third concubine to be virtuous. Otherwise, Jiang Pengpeng would truly be left alone in her plight. With a resigned shake of her head, Jiang Pengpeng stood and declared, "Very well, since you have no intention of leaving, continue to recite your sutras with devotion, and see if the Bodhisattva grants you your desires." With that, she strode out of the room, followed closely by Chunju. This time, Jiang Pengpeng focused her attention on the abbot. As for Yang Wanshu and her little maid, there was little of interest to glean. Their exchanges merely revolved around the maid defending Yang Wanshu, who feigned a demeanor of grace and generosity. In the dead of night, Jiang Pengpeng overheard a conversation between a man and a woman. "Abbot, thank you so much this time." Undoubtedly, it was Yang Wanshu's voice. At this moment, Jiang Pengpeng was fully alert, realizing her suspicions had indeed been correct. If Yang Wanshu possessed the ability to bribe the abbot of the temple, why could she not incite rebellion? After all, in a world where wealth reigns supreme, the one with the most gold holds the power. Jiang Pengpeng deliberately made a slight noise to awaken Chunju, feigning indifference to conceal her true intentions. As she quietly pushed the door open to leave, Chunju felt a twinge of curiosity. Was the second concubine truly sneaking out in the middle of the night to harm the third concubine? Chapter 83. The young wife of Lord Lin, 35. In her heart, Chunju offered a silent prayer, hoping she would not align herself with the wrong master. From a young age, her mother had instilled in her the virtues of integrity and kindness, admonishing her never to engage in malevolent deeds. Thus, Chunju hastily rose and stealthily followed Jiang Pengpeng, believing she had gone unnoticed. Before long, Jiang Pengpeng knocked on the door of the abbot Wu Dao. Upon seeing her, the abbot's gaze flickered with a hint of evasion. "Master, I encountered a dilemma while reciting scriptures late last night and hope to seek your guidance," Jiang Pengpeng stated, not revealing her true intention. As her words fell, the abbot visibly relaxed, perhaps thinking she had come to inquire rather than accuse. "Please come in," the abbot gestured, welcoming her inside. Jiang Pengpeng settled onto the straw mat but remained silent, causing the abbot to grow somewhat anxious. "If you are facing a challenge, do share it with me. Perhaps I may assist in alleviating your concerns," he urged. Jiang Pengpeng nodded, her face radiating gratitude as she pondered for a moment before speaking. "Master Wu Dao, to be candid, I had a dream last night." "What was the nature of this dream?" The abbot listened intently, genuinely believing she sought answers. "I found myself in a pitch-black place, where suddenly, two abbot masters appeared before me, identical in appearance. One emanated a golden light, while the other radiated a dark glow." Startled, Jiang Pengpeng's words made the abbot jump, though he quickly regained his composure, his eyes still betraying a hint of unease. She continued with an air of seriousness, "The abbot radiating darkness suddenly plunged a dagger into my back, waking me in terror. I wondered if perhaps the Bodhisattva wished to impart a lesson to me, which left me perplexed and compelled to seek your wisdom." As she spoke, Jiang Pengpeng meticulously observed the abbot's expression. After a pause, he replied, "Your dream is indeed peculiar. Perhaps the Bodhisattva is urging you to delve deeply into Buddhism, yet warns against excessive infatuation with its teachings, lest you risk severe repercussions." "Indeed." Jiang Pengpeng nodded, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. "What you say resonates deeply. I now comprehend." Believing she was about to take her leave, the abbot prepared to rise and escort her out. Unexpectedly, Jiang Pengpeng pressed on, "Master, you have been in this temple for quite some time, have you not?" "I have resided here for over 2 decades. What prompts your inquiry?" He replied, "Nothing in particular. I was merely curious. After all, the faithful of Daming Temple are quite numerous, and the incense offerings flourish. Surely, there is no need for additional funds? This statement caused the abbot's demeanor to shift dramatically. What do you mean, benefactor? Jiang Pingpeng, sensing an opportunity, decided to drop the pretense. Realizing the convoluted approach was becoming tiresome. Master, can you assure me that your actions have never contravened the Bodhisattva's teachings? With a serious expression, she pressed him further. What about the medicine you provided me a few days ago? Have you truly forgotten it? Is it possible that a monk could lie? Benefactor, I do not recall ever giving you any medicine. The abbot adamantly denied her claims, his solemn demeanor evoking a sense of amusement in Jiang Pingpeng. Denial is one thing, but how about we confront this matter directly? She suggested, her gaze shifting to the medicinal jars behind him. If I am not mistaken, that particular concoction, which causes wounds to fester, is your own creation, master. The abbot instinctively positioned himself in front of her. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not slander me without evidence. Growing weary of the charade, Jiang Pingpeng placed a thick stack of cash before him. Irrespective of what she offered you, I shall provide you double. If it is merely for the sake of money, consider collaborating with me. Rest assured, I will not ask you to commit any heinous acts. The sight of the money stirred something in him. Jiang Pingpeng seized the moment. Think carefully, master. Should I expose you, even without concrete evidence? The mere rumor could tarnish your reputation, leading to fewer devoted disciples seeking your guidance. It is not inconceivable that the temple could expel you. And your implication is? The abbot, recognizing the gravity of her words, was swayed by the prospect of wealth. Jiang Pingpeng smiled with satisfaction. You need not perform any dubious tasks. Simply cooperate with me, and I shall not reveal your secrets. The she to whom she referred was unmistakably clear to the abbot. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded solemnly, hoping she would uphold her end of the bargain. Rest assured, I will not burden you as that woman did, compelling you to harm others. Such actions are best avoided by those of your faith. Her words softened the abbot's heart toward her. Meanwhile, Chun Zhu had overheard everything from her concealed position at the door. It dawned on her that the third concubine had been orchestrating schemes against the second concubine all along. Guilt washed over her, for she had long served the second concubine in the Lin family, well aware of her character. With this realization, Chun Zhu felt a sense of relief, grateful she had not chosen the wrong master. It was indeed the third concubine who had begun her machinations from the moment she arrived, a woman of profound cunning. The next day, news from the Grand Marshal's residence arrived, stating that Lin Xinrong would lead Lin Hongyi and Lin Xiao to the temple for prayers and spiritual cleansing. This unexpected visit disrupted Yang Wanchu's plans entirely. Seated in the meditation room, she began to contemplate her next move, determined to act before Lin Xinrong's arrival. Just then, a young monk informed her that the Grand Marshal had arrived at the foot of the mountain with his two sons, implying that their female companions should also go to greet them. However, as Jiang Pingpeng set out, she spotted Xiao Lu hastily descending the mountain. Puzzled, she wondered why Yang Wanchu was absent. Along with Chun Zhu, she ventured outside the temple to receive the guests, only to be met with Lin Xinrong's inquiry. Su Yazhen, what mischief have you been up to? Lin Xinrong's question left Jiang Pingpeng bewildered, as it seemed to relate to Yang Wanchu. What do you mean, sir? She replied, maintaining her composure. Are you still feigning ignorance? Where has the third concubine gone? Lin Xinrong's expression hardened, for Xiao Lu had already relayed to him all the wrongdoings Jiang Pingpeng had committed of late. Finally, realization dawned on Jiang Pingpeng. She shrugged. As for the whereabouts of the third concubine, I truly do not know. Why do you inquire of me? Chapter 84. The Little Darling of the Great Marshal, 36. The monk, Master Wu Dao, instinctively positioned himself in front of Jiang Pingpeng. What nonsense are you speaking, benefactor? Without evidence. Do not slander this monk. Jiang Pingpeng, disinterested in further banter, placed a thick stack of money before him. I do not care how much she offers you. I will provide you double. Since it is all for money, why not consider collaborating with me? Rest assured, I will not ask you to commit any heinous acts. Indeed, upon gazing at the pile of money, he felt himself swayed. Jiang Pingpeng seized the moment, stating, Master, contemplate this well. Should I expose you, even without proof, Once such matters circulate, your reputation will undoubtedly suffer. It is likely that fewer devout disciples will seek you out, and worse yet, the temple might expel you. Are you implying? Master Wu Dao was quite perceptive. Swayed by the lure of wealth, he was easily turned by Jiang Pingpeng. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she clarified, I do not require much from you. Merely your cooperation, and I shall keep your secrets. The she referred to was unmistakably clear to him. After a brief contemplation, he nodded thoughtfully, hoping the benefactor would keep her word. Rest assured, I shall not be like that woman, compelling you to do this or that, nor will I involve you in any schemes against others. It is best for those of your faith to remain untouched by such matters. Jiang Pingpeng's words endeared her to Master Wu Dao, garnering him a modicum of goodwill. At that moment, Chuanjuan at the door had overheard everything. It turned out that the third concubine had been scheming against the second concubine all along, and a wave of guilt washed over her. How could the second concubine be capable of such acts? Having served her for many years in the Lin family courtyard, I know her character all too well. With this realization, Chuanjuan felt a sense of relief, grateful that she had not chosen the wrong side. It was the third concubine, who had begun her machinations the very day she arrived, truly a woman of deep cunning. The following day, a message arrived from the great Marshal's residence, announcing that Lin Xinrong would lead Lin Hongyi and Lin Xiao to the temple to pay their respects and receive the purification of Buddha's teachings. This unexpected visit from Lin Xinrong completely disrupted Yang Wanxu's plans. Seated in her meditation room, she began to strategize, determined to act before Lin Xinrong's arrival. As the young monk at the temple conveyed the news that the great marshal had arrived at the foot of the mountain with his two sons, it was only fitting that their female relatives should go to greet them. However, to her surprise, as Jiang Pingpeng set out, she saw Xiao Lu hastily descending the mountain. Jiang Pingpeng, filled with suspicion, wondered why she had not encountered Yang Wanxu. Along with Chuanjuan, she ventured outside the temple to welcome their guests, only to be met with Lin Xinrong's interrogation. Su Yazhen, what mischief have you been up to? Jiang Pingpeng, bewildered, could easily deduce the inquiry was concerning Yang Wanxu. What do you mean, sir? She replied, maintaining her composure amidst the confusion. So you still feign ignorance? Where has your third aunt gone? A crack appeared on Lin Xinrong's face, for during their journey, Xiao Lu had informed him of all the nefarious deeds Jiang Pingpeng had committed of late. Finally, Jiang Pingpeng grasped the situation, shrugging her shoulders. As for the whereabouts of the third concubine, I truly do not know. Why do you inquire of me? Chapter 85. Lin Dashuai's little darling, 37, beside him, Lin Xiao cast a glance filled with disdain at Jiang Pingpeng. He could tolerate anything, but he would never allow anyone to harm his mother, pushing her down the steps to injure her, then administering medication that caused her wounds to fester. Now she was utterly gone. What, pray tell, have you done? Lin Xinrong's tone was accusatory, devoid of any willingness to hear her explanation, and Jiang Pingpeng's heart turned cold. Just days ago, she had believed their relationship had softened. But it seemed that aside from his battlefield acumen, Lin Xinrong was still easily manipulated by women. So, according to your insinuation, all of this is my doing? Since you have already come to such a conclusion, what need is there for me to explain myself? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Jiang Pingpeng's lips as she defiantly met Lin Xinrong's gaze. You still have the audacity to admit that? Lin Xinrong instinctively reached for his weapon, but thankfully, they had foreseen this was a sacred place and had left their arms behind. Rather than squabbling with me here, why not dispatch someone to locate the third concubine? You have always been quite anxious about her, haven't you? Jiang Pingpeng maintained a faint smile, her demeanor calm and composed. Yet her words dripped with irony. Lin Xinrong loathed her feigned calmness more than anything. At this moment, he had entirely forgotten her previous act of bravery in rescuing him and his father from the blaze. You've already made her disappear, and you still want me to search for Su Yazhen? You'd best not be playing games with me. Lin Xinrong gripped her chin tightly, his expression as frigid as ice. Jiang Pingpeng winced in pain, but showed no sign of submission. Is this your plan to force a confession? My lord, I have always been with the madam. The disappearance of the third concubine has absolutely nothing to do with her. Spring Bamboo, in a state of panic, stepped forward to defend Jiang Pingpeng, fully aware that this was likely a ruse orchestrated by the third concubine. Spring Bamboo, what time do you think it is? Are you still speaking on behalf of the second concubine? Have you forgotten our encounter with Master Fangzhong? Xiao Lu looked at Spring Bamboo with exasperation, wishing she would see the folly of her words. That's because Spring Bamboo hesitated, unsure if she should speak further. Under Lin Xinrong's scrutinizing gaze, she quickly amended. Perhaps the Lord could inquire with Master Wu Dao. He surely knows the whereabouts of the third concubine. Lin Xinrong's face was clouded with skepticism, pondering the implications of this master-servant duo. Yes, indeed, it would be prudent to consult Master Fangzhong. The very medicine that exacerbated the third concubine's injury was provided by the second concubine. And it was Master Fangzhong who revealed the truth and exposed the second concubine's deception. Xiao Lu regarded Spring Bamboo with admiration, believing she too had grown weary of the second concubine's antics. Then let us fetch Master Wu Dao, Lin Xinrong commanded with authority. Without delay, Xiao Lu dashed off to find the master. Father, I believe her. At that moment, Lin Hongyi, who had remained silent until now, chose to speak up. Lin Xinrong felt a flicker of astonishment. This son, who had always been at odds with the second concubine, was now defending her? Chapter 86. The Young Wife of General Lin. Part 38. I have my own conclusions regarding this matter. However, as the commander of 1,000 troops, Lin Xinrong would not simply trust Jiang Pengpeng based on a few words from Lin Hongyi. Father. Just as Lin Hongyi was about to continue speaking, Lin Xinrong raised a hand to interrupt him. Why the urgency, elder brother? Does father truly lack such discernment? Or are you overly concerned about the second concubine? Lin Hongyi cast a dark glance at Lin Xutiao, feeling no hesitation in teaching him a severe lesson. Evidently, his previous reprimand had been too lenient. Lin Xutiao interjected from the side. Enough, both of you. With Lin Xinrong's sharp admonition, the two fell silent. At that moment, Abbot Wu Dao emerged. Master Abbot, esteemed guests, after your arduous journey, why not step inside for a cup of tea before we discuss further? The abbot pressed his palms together before Lin Xinrong, his gaze subtly drifting towards Jiang Pengpeng. No need. I have another matter I wish to consult with Master Abbot. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of my wife? Lin Xinrong inquired directly. The abbot hesitated momentarily before responding earnestly. A few days ago, Lady Yang ventured alone to the back mountain, expressing a desire to admire the scenery around the temple. I did not impede her.
Oh?
Lin Xinrong regarded him with skepticism. Then why did she not bring her personal maid along? That, I cannot say, as it was Lady Yang's own decision.
How could that be?
The third concubine never mentioned her intention to visit the back mountain. Xiao Lu, feeling the weight of Lin Xinrong's stern words, became somewhat anxious and stumbled over his words. It was then Xiao Lu remembered something he had picked up at the door. Upon revealing it, he found it to be a sachet belonging to Jiang Pengpeng. Jiang Pengpeng instinctively checked her pocket and found that the sachet was indeed missing. This Yang Wanshu possesses quite the skill to stealthily take her belongings. Su Yajin. Lin Xinrong elongated her name, calling out loudly, What do you have to say for yourself? So your implication is that merely based on a sachet, I am to be condemned for the disappearance of the third concubine? Jiang Pengpeng's indifferent tone momentarily caused Lin Xinrong to hesitate, his confidence wavering. Yet, faced with the scrutiny of so many witnesses, it could be said that both evidence and testimony were against her. What else could it be? At this juncture, you should acknowledge the truth. If I were to concede, what then would you do? Jiang Pengpeng continued to press, now shifting the interrogation onto Lin Xinrong. A woman with such malicious intent surely does not deserve to be the mistress of my esteemed household. I feel great pity for your late sister. Lin Xinrong felt as if he were being led by the nose by Jiang Pengpeng. With each step she took in questioning him, his words grew increasingly harsh. Chapter 87. The Little Darling of General Lin. Part 39. I see now. Your intention is to divorce me, is it not? Jiang Pengpeng secretly rejoiced. She had long wished to leave the general's residence. This life felt no different from living in mourning. Given that Lin Xinrong had spoken so plainly, it would be best to use Yang Wanshu as an excuse to distance herself from him. Moreover, it seemed that this time, fortune was not on his side.
Indeed.
Jiang Pengpeng still had no idea whose luck was currently flourishing. This world was peculiar. None of the people she encountered bore any visible halo. She even entertained the thought that perhaps she had not yet met the right individuals, or maybe the host of that third-rate system had manipulated things to erase their auras. If you would only acknowledge your mistakes and help me locate the third concubine to offer her an apology, consider it a concession on my part to allow you to linger in the general's residence as an idle guest. Hearing Lin Xinrong's pompous words, which carried an air of condescension, Jiang Pengpeng couldn't help but smile. Lin Xinrong seemed quite pleased with himself. His implication was clear. She would likely not utter another word in the general's residence while still bearing the title of Mrs. Lin. In that case, I must express my apologies. General, when will you provide me with the divorce decree? At this moment, Jiang Pengpeng even altered her form of address. Lin Hongyi, standing nearby, appeared to harbor a flicker of expectation. Lin Xinrong's expression suddenly stiffened. This woman dared to propose divorce in front of so many people? How splendid. Humph. So you acknowledge your actions regarding the third concubine, do you? Each word dripped with coldness as it escaped Lin Xinrong's lips. Well, one could say that. Madam, if it was not your doing, why would you admit to it? Quickly apologize to the general. Otherwise, it may truly be too late. Chun Ju, standing beside her, shared her concern, utterly perplexed as to why the second concubine would act in such a manner. Had she truly lost hope in the general? No need for further discussion. Since all evidence and witnesses are in place, the general may now condemn me. Very well. Su Yajin. Excellent. Lin Xinrong's complexion shifted between red and white. His trembling finger pointed at Jiang Pengpeng. He then led a group of people toward the back mount. Jiang Pengpeng clapped her hands and turned toward the meditation room. It had not yet been 7 days, so she needed to continue her prayers for the Buddha. In such haste to leave, Lin Hongyi caught up with her. Young master, is there something else you wish to discuss? Jiang Pengpeng's mood was far from pleasant, and her words to Lin Hongyi carried traces of her earlier anger.
Ah.
Do not take out your frustrations regarding my father on me. Lin Hongyi smiled knowingly. You know I have always been on your side. Thank you for your concern, young master. With that, Jiang Pengpeng turned and walked away, her demeanor still simmering with anger. Behind her, a pair of intense, watchful eyes followed their every move. Lin Xiao perceived their actions, sensing that there was more to the relationship between Su Yajin and Lin Hongyi than met the eye. Chapter 88. The Little Darling of the Great Marshal, Part 40. He merely cast a casual glance before turning to follow Lin Xinrong's footsteps in search of his mother. Third concubine. Third concubine, where are you? The entire rear mountain echoed with the cries of those searching for Yang Wanshu. As they scoured every inch, yet found no trace of her. Lin Xinrong was exceedingly anxious, his countenance cold as he inquired of Master Wudao. Master, are you certain she came to the rear mountain? In this moment, even Lin Xinrong began to doubt whether Master Wudao had been bribed by Su Yajin. Benefactor, a monk does not speak falsely. Every word I utter is the truth. This time, Master Wudao was indeed sincere. He had seen Yang Wanshu at the temple entrance that morning, and she had indeed made her intentions known. Though he had not anticipated that she was deliberately playing hide and seek. Lin Xinrong, half convinced, nodded and continued his search for Yang Wanshu. Meanwhile, Chun Ju appeared even more anxious than she. Madam, why don't you assist in searching for the third concubine? The marshal's words were merely spoken in anger. He would never truly dismiss you. Chun Ju, you are mistaken. It is not he who has dismissed me, but I who have chosen to leave him. Jiang Pengpeng's startling declaration left Chun Ju visibly worried. Oh no, has Madam begun to speak irrationally? Since time immemorial, it has only been husbands who dismiss their wives. I have never heard of a wife dismissing her husband. Madam, are you angry with the marshal, leading you to speak such words? Chun Ju remained unconvinced that Jiang Pengpeng would act in such a manner. Many sought to marry into the marshal's residence, who would wish to leave in this chaotic world. Enough, Chun Ju. Let us not dwell on this topic. Some matters you will come to understand in due time. Jiang Pengpeng gestured for silence. Although Chun Ju was perplexed, she refrained from further comment. As Jiang Pengpeng stepped outside, Chun Ju rushed to her side, concern etched on her face. Madam, the marshal and the others have yet to return. Could it be that the third concubine is truly in danger? Jiang Pengpeng stretched leisurely, yawning to ease her muscles. What concern is it of mine whether or not something has happened? But rest assured, even if something were to occur, it would not be her. With a faint smile, she mused on how easily Yang Wanshu could be found. The second concubine certainly has an exquisite taste. Lin Xinrong approached her, his handsome face marred by frost. His tone decidedly unfriendly. Jiang Pengprung deftly shifted the subject, yet this only deepened the displeasure on Lin Xinrong's visage. It seemed he was exerting immense restraint to avoid an outburst. Chapter 89, The Little Darling of Master Lin, Part 41. Jiang Pengpeng wore a look of utter disbelief. Lin Xinrong's capacity for imagination rivaled that of a woman. Father, I will have someone continue the search. At this moment, Lin Shutiao stepped forward to speak. From now on, within the Lin family, there would finally be no woman competing with his mother. Lin Xinrong glanced at Lin Shutiao and nodded, and then, suddenly, Lin Hongyi spoke up. Prompting Lin Xinrong to cast him another glance, he seemed particularly concerned about the second concubine lately. Surely, it couldn't merely be a figment of his imagination. From a vantage point hidden from Lin Xinrong, Lin Hongyi winked at Jiang Pengpeng. Despite her sense of helplessness, Jiang Pengpeng felt an inexplicable surge of security. Kneel! Lin Xinrong commanded her in an authoritative tone. Jiang Pengpeng stood her ground, her defiant gaze reflecting a hint of resentment as she looked at him. What baseless accusations! Su Yajin, have neither committed theft nor acted immorally. I fail to see any wrongdoing on my part. Why should I kneel? Su Yajin. Lin Xinrong raised his voice. You refuse to kneel, do you? Then you are forcing my hand. If you do not clarify your actions before your sister today, do you believe I will truly divorce you? I'm sorry, but first of all, I owe no one an explanation, for I have done nothing wrong. Secondly, as my husband, you unjustly accuse me and threaten divorce. Apologies, but even if a divorce were to occur, it would be I who divorces you. You have no right to dismiss me. Jiang Pengpeng's words incited an immediate reaction from Lin Xinrong. She was the first woman to dare speak thus in his presence. As he raised his hand to strike, it was restrained by Lin Hongyi, who stood beside him. Lin Hongyi, you dare protect her? Lin Xinrong shouted, let go. If I do not teach this ignorant woman a lesson today, I am not Lin Xinrong, nor do I deserve the family's ancestors. Father, did you not always tell me not to strike women? Lin Hongyi had no intention of releasing his grip. Jiang Pengpeng appeared to taunt Lin Xinrong, seemingly eager for him to become even more enraged. Steward. Lin Xinrong shook off Hongyi's hand and shouted, prepare the paper and pen. I shall divorce this woman at once, and will not allow her to bring disgrace to the Lin family any longer. A divorce letter. Lin Xinrong seemed to catch a fleeting glimmer of expectation in Jiang Pengpeng's eyes. However, upon closer inspection, she had returned to her usual composure. Lin Xinrong began drafting the divorce letter in the ancestral hall, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. Jiang Pengpeng leaned in, silently repeating each character as he inscribed them. Su Yajin, married to Lin Xinrong, due to her malicious intent and egregious sins. Lin Xinrong felt a twinge of embarrassment. All right, you may sign and seal it. Henceforth, you shall have no ties with the Lin family, and we shall each pursue our own paths without dispute. Lin Xinrong handed the divorce letter to Jiang Pengpeng, his gaze filled with disdain as he turned his head away, refusing to look at her. Jiang Pengpeng furrowed her brow slightly, but took the pen to draft her own letter in kind. Lin Xinrong, married to Su Yajin. Due to her inability to distinguish right from wrong, incompetent and foolish upon handing her letter to Lin Xinrong, she stated, I believe mutual divorce would be best, as neither of us can continue this way. Lin Xinrong's brows twitched violently. As he read her words, his anger surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Now that I have signed, it is your turn. Jiang Pengpeng's lips curled into an involuntary smile. Chapter 90. The Young Bride of General Lin. Part 42. Hurry up. If you refuse to sign, you will not be able to escape from me. It is quite possible that I will linger near your home, seizing any opportunity to harm your family further, perhaps even targeting Lin Hongyi. Lin Hongyi was about to chuckle when he suddenly choked on his own laughter. Could he really be caught in the crossfire while lying down? You. Lin Xinrong's face darkened to the point where it seemed ink could drip from it. How dare she threaten him? Such a woman was a potential source of endless trouble. In a fit of anger, he snatched the divorce papers from her hands and signed them. At that moment, he noticed an additional clause. In light of the fact that the woman is wronged, a house in Budong Street shall be awarded. Lin Xinrong nearly spat blood in fury, her teeth clenched as she glared at Jiang Pingpeng. Su Yajin, how dare you?
Oh.
General, there's really no need for you to be angry. You have only given me a house, and you have profited from it. Jiang Pingpeng completely disregarded the expression on Lin Xinrong's face.
Really think about it.
Over these past 5 years, you have consumed my youth, have you not? Moreover, I have never done anything to betray you. Go ask around. Who wouldn't envy General Lin for marrying such a beautiful wife? In reality, we are both innocent, aren't we? At that moment, Lin Xinrong found herself contemplating Jiang Pingpeng's words. Indeed, he had wasted 5 years of her life. And General, consider this. After divorcing me, the Lin household will no longer have someone like me to cause trouble, right? You only need to provide a house in exchange for so many benefits. What are you still hesitating about? Lin Xinrong was rendered speechless by Jiang Pingpeng's arguments and could only nod in silence. Meanwhile, Lin Hongyi struggled to suppress his laughter. Having listened to her play the role of a grand deceiver, the critical point was that his father had no retort to her claims. Very well. It is merely a house. I shall grant it to you. Upon seeing the triumphant smile on Jiang Pingpeng's face, Lin Xinrong felt as though she had been outsmarted. All right then, General. I shall take my leave. I will pack my things and be on my way. Jiang Pingpeng instinctively made an okay gesture at Lin Xinrong, who seemed not to comprehend it. Jiang Pingpeng moved into a small tavern. After listening to her complaints, everyone felt she was justified. Oh dear, Yajin. Staying by such a person's side is no different from living as a widow. With your charm, how many young men would be eager to pursue you? By he. Mei Gui and the others chimed in, each offering their opinions before Jiang Pingpeng. All right, you all go ahead and rehearse. I trust you Haven T slacked off while I was away, Jiang Pingpeng said, somewhat irritated by their teasing. Yajin, the young master has arrived. A servant's voice called from outside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingpeng stood up and went out. Lin Hongyi had come alone, without anyone accompanying him, which struck Jiang Pingpeng as unusual for him. The young master has arrived. Please, follow me to the private room. Jiang Pingpeng greeted him courteously.
Oh.
May I inquire what business the young master has with me? She raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly distant. Naturally, there is a matter of importance, Lin Hongyi said as he led Jiang Pingpeng to the private room. Jiang Pingpeng sensed something amiss. I am no longer a member of the Lin family. I would appreciate it if you could show some respect, young Master Lin. Her words seemed to ignite Lin Hongyi's anger. Su Yajin admitted, deep down, you have feelings for me, don't you? Who has feelings for you? The young master certainly had a high opinion of himself. Jiang Pingpeng walked over and sat down at the table, pouring herself a cup of tea and sipping it slowly. The private room indeed offered a broad view. Lin Hongyi took a moment to compose himself, then abruptly shifted the topic, leaving Jiang Pingpeng perplexed. If things get lively later, and I confess my feelings for you here, everyone will surely see it, right?
Buffed.
Jiang Pingpeng spat out the water she had just sipped. Lin Hongyi, are you out of your mind? I have indeed lost my mind. So, what do you think? Should you consider me? Jiang Pingpeng grew serious. What was Lin Hongyi playing at? Was he really pushing her into a fire pit? Do you truly despise me so? Lin Hongyi's expression inexplicably bore a hint of sorrow. And his question left Jiang Pingpeng momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, she thought it might be too blunt to say, well, that is not exactly it. I was married before. It wouldn't reflect well on you. You should find a girl with a good reputation. After all, I have known General Lin for many years. Instantly, Lin Hongyi's expression froze, his face betraying visible shock. Chapter 91, The Little Darling of Lin Dashui, Part 43. This was the briefest visit Lin Hongyi had ever made. Even as he rose to depart, Jiang Pingpeng found herself ensnared in a state of perplexity. Regardless of Lin Hongyi's thoughts, she held no feelings for him. With a resigned sigh, she acknowledged that the person she sought might not be him after all. The paramount concern now was to devise a means to uncover the source of the auspicious aura. Little goldfish, is there no way for your system to discern this? Jiang Pingping lamented, recalling the koi system. Host must rely on herself, came the response. Cursing under her breath, Jiang Pingping had been gathering information on Yang Wanshu. Remarkably, on the very day after she vacated the Lin residence, she was approached. It was reported that Yang was gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Without timely intervention from the rat, she might have truly met her end. Without hesitation, Lin Xinrong placed the blame squarely on Jiang Pingping's shoulders. He declared that had he not already divorced Su Yajin, he would have cast her into the wilderness to be fed to wild dogs. Consumed by guilt towards Yang Wanshu, Lin Xinrong spent several days by her side, while the entire Lin family regarded her with increased reverence. After all, aside from the care he afforded Lin Hongyi's mother, he had never shown such attentiveness to any other woman. Jiang Pingping remained indifferent to this. Her sole interest lay in the auspicious aura. It seemed the only way to glean the information she sought was to identify a flaw in Yang Wanshu. However, no longer sharing the same roof posed a significant challenge. Nevertheless, she surmised Yang might soon succumb to impulse and take action. Thus, she required an opportune moment to encounter her. Jiang Pingping took her companion Xiang Cao to the marketplace, and by sheer coincidence, they spotted Yang Wanshu entering a fabric shop, accompanied by two maidservants. Jiang Pingping's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she hastily followed, prompting Xiang Cao to hastily settle her bill and join her. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Pingping recognized one of the maidservants as Chun's hus. How could Yang Wanshu be so gracious as to elevate her to such a position? Yet, in the next moment, a woman's scathing words echoed from within the shop, shattering her hopeful illusion. Jiang Pingping realized she had been overly optimistic. Yang Wanshu would never treat her former maidservant kindly. Are you clumsy? You can't even handle a piece of cloth. Yang Wanshu's ire was palpable as she flung a fabric towards Chun's hus, who, caught off guard, failed to catch it, providing Yang Wanshu with the opportunity to unleash her wrath. My lady, I apologize. It was unintentional. Chun's hus trembled visibly, her body quaking in fear as she faced Yang Wanshu. Jiang Pingping clenched her skirt tightly. Chun's hus overwhelming fear was not a mere happenstance, but rather a consequence of enduring Yang Wanshu's cruelty over time. Humph. I suspect you did that on purpose. You know full well that this fabric is my favorite. Yang Wanshu continued her relentless tirade, while Xiao Lu stood by, merely observing the spectacle without any intention of defending Chun's hus. My lady, I am truly sorry. I will be more careful in the future, and will not err again. But I assure you this time, it was not deliberate. Chun's hus was on the verge of tears. Jiang Pingping understood Chun's hus' stubborn nature. If she believed she was innocent, she would fight to the bitter end for her vindication. You insolent little wretch. Dare you to remain defiant? Are you implying that I have wronged you? Yang Wanshu's fury was palpable, and as she raised her hand to strike, Chun's hus closed her eyes in resignation, leaving Yang's hand suspended midair.
What?
Is a lady of the Lin family incapable of such restraint? To chastise a young maid in public, TSK, how utterly unbecoming. Jiang Pingping grasped Yang Wanshu's arm tightly, her gaze laced with irony as she smirked, remarking. Chapter 92. The Little Darling of General Lin, Part 44. Yang Wanshu's pupils suddenly constricted. Su Yajin? She let out a soft chuckle, shaking off the hand that Jiang Pingping had grasped. Oh, so, you're already feeling pity for your little dog? You arrived quite promptly. Two-sister Yajin Chunju's tone was laden with grievance, and as soon as she laid eyes on Jiang Pingping, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. In the general's residence, Lin Xinrong was often absent, rendering the entire Lin family estate under Yang Wanshu's dominion, where her word was law. When she abruptly demanded that Chunju become her personal maid, Chunju had already foreseen her impending fate. Jiang Pingping offered Chunju a comforting glance. As she reached out to pull her closer, she inadvertently brushed against her arm, causing Chunju to instinctively gasp and recoil. At that moment, the conspicuous scars on Chunju's arm caught Jiang Pingping's eye. Swiftly, Jiang Pingping grasped her arm and rolled up her sleeve, then bent down to adjust her pant leg, revealing even more wounds on her legs, some of which were festering. An all-too-familiar medicinal scent wafted into the air. Chunju, what happened to these wounds? Even Jiang Pingping was taken aback. The injuries clearly indicated they had been inflicted by a whip. Moreover, it seemed that some sort of corrosive ointment had been applied, reminiscent of the vial used at Daming Temple. Chun Zhu hastily retreated, waving her hands in a flustered manner. Sister Yajin, I'm fine. These injuries are merely from clumsily bumping into things. You should leave quickly. It's best if you don't concern yourself with me. Yet, she was determined not to drag Sister Yajin into this turmoil any further. I won't let anyone else take care of you, Jiang Pingpeng retorted, looking at Chun Zhu with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Even at such a critical moment, she was still trying to shoulder all the blame. How could anyone speak well of her? Oh, so you intend to meddle? Yang Wanshu suddenly covered her mouth, feigning surprise. Oh dear, my memory fails me. I almost forgot you. Su Yajin are no longer connected to the Lin family at all. Yang Wanshu adopted a posture of asserting her claim, deliberately reminding Jiang Pingpeng, even chuckling to herself.
Slap.
As her words fell, a sharp sting erupted across her cheek, silencing the patrons in the shop. Ah, Mrs. Lin has indeed reminded me. Since I have no ties to the Lin family, I require no justification to strike you. The onlookers were left bewildered by her reasoning. Yang Wanshu's face contorted with rage as she pointed her finger at Jiang Pingpeng, gritting her teeth. Su Yajin, how dare you hit me? Unfazed, Jiang Pingpeng clapped her hands. How peculiar. I've already struck you, so why ask? Do you not feel it? Or are you contemplating another round to confirm whether it was merely a figment of your imagination? Jiang Pingpeng's audacious bravado nearly caused the surrounding customers to stifle their laughter. Xiao Lu, Yang Wanshu, disregarding her genteel demeanor as the matron of the Lin family, bellowed at the maid beside her. Are you blind? Seeing your mistress being bullied, yet you stand idly by? Chapter 93, The Young Mistress of Lin Dashui, Part 45, Madam, I. Xiao Lu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could anyone provoke such a formidable woman as Su Yajin? She even dared to strike Yang Wanshu. Could she expect a mere maid to avenge her? A pack of ungrateful wretches, truly a bunch of good-for-nothings. Yang Wanshu was infuriated. For the first time in public, she had been struck across the face. This was absolutely intolerable. At that moment, Xiang Sao, who had been observing the scene intently, seized the opportunity. Just as Yang Wanshu charged towards Jiang Pingpeng, Xiang Sao unexpectedly appeared before her, pretending to be shoved to the ground. She fell dramatically, exclaiming in pain, "Oh dear. Madam Lin, why do you push people so casually? We are not even acquainted, nor have I offended you, have I? Oh no. My arm is bleeding." A voice from the crowd cried out, "Oh no, how serious. How can Miss Xiang Sao dance with an injured arm?" Yang Wanshu shot Xiang Sao an exasperated glare. "Are you all blind? My sister merely bumped into her."
No.
"I saw it with my own eyes. It was you who collided with Miss Xiang Sao." At that moment, Yang Wanshu truly felt as if she could not wash away her humiliation, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. "Let us go." She directed her ire towards Xiao Lu, temporarily sparing Chunsuzi. Why was the third concubine so audacious? Did she not intend to apologize to Miss Xiang Sao? Indeed. Ever since the second concubine and Lin Dashui had mutually separated, she fancied herself the matriarch of the Lin family, never deigning to regard anyone else. The crowd rallied in support of Xiang Sao. As Jiang Pingpeng helped Xiang Sao to her feet, they discovered that what appeared to be blood on her arm was merely vermilion. Sighs of relief echoed, as they initially assumed Xiang Sao had endured injury to defend Jiang Pingpeng's honor. Really, there was no need for that. Jiang Pingpeng thought to herself. Xiang Sao was indeed quite clever. With a feigned air of distress, Xiang Sao declared, "Everyone, please do not fuss over me. It is merely a scratch. Let the third concubine leave. We should not delay her." Her implication was clear. Yang Wanshu was abusing her power. Yang Wanshu's expression darkened further, realizing that if word of this reached Lin Dashui, it could lead to a different perception of her. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Wanshu conceded, "Very well, I apologize. Miss Xiang Sao, if your injury is serious, allow me to take you for treatment. There's no need for trouble. Third concubine, I will manage on my own." Xiang Sao feigned timidity, glancing nervously at Chunsuzi, making it seem as if she feared retaliation from the third concubine. "Very well, take this money for your treatment. Yang Wanshu, furious yet striving to maintain composure, thrust some coins into Xiang Tsao's hands.
No.
It's just a small injury. Xiang Tsao will be fine after a few days of rest. Xiang Tsao's demeanor was filled with understanding, instantly earning her considerable goodwill from onlookers. Here, take it. Yang Wanshu's tone grew impatient as she pressed the money into Xiang Tsao's grasp. She was quite generous, handing over several dozen coins, a significant sum in this era. Under normal circumstances, she would never part with such money, but the pressure of the crowd compelled her.
Consider it a hush fee.
Miss Xiang Tsao, please accept it after all. You will lose time due to your rest. With others echoing similar sentiments, Xiang Tsao reluctantly accepted the coins, expressing her gratitude for the third concubine's kindness. She exchanged a sly smile with Yang Wanshu, hidden from the crowd. Yang Wanshu struggled to contain her rising anger. Chun Suzy, visibly frightened, attempted to follow, but suddenly felt a firm grip on her wrist. Yajin. Chun Suzy softly called out, casting a wary glance at Yang Wanshu. Oh, what does this mean? You are a maidservant in the Dashuai's household. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of forcibly detaining one of the Dashuai's people? Yang Wanshu remarked with a sardonic smile, addressing Chun Suzy in front of Jiang Pengpeng. Chun Suzy looked gratefully at Jiang Pengpeng and Xiang Tsao, overwhelmed with emotion. She knew that redeeming herself would require substantial funds, and the second concubine had already done enough for her. She did not wish to burden her further. How much does it cost to redeem this maidservant? Xiang Tsao glared indignantly at Yang Wanshu, who was clearly abusing her authority. In truth, none of you can afford it. I suggest you refrain from inquiring further, lest we create an awkward situation for the little maid, Yang Wanshu remarked dismissively. To her, if Su Yajin had not been dismissed, she might have had the means, but under the current circumstances, it was rather futile. Here is 50 coins. Redeeming someone from the Paleta Joie costs only 20. Consider it a windfall. Xiang Tsao thrust the money toward Yang Wanshu. Yang Wanshu's face flickered between red and pale as she realized that this 50 coins was precisely what she had just compensated Xiang Tsao. You. Yang Wanshu found herself at a loss for words. After all, the offered price was quite reasonable, even generous. Thus, today she had lost a maidservant and 50 coins. Ultimately, Yang Wanshu had no choice but to leave with Xiao Lu. Chapter 94. The Little Darling of Martial Lin, Part 46. Indeed, Jiang Pingping's tavern has become exceedingly popular. It has only recently opened, yet its reputation has spread far and wide. Just a few days ago, a notice was posted at the tavern's entrance. Shortly thereafter, the news began to circulate fervently, with many eager patrons scrambling to leverage connections to secure a reservation. The opportunity to glimpse the true visage of the tavern's proprietor has become a matter of great anticipation for all. Xiao Lu casually mentioned this in front of Yang Wanshu. Lin Xinrong had not disclosed the matter of the house on East Street to anyone, thus few in the Lin family were aware of it. After all, he could hardly confess that it was a compensation demanded by Jiang Pengpeng during their separation. My lady, do not be misled. The tavern serves a fixed number of 100 guests daily, making entry quite challenging, Xiao Lu remarked. The more he elaborated, the more intrigued Yang Wanshu became. Oh, if it is indeed so splendid, do assist me in securing a place. With the martial status, I trust the tavern will extend its courtesy. She instructed nonchalantly while arranging her jewelry before the mirror. Xiao Lu's heart leapt. If the lady could attend, surely this humble maid could accompany her as well.
Certainly.
My lady, I shall attend to it immediately, he replied eagerly. His curiosity piqued. This woman truly possessed a remarkable ability. Deputy, we shall head to the tavern on East Street, Lin Xinrong commanded Deputy Luo directly. Yes, let us proceed without delay. At the tavern's entrance, a throng had gathered early in the morning. Bai He, upon opening the doors, was taken aback by the overwhelming crowd. Even the renowned Paleta dance had never witnessed such a scene. Sister Yajin is indeed remarkable. Everyone, please remain calm. We shall admit you one by one. Bai He urged, fearing a chaotic rush. Moreover, I have delightful news. The tavern will accommodate an additional 100 guests today. Marvelous! The crowd erupted in enthusiasm. Indeed. Let us not rush. We shall all have our chance. Under Bai He's guidance, the patrons formed two orderly lines, entering the tavern without tumult. Bai He and Xiang Chao stood at the entrance to welcome guests, a design orchestrated entirely by Jiang Pingpeng. In truth, the tavern could accommodate more patrons. But as Sister Yajin indicated, this was merely a strategic business maneuver. Meanwhile, Xiang Chao spotted a familiar face, Yang Wanchu's personal maid, Xiao Lu. Seizing the moment before Xiao Lu noticed her, Xiang Chao hurriedly relayed the news to Jiang Pingpeng. Jiang Pingpeng responded nonchalantly. Perhaps it is precisely because Yang Wanchu is unaware that I am the owner, otherwise she might have come for a complimentary visit. With that in mind, she decided to grant her this opportunity. Jiang Pingpeng smiled softly and whispered a few words into Xiang Chao's ear. Before long, the tavern was filled to its capacity of 200 guests, yet Jiang Pingpeng always reserved a few seats just in case. This was exemplified by the current scene. From her private chamber on the second floor, Jiang Pingpeng observed the happenings below. Downstairs, Mei Gue and Bai He, under Jiang Pingpeng's orders, feigned reluctance in front of Xiao Lu. Though there were indeed seats available for them, they could not be so easily obtained. As soon as their words trailed off, Xiao Lu invoked Lin Xinrong's name. But she is the marshal's third concubine. Are you certain you wish to offend him? How brazenly you wield your influence. Mei Gue feigned hesitation. However, it is the tavern's policy. We must abide by the owner's wishes. Xiao Lu's reasoning was sound, and Mei Gue eventually conceded. Very well, but we kindly ask you not to divulge this to others. We shall make an exception just this once. Bai He feigned anxiety, lowering her voice as if to shield their conversation from prying ears. Satisfied, Xiao Lu nodded. That is how it should be. Rest assured, I will keep this to myself. Jiang Pingpeng exited her chamber and proceeded to the makeup room for a touch-up. Before the show commenced, the venue was already filled. So Jiang Pingpeng invited the guests to enjoy appetizers and sip on drinks. Ah, Sister Yajin. Guess who has arrived? Bai He rushed into the makeup room, feigning mystery as she looked at Jiang Pingpeng. Recently, she had grown restless and decided to participate in the upcoming performance of Chen Shimi. Without hesitation, Jiang Pingpeng blurted out, "Could it be Lin Hongyi? Who else could it be but the young master of the Lin family?" Jiang Pingpeng replied, dabbing red paper on her lips in a rather indifferent tone.
Ha!
This time, you are mistaken. Bai He teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Could it be Lin Xinrong has come? Jiang Pingpeng was momentarily taken aback, the red paper still clinging to her lips, leaving her quite speechless. The more Bai He spoke, the more intrigued she became, eagerly anticipating what expression Lin Xinrong would wear while watching Chen Shimi. Chapter 95. The Little Darling of General Lin. 47. General, you have arrived. Quickly, please come upstairs. Under the hospitable guidance of Bai He and several young attendants, Lin Xinrong ascended the stairs and settled into a private room. He lifted the wine before him, savoring a sip, and instantly his brow relaxed, a hint of appreciation in his tone. Is this truly crafted under the personal supervision of your esteemed boss? Bai He chuckled softly, replenishing his glass. Indeed, General. The entire tavern operates under Sister Yanjin's meticulous guidance, and she personally oversees the selection of the brewing grains. After a brief pause, Lin Xinrong casually inquired, "Where is she?" "I do not see her present." Their conversation flowed seamlessly until Chen Zhu entered, balancing two plates of snacks. Upon catching sight of Lin Xinrong, she was momentarily startled. "Why, Your Excellency?" she stammered, eyes wide. Lin Xinrong regarded her with curiosity. Wasn't this the maid who constantly followed Su Yajin? However, he had dismissed Su Yajin without requiring her to take the maid with her. "What brings you here?" he asked, his tone betraying a hint of displeasure as he observed the timid Chen Zhu, her gaze cast downward. Chen Zhu faltered, her nerves betraying her as she struggled to find her words. Bai He quickly interjected, pushing the snacks towards Lin Xinrong. "This girl must have been frightened upon seeing you. It's unreasonable to expect her to speak freely." "Oh?" Lin Xinrong feigned innocence, casting a glance at his aide. Since when did the third concubine possess such authority? The residents of the Lin family estate cannot simply be dismissed at her whim. "General, if I may be so bold to ask?" Bai He pressed, her expression earnest. "Speak freely," Lin Xinrong replied, impatience creeping into his demeanor. Does the general's residence often mistreat its servants? Lin Xinrong slammed his palm onto the table, incredulous. What kind of talk is this? Of course not. Those who come to serve in my residence are compensated fairly. Each servant has their own reasons for seeking employment in the general's household, and they have never been wronged. His words rang true, and Chun Zhu understood. She had joined the general's residence due to her family's dire circumstances. However, prior to the third concubine's arrival, or even before the departure of the second concubine, she had never endured such mistreatment. Then let us see, Bai he said, pulling Chun Zhu closer, rolling up her sleeves. Lin Xinrong, puzzled by Baihe's actions, was taken aback upon noticing the scars adorning Chun Zhu's arms. Even a man of his stature felt a pang of indignation. Only a heartless individual could treat a woman so cruelly. The general also noticed that Chun Zhu's injuries were not confined to her wrists. Far worse lay beneath. What is it you wish to convey? Lin Xinrong frowned, disliking the veiled hints. We redeemed Chun Zhu 10 days ago. Yet these wounds, new and old, have been present for at least a month, Baihe stated, leaving the implication unspoken. With Lin Xinrong's intellect, it was not difficult for him to deduce the source of Chun Zhu's injuries. Chun Zhu, who inflicted these wounds upon you? He demanded, dropping the pretense and addressing her directly. Chun Zhu was too afraid to respond, her head bowed in trepidation. I command you to speak. This Lin family estate is still under my authority. Lin Xinrong's words were meant to reassure Chun Zhu. Encouraged by Baihe, Chun Zhu suddenly knelt before him, tears streaming down her cheeks as she softly confessed, Thank you for your concern, General. These injuries were inflicted by the third concubine. However, now that Sister Yanjin has redeemed me, there is no need for the General to reprimand her. Lin Xinrong's palm struck the table with force. Are you aware of the rules in the Lin family estate? Fabricating tales and wrongfully accusing others is utterly forbidden. Chun Zhu knew this, yet her words rang true. Each time the third concubine struck me, Xiao Lu was present. Kneeling before Lin Xinrong, Chun Zhu trembled, her demeanor suggesting sincerity rather than deceit. Lin Xinrong's expression darkened. In his memory, the third concubine had always been gentle and uncontentious. How could she exhibit such cruelty towards a maid?
Rise.
I shall investigate this matter further.
If,
upon my inquiry, your claims prove true, even if you are no longer part of the Lin family estate, I shall ensure justice is served. His words implicitly acknowledged Chun Zhu's redemption. Thank you, General. She stammered, before turning to depart at his behest. At that moment, two familiar figures descended the staircase. Lin Xinrong immediately recognized Yang Wanshu accompanied by her maid, Xiao Lu. Our third concubine has arrived, yet no one has come to greet her? Xiao Lu's voice boomed in the hall, exuding a haughty air. Lin Xinrong felt his brow furrow slightly. He gestured for his aide, Luo, to remain silent. Curious to observe the third concubine's demeanor in his absence and to ascertain the truth of Chun Zhu's account. It appeared that Xiao Lu was emboldened, likely sanctioned by the third concubine herself. Here they come, he noted as Chun Zhu stepped forward to welcome them. Upon seeing Chun Zhu, the third concubine paused momentarily.
Ah.
Chun Zhu, I had assumed that once Su Yajin redeemed you, you would be granted a respectable position, yet here you are running errands. How amusing. Her words dripped with sarcasm, while others in the tavern were preoccupied with their revelry, oblivious to the newly arrived guests. However, Lin Xinrong, observing from above, absorbed every detail. Third concubine, we have prepared a seat for you in the center, Chun Zhu said politely, ignoring the barbed comments. Humph. Was it not said that this tavern possesses private rooms? Why are we not seated in one? Xiao Lu interjected, unrelenting, regarding Chun Zhu as nothing more than a mere servant, thus unworthy of respect. Indeed, Xiao Lu voices what I also wish to say. I demand a seat in the private room upstairs. Surely, I am not to be relegated to this dismal place? The more the third concubine observed Chun Zhu's quaking form, the more she relished the opportunity to belittle her. Chapter 96, The Little Darling of Marshal Lin, Part 48, My apologies, third concubine. But the private room upstairs is already occupied. Baihe approached, pulling Chun Zhu's behind her. Oh, so it appears that all of you are gathered here. This Su Yajin is quite capable, isn't she? After leaving the neighboring estate, She has managed to reach such heights, performing on stage as an actress? Yang Wanshu's words dripped with sarcasm, mocking the two before her. You speak nonsense. Our sister Yajin is. Third concubine is right. We are merely performers on stage. Not worthy of comparison to you. As for that vacant spot, it was reserved by our boss out of respect for the marshal. You may decide whether to take it or not. Baiha hastily interjected, wishing to keep Yang Wanshu unaware of Yajin's true identity for the time being. Do not speak to me in that tone. I declare here and now, regardless of who occupies the private room, they must vacate it for me. Yang Wanshu's relentless words reached Lin Xinrong's ears upstairs. His expression darkened, realizing that his third concubine was such a boisterous and unreasonable woman, bringing disgrace to the Lin family. Yang Wanshu strode toward the stairs, but Baihe and Chunzuz blocked her path. Third concubine, you cannot go up. Chunzuz, have you recovered from your injuries? Do not think that just because you were redeemed, you are beyond my reach. A fierce glint crossed Yang Wanshu's face, causing Chunzuz to instinctively clutch her arms. What is all this commotion? A voice interrupted, belonging to Jiang Pingpeng. Upon seeing her, Yang Wanshu's disdain was palpable as she mockingly asked, Su Yajin, what brings you here? Summon your boss. I had instructed Xiao Lu to reserve the private room upstairs. What does this mean? Having others occupy it. Jiang Pingpeng chuckled lightly, unfazed. Third concubine. You seem to be mistaken. Your maid did not request us to reserve the upstairs room. Are you questioning me? Yang Wanshu's meticulously shaped brows twitched with indignation, her every expression laced with contempt. We certainly do not dare to question you, third concubine. We merely hope you will not make things difficult for us. Jiang Pingpeng, now adorned in makeup, had only stepped out due to the ruckus outside. If Yang Wanshu was seeking trouble, she was more than willing to reveal her true nature to Lin Xinrong. This could be seen as a righteous act, a means of delivering justice.
Who dares to obstruct me?
Yang Wanshu's cold gaze swept over the group as she prepared to ascend to the second floor. Yang Wanshu, Jiang Pingpeng called out suddenly from behind her. Su Yajin, is that a name you can utter? Do not forget, you are no longer my sister. Yang Wanshu emphasized the word sister, her face glowing with triumph as she spat out her arrogant remarks. Each word fell heavily in Lin Xinrong's ears, causing him to startle. This meant that the incident involving her disappearance at the Ming Temple was indeed unrelated to Jiang Pingpeng. His hand tightened around his cup, veins protruding with tension. Deputy Luo swallowed hard. The marshal had never been this furious before, and he couldn't help but sweat for the third concubine. What? Does the third concubine intend to play the pity card again? There is no marshal here to back you up. Jiang Pingpeng skillfully lured Yang Wanshu into revealing the truth of the matter. Of course, one cannot employ the same scheme repeatedly. Even if the marshal is absent, there are still others to convey messages. When the time comes, we shall see whether he seeks vengeance for me or defends you, a woman long cast aside. With her objective achieved, Jiang Pingpeng signaled to Baihe and Chunzuz that it was time for Yang Wanshu to ascend to the second floor. Third concubine, you make a valid point. If you are unwilling to remain below, you may negotiate with the guests upstairs. Suddenly stepping back, Jiang Pingpeng's actions seemed unremarkable to Yang Wanshu, who assumed she had struck a nerve regarding the marshal. Yang Wanshu shot a glance at Jiang Pingpeng, asserting, if one is to be a wife, one must embody the demeanor of an actress, understand the hierarchy, and know one's place. I deign to come here, which is a mark of respect for you. Accompanied by Xiao Lu, Yang Wanshu slowly ascended the stairs. Madam, these people are truly reckless, knowing you have the marshal as your support. Yet they still dare to offend you. Xiao Lu's face bore a sycophantic smile as she continued to flatter Yang Wanshu. As they entered the private room without even knocking, Yang Wanshu ordered, you all leave, my lady wishes to. But before she could finish, she was met with the sight of Lin Xinrong and his deputy seated inside. Xiao Lu was taken aback, wishing she could bite her tongue. Having presumed they were merely wealthy merchants, how could she have known that the marshal was present? Both mistress and maid felt their hearts race in fear. Lin Xinrong regarded Yang Wanshu with a bemused expression. He pinched the bridge of his nose, and Yang Wanshu recognized this gesture as a sign of his impending anger. Third concubine, shall my deputy and I relinquish our seats to you? Lin Xinrong's words dripped with mockery as he pretended to stand up to leave. Yang Wanshu's heart raced. She immediately knelt before Lin Xinrong. Seeing this, Xiao Lu followed suit, lowering her head in silence. Did this mean he was aware of everything that had transpired downstairs? And Marshall, I did not mean it. I simply did not realize you were present. The sweat beaded on Yang Wanshu's forehead as she stammered.
So,
Your intention was to demand that others yield their seats to you under my name, was it? Lin Xinrong looked down upon the kneeling Yang Wanshu and her maid, Xiao Lu. Chapter 97. The Little Darling of General Lin, Part 49. No, General, I shall never dare again. Yang Wanshu hastily waved her hands, desperately clarifying. I absolutely meant no offense, General. I acknowledge my mistake. I implore you to forgive me this once. Her face was etched with anxiety as she suddenly comprehended the implications of Su Yazhen's earlier words, realizing that they were a cunning trap laid for her. She ground her silver teeth in determination, vowing to remember this slight. Dare? What is there to fear? Lin Xinrong remarked with a sardonic smile. Pray tell, how did you go missing at Daming Temple last time? Yang Wanshu fell into silence, stammering, I speak the truth. Lin Xinrong emanated an aura of inherent authority, causing Yang Wanshu's heart to race with trepidation. The expression on Lin Xinrong's face cracked as he processed her words. To claim she had simply lost her way was a charming facade. It was far more accurate to say she had concealed herself. Then let me inquire further. The injury you sustained was also self-inflicted, was it not? Yang Wanshu bit her lip, realizing that Lin Xinrong was already privy to the entire truth. If she continued to feign innocence, the repercussions could be even more severe.
it was my own doing.
Lin Xinrong's index finger trembled with intensity. Well done, Yang Wanshu. You truly have my admiration. It was only at this moment that Lin Xinrong recognized that nothing of note had transpired within the Lin family estate. Su Yazhen had maintained an impeccable reputation, managing the household with precision, save for a few unfounded rumors. In his presence, she had always been submissive, never addressing him as husband due to his aversion to the term, instead referring to him as master. However, since the arrival of the third concubine, the Lin family estate had descended into chaos, with disturbances erupting daily. Was the injury sustained by Chunju also your doing? Lin Xinrong felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. That was a mistake made by Chunju herself, Yang Wanshu. You dare to argue? Lin Xinrong raised his voice, causing several guests downstairs to glance up from their private rooms. Though the curtain obscured their view of who was inside, the palpable tension hinted that someone was in grave trouble. General, I truly recognize my mistakes. From this moment forth, I will amend my ways and strive to be a gentle and virtuous Mrs. Lin. I beseech you to grant me another chance. Yang Wanshu was gripped by fear. Should Lin Xinrong decide to cast her aside, all her meticulously laid plans would be rendered futile. At this moment, Lin Xinrong truly grasped the irony of the situation. The dedicated and sincere Su Yazhen had been dismissed with a mere decree, while this treacherous woman, whose thoughts were as venomous as a serpent's, had been mistakenly regarded as a gentle and virtuous Mrs. Lin. Lin Xinrong raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Had he not ventured to this tavern today, he might have remained oblivious to these truths, potentially remaining trapped in this woman's web for years, even decades. He discerned that Su Yazhen had deliberately lured Yang Wanshu into revealing these truths. He grappled with his feelings towards Su Yazhen. Was it guilt or resentment he felt? Why had she chosen to expose such truths to him? Lin Xinrong increasingly felt that his years of battlefield experience had been outmaneuvered by a woman. After all, family disgrace ought not to be aired publicly. He had no desire to become a source of ridicule in this tavern. Yang Wanshu hastily rose from the ground, pulling Xiao Lu along as they hurried towards the exit. Meanwhile, the announcer on stage had just revealed that their boss was none other than Su Yazhen. Yang Wanshu's heart sank, her gaze fixated on Su Yazhen's figure on stage. She was the proprietor of this establishment? Yang Wanshu felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks, realizing that her earlier haughty remarks, filled with disdain and mockery, had merely been slaps to her own face. Madam, we should leave quickly, Xiao Lu whispered timidly beside her, casting a fearful glance towards the upstairs rooms. Am I so ignorant that I require your reminders?
What use are you to me?
Yang Wanshu could no longer contain her anger, directing her frustration at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu's face was a picture of helplessness. Yet she dared not speak further. Could she be blamed? If not for the tacit approval of the third concubine, this lowly maid would never have dared to act so boldly. The princess on stage grew increasingly indistinct. General, perhaps you should drink less, Deputy Luo urged with concern. Deputy Luo, join me in drinking. This is an order. With no choice, Deputy Luo poured himself a drink. Chen Shimi, how could you abandon your wife so? This is intolerable. Spare me, my lord. Lin Xinrong found a sense of irony in his situation, realizing that he and Chen Shimi were not so different after all. Unexpectedly, she played the role of the princess, not that of Qin Xianglian. Deputy Luo, you say I was wise throughout my life. Yet I am now brought low by a woman. Do I still have the right to command the troops? At this moment, Lin Xinrong was already somewhat inebriated, his words slurring. General, you've had enough to drink. Perhaps you should rest for a while. Deputy Luo looked on with worry. He had initially intended to advise him against such impulsiveness, but who would dare speak against the temperamental general? While everyone presumed Lin Xinrong would once more dismiss Yang Wanshu, he refrained from doing so. With the front lines embroiled in conflict, he lacked the mental bandwidth to manage domestic affairs. Furthermore, ever since the previous incident, the third concubine had toned down her antics. Though still arrogant, her behavior was less conspicuous than before. After all, Lin Xinrong had often been away from home, and the household required a woman to manage it, so he chose to overlook the trivialities. However, in the month preceding his departure to the front lines, Lin Xinrong frequented the tavern's private rooms. He came alone, quietly sipping a few drinks before departing. Each time he visited, Zhang Pengpeng noticed him and personally delivered his drinks. Yet their exchanges were minimal. In fact, he had yet to apologize to Zhang Pengpeng. Chapter 98. The Young Bride of the Great Lord Lin, Part 50. As I embark on this journey, I am uncertain if I shall ever savor the delightful libations from the quaint tavern again. Perhaps you could fill a few flasks for me to take along. Lin Xinrong, unbeknownst to himself, harbored this notion within his heart. Just as Zhang Pengpeng set down the wine jug and turned to leave, a voice called out from behind her, Lin Xinrong's. She cast him a surprised glance but ultimately nodded in agreement. Zhang Pengpeng ventured to the backyard, intending to prepare wine for Lin Xinrong. Is this all the wine you dare to offer? Do you fear that I, Lin Xinrong, cannot afford the cost? As she handed him the wine, he feigned a look of disdain. Nevertheless, Lin Xinrong nodded and laughed heartily, reassuring her, rest assured, all you need to do is prepare the wine. My resilience is unwavering. Without further words, Zhang Pengpeng suddenly felt a cool sensation upon her lips. Her eyes widened in astonishment, for she had just glimpsed a halo above his head. Yet, as Lin Xinrong withdrew from her lips, the halo vanished. Seemingly in a daze, Zhang Pengpeng leaned forward, boldly pressing her lips against his, and once again beheld the luminous halo. A surge of joy washed over her. It dawned on her that Lin Xinrong was indeed the person she sought in this realm. Just as Zhang Pengpeng was about to depart, a pair of warm hands enveloped her head. Under the moonlight, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Soon, the day before her departure arrived, and Zhang Pengpeng tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Chun Zhu entered her chamber with a bowl of porridge only to find her lost in thought, resting her chin on her hand, a sight that had become all too familiar. It seemed that she often fell into reverie while applying makeup or would sit vacantly while washing clothes, ignoring all calls. Realizing her distraction, Zhang Pengpeng hurriedly explained, No, it's just, I didn't sleep well last night. Chun Zhu, with a face full of concern, replied, Sister Yajin, you always use this excuse. Why do you consistently struggle with sleep? Feeling embarrassed, Zhang Pengpeng brushed her off. It's nothing. Oh, come now, go about your tasks. Sister Yajin is unwell, came the voice of Rose from outside. Chun Zhu, worried, reached out to touch Zhang Pengpeng's forehead. Surely not. How could Sister Yajin suddenly fall ill? But her temperature seems normal. Touching her forehead is futile, Rose said with a smirk, finding Chun Zhu's naivety somewhat endearing.
Huh?
Isn't checking for a fever simply a matter of feeling the forehead? Chun Zhu scratched her head, confusion evident in her expression. Of course not. It's the heart. Rose pointed to her own chest. Sister Yajin is suffering from lovesickness. Her little heart must be thoroughly chilled. Rose gazed at her with sympathy. Knowing full well Jiang Pingpeng had long been smitten, yet stubbornly refused to admit it. Rose looked at Jiang Pingpeng with exasperation. Who is lovesick? Jiang Pingpeng, feeling guilty, replied, Rose, stop spouting nonsense. You're leading the children astray.
See?
You're already flustered. Jiang Pingpeng found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks warming with embarrassment. Chapter 99, The Little Darling of General Lin, Part 51. Before long, news arrived of a victorious battle. However, Lin Hongyi had perished, and Lin Xinrong's fate remained uncertain. The entire marketplace erupted in the sound of firecrackers. Jiang Pingpeng sat dazed on the ground, reflecting on her promise to drink, lamenting her inability to uphold it. Sister Yajin. Seeing Jiang Pingpeng alone, Chen Zhu and a few others approached to offer comfort. Wiping her tears away, Jiang Pingpeng stood and declared, Enough, you two. Let us hasten to assist the wounded. She consciously cast aside her worries and sorrow, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to caring for the injured. As dusk fell, Jiang Pingpeng continued her tireless efforts, oblivious to her exhaustion, despite the beads of sweat that adorned her forehead. Miss Su, your deeds today have not gone unnoticed. We are deeply grateful. You appear utterly worn out. Perhaps it would be wise to rest for a while, several soldiers urged, noting her relentless toil from dawn till dusk. She wiped her brow with her sleeve and shook her head, insisting, It's nothing. I am not fatigued. No sooner had she spoken than she resumed her myriad tasks, never allowing herself a moment's respite. She believed that only through this frenzy of activity could she escape thoughts of Lin Xinrong. Yet, this was merely self-deception. His image and words haunted her thoughts incessantly. Why does this Miss Su seem so familiar? One soldier remarked. Indeed, I too find her visage reminiscent. I believe one of our comrades once showed me her photograph. What did you say her name was? At that moment, the tightly wound tension within Jiang Pingpeng crumbled once more. Su. Miss Su, please do not rush. My head is injured. Jiang Pingpeng quickly released the soldier, her gaze locked onto him, fearful of missing any vital information. She bombarded him with questions, but the soldier's sorrowful expression told her what she dreaded most. General Lin, he has sacrificed himself. Jiang Pingpeng staggered back in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks. Days passed, and gradually, she accepted this unavoidable truth. Life continued its course. Yet the tavern's proprietress wore a perpetual frown and no longer graced the stage. Often, she found herself seated alone in a private room, sipping wine and gazing vacantly at the patrons below. What joy is there in drinking alone? Is not sharing a cup far more delightful? Suddenly, a rich and magnetic voice resonated from behind her, causing Jiang Pingpeng's wine glass to clatter to the floor. She froze, terrified to turn around, fearing it was but a figment of her imagination that would vanish upon her glance. Tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Would you care to share a cup with me? The voice beckoned again, stirring emotions within her that were indescribable. Absolutely not. Jiang Pingpeng retorted defiantly, though her heart ached with a bittersweet blend of sorrow and joy. Then I shall take my leave. Instantly, she sprang to her feet, declaring, If you step out that door, you shall never have the privilege of drinking my wine again. I am sorry. Without hesitation, Jiang Pingpeng lunged at him, her fists pounding against his chest. You scoundrel. He allowed her to vent her frustrations, and once she had exhausted her fury, he grasped her wrist gently. I am truly sorry. I have always been sorry. She collapsed into his embrace, weeping for what felt like an eternity, reluctant to let go, even as sleep claimed her, her grip firmly clutching his collar. As he gazed upon her serene slumber, his heart felt overwhelmingly fulfilled. Chapter 100, The Journey of the Useless Concubine's Daughter, Part 1. Lin Xinrong resigned from his position, entrusting the family's finances to Yang Wanshu as compensation, after which they severed all ties. The tavern changed ownership and became lively once more, adorned with festive decorations. Everyone presumed that the tavern mistress had married off, but they were gravely mistaken. Jiang Pingpeng declared, I have married before, and I shall never wed again. Lin Xinrong responded, If you marry, I shall certainly take you as my bride. If you do not, I shall wait for you a lifetime. As the realm neared its conclusion, Jiang Pengpeng was abruptly awakened, her gaze fixated on the large screen. The scene shifted to Yang Wanshu, who had indeed completed her mission and acquired all that she desired from the Lin family. Yet, following a devastating war that claimed her son's life, she fell into a state of madness. It was only in that moment, as she found herself alone in the Lin family estate, that she realized the treasures had lost all significance. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Luck points, 5,000, score, 10,000. Please choose whether to redeem. The monotonous voice of the lucky fish echoed in Jiang Pengpeng's ears, startling her. She now harbored grave doubts that if she were to fail her mission one day, she would surely face the same fate. Oh, dear, host, you think too much. This system is not devoid of empathy. As the lucky fish's words faded, a storage shelf materialized before Jiang Pengpeng once more, offering a plethora of items for redemption, far more than the previous occasion. By the way, what became of the caterpillar rewarded to me last time? Just as she posed the question, she felt an unusual tickling at her feet, as if something was brushing against her. Instinctively, she looked down, only to be met with a wave of goosebumps. The caterpillar had grown significantly since their last encounter, but to her horror, it was now covered in brown fur.
Ah!
Jiang Pengpeng's scream pierced the air. What on earth was this grotesque creature? Wah! The master finds me repulsive. The caterpillar whimpered, curling up in a corner. Wait a moment. Jiang Pengpeng gazed incredulously at the creature. It could actually speak. Host, this is a reward from the system. Its ability to converse is of no surprise. Moreover, it possesses a fragile heart and cannot withstand criticism. Please offer it an apology. The lucky fish lectured her. Unable to endure the incessant chatter of the lucky fish, Jiang Pengpeng approached the caterpillar and offered a few words of comfort. Yet she remained unwilling to take it along on her tasks. The mere thought of waking up in the middle of the night to find a caterpillar crawling out from her blanket was too much to bear. This time, Jiang Pengpeng redeemed a lucky star. Before she could inquire about its purpose, the lucky fish had already initiated her teleportation. Oh my! I never anticipated that the Wen family would raise such a useless second miss. Not only that, but she is also quite unsightly. Just look at that large scar on her face. I truly cannot fathom why the Zhao family's young master would betroth himself to her. Indeed, but fortunately, the young lady is a genius. At merely 12 years of age, she has already reached the upper tier of the green level, truly deserving of the title of the youngest warrior in the Haoyue continent. If she were to marry the Zhao family's young master, it would indeed be a match made in heaven.
How annoying!
Jiang Pengpeng shouted, rubbing her temples, and for a brief moment, the crowd fell silent before erupting into chaos once more. A useless person. How can she possess such a temper? Exactly. To have one's spiritual power tested and not even reach the red level, only to faint from backlash. This is my first time witnessing such a spectacle. As the crowd buzzed with gossip, Jiang Pengpeng swiftly grasped the fundamental information of this realm. It was a fictional continent called Haoyue, where martial prowess was revered. Every individual born on the Haoyue continent was required to undergo a talent assessment at the age of 12 to determine their suitability for cultivation and their potential abilities. The ranks, from lowest to highest, were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, with each rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Jiang Pengpeng slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself lying on the ground, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Miss, please do not struggle any further. Rest well. If this continues, I fear for your health, one of the maidens implored. Jiang Pengpeng thought, can you not press down on me? Ultimately, she relinquished her struggle and allowed herself to be lifted onto the carriage by the young maid and several others. At this moment, she noticed the young maid had been weeping, her eyes red from crying. Jiang Pengpeng closed her eyes, reflecting on the original owner's plight. The original owner was the concubine-born daughter of the Prime Minister of the Haoyue continent. When she was born, fortune smiled upon her. Birds flocked to her, and flowers bloomed in winter. Everyone anticipated she would become a prodigious warrior, yet during her spiritual power assessment, she was unequivocally deemed a failure. She had not even reached the most basic red level and had nearly lost her life due to backlash. Since it was unprecedented for someone to be injured during the spiritual power test, everyone naturally concluded that she must be utterly inept. In reality, she was far from useless. The testing instrument simply could not measure her true potential, and due to her young age, her body was unable to withstand the clash of opposing forces, resulting in her injury. Chapter 101: The Journey of the Useless Concubine's Daughter, Part 2. As soon as she disembarked from the carriage, a throng of individuals emerged from the estate. However, these individuals were not there to greet her. They had come to welcome the esteemed Miss MASU-MANHUA. Truly remarkable. The young lady had achieved the status of a blue tier at such a tender age, her future brimming with limitless potential. Both the household servants and the townsfolk rushed forward, exchanging pleasantries in her presence. Many had even arrived bearing gifts to extend their congratulations. In the vast expanse of the Haoyue continent, individuals of purple tier status were exceedingly rare. Some would only ever reach blue tier throughout their lives. Thus, for someone so young to have attained blue tier is indeed a testament to her genius. Jiang Pengpeng chuckled softly, noting how well-informed and swift these people were. If she were not mistaken, these gifts had initially been intended for the original owner. However, after the testing revealed her to be a waste, the once poorly regarded eldest daughter had been transformed into a prodigy, prompting them to hastily redirect their offerings to MASU-MANHUA. Being the daughter of a prime minister and a genius, it was imperative to curry favor with her. To delay could result in someone else seizing the limelight. MASU-MANHUA maintained a modest smile, softly proclaiming, "You flatter me. My achievements today are undoubtedly due to my father's nurturing." As she attributed all the credit to Wen Tianhong, a satisfied smile graced his features.
Yet,
When his gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Pengpeng, it was tinged with disdain, wishing fervently that she were not his daughter. In contrast, Jiang Pengpeng, assisted by the maid Yuchu as she stepped down from the carriage, received no help from anyone else, nor did a single person offer her a greeting. The looks directed at her were filled with contempt and disdain. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, revealing her face, which, aside from the scar hidden beneath her locks, was quite exquisite, her features arguably more striking than those of MASU-MANHUA. However, upon the revelation of the scar, onlookers instinctively recoiled. Supported by Yuchu, Jiang Pengpeng made her way into the estate. "When Xinling, where do you think you are going?" Suddenly, when Tianhong's voice echoed from behind her. "Your sister is hosting so many guests. Do you intend to remain idle?" His tone was laced with reproach, his brow furrowed tightly. In his official demeanor, he was all business, but when addressing MASU-MANHUA, he exuded a tenderness as if he wished to cradle her in his hands. "These guests are here to congratulate my sister. As a waste, it is better for me not to embarrass myself here," Jiang Pengpeng replied, her brow slightly furrowing, laced with self-deprecation. "Moreover, father has seen that I am gravely injured. I fear my presence might burden everyone." She intentionally portrayed a figure of deep grievance. The original owner had been melancholic since her mother's passing, and Jiang Pengpeng knew she could not reveal her true colors too soon, lest it arouse suspicion. Her calm demeanor belied any issues before the crowd. When Tianhong's expression darkened, yet he found little fault in her words. "Oh dear sister, how can you say such things? Being born without spiritual power and unable to become a warrior is not your fault. Do not be too disheartened," MASU-MANHUA interjected, feigning concern. Hearing this insincere sympathy from her, Jiang Pengpeng nearly exposed her hypocrisy on the spot. The disfigurement of the original owner's face was undoubtedly connected to MASU-MANHUA. "Sister, you overthink it. I am not upset, merely feeling guilty for not living up to the expectations of father and mother," Jiang Pengpeng replied, lowering her gaze. Her expression contorted in palpable sorrow. This elicited a hint of mockery from MASU-MANHUA, who nonetheless continued to uphold the image of a caring sister in front of their guests. "It's all right. We are sisters. If you find a solution, I will certainly assist you," MASU-MANHUA assured, her demeanor composed.
ah,
This eldest lady of the Wen family is well-educated and adept in social graces. Whoever marries her would be blessed for generations. The crowd nodded in agreement, showering praises upon MASU-MANHUA. "Indeed, indeed. Alas, I have no sons or daughters to propose. Otherwise, I would certainly have come to seek her hand. You might as well forget it. She is the daughter of the Prime Minister. In terms of status, you are leagues beneath her." In no time, the Wen family ushered all gift-bearers into the estate. Within these walls, the original owner was treated as an outsider. Her mother had long since passed away, and only due to her being seen as a good omen had Wen Tianhong provided her with a relatively comfortable residence. Little did he know the day's turn of events. Though surrounded by numerous maidservants, only Yuchu remained truly loyal. The others were evidently spies planted by Wen Qiuya. "Miss, allow me to fetch you some refreshments," Yuchu said with concern. Jiang Pingping's stomach grumbled. She was indeed feeling a bit hungry. "Very well, please rest. I shall prepare some pastries for you." Yuchu hurriedly departed. Left alone in the room, Jiang Pingping leisurely rested her hands behind her head. In truth, her body harbored no ailments. All the injuries had been endured by the original owner alone. After a moment, she sat upright, contemplating the items she had exchanged with the little goldfish earlier. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light appeared at her fingertips. Just as she was puzzled, her hand suddenly felt scalding hot. What in the world? She attempted to remove the ring, but it clung to her finger as if it were part of her. "Bond with me, and I shall grant you your desires," a childish voice echoed, startling Jiang Pingping into momentary silence. Having become accustomed to such occurrences, she refrained from exclaiming loudly this time. Chapter 102. The Journey of the Useless Concubine as Slap in the Face. Part 3. How can you forge a contract if you do not even show yourself? Jiang Pingping rolled her eyes and retorted, feeling somewhat exasperated. In truth, similar events had transpired with the original owner of this body, who failed to make good use of the contract god, ultimately rendering it ineffective. The contract god before her was not like others who would unreservedly offer their powers to their hosts. He could form contracts with anyone, but the host must first pass his trials before he would genuinely fulfill his role. The original owner had suffered greatly at the hands of Wen Qiuya, leading the contract god to abandon her and form a contract with Wen Qiuya instead, employing the traditional blood contract method. In a high-pitched and somewhat sharp voice, the small figure exclaimed, "Do you have any idea who I am? I am the contract god. Countless individuals vie for the chance to form a contract with me, and you dare to question me with such ignorance. Acquiring my favor could bring you immeasurable benefits." "Sorry, but I am not interested," Jiang Pingping interrupted, finding the childlike demeanor amusing, yet she continued to refuse, employing a tactic of feigned indifference. I could claim to be the mother of the contract god." She yawned dismissively. The contract god was momentarily taken aback, and then, a small, irate figure suddenly materialized before her, clad in a crimson apron, with a flame flickering on his forehead, hands on his hips, glaring at Jiang Pingping. She initially thought he might demonstrate his powers, yet the next moment, he burst into tears. How could a dignified contract god be rejected by such an unattractive woman? "How am I to live?" Jiang Pingping grimaced. "Shut up, you're too noisy." Ignoring his cries, she bellowed, "Wait, who are you calling ugly?" "It's you." The small deity handed her a mirror, revealing her own reflection, lips like vermilion, a delicate face, and undeniable natural beauty. Yet, a prominent scar near her ear marred her visage, casting a shadow over her charm. "How about this? If you form a contract with me, I shall not only heal your face, but also elevate you to the ranks of a warrior, achieving the peak of the Green Realm." The contract god's face was a mask of temptation, shifting from tears to laughter with remarkable speed. "My spiritual power is of the highest quality within the Purple Realm, and you think you can elevate me to the Green Realm? Are you jesting?" Jiang Pingping scoffed. "You are aware of your spiritual power being within the Purple Realm?" The contract god's expression was one of astonishment, before it morphed again. "Who are you calling a little brat? I am thousands of years old." Jiang Pingping raised an eyebrow, her expression laden with sympathy. "Is that dwarfism? Will you sign or not?" At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. What right does a useless person have to eat? With so many pastries, they would be better off feeding them to dogs. At least dogs guard the house. With urgency, Jiang Pingping pushed open the door, almost forgetting that she was still quite injured, and slowed her pace. At the entrance of her courtyard, Yu Chu lay on the ground, desperately shielding the pastries in front of her. The culprits were, of course, Wen Qiuya's lackeys, who, upon learning of her ineptitude, no longer regarded her with any respect. "What are you doing?" Jiang Pingping feigned weakness as she approached, leaning on a cane to scold them. "Miss, This treacherous bunch deliberately knocked over the pastries I brought for you. Yu Chu, disheveled and on the ground, managed to stand upon seeing Jiang Pingping's arrival. Yu Chu, do not unjustly accuse others. You simply tripped over your own feet. Exactly. Don't think you can spout nonsense just because you are the second Mrs. Personal Maid.
You.
Jiang Pingping interrupted Yu Chu with a shake of her head, silencing her. The other maids grew bolder, though they still addressed her as second miss. Their words dripped with disdain. You four, are you all my maidservants? Jiang Pingping's sudden inquiry left the maids bewildered, exchanging glances. Unsure if the second miss had suffered a blow to the head. Of course, she affirmed, and that is splendid. As soon as her words fell, her cane struck the maids before her. As fellow maidservants, you should not bully the weak. Disloyalty to your master warrants punishment. With their mistress injured, they had all fled without a trace. What use were they now? As Jiang Pingping lowered her cane, the four maids lay on the ground, bruised and battered, their bodies marked by the cane's impact. Jiang Pingping had shown restraint. A mere flicker of her spiritual power could have easily claimed their lives. Her strikes had been so swift that they barely had time to react. Second miss, spare us. We shall never dare again.
Now.
Pick up all these pastries from the ground. Jiang Pingping looked down upon the four maids, her voice imbued with authority that rendered them incapable of resistance. Even Yu Chu stared in disbelief. Had not her mistress been gravely injured? How could she still possess such strength? Yes, we will gather them immediately. The maids, devoid of any will to resist, hurriedly knelt and began collecting the pastries. As they presented the pastries to Jiang Pingping, she commanded, consume every last one. Leave not a single piece. Second miss, this. With so many pastries, and having picked them from the ground, how can we possibly finish them? Did you not drop them on the ground? Now you refuse to eat them? Jiang Pingping's words dripped with derision. You have a choice. Either divide them equally among yourselves, or serve them to others. Chapter 103. The Path of the Useless Concubine's Resurgence. Part 4. Alas, my lady, I once thought they were utterly devoted to the eldest miss. Yet here they are, shamelessly delivering these pastries to her. All for their own convenience, remarked Yu Chu, her voice dripping with mockery and delight. Jiang Pingping sighed, finding their behavior entirely predictable. The maids within the estate were all opportunists, aligning themselves with whichever side appeared stronger. To safeguard their own interests, they would show no unwavering loyalty to anyone. My lady, your injury. Yu Chu suddenly recalled the incident where she had reprimanded that group of maids, her face a mix of surprise and concern as she gazed at her, remembering how she had stood up for her. You went out despite your condition, to save me. Jiang Pingping cast a smirk at Yu Chu, playfully deceiving her. Just as her words finished, she noticed the girl's eyes reddening once more. My lady, I'm so sorry. It's all because of me.
Uffed.
Silly girl. You actually believe that? Look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Jiang Pingping bounced playfully in front of Yu Chu, deliberately demonstrating her well-being. My lady, you. Yu Chu stared wide-eyed at Jiang Pingping in disbelief. Rest assured, I am quite all right. Although Yu Chu was unaware of the trials her mistress had endured, seeing her recover filled her heart with immense joy. That night, have you made up your mind? At that moment, Jiang Pingping was in a deep slumber when the impatient, urging voice of the contract god echoed in her mind, waking her abruptly. This woman was dreadfully self-important, keeping the true self waiting for so long. She felt a tinge of irritation, a sly glint flickering in her eyes. If you wish to forge a contract, you must first prove your abilities to me. Isn't that rather simple? I shall now heal the scars on your face, he declared, already placing his hands before her, ready to channel his energy. Wait. Jiang Pingping hastily objected. The scar serves a purpose. You are truly peculiar. You would rather bear an unsightly visage? The contract god scrutinized her with disdain. Very well, I shall first open the channels of your spiritual energy. How does that sound? Jiang Pingping clapped her hands, eagerly nodding. That could work, I suppose. Half an hour later. Why does it feel so unbearable? Jiang Pingping's forehead was drenched in beads of sweat. Her body felt as though it were being scorched by an intense flame. She clutched her clothing tightly, her complexion pale, her lips having turned white from biting. All your spiritual energy is blocked, unable to circulate. We must clear your meridians to allow the energy to flow throughout your body. The contract god explained as he performed his incantations. How much longer? She inquired, each word deliberate, when suddenly, the heat enveloping her transformed into an icy chill, as if she were trapped in a freezing cavern. The sensations alternated between scorching and chilling. Breathe deeply. Focus your energy. The contract god guided her step by step. She felt a surge of power ready to burst forth, colliding wildly within her. After taking a deep breath and following his instructions repeatedly, the turbulent energy gradually settled. Just as she could no longer endure, she fainted. Hey? The contract hasn't been established yet. How can you faint? When Xinling? A small figure emerged from the ring, hovering before Jiang Pingpeng, feeling as though he had been deceived, a sense of vexation creeping in. He then produced a dagger from his belongings, slicing open a small cut on his finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto his own brow. Self-reliance is key.
Yay. Done.
The true self lamented, it's quite arduous to forge a contract. I must do it myself. Knock, knock, knock. My lady, are you awake? A hurried voice rang from outside the door. Jiang Pingpeng, having freshened up, joined Yu Chu in heading to the main hall. From a distance, she noticed the hall was filled with people. The glaring figure of her fiancé, Prince Hao Xiaojun,
Caught her eye.
He was rather handsome, yet a hint of ambition flickered in his brows, suggesting an unsavory character. As for why the original owner had a betrothal with the prince, it stemmed from the belief that she was a prodigy, someone not to be overlooked. The original owner had fallen for the prince at first sight, oblivious to his intentions to exploit her for his own gain. In a world where strength dictated respect, a true martial genius would command great regard, even from royalty. However, upon learning of her ineptitude, Prince Hao Xiaojun sought to avoid the stigma of abandoning his fiancée and conspired with Wen Qiyue to secretly take away her virtue. Behind the scenes, he had engaged in countless unsavory dealings with Wen Qi. Jiang Pingpeng maintained her composure, yet internally, she had already grasped the prince's intentions. Xinling pays her respects to His Highness. Respectful greetings to father, mother, and sister. Jiang Pingpeng feigned a delicate demeanor, deliberately exposing the scar by her ear. As she offered her greetings to Hao Xiaojun, she clearly saw the disgust flicker across his face, his body instinctively recoiling. Why are you so slow? Making everyone wait. When Tianhong scolded Jiang Pingpeng pointedly. Yu Chu, what have you been doing? I instructed you to summon the second miss an hour ago. How could you take so long? What punishment do you deserve? He Huan, following Wen Tianhong's lead, shifted the blame onto Yu Chu. At that moment, both master and servant appeared culpable. She quickly put on a flattering facade before the prince. I sincerely apologize, Your Highness, for causing you any embarrassment. Yu Chu, terrified, immediately knelt. Your Highness, forgive me. Master and Madam, forgive me. I am sorry, it was Yu Chu's incompetence, but it has nothing to do with my lady. It was entirely my delay. This Xinling truly does not regard this palace with any respect. To place the blame on a mere maid. Hao Xiaojun flared, angrily sweeping his sleeve. Before Jiang Pingpeng could interject, when Qiyue approached him with a cup of tea, Your Highness, do not be angry. My sister did not intend for this. She suffered severe injuries during the spiritual energy test yesterday. When Qiyue's words, while seemingly a defense for Jiang Pingpeng, were akin to throwing fuel on the fire. She inadvertently reminded Hao Xiaojun of the original owner's incompetence. Since that is the case, I have indeed heard of yesterday's happenings. It seems we cannot hold Xinling accountable. Hao Xiaojun feigned interest, exchanging glances with Wen Qiyue as he lifted his cup. Thank you, Your Highness, for your magnanimity, Wen Qiyue praised him, seamlessly shifting the blame onto Jiang Pingpeng with a reprimand. Sister, do not forget to express your gratitude to His Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. I am eternally grateful. Jiang Pingpeng's thoughts raced with 1,000 curses, yet she maintained an air of a refined lady, as if the prince had bestowed upon her a monumental favor. Her primary objective was to avoid revealing any unusual behavior too soon, lest it arouse suspicion. Chapter 104. The Journey of a Disgraced Noblewoman, Part 5. Hao Xiaojun set down his teacup and composed his expression, stating, in truth, I have more pressing matters to discuss today. Your Highness, please feel free to speak, when Tianhong replied, his aged face filled with obsequiousness. Hao Xiaojun feigned a look of great difficulty as he turned to Jiang Pingpeng. Qiyu, you are aware that I am bound to you by a marriage contract.
Indeed.
Your Highness, Jiang Pingpeng responded gently with a nod. You must understand that as the Crown Prince, I am destined to inherit the throne, and the Crown Princess will be expected to embody the virtues of a mother to the nation. Should any issues arise with the Crown Princess, it would invite ridicule from all corners of the realm. Your Highness, I must implore you to annul our engagement. Qiyu is but a useless being. If the role of the Crown Princess is to be filled, surely my sister is more suited for it. Jiang Pingpeng could no longer endure Hao Xiaojun's grandiloquent rhetoric and decided to take the initiative. Otherwise, she feared he would falter further in his pretense. As soon as her sensible words fell, when Qiyu interjected playfully, Sister, what foolishness is this? The matter of the Crown Prince's marriage is not for us to speculate upon. Sister, Xinling believes that if one is to become a mother to the nation, one must possess both capability and a heart for the empire, and must not be ensnared by matters of the heart. Since Xinling cannot assist His Highness, why should she entangle him further? Jiang Pingpeng cast a lingering gaze at Hao Xiaojun and, with clarity of mind, asserted, Xinling and His Highness are ill-fated and will proactively seek the Emperor's decree for clarity. Jiang Pingpeng had anticipated all of Hao Xiaojun's doubts, sparing him the need to approach the Emperor himself. In that moment, the assembly in the hall regarded Jiang Pingpeng with admiration.
To them,
when Xinling had emerged as a selfless woman, fully aware that her current status did not merit a union with the Crown Prince, even if she harbored feelings for him, she would relinquish her aspirations for the greater good. This was the poise befitting a well-educated daughter of a noble family. Indeed, the Chancellor has raised his daughter well, praised the Grand Tutor beside the Crown Prince. When Tianhong's brow unfurled, pondering how Xinling had come to be so sensible. Yet, he would not alter his perception of her simply because of this newfound understanding. When Qiyu cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Pingpeng, laced with disdain, she considered her sister's understanding a mere pretense, for had she not been so, the consequences she faced would be regrettable for a lifetime. With a subtle gesture, when Qiyu signaled her maid to withdraw, Hao Xiaojun was pleasantly surprised by the ease with which the annulment transpired, leaving with the Grand Tutor from the Chancellor's residence in high spirits. Jiang Pingpeng also made her way to the palace the following day. My lady, I truly do not comprehend. You harbor such affection for the Crown Prince. With him as your support, even your father and mother would not trouble you too greatly.
Now,
you push yourself into the fire, her maid, Yuchu lamented. Jiang Pingpeng, alone save for Yuchu, entered the palace in a carriage. She chuckled softly, reassuring, I understand your concerns, Yuchu, but henceforth, I shall be my own support. Yuchu remained puzzled, but knowing this was her mistress's decision, she refrained from further inquiry. Upon arriving at the Emperor's Grand Hall, they entered only after the eunuch announced their presence. At that moment, a figure emerged from the hall, clad in a flowing black robe, adorned with a purple gold hairpin. He was accompanied by an aide, and a radiant halo crowned his head. Jiang Pingpeng instinctively looked over, and the face that met her was extraordinarily handsome, with strikingly deep-set eyes beneath arched brows, eyes that were shockingly white. He was blind. That was her immediate reaction. Despite the fleeting glance, Jiang Pingpeng was left with a profound impression, for she was, after all, someone who adored beauty. Moreover, he was the person whose fortune she intended to borrow in this realm. With a sigh of regret, she shook her head. What a pity that such a visage was rendered blind. Xinling, have you truly made up your mind? The Emperor, seated beside the dragon table, scrutinized Jiang Pingpeng, nodding as he listened to her narrative. Even as Emperor, he would not wish for his son to wed a useless woman. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Pingpeng's propositions, he nearly beamed with delight, though he kept his composure. After an extensive conversation with the Emperor and declining his insincere offer to make her a concubine to the Crown Prince, she successfully exited the Grand Hall. With a long sigh, she felt liberated from the Crown Prince's entanglement. Yuchu regarded her mistress with suspicion. It was the Crown Prince who had deemed her a useless person and had taken the initiative to end the engagement.
Now,
Her expression resembled that of the crown prince himself. In a realm devoid of mobile networks, news spread swiftly, like locusts. As Jiang Pingpeng exited the palace, she was met with an array of incredulous gazes. Oh, the second daughter of the Wen family is truly unfortunate, from genius to a disgrace, and cast off by the crown prince. Indeed, one wonders how she will endure this plight. Jiang Pingpeng, seated in her carriage, overheard these rumors and merely smiled, indifferent to their judgments. The true question was who would ultimately reject whom. These rumors, without a doubt, were spread by Wen Qiyu, who would not feel gratitude for the crown prince's decision to annul their engagement, but rather sought to eliminate Jiang Pingpeng completely. However, such matters posed no threat to Jiang Pingpeng. Her current focus was on enhancing her abilities, investigating the individual she encountered that day, and hastening the cultivation of her spiritual powers. Within mere hours, an imperial decree arrived at the chancellor's residence. Without question, the emperor had betrothed Wen Qiyu to Hao Xiaojun. In an instant, Wen Xinling became a laughingstock in the chancellor's household, while Wen Qiyu ascended to new heights, striding with an air of arrogance, unimpeded by anyone, who even made way for her. Yet, for the time being, Jiang Pingpeng held little interest in these developments. As long as Wen Qiyu did not provoke her, she could afford to set her aside. However, having attained everything she desired, Wen Qiyu would not miss the chance to flaunt her triumph. She brazenly dismissed several of her maids, claiming that as the future crown princess, it would be a disgrace for her to be accompanied by fewer attendants. Thus, wherever she went, she was flanked by a grand entourage, exuding an air of audacity. Chapter 105. The Path of the Useless Concubine's Revenge, Part 6. Under the guidance of the god of contracts, Jiang Panpan began her morning practice in the courtyard, harnessing the purest essence of spiritual energy during this time. Strangely, while the energy felt abundant, she experienced an inexplicable difficulty in absorbing it. Unable to pinpoint the source of her troubles, fatigue soon overtook her, and she fell into a deep slumber. "Why is my sister sleeping in the courtyard?" When Qiyu feigned an exaggerated surprise, her mouth covering her smile, yet mockery glimmered in her eyes. Behind her, a group of people entered the courtyard, carrying dozens of boxes. Jiang Panpan furrowed her brows and glanced at her. "Is there something you need?" Her indifferent demeanor piqued Wen Qiyu's curiosity. "There's nothing of great importance. Just to inform you that you should select a side courtyard. This one is rather spacious, and I intend to use it for storing some items. The crown prince has sent me an abundance of gifts lately, and I simply have no place to keep them," Wen Qiyu declared, her pride evident as she frequently mentioned the crown prince. To her, Wen Xinling had become as insignificant as an ant beneath her feet. Really? The crown prince's gifts can't possibly fill the entire prime minister's residence? Jiang Panpan retorted inwardly, bemused by the absurdity. Beside her, Yu Chuxin simmered with grievances, yet dared not voice them, silently defending her mistress. Wen Qiyu misinterpreted Jiang Panpan's demeanor as jealousy, thinking that beneath her calm facade lay turmoil. "Naturally. I only heard from the crown prince that he has never sent you any gifts," she remarked, unable to hide her smugness. "If you would like, you may choose one of the gifts he bestowed upon me as a keepsake." Her condescending tone and lofty air sent a chill down Jiang Panpan's spine. "Thank you, sister," she replied, feigning delight as she promptly rose from her seat and approached the boxes. Wen Qiyu followed closely, offering, "Sister has always favored elegant items. I believe the jewelry in this box would suit you perfectly. Feel free to choose." "Thank you," Jiang Panpan said, opening each box in turn. However, the gifts were far from extraordinary, merely an assortment of gold, silver, and jewelry, along with clothing and fabrics. The crown prince mentioned that these exquisite silks were tributes from the western regions, perfect for garments that keep one warm in winter and cool in summer. "Perhaps you might take a couple of bolts." Ignoring Wen Qiyu's words, Jiang Panpan's gaze fell upon a string of beads resembling prayer beads. "I find this item quite appealing. I will take this," she declared. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wen Qiyu's face, for this string was the most mundane of all the jewelry. "Are you certain you want this?" she asked. "As long as you do not regret it," Jiang Panpan replied, weighing the beads in her hand, convinced of their value. "Ha!" Wen Qiyu scoffed. "That question should be directed at you. Given so many options, you choose a mere string of prayer beads. I have another request if I am to vacate this courtyard, Jiang Panpan said, turning to face Wen Qiyu with a serious expression. I would like the westernmost side courtyard. Wen Qiyu stared at her as if she were a fool. You want the westernmost courtyard? Do not say we have mistreated you. That courtyard has been abandoned for quite some time. That is of no concern to me. I want that one. Jiang Panpan replied confidently, leaving Wen Qiyu with a sense of unease, as if there were treasures hidden within that neglected space. Very well. I shall personally discuss this with my father. It would not bode well for the Prime Minister's residence if word got out that the second daughter of the Tang family resides in such a desolate courtyard. Wen Qiyu feigned concern, crafting a facade of a caring sister. In truth, she wished to deny Wen Xinling any advantages. Jiang Panpan remained unfazed, nodding calmly.
Well,
since I have relinquished this courtyard to you, should not your maid assist me with the cleaning? After all, I am short-handed here. At this moment, when Qiyu understood Jiang Panpan's true intention, she wanted her maid to help clean the western courtyard. Wen Qiyu, already harboring disdain for Wen Xinling, retorted, You know that I have many matters requiring attention. You have plenty of time. You can move to the western courtyard, but as for the cleaning, you will have to manage it yourselves. The refusal was evident on Wen Qiyu's face, while a subtle smile crept onto Jiang Panpan's lips. She sighed dramatically, feigning helplessness. Very well. In her past life, the western courtyard had held treasures, and she would never allow Wen Qiyu to send anyone to aid her. Yu Chuxin increasingly noticed her mistress's peculiar behavior. Having been rejected by the crown prince, Jiang Panpan appeared entirely unfazed. And even after losing her own courtyard to the eldest young lady, she seemed delighted to be headed to the most desolate western courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence. With tearful eyes, Yu Chuxin implored, Mistress, are you unwell? If so, you must tell me. I would go to great lengths to seek a physician for you. Jiang Panpan replied, Yu Chuxin, feel my forehead and observe my radiant complexion. Do I appear to be ill? She took Yu Chuxin's hand, placing it against her forehead, then turned her face for inspection, speaking earnestly. But look at the western courtyard. It is overgrown with weeds and in disrepair, yet you seem so happy. Yu Chuxin protested. Jiang Panpan rolled up her sleeves. Yu Chuxin, once we clean it up together, you will see that it is truly a treasure. Chapter 106. The Path of the Useless Concubine's Daughter. 7. As she surveyed the desolate courtyard, it was evident that each plant thrived robustly, as if nurtured by some unseen force. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she and Yu Chu set about arranging their new abode. The two were busily engaged, first entering the house to sweep away every speck of dust. Just as Yu Chu wielded a shovel to uproot the weeds in the yard, Jiang Pengpeng suddenly heard a voice in her mind.
Fool.
Stop her at once. Those are not weeds, they are zihuang grass.
What?
Jiang Pengpeng barely had time to inquire about the nature of zihuang grass before she rushed out to halt Yu Chu. Yu Chu, stop immediately. With trepidation, Jiang Pengpeng gazed at the round, leaf-like plants nestled among the weeds, reminiscent of lotus leaves. The spirit of the contract continued to explain, Zihuang grass is an essential ingredient for upgrading alchemy and serves as a medicinal herb. While this grass is relatively abundant, it is difficult to locate due to its growth amidst weeds. She knelt down, carefully caressing the Zihuang grass, exhilarated by the revelation. These were indeed treasures. Yu Chu, however, wore a skeptical expression. The weeds had flourished for years, and if they were truly valuable, others would have long since harvested them. After the two had gathered the zihuang grass from the dense underbrush, Jiang Pengpeng began rummaging through the house in search of items. Strange. Wasn't the Jinfeng poison silk that Wen Qiyu obtained found here? She scratched her head, a dogtail grass clutched in her mouth, scanning the room but finding nothing of interest. After searching fruitlessly for an afternoon, she finally conceded defeat, deciding to take her time exploring the house, since she would be residing there. In the dead of night, a series of faint sounds emanated from the roof. Her brow furrowed, and she swiftly sat up, fearing that Wen Qiyu might have sent someone to harm her. Having faced numerous dangers, Jiang Pengpeng's paranoia nearly bordered on delusion. Suddenly, the front door creaked open, and a figure clad in black stumbled inside, hastily shutting the door behind him. Jiang Pengpeng concealed herself behind a pillar, clutching a vase. scarcely daring to breathe. Outside, the guards were heard searching the premises. Search thoroughly. Not a single corner must be overlooked. Just as Jiang Pingpeng was about to speak, the figure's gaze darted toward her, despite his face being obscured, revealing only his eyes. How familiar, was her immediate thought. Wait, that aura. My benefactor of fortune. He leaned toward her, and Jiang Pingpeng felt as though she were frozen in place, unable to move an inch. What? What have you done to me? Jiang Pingpeng gazed at the man before her. Help me deal with the intruders outside. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do. He grasped her wrist, and Jiang Pingpeng realized just how insignificant she was. Despite his grievous injuries, he effortlessly restrained her. She bit her lip, attempting to communicate with the spirit of the contract, devoid of any strength to resist. Due to their bond, both parties could sense certain emotions from one another. Jiang Pingpeng perceived a palpable fear emanating from the spirit of the contract. All right, release me and I will assist you. She understood the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary conflict. After all, if something were to happen to him, who would she turn to for her tasks? However, she could not appear overly eager. Glancing around, she noted the sparsity of hiding places in the empty house. Miss Second, kindly open the door. As the guards from the Prime Minister's residence approached her door, Jiang Pingpeng felt her heart leap to her throat. Anxiously pacing, she urged in a lowered voice, Well, you see for yourself, where could one possibly hide? This room is rather small. Must you make such a racket at this ungodly hour? Do you wish to deprive someone of their sleep? She nudged him aside and slowly made her way to the door, deliberately dragging her feet. What is happening? Why all the commotion? Jiang Pingpeng yawned as she opened the door, feigning displeasure with her furrowed brows. Miss Second, we apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. There are intruders in the Prime Minister's residence, and for your safety, we request permission to search your quarters. Her expression hardened, and her tone grew serious. Do you consider this convenient? A group of men barging into a young lady's chamber in the dead of night? Do you think my status as the second miss of the Prime Minister's residence absolves your concern for my reputation? The lead guard hesitated for a moment, casting a glance inside the room with unspoken intent. Miss Second, that is not our intention. We are primarily concerned for your safety. My safety pales in comparison to that of the eldest miss. Why do you not search her quarters instead? She was aware that they were heading straight for the western courtyard. Miss Second, the eldest miss requires protection more than you do. The implication was clear. The eldest miss was a martial genius, and it was unlikely that an intruder could infiltrate her room, whereas the second miss, deemed useless, was indeed vulnerable to such an intrusion. At that moment, a few drops of blood at Jiang Pingpeng's bedroom door caught the attention of the lead guard. Feigning calmness, Jiang Pingpeng's heart began to race. Miss Second, perhaps you should allow us to search. He crouched down, dipping his fingers into the blood on the threshold. This blood is mine. Jiang Pingpeng extended her hand, revealing a fresh wound. I cut myself on a broken teacup this afternoon. You are being overly cautious. Miss Second, this blood is clearly fresh. The lead guard appeared exceedingly experienced, and if they did not conduct a search today, it would be challenging to dismiss the matter. With a resigned wave of her hand, Jiang Pingpeng relented. Very well, you may search, but if no intruder is found, I expect a reasonable explanation for your intrusion into my chamber. They appeared confident, as if they had already concluded that the intruder must be hiding within her quarters. Jiang Pingpeng nodded, stepping aside to allow them entry, arms crossed before her as she observed them commence their search. Chapter 107, The Path of the Useless Concubine Slap in the Face, Part 8. She wandered around the room, puzzled about the whereabouts of that person. After the guards completed their search, they indeed found nothing. Chief, we have searched everywhere and seen no one. The expression of the sword-bearing guard darkened further, filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? He had clearly seen that person heading this way. Second miss, you have disturbed us. We shall deal with you according to family law tomorrow. The guard's face bore no trace of remorse. All right then. Hey, you can come out now. They have left, she whispered, glancing around but seeing no one, thinking he had already departed. Suddenly, a figure descended from her bed, one hand clutching their heart, sweat glistening on their forehead. What the hell? You scoundrel! How dare you sleep in my bed? This was something she could no longer tolerate. Jiang Pengpeng gritted her teeth in fury. I owe no one a favor. I will compensate you. He spoke with an air of superiority that was inexplicably irritating, rivaling that of MASU-MANHUA. Jiang Pengpeng stuck out her tongue, silently cursing his ancestors. As Ming looked down at her, his brow occasionally furrowed, muttering under his breath. At that moment, as he approached, Jiang Pengpeng felt something moving on her body. She reached into her bosom and pulled out a string of prayer beads. The very ones she had taken from MASU-MANHUA. How did the burning heaven beads end up with you? Ming's gaze was fixed intently on the beads in her hand, his voice tinged with curiosity.
What?
These are called burning heaven beads? Jiang Pengpeng's face was a canvas of questions. What can they do? Are they really powerful? Could it be that they were indeed a lucky charm? For she found herself increasingly drawn to them. So, does the lucky star guide her to choose the best when selecting items? These burning heaven beads originated from the western regions. They were initially just ordinary beads. However, when combined with certain weapons, they could indeed be formidable. Yet, they had long vanished from people's sight. Where did you acquire them? Ming coughed, covering his wound, suspicion lacing his tone.
Oh.
The crown prince gifted them to MASU-MANHUA, and she, in turn, gave them to me. Jiang Pengpeng nodded nonchalantly, suddenly regarding Ming with an expression of disbelief.
Wait. How can you see? Aren't you blind?
Sometimes what you see is not necessarily the truth. At the same time, as Ming grasped the burning heaven beads in his hand, a bright light emanated from a box concealed within his robe. He felt a surge of heat. He withdrew the box from his garment, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Finally, I have gathered them all. Jiang Pengpeng felt increasingly uneasy, snatching the burning heaven beads back. What do you mean gathered? These aren't yours. What does it have to do with you? These beads are of no use to you, he stated plainly. Whether they are useful or not is not for you to decide. I've already saved you, so hurry and leave. Jiang Pengpeng regarded him warily. I can offer you something else in exchange. Ming insisted, determined not to easily relinquish the burning heaven beads he had finally located. Not a chance. You are the first woman daring enough to refuse me. Trust me, you will regret this. Ming smirked wickedly, producing another box from his sleeve. Jiang Pengpeng was taken aback. Is this turning into a domineering CEO scenario? He opened his palm, gazing meaningfully at her. You are currently unable to wield the spiritual energy within you. If you possess this harmony pill, it wouldn't be so laborious. Jiang Pengpeng stared at him in astonishment. How do you know? Moreover, you cannot absorb external spiritual energy, he whispered close to her ear. Even your contract spirit cannot aid you. Jiang Pengpeng hastily stepped back, maintaining her distance. Why did he know everything? However, the pill in his hand intrigued her. Is what you say about this item truly so miraculous? It was crafted by the foremost alchemist of the Haoyue continent, Yu Heng. Anyone with knowledge would recognize its value at a glance. Ming cast her a dismissive glance. His words made Jiang Pengpeng feel like a provincial bumpkin. Resolved, she thought, fine, let us make the exchange. Cautiously, she retrieved the burning heaven beads from her bosom and handed them to him. You mustn't deceive me. Otherwise, I will report you for trespassing in the Prime Minister's residence at night. Do you think those inept fools in the Prime Minister's residence can do anything to me? His tone was outrageously arrogant. Jiang Pengpeng rolled her eyes. Please, can you at least draft a script before you boast? If I hadn't saved you, you might have already lost your life. Ming's expression darkened. I was harmed by what was in the box. It has nothing to do with them. And what is in that box? Did you steal it from the Prime Minister's residence? Jiang Pengpeng's curiosity piqued. She blinked her eyes, pressing him for answers. He found the woman before him rather peculiar, seemingly indifferent to her own possessions. What treasures could they possibly possess that I would know? Jiang Pengpeng pouted, her tone tinged with melancholy. You truly lead a pitiful existence, Ming bluntly remarked, openly criticizing her, although a trace of compassion flickered in his eyes. Jiang Pengpeng. So you brazenly stole from the Prime Minister's residence? Fortunately, she was unconcerned about the Prime Minister's affairs, even if when Tianhong encountered trouble. It was of no concern to her. Open your mouth. Before she could process his command, Jiang Pengpeng instinctively parted her lips. Mo Ming promptly tossed the harmony pill into her mouth. Sit down, clear your mind, and direct your energy to your dantian. Begin to circulate. Following his instructions, she seated herself on the bed and commenced the exercise. Before long, she felt a surge of energy within her, threatening to burst forth. Suddenly, a chill arose from her past, gradually calming the tumultuous energy. She felt as if she had transformed from a searing volcano into a warm spring, enveloped in a comforting warmth, almost as if she could float away. The moment she opened her eyes, Mo Ming lunged toward her. Chapter 108. The Journey of the Useless Daughter's Revenge, Part 9. Jiang Pingpeng instinctively extended her hand to intercept a palm strike. Hiss! Mo Ming inhaled sharply, retreating a step.
Wow.
Am I really that formidable? Jiang Pingpeng raised her hands, her face brimming with joy. It seems that Qi gathering pill truly worked. That's only because I was injured. Mo Ming gritted his teeth, stubbornly offering an explanation. In truth, he had not anticipated that Jiang Pingpeng could repel him, even in his wounded state. After consuming the Qi gathering pill, just moments ago, she had been enveloped in a violet aura so pure that it must belong to the upper echelon of purple rank. At such a young age, her talent reaching this level was unprecedented across the entire Haoyue continent. A flicker of intense hatred crossed Mo Ming's eyes. He was well aware of the reasons behind her fall from grace. Thank you for today, he said, turning to leave. However, Jiang Pingpeng hurriedly stopped him. Wait, is there anything else? Mo Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Jiang Pingpeng rolled her eyes, exasperated. I saved you, and you won't even tell me who you are? Mo Ming merely replied with a nonchalant utterance of his name. Jiang Pingpeng nodded. All right, understood. Your injuries seem quite severe. Allow me to assist you. You can heal? Mo Ming regarded her with skepticism. Do not underestimate me. With that, Jiang Pingpeng approached a nearby cabinet. Don't waste your efforts. My injury can only be treated with purple phoenix grass. How could you possibly have that in this dilapidated courtyard? Mo Ming managed a bitter smile as he sat down, pondering that even if she did possess it, she likely wouldn't part with it. Mo Ming's gaze turned more suspicious. It struck him as odd that in his previous life, he had been injured in the same manner, yet she had never produced any purple phoenix grass. Had the course of events been altered? Hiss. While Mo Ming was still lost in thought, Jiang Pingpeng's cool hands had already applied the crushed purple phoenix grass to his wounds. Swiftly and skillfully, she bandaged him. Mo Ming observed her closely. She appeared far from the foolish woman he remembered from his past life. Jiang Pingpeng patted her hands together, wrapping the remaining purple phoenix grass in paper and offering it to him. Mo Ming stared in disbelief for a moment before slowly reaching out to accept it. You actually have so much purple phoenix grass? It was abundant when I moved in. It's hardly a precious herb, Jiang Pingpeng replied with a display of nonchalance, though internally she felt a pang of regret. Were it not for her luck value and the fear of his demise, she would not have given him so much purple phoenix grass. Why are you helping me? He instinctively asked. Consider it a token of gratitude for the pill you gave me. It has indeed filled me with spiritual energy, Jiang Pingpeng said dismissively. All right, hurry and leave. She urged him. If anyone finds out, my life will be forfeit. Mo Ming nodded and leapt out through the window. Indeed, in this world, Mo Ming had been reborn. In his previous life, his death had always been intertwined with the original occupant of this body. Initially, he had struggled to believe in the concept of reincarnation until he witnessed numerous events repeating themselves, all of which he had experienced firsthand. For instance, just moments ago, when Xinling did not yet recognize him. In this new life, Mo Ming was determined to unveil her hypocritical facade. This time, he would merely offer her a small favor to regain her trust. Mo Ming. Jiang Pingpeng muttered the name, smacking her thigh. Wait, isn't that the regent? In her previous life, he had been both the one who loved and hated the original owner of this body. He had sacrificed everything for her, only for her to hand over all his gifts to Hao Xiaojun. According to the memories she had acquired in this realm, Mo Ming had indeed been reborn. This indicated that he was aware of everything that had transpired. A chill ran down Jiang Pingpeng's spine. It was fortunate that he had not killed her to silence her. Otherwise, the future events would have unfolded quite differently. The regent wielded immense power, even commanding respect from the current emperor, who would undoubtedly wish to eliminate him. After all, a figure like him in the court posed the greatest threat to the royal family of MASU-MANHUA. The emotional entanglement between the original owner and Mo Ming began with this very rescue. The next day, as Zhang Pingpeng prepared to venture out with Yu Chu to explore the market and purchase some necessary items, they were intercepted by the household guards.
Second miss.
No one is permitted to enter or leave the residence at this time.
What?
Are you restricting my freedom as well? Zhang Pingpeng placed her hands on her hips, visibly displeased. The thief from yesterday has yet to be apprehended. We are merely concerned for your safety, the guards stated solemnly, their expressions devoid of warmth. Zhang Pingpeng waved her hand dismissively. Fine, if I can't go out, then I won't. It's not as if I must leave through the front door. Miss, if the master discovers this, we will face severe punishment, Yu Chu cautioned, using herself as a human stepping stool for Zhang Pingpeng to climb over the wall. Without further ado, Zhang Pingpeng leaped down from the courtyard wall. The marketplace of MASU-MANHUA was quite lively. As she wandered, taking in the sights, she suddenly heard a frantic shout. Make way for the princess. In an instant, Zhang Pingpeng's gaze fell upon a runaway carriage hurtling towards her, careening wildly without brakes. A small child stood frozen in fear in the street, paralyzed with shock. The surrounding crowd was anxious, yet none dared to rush forward to save the child. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Pingpeng sprang into action, delivering a kick to the horse, causing it to veer aside. She swiftly scooped the child into her arms. Are you all right, little one? Zhang Pingpeng inquired with concern, noting the child's attire, which suggested he hailed from a noble family. Yet where were the adults? How could they be so careless and irresponsible as to leave a child in the middle of the road? Chapter 109. The Path of the Useless Daughter's Revenge, Part 10. It seemed that the child had been utterly terrified, crying uncontrollably while clinging tightly to Zhang Pingpeng, unwilling to let go. At that moment, Zhang Pingpeng suddenly sensed a gust of wind rushing towards her from behind. As the wind was about to strike her, her right hand instinctively reached out and seized a whip that was aimed at her. Who do you think you are? How dare you evade the whip of this princess? The woman standing before Zhang Pingpeng was adorned in a green silk butterfly gown, her demeanor haughty as she looked down upon Zhang Pingpeng while brandishing the whip. Zhang Pingpeng busied herself comforting the sobbing child in her arms. How audacious to be so arrogant after nearly running someone over. For someone who claims to be a princess, it seems she cannot even notice such a large child standing in the street. If her eyes are of no use, she might as well donate them to those in need. With a mocking glance at the woman before her, Zhang Pingpeng rose to her feet. The woman was Li Caning, the daughter of a prince, the princess of Changlo. You lowly woman, dare to speak to this princess in such a manner? You must be seeking your own demise. Li Caning's face shifted between green and white with fury, pointing the whip at Zhang Pingpeng, which shimmered with a ghostly green light. Is the princess of Changlo truly so arrogant? This young girl surely will not suffer for her audacity, murmured the crowd, recognizing Zhang Pingpeng. Oh, dear. She is but a useless one. She has surely doomed herself while attempting to save another. Hearing the murmurs, Li Caning's arrogance intensified. So, you are the useless Wen Xinling? She sneered, seemingly forgetting that Zhang Pingpeng had caught her whip barehanded. Do not think this princess is bullying you. I shall give you a chance. If you kneel and knock your head 3 times, declaring yourself a useless one, I may let you go. That is hardly a challenge. Zhang Pingpeng replied with a light laugh. Kneeling is out of the question, but I can certainly utter those 4 words. You are useless. You are useless. She repeated the phrase several times, a challenging glint in her eyes. Princess of Changlo, do you find that sufficient? If not, I can continue. You. Li Caning's face turned a shade of dark anger. Wen Xinling, you seek death. How dare a useless one provoke this princess? Today, I shall teach you the consequences of your insubordination. With a flick of her wrist, Li Caning swung her whip, and the onlookers instinctively scattered. Zhang Pingpeng gently set the child aside to prevent any harm. Second miss, perhaps it would be wise to apologize to the princess of Changlo. If that whip strikes you, it would surely leave you in tatters. Some in the crowd urged Zhang Pingpeng to reconsider. acknowledging that she had been the one to save the child. An apology is too late. Today, you shall experience the might of my soul-severing whip. A cold glint flashed in Li Caning's eyes as she lashed out with her whip, augmented by her spiritual power. As the whip descended, a fierce wind whipped through the air, obscuring the spectators' vision. They braced themselves for the expected gruesome scene, but after a moment, they heard no scream from Jiang Pingpeng. When they opened their eyes, an astonishing sight greeted them. Jiang Pingpeng had effortlessly grasped the other end of Li Caning's whip with her bare hands. Li Caning's eyes widened in disbelief.
How can this be?
When Xinling is but a useless girl, not even someone at the blue level could possibly achieve this. When Xinling, what sorcery have you employed? Li Caning gritted her teeth, tugging at the whip, but Jiang Pingpeng held firm. Sorcery? Princess of Chanlo, do you underestimate yourself or overestimate me? In this bright moon continent, I have never heard of such sorcery, Jiang Pingpeng retorted just as she released the whip. Li Caning stumbled backward unexpectedly, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. When Xinling, she shouted, rising in a fit of rage. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall think yourself untouchable. Furiously, she lashed out again with her whip, striking wildly and shattering nearby stalls.
Yet,
not a single blow landed on Jiang Pingpeng. Jiang Pingpeng shook her head, preparing to retaliate, when suddenly a swarm of guards and officials descended upon the scene. A man caught Li Caning's final strike with his hand. What is the meaning of this? In broad daylight, you dare to brawl in the marketplace? What if someone is harmed? His deep, commanding voice resonated as he looked down upon the two with displeasure. Your Highness! Li Caning seized the opportunity, glaring fiercely at Jiang Pingpeng. This woman instigated trouble. The man, known as Wang Yi, turned his gaze to Jiang Pingpeng, who met his stare unflinchingly. A mocking smile played upon her lips as she spoke with a tone of indifference. Allow me to clarify. The Princess of Chanlo's carriage was traversing the marketplace, and this woman nearly injured herself when she recklessly overturned it. Why does the princess not complete her tale? Jiang Pingpeng interjected. Only today did I learn that a royal princess could disregard the lives of commoners. As your horse galloped through the street, it showed no intention of stopping for a child standing in the way. Do you regard human life as mere fodder? Jiang Pingpeng's words were deliberate, her questioning gaze fixed upon Li Caning, who was seething with anger, her teeth clenched in frustration. But the speed of my carriage was too great to halt. Besides, who is to blame for allowing their child to obstruct my path? Changle, Wang Yi roared, you have become increasingly brazen. Your imperial uncle. At that moment, a small boy rushed over, looking pitiful as he stood before Jiang Pingpeng. Honor? What are you doing here? Wang Yi dismounted swiftly, his expression softening as he embraced the child, concern etched across his face. Chapter 110, The Journey of the Useless Daughter's Revenge, Part 11. The imperial uncle was nearly beside himself with worry. If he could not locate you, your mother would surely tear my head off. Jiang Pingpeng's lips twitched in disbelief at how this seemingly serious Hyangxi was frightened by the princess. Meanwhile, Li Xianyan's face was a mask of terror, unable to comprehend the situation. How could this be? This little boy was the young heir of the princess. Inevitably, the inevitable had arrived. Anur extended his tiny finger towards Li Canyan. Uncle, Anur is frightened. This wicked woman intends to kill me. Anur nodded, sobbing softly. Thankfully, this sister saved me. Otherwise, Uncle the Emperor would never see Anur again. Li Canyan. Hyangxi bellowed her name, his voice echoing with authority. Li Canyan, terrified, dropped to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. Your Highness, please forgive me, Changle. Changle did not know he was the young heir.
So,
you imply that if he were not the young heir, he would be of lesser importance? Hyangxi's face darkened to the point where one could imagine ink dripping from it. How could the daughter of a prince act in such a manner, tarnishing the royal dignity? Your Highness, forgive me. Changle acknowledges her mistake and shall never dare to repeat it. Li Canyan kept her head bowed, shaking with fear, continuously apologizing. Yes, Changle remembers. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Canyan hastily rose and departed, her back dampened by cold sweat. Thank heavens she had not harmed the young heir, otherwise. Even if it cost her life, it would have been a price too great to bear. As she instinctively glanced towards Jiang Pengpeng, she realized she had already left without her noticing. Hyungsi had yet to express his gratitude to Jiang Pengpeng. He smiled faintly, finding her rather intriguing for risking her life to save the young heir, and yet she desired no reward. After inquiring around, Hyungsi learned that she was the second daughter of the Prime Minister, Wen Xinling. Uncle the Emperor, Anur likes that sister from earlier. When will you bring her to the palace to play with me? Anur chirped sweetly before Hyungsi. Very well, Anur, whatever you wish, your uncle will grant. But you mustn't wander about carelessly, and today events must remain a secret from your mother, understood? Hyungsi, still shaken, cautioned Anur. Heaven knows that in his quest to find this little ancestor today, he nearly mobilized all the guards of the royal residence. Yes, Anur understands. On the other side, as Jiang Pengpeng strolled along, she stumbled upon a shop selling various antiques and felt a sudden intrigue, prompting her to enter. The shop was dimly lit, casting an air of mystery. Choose whatever you like, no bargaining. A languid, elderly voice startled Jiang Pengpeng from behind. Shopkeeper, why do you walk so silently? You nearly scared me to death. Jiang Pengpeng retorted. Choose whatever you like, no bargaining? Jiang Pengpeng questioned, baffled by the shopkeeper's lack of decorum. After browsing the shop, she found nothing of interest. Shopkeeper, these items are rather dull. Do you not have anything else? If you don't like them, leave. The shopkeeper appeared exceedingly impatient. Jiang Pengpeng's lips twitched. Was he genuinely uninterested in conducting business? As she turned to leave, a small wooden box in the corner caught her eye. Approaching it, she picked it up to examine it closely, and a sudden cool sensation coursed through her fingertips, oddly comforting. Shopkeeper, how much for this? Jiang Pengpeng inquired, weighing the box in her hand. This is not for sale, came the shopkeeper's curt reply, as if someone owed him a debt. Shopkeeper, how do you conduct business? Have you never heard that the customer is king? How strange it is to have such a large shop yet refuse to sell. Jiang Pengpeng continued her tirade, frustrated that she had finally found something she liked, only to be met with such obstinacy. The shopkeeper, wielding a cane, urged her to leave.
Hey?
Jiang Pengpeng stood at the doorway, gritting her teeth. What do you need? A familiar voice reached her ears. She instinctively turned to find Mo Ming facing her. What are you doing here? Why can I not be here if you are? Mo Ming replied with his characteristic coldness. Jiang Pengpeng was momentarily rendered speechless and swiftly changed the subject. Have you bought anything from the shop? Yes. And did they sell you anything? Jiang Pengpeng pressed on, eager to discover if the shop only catered to the fortunate. Not for sale. When those two words escaped Mo Ming's lips, Jiang Pengpeng was left in shock. How could it be? Even the items sought by the regent were not for sale? Mo Ming stepped into the shop, a smirk playing on his lips. It belongs to me. How can one speak of buying and selling?
What?
Jiang Pengpeng felt utterly bewildered. She hurriedly followed him back inside. Upon seeing her, the shopkeeper made no move to eject her. Jiang Pengpeng increasingly felt that the shop was rather peculiar. What did you just look at? Jiang Pengpeng instinctively pointed to the wooden box. Take it. It's a gift, as a token of gratitude for your earlier saving grace. Jiang Pengpeng scratched her head, uncertain. Are you sure you want to give it to me for free? If I change my mind, you'll lose your chance. Without hesitation, Jiang Pengpeng swiftly tucked the box away. Thank you. Thank you. One should not refuse a gift when it costs nothing. Why does this shop exhibit such an unusual policy of refusing to sell to customers? What sort of absurd regulation is this? Jiang Pengpeng nearly let a curse slip before catching herself. It is only sold to those with spiritual power. Jiang Pengpeng then realized the underlying truth. In fact, she did not wish to hide her abilities. She simply preferred to keep them from the Prime Minister's household for the time being. Sometimes discretion is not a vice. At least, in the eyes of others, she was seen as a useless daughter, and Wen Qiuya would not come to bother her unnecessarily. In the future, she could simply come here to acquire whatever she desired. As for Mo Ming, she was unsure why he continued to show her kindness. Perhaps he wished to unveil her facade before ultimately exposing her. Let us hope that in this lifetime, she would not provoke his ire, for should she do so, he might be the one to bring her ruin. Chapter 111. The Path of a Useless Concubine's Daughter, Part 12. Wen Xinling, You have truly grown audacious. Not even such a towering wall can contain you, can it? When Tianhong questioned her sharply, his hands clasped behind his back. Jiang Pingping's awkward expression froze on her face, a sensation akin to a thief caught red-handed. I merely felt stifled and took a casual stroll. I didn't venture far, she replied. Xinling, do not blame me for not warning you. Last night, thieves infiltrated the Prime Minister's residence, and today you are so eager to venture out. Jiang Pingping raised an eyebrow at the sarcastic Wenqiue, deliberately elongating her tone. Oh, does that mean? There's nothing to imply. You know it well yourself. I have heard that blood still stains your doorstep. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianhong immediately turned his gaze towards Jiang Pingping. Is your sister speaking the truth? Father, am I truly so untrustworthy in your eyes? You concern yourself with a few drops of blood. Yet your first thought is not whether it belongs to me or if I have been harmed. Jiang Pingping's face was filled with disappointment as she silently questioned the man she referred to as father. Yet you would doubt me based solely on another's words? When Tianhong flicked his sleeve dismissively, you possess the ability to scale walls. How could you possibly be injured? If it turns out that the thieves are unrelated to you, you shall naturally be exonerated. Investigate? Jiang Pingping scoffed. With no evidence to support it, you seek to place the label of collusion with thieves upon me. A mere useless girl? When Tianhong was rendered speechless by Jiang Pingping's words, his complexion darkening as he gazed at her. She spoke the truth. To approach that entity, one must possess exceptional skills. Otherwise, a common person might enter with their life but leave without it. It seems, indeed, my sister is innocent. When Wenqiue cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Pingping. However, the thief is already injured and no one in the Prime Minister's residence has managed to find him. Who can guarantee that there is no one within the estate providing assistance? Jiang Pingping nodded in agreement, fully aware that the person Wenqiue referred to as providing assistance was herself. With an air of seriousness, she remarked, now that you mention it, I recall that all the chambers were searched yesterday except you did not investigate, did you, sister?
Impudent.
Wenqiue's emotions flared, her finger trembling as she pointed at Jiang Pingping. When Xinling, your audacity grows bolder by the day. How dare you speak such words? I did not explicitly state it. Sister, why are you so agitated? In contrast to Wenqiue, Jiang Pingping appeared remarkably calm. Provoked by Jiang Pingping's insinuations, when Tianhong felt an inexplicable anger rise within him. What is that guard doing? I instructed him not to overlook any corner of the estate. Father, do not listen to his nonsense. How could your daughter engage in such treachery? When Wenqiue glared at Jiang Pingping through gritted teeth. Was this the moment when their relationship would irrevocably rupture? I will make my own decisions. As when Tianhong turned to leave, he added, when Xinling, you have left the Prime Minister's residence without permission. Come to the main hall to receive punishment. Jiang Pingping thought she had escaped unscathed. 50 lashes struck her back, but fortunately, she had secretly used a bit of spiritual energy, otherwise, she might have lost her life. Miss, I am sorry. It was Yu Chu's failure to provide adequate cover for you. Both the master and the young lady suddenly came to the western courtyard. Yu Chu, filled with remorse, apologized to Jiang Pingping. Jiang Pingping lay on the bed, waving her hand dismissively. Do not blame yourself. This matter is not your fault.
Oh.
And please prepare some hot water for me. I wish to bathe. Having endured pain, her clothes were drenched in sweat and dirt. Yes, I shall do so at once. Then Jiang Pingping recalled the item gifted to her by the regent. Carefully, she retrieved it from her bosom, revealing a transparent orb nestled within a wooden box. As she pinched the orb between her fingers, a wave of relief washed over her, easing her pain significantly. Miss, the hot water is ready. Yet when she turned her head again, the orb suddenly vanished from her grasp. What? Jiang Pingping's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a large orb had simply disappeared. A certain individual flashed through her mind. You little rascal. Jiang Pingping seethed inwardly, connecting with the contract deity. What is it? Are you still pretending? Return my orb. Jiang Pingping's face contorted with frustration, unable to voice her thoughts aloud, and thus resorting to mental communication, which startled Yu Chu nearby. Miss, what troubles you? Is your wound too painful? Yu Chu asked with concern. It is somewhat painful, but it is of no consequence. You need not worry, just prepare some clothes for me. Jiang Pingpeng quickly dismissed Yu Chu before resuming her interrogation of the little deity. Either you return it to me, or I shall destroy this ring right now. Jiang Pingpeng threatened the contract deity. This ring cannot be destroyed by the hands of an ordinary person, the contract deity replied, a hint of pride lacing its tone. Huh. Then try me, Jiang Pingpeng said with a mischievous smile as she approached the steaming hot water prepared by Yu Chu. What do you intend to do? The contract deity sensed something amiss, its voice trembling slightly. With a splash, Jiang Pingpeng tossed the ring into the boiling water. Ah! Despicable. Enjoy your bath. Jiang Pingpeng clapped her hands, sitting down beside the tub and stirring the water with a stick. I surrender. I surrender. In the next moment, the orb reappeared in Jiang Pingpeng's hand. With a satisfied smile, Jiang Pingpeng shook her head and sighed. Did you truly believe yourself invincible? We could have negotiated. Yet you force my hand. Indeed, the saying holds true. One should never offend the small-minded or women. After holding the orb for a brief moment, an idea struck her. She grasped the contract ring and inquired, Little rascal, you took the orb earlier, did you not?
Since you already know, why ask?
And do not call me little rascal. Refer to me as the contract deity or simply the master deity. With that, Jiang Pingpeng swiftly emptied her pockets of all the contents she had hidden within. Chapter 112. The Journey of a Useless Concubine's Revenge. Part 13. Come, help me hold these items. I will communicate with you telepathically when I need them, she instructed. The god of contracts replied, Are you treating it as a storage cabinet? How foolish. This ring itself possesses storage space, and yet you remain oblivious to it. Ultimately, the god of contracts, with a heart of kindness and loyalty, decided to enlighten her. Jiang Pingpeng's frustration flared. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I have been hiding things everywhere, terrified they might be taken. You did not inquire, the god of contracts retorted with a look that conveyed the obvious.
Subsequently,
Jiang Pingpeng familiarized herself with the functions of the storage space. Presently, it could only accommodate a limited number of smaller items due to her insufficient spiritual energy. However, as she progressed, the storage space would expand, allowing for the accumulation of more items. Soon, the day of the Crown Princess's enthronement ceremony arrived. The entire Prime Minister's residence buzzed with excitement, except for the western courtyard. Jiang Pingpeng reclined on a chair in the yard, hands behind her head, a straw sticking out of her mouth. According to tradition, everyone in the Prime Minister's household was expected to enter the palace today. Yet, Jiang Pingpeng had no desire to attend. The truth was that even Hao Xiaojun and Wen Qiuyue would not welcome her presence. Suddenly, memories of her past life flooded her mind. After the Crown Princess's enthronement ceremony, something seemed amiss with Mo Ming. Jiang Pingpeng abruptly sat up in alarm. Miss, where are you going? Yu Chu inquired from behind her. I must enter the palace now. Stay at home and do not wander about, Jiang Pingpeng instructed in haste, quickly making her way towards the palace. In her previous life, she had been an accomplice. Under the prince's orders, she had approached Mo Ming first, then secretly added a substance to his wine that would gradually diminish his spiritual energy, all while remaining undetected. It must be said, their actions were indeed swift. Jiang Pingpeng entered the palace in the afternoon, but the ceremony for the crown princess had already concluded. It seemed as though they anticipated her arrival. Just as she reached the palace gates, she encountered the prince's attendant. Second miss, you have finally arrived, the attendant said. Feigning sadness, Jiang Pingpeng replied, I just wanted to take a look. The attendant, Xiao Gonggong, ostentatiously expressed sympathy. The prince wishes for you to accompany me. He desires to see you. He wants to see me? Jiang Pingpeng feigned disbelief, yet a hint of joy crept into her voice. Indeed, please follow me, the attendant confirmed. Under Xiao Gonggong's guidance, Jiang Pingpeng eagerly followed him towards the back garden of the main hall. As she rounded a corner, she inadvertently glanced back and caught sight of a familiar figure. He had indeed come. Upon her arrival in the back garden, Hao Xiaojun stood alone, facing away from her in a pavilion. Jiang Pingpeng approached slowly. What business does His Highness have with Lianlian? She inquired. Hao Xiaojun suddenly turned, his face etched with remorse. Lianlian, it is I who have wronged you. In truth, I have always wanted you to be my crown princess. Jiang Pengpeng nearly lost her composure, barely restraining herself from striking him. His talent for deceit had evidently grown. Your Highness, your sister has now become your crown princess. You should treat her well. She gradually lowered her head. Today, Lianlian merely wished to bid farewell to your Highness. From now on, we shall part ways. Lianlian, Hao Xiaojun gazed at her with profound emotion. Is there something troubling your Highness? Jiang Pengpeng asked, and upon her words, Hao Xiaojun's expression brightened. Lianlian, you are still the one who understands me best. The dialogue mirrored the original trajectory perfectly. I do indeed have a favor to ask of you, Lianlian, he continued. Your Highness. You know I have never rejected any of your requests, Jiang Pengpeng replied, displaying a facade of helplessness. Lianlian, I assure you this is the last time. Hao Xiaojun leaned closer, whispering in her ear as he discreetly handed her a small vial. After nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Pengpeng turned to leave, claiming that she preferred not to have anyone accompany her, to avoid misunderstandings. Hao Xiaojun, believing she had trusted him, readily agreed. The two wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Jiang Pengpeng smirked as she took the potion given by Hao Xiaojun and proceeded to the main hall. She settled into a seat not far from the regent. At that moment, she distinctly felt the cold aura emanating from Mo Ming. Pouring a cup of wine, she personally offered it to Mo Ming, while holding a cup of tea for herself. Your Highness, I toast you with tea instead of wine. Mo Ming's grip on the cup tightened as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Pengpeng. So you have chosen to tread that path, have you? Thank you, second miss, he replied, a sinister smile gracing his lips. However, to toast with tea instead of wine seems rather insincere. Jiang Pengpeng felt a jolt of unease. Lianlian does not drink much. Seeing that Mo Ming had no intention of consuming the wine she offered, both the emperor and Hao Xiaojun exchanged nervous glances. As the atmosphere grew tense, Hao Xiaojun rose, holding up a cup of wine. Your Highness, since the second miss cannot drink, how about I drink on her behalf? Mo Ming smirked coldly. Oh, today is the day of the prince's wedding, and yet you drink on behalf of the crown princess's sister? Will the crown princess approve? Mo Ming deliberately shifted the focus onto Wenqiue, who smiled gracefully. Your Highness jested. Lianlian is also my sister. We are still one family. Thus, it is entirely appropriate for the prince to drink on her behalf. What if I insist that the second miss drink this cup? Mo Ming pressed. Everyone was accustomed to Mo Ming's domineering style. In the court, his word was law. Jiang Pengpeng feigned hesitation. With a determined resolve, Jiang Pengpeng refilled her cup and downed it in one go, her face contorting at the wine's spiciness. Your Highness, it is now your turn. Mo Ming nodded, emptying his cup in one swift motion. Chapter 113, The Journey of the Useless Concubine Slap in the Face, Part 14, as he consumed the wine. He soon realized that this cup seemed devoid of any abnormalities. In his previous life, he had known that this wine was tainted, thus he had prepared himself in advance. However, to his surprise, what he drank was merely an ordinary cup of wine. Mo Ming cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Pengpeng. Why did the trajectory of this life diverge so greatly from what he had previously known? Esteemed officials, today is the prince's joyous occasion. Please indulge yourselves. The emperor, seated in a high position, laughed heartily. At that moment, Jiang Pengpeng suddenly felt a light tap on her shoulder. It was Hao Yunxi, grinning at her. Hao Yunxi, somewhat disheartened, reflected that he was one of the few handsome men in the kingdom of Haoyue, yet this second young lady merely offered him a polite smile. Did she not harbor any inappropriate thoughts? How could that be possible? Hao Yunxi still doubted his own allure. Seizing the opportunity before the banquet concluded, Hao Yunxi stood up to seek out his nephew. Royal uncle, is that sister you mentioned truly present? Anur asked, clinging tightly to Hao Yunxi's neck in a childlike voice. Of course. When has your royal uncle ever deceived you? At that moment, Jiang Pengpeng took a bite of the delicacies before her, only to find a small child suddenly leap into her arms. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Yay! Little heir, how did you end up here? Hao Yunxi flashed a cheeky smile at Jiang Pengpeng. Considering their ages, he was several years older than the prince. Why was he still unmarried? The others at the court, Witnessing the close rapport between the second young lady of the Prime Minister's residence and the little heir of the princess were filled with curiosity. Surely, they had never even met before. Was it possible they felt an immediate connection? What was most perplexing was that, as everyone knew, the little heir had an eccentric temperament, and apart from his royal uncle, there seemed to be no one in the entire palace who could approach him. When Chiyue, too, was observing the duo, wondering how Xinling had managed to become so close to the little heir, it seemed necessary to investigate further. The banquet continued, and Mo Ming exhibited no signs of discomfort, deliberately portraying a semblance of unease before the crowd. "Your Majesty, I feel somewhat unwell. I may need to take my leave," he declared. Such splendid news was, of course, highly anticipated by the emperor. "Is the regent prince unwell? Perhaps I should summon a physician to examine you and prescribe some medicine?" The emperor feigned a deeply concerned expression. Mo Ming shook his head and replied with a courteous gesture, "No need, Your Majesty. I appreciate your concern." Gradually, he exited the great hall, casting a subtle glance in Jiang Pingping's direction. Jiang Pingping, puzzled, wondered what was amiss. She had not placed anything from Prince Hao Xiaojun into his wine cup. Could it be that the regent prince was merely feigning? Taking advantage of the crowd, Jiang Pingping slipped out of the great hall, swiftly pursuing Mo Ming's footsteps without alerting him, observing him from behind. At that moment, she witnessed Mo Ming exiting the palace unscathed. A sudden shock coursed through her. Apparently, her suspicions were not unfounded. "Xinling, you have done well. You have indeed lived up to my expectations," Hao Xiaojun remarked with evident admiration. Jiang Pingping was filled with worry and trepidation, pondering whether the regent prince might seek revenge on her. "Rest assured, once he ingests that substance, he will lack the ability to harm you," Hao Xiaojun replied with a triumphant smirk. "But you mentioned that the spiritual energy merely dissipates slowly?" Jiang Pingping feigned a look of shock, standing helplessly before him, unsure of what to do. Hao Xiaojun immediately displayed a dismissive attitude. "Prince, why are you?" Jiang Pingping exclaimed in disbelief. Hao Xiaojun urged her to leave, seemingly anxious that she might linger. He did not even inquire about her experience after consuming that cup of wine. Had he truly cared for her, he would not have been so careless as to overlook that Jiang Pingping had also consumed wine yet remained unscathed. Ultimately, Jiang Pingping departed the palace. Had she not been certain that she had not placed anything in the cup, she might have believed Mo Ming was genuinely unwell. The Prime Minister's residence had not ceased its search for the lost items, suspecting they might be with the regent prince. They contemplated sending a few individuals to inquire, especially since the regent prince was reportedly unwell. However, those dispatched returned empty-handed. Recently, the regent prince's residence had heightened its vigilance. While the Prime Minister's men managed to infiltrate, they only learned that the regent prince was indeed unwell without discovering any information regarding the missing items. Concerned for Mo Ming, Jiang Pingping resolved to visit the regent prince's residence herself. Naturally, she chose the nighttime, hoping to remain undetected by both the Prime Minister's men and those of the regent prince. However, Jiang Pingping had overestimated her own strength. As she leapt into the regent prince's estate, she heard a deep, resonant voice. "You have arrived?" Jiang Pingping nearly leaped from her skin. "Regent Prince, I merely came to see if you're feeling better." Her expression froze, laden with guilt. Mo Ming nodded. "Indeed. This is the first time I have encountered someone visiting a patient at night, entering over the wall." "Jiang Pingping, could you not expose me?"
Ah.
"I merely thought that if others saw, they might misunderstand my intentions towards you, so I had to choose this method," she desperately explained, fearing Mo Ming would not believe her. After she spoke, he nodded and walked ahead, and Jiang Pingping instinctively followed. "Why did you not comply with my request?" As they walked, Mo Ming suddenly halted, and Jiang Pingping collided with his back, rubbing her reddened nose, having not caught what he said. "I said, are you not working for the prince?"
Who said that?
"I act with integrity. Why would I serve that scoundrel?" Mo Ming seemed to have heard the term scoundrel for the first time. In truth, she often used words he had never encountered before. "Then, are you not concerned that I might not cooperate with your charade?" Jiang Pingping awkwardly scratched her head, incredulous. "You feigned illness just to play along with me? Otherwise, do you think that without my actions, the prince would let you off easily?" Mo Ming smirked coldly. Jiang Pengpeng offered an awkward smile, her face filled with gratitude. Thank you, Regent Prince. Chapter 114, The Journey of a Useless Concubine's Revenge. Part 15. However, why would Mo Ming assist her? Logically, having been reborn, he should harbor disdain toward her. Could it be that his opinion of her changed because she refrained from poisoning him? Yet, such a notion seems implausible. Who is Mo Ming? He is the regent, astute and meticulous, adept at strategizing. He would not easily place his trust in others. Jiang Pengpeng followed Mo Ming until they arrived at a secret chamber. A sense of trepidation gripped her heart. What could he possibly want in bringing her here? Was he contemplating silencing her? In her previous life, it was the original owner who disclosed this location to the crown prince, leading him to secretly enlist numerous experts to plunder it. Indeed, this incident was inextricably linked to the original owner. Thus it is understandable that Mo Ming harbors animosity towards Wen Xinling. Do you not inquire why I have brought you here? Your reasons for bringing me are self-evident. Jiang Pengpeng replied with a faint smile, her expression revealing little emotion. She scanned the surroundings and observed that the items displayed were all rare treasures. She picked up an object resembling a claw, emanating a gentle glow, blue with a hint of purple. This is the claw of the Qingyan spirit crane, with the blue being the most inferior quality here. Mo Ming's nonchalant voice made Jiang Pengpeng's eyes widen. The lowest grade is blue. Then, what might the highest grade be? The thought was overwhelming. Indeed, not only human cultivation is categorized into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, but so too are weapons and beasts. In this continent, where martial prowess reigns supreme, only those of high cultivation are spared from being trampled upon and looked down upon. Jiang Pengpeng finally comprehended why Mo Ming's seemingly inconspicuous shop was filled with countless exotic treasures. Perhaps that was merely a fade, with the true hiding place of valuables within his royal palace. After all, no one but him could approach this sanctum. As she followed Mo Ming further inside, she noticed a small vial on a shelf, radiating a blend of golden and white light. What is this? Jiang Pengpeng inquired, curiosity piqued. This is an existence beyond violet grade. Many believe that reaching violet is the pinnacle, but in reality, violet is merely the apex of the Haoyue continent. Beyond it lie other continents, such as the Songqiong continent, where even street vendors possess blue or violet cultivation. Beyond violet, there are Hongjing, Huangjing, Yujing, and Zhoujing. Upon hearing Mo Ming's words, Jiang Pengpeng blinked her large, sparkling eyes, her mouth forming an A shape. How do you know all of this? These are insights you will come to know in due time. He scrutinized her every subtle expression, seemingly attempting to discern something, but her tranquility rendered his efforts futile. After a pause, Mo Ming added, Jiang Pengpeng, you seem to be the perfect fit for these treasures. With your high cultivation, having reached violet grade, your standing on the Haoyue continent is respectable, even if you have fallen to the status of a useless one. Even now, her spiritual energy flowed freely. Yet she lacked mastery. It meant that although she had attained violet grade, she might not be a match for others of the same rank. Surely, this item must be exceedingly precious? Jiang Pengpeng instinctively asked. Indeed, it is nearly non-existent in the Haoyue continent, and even rarer in the Songqiong continent.
Wow.
That is truly impressive. You managed to acquire such a treasure. Jiang Pengpeng grew increasingly suspicious of Mo Ming's true identity. This is the heavenly Tao flame, which incinerates anything it touches into ashes. Even the hardest Xian iron cannot withstand it unless one has reached the Hongjing level. This is the Yulong silk, which renders the wearer impervious to blades and arrows. Mo Ming elaborated on each precious item and its properties without reservation, seemingly anxious that she might find them uninteresting. Jiang Pengpeng clicked her tongue. This did not appear to be an act of trust, but rather a deliberate test.
Wait.
Just as Mo Ming was about to continue his exposition, Jiang Pengpeng interrupted him. What is it? Mo Ming regarded her with a composed demeanor, pondering whether she intended to request something from this treasure trove. Since you possess so many treasures, why not seek something to remedy your eye ailment? Mo Ming felt a wave of surprise wash over him. Was she genuinely concerned for him? Moreover, how did she know that his affliction was merely an eye condition that flared up every 3 months? The last time they encountered each other outside the Emperor's hall was precisely when his ailment had manifested. I have already found it. Mo Ming produced a box from within his robes, though he still required one more item. Jiang Pingping's familiarity with the box deepened. It belonged to the Prime Minister's residence. Are you implying that these items were originally yours? Why, then, do they lay scattered? That old rogue, Wen Tianhong, seized them while my ailment was active. Otherwise, do you think the Prime Minister's residence would neglect such a significant loss? The moment Mo Ming mentioned Wen Tianhong, a shadow crossed his handsome features. This Wen Tianhong, relying on his position as Prime Minister and wielding substantial power, had secretly allied with the Emperor and the Crown Prince's faction, intent on eliminating him, the regent. His audacity was growing bolder. Chapter 115, The Journey of the Useless Concubine's Daughter, Part 16. Oh. Jiang Pingping nodded heavily. Indeed, it was utterly shameless. As for the burning heaven pearl, it was indeed lost to the world, and I have never seen it myself. Mo Ming was not lying. Jiang Pingping, her face filled with confusion, kindly inquired, "What do you lack now? Why do you ask? You cannot assist me anyway," Mo Ming retorted with a mocking smile. Who said I couldn't help? If you don't ask, how would you know? Moreover, wasn't it I who helped you find the burning heaven pearl? Jiang Pingping protested, her face reflecting indignation. How could Mo Ming look down upon her so? Mo Ming snorted coldly. What does it matter if I tell you? It's called the Xianfeng Ghost Vine, and it's in the hands of the Crown Prince. Can you retrieve it for me? This time. Mo Ming clearly noticed the hesitation on Jiang Pingping's face, and his heart sank a little further. Indeed, the moment that person was mentioned, her expression changed. She would only take things from him to give to Hao Xiaojun. How could she possibly bring Hao Xiaojun's possessions to him? You'll have to give me some time. I will do my best, Jiang Pingping said, but Mo Ming did not take her words to heart. He did not truly believe she would manage to take the Xianfeng Ghost Vine from the Crown Prince. All right, that will be all for today. You may leave. Jiang Pingping was left with a face full of questions. What was wrong with Mo Ming? He brought her to the secret chamber to show off his treasures and then sent her away, as if fearing she might covet them. By the way, that primordial spring is not that I do not wish to give it to you, but rather your current body cannot possibly bear it. Mo Ming instinctively added as she was leaving. Oh. Jiang Pingping shrugged indifferently. I have no interest in your primordial spring, so rest assured. I will take it step by step. Once again, she communicated with the contract god through her thoughts. Little one, have you heard of the Xianfeng Ghost Vine? Please call me the Master God. The little one replied with an air of arrogance. Jiang Pingping's lips twitched. All right, esteemed Master God. May I ask if you have seen the Xianfeng Ghost Vine? Need I say more? I have seen everything. Jiang Pingping. Why did she even bind herself to this infuriating contract god, who was of no use at all? She angrily placed her teacup heavily on the table. Who says I am of no use? I know where the Xianfeng Ghost Vine is. Jiang Pingping nearly sputtered the water she had just sipped. What did that mean? He could read her thoughts? Humph, you had better not attempt to insult me again. I know all your thoughts. Rascal. HM? No. I meant how can we obtain that Xianfeng Ghost Vine? Jiang Pingping quickly donned a pleasing smile and asked earnestly. If I am not mistaken, aside from being with the Crown Prince, there is another location where it can be found, and it is certainly better than the one he possesses. Where? Jiang Pingping asked excitedly. She thought, if she could help Mo Ming acquire this Xianfeng Ghost Vine, perhaps he would develop feelings for her in gratitude, and her mission would be accomplished, along with her fortune. Songqiong Continent. Those 4 words left Jiang Pingping frozen in place. Why mention a ghost? Even if it is visible, it is unattainable. Thus, it seemed she must first approach the Crown Prince. Then think of a way to help me acquire it from him. Jiang Pingping said slyly, glancing at the contract god. This being is merely a remnant of consciousness. I am afraid I cannot assist you. As expected, he was utterly useless. It appeared she would have to rely on herself. In that case, another opportunity was needed. The image of the upcoming martial arts trial competition on the Hao continent flashed in her mind, set to take place a month later. Although ostensibly a contest among ordinary martial artists, the true purpose was for the Hao kingdom to gather various skilled individuals under the pretense. The Haoyu Kingdom, renowned alongside the Haoyu continent, was the most powerful nation within it. Everyone believed it was due to the emperor's wise governance. But if it had not been for Mo Ming during that pivotal battle, the Haoyu Kingdom would not have thrived as it has today. Now that the kingdom had grown powerful, the Haoyu emperor sought to remove Mo Ming, his benefactor. What? Miss you? You wish to register for the martial arts trial competition? Yu Chu gazed at Jiang Pingpong with disbelief, her face filled with concern. Yes. One must enter the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub, Jiang Pingpong declared boldly, her expression brimming with determination. But miss, participants in the martial arts trial competition must meet certain conditions. One must pass the trials of the Bell of Morning Ridge to compete. Yu Chu nearly thought her mistress had lost her mind. Don't worry, Yu Chu, I will find a way. With her attempts to dissuade falling on deaf ears, Jiang Pingpong returned to the palace, discreetly sending a message to Hao Xiaojun. Naturally, Hao Xiaojun would not refuse Jiang Pingpong's invitation, especially since her letter mentioned Mo Ming. He arrived as promised at the land temple not far from the palace. To make a long story short, what secret have you uncovered about Mo Ming? As I suspected. You must have visited the regent's residence a few days ago, Hao Xiaojun questioned shamelessly, as if he were certain Jiang Pingpong would divulge everything to him, without considering her feelings. Jiang Pingpong felt an overwhelming urge to tear the repulsive face of Hao Xiaojun before her, yet for the greater good, she restrained herself. However, she had intentionally let him know about her visit to the regent's residence. I did discover something, Jiang Pingpong said, composing herself and carefully speaking before Hao Xiaojun. At that moment, she suddenly felt a chill creeping up her back, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Are you cold? Seeing an opportunity to extract information from Jiang Pingpong, Hao Xiaojun feigned concern, even removing his cloak to offer her. At that moment, Jiang Pingpong felt even colder, watching their intimate exchange. A shadow filled with malice turned and left. Indeed, she could no longer resist and was about to reveal all her secrets to him. Jiang Pingpong hastily returned the crown prince's cloak. No need, Your Highness. I actually wish to discuss something else with you today. All right, speak, Hao Xiaojun said impatiently. I've heard that the winner of the martial arts trial competition will receive a mysterious gift. Do you know what this mysterious gift is? Jiang Pingpong inquired tentatively. Chapter 116. The Path of the Disgraced Concubine's Revenge 17. Why do you ask this? Hao Xiaojun clearly appeared displeased and reluctant to divulge any information. Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. What I mean is that I have learned that the regent's eye ailment requires the Xianfeng ghost vine. I wonder if you might know of its existence? In order to avoid arousing his suspicion, Jiang Pingpong refrained from revealing that she was aware the Xianfeng ghost vine was in the possession of the crown prince. Hao Xiaojun wore a guarded expression and hesitantly replied, I have indeed heard of it, but as for the whereabouts of the Xianfeng ghost vine, I am not privy to that information. Oh. I had thought Your Highness would know. Jiang Pingpong feigned a look of regret. Hao Xiaojun inquired, what do you mean? Is it possible that Mo Ming is also searching for this item? He scrutinized Jiang Pingpong with a piercing gaze, instinctively tugging at his clothing. What I imply is that should we locate the Xianfeng ghost vine, the regent would undoubtedly spare no effort to acquire it. I calculated the timing, and it coincides with the date of the martial arts trial, which will be when the regent is at his weakest due to his ailment. Lianlian. I understand your point. Hao Xiaojun smiled darkly, his face a mask of calculation. However, since you do not have knowledge of the Xianfeng ghost vine's whereabouts, there is little we can do. Perhaps I might devise a plan to seek out the Xianfeng ghost vine, he added, his expression filled with conviction. Jiang Pingpong smiled in satisfaction, knowing that with Hao Xiaojun's character, he would undoubtedly use the Xianfeng ghost vine as bait. The martial arts trial arrived as scheduled. As Jiang Pingpong had anticipated, within the first 2 days, the royal family of the Haoyu Kingdom announced that the ultimate victor of the martial arts trial would receive the Xianfeng ghost vine as an additional reward. This announcement ignited a wave of excitement among the masses, who praised the generosity of the Haoyu Kingdom for such a lavish gesture, earning the kingdom a wave of positive acclaim. Hao Xiaojun increasingly felt that while Wen Xinling was perceived as a waste, her suggestions were surprisingly astute. It seemed that she was someone to be utilized for the long term. As long as he occasionally provided her with a morsel of favor, she would willingly serve him. and how Xiaojuan's face was filled with scheming. Early in the morning, Zhang Pengpeng began her preparations. "Miss, are you truly not jesting with me?" Yu Chu clutched Jiang Pingping's sleeve tightly, unable to bear the thought of her heading into danger. The trial grounds were filled with experts, and though her mistress had recently gained a modicum of skill, what good would that do against such formidable opponents? Perhaps she would not even qualify to register. Yu Chu silently prayed, hoping only for her mistress's safety. As Jiang Pengpeng stepped outside, she unexpectedly encountered her father. "Where do you think you are going this time?" When Tianhong questioned Jiang Pengpeng with a cold expression, his face marred with disdain. "I'm merely going out for a stroll," Jiang Pengpeng shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. "Your sister is representing the royal family of the Haoyue Kingdom in a martial arts trial today. You should refrain from going out to avoid being recognized and bringing shame upon her," when Tianhong commanded, his tone authoritative. Jiang Pengpeng felt a surge of annoyance. Was it so that a waste could not even step outside? "Father, you hold me in too high regard. Am I truly capable of affecting my talented sister?" she retorted with a mocking smile.
You.
When Tianhong's face turned a shade of green and purple in anger, leading him to cough violently. "Enough. I shall not waste my breath on you. Since it is a martial arts trial, I will go and see for myself," Jiang Pengpeng declared, dashing away before when Tianhong could stop her. When Tianhong, in a fit of anger, swept his sleeve with force, gritting his teeth in frustration. What a calamity! How could I have raised such a useless daughter? To test the participants' abilities, the registration site was deliberately chosen at the foot of the Bell of Death Ridge, known for its treacherous terrain. While the altitude was not particularly high, the area was rife with magical beasts, making entry easy but exit difficult. However, as long as one reached the level of Qingzhong, they would face little trouble, effectively eliminating a portion of the contenders and alleviating many troublesome issues. This arrangement was somewhat humane, for the true martial arts trial location lay within the perilous Eclipse Dark Forest, the most dangerous place on the entire Haoyue continent. The martial arts trial was not merely a competition of fists upon a stage, but a test of slaying magical beasts in the Eclipse Dark Forest, collecting their cores, with victory determined by quantity and quality. This also provided a glimmer of hope for their lives. If one could not even handle the minor beasts of Bell of Death Ridge, they would likely not survive the Eclipse Dark Forest. Upon Jiang Pengpeng's arrival at the foot of Bell of Death Ridge, she found herself amidst a throng of people. All that was required was to write her name at the judging station, allowing her to ascend the ridge. As she rubbed her hands together and reached for the pen to write her name, she was suddenly interrupted. "Wen Xinling, have you lost your mind? This is not a place for someone like you." It was Wen Qiyu, who regarded her with disdainful eyes, raising her voice deliberately to draw attention. Instantly, others took notice, and murmurs spread through the crowd.
What?
The waste, Wen Xinling, is actually participating? Did I hear that correctly? Is she really that foolish? How can she be so unaware of her own limitations? One small magical beast could swallow her whole. Is she out of her mind? Have I lost my freedom? It's just a martial arts trial. There's no rule against wastes participating. As Jiang Pengpeng boldly proclaimed her stance, laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Wen Xinling, are you blind or simply pretending? The regulations clearly state that those who cannot pass the Bell of Death Ridge test are ineligible to participate. You, a waste, are merely here for amusement, a bystander scoffed derisively. Who is truly blind here? They only stated that those who cannot pass the Bell of Death Ridge test are disqualified. They did not say that wastes cannot participate, Jiang Pengpeng retorted, crossing her arms, her gaze fixed on those who looked down upon her with a sardonic smile. Chapter 117. The Journey of the Useless Concubine's Daughter, 18U. The individual was rendered speechless by Jiang Pengpeng's retort. Well, since it is your fervent desire to seek death, we shall refrain from meddling. Thank you very much, Jiang Pengpeng said without hesitation, picking up the brush to inscribe her name. Miss Wen, you must deliberate carefully. Once you inscribe your name, there will be no turning back. The judge was nearby, reminding Jiang Pengpeng that those present were here of their own volition and the consequences were theirs alone. I am well aware of that. Jiang Pengpeng remained unfazed, her brush gliding smoothly across the paper without hesitation. Lianlian, even if you are acting out of spite, you cannot jest with your own life. Do you? Do you perhaps underestimate the dangers of Songjong Ridge? After Jiang Pengpeng finished writing her name, Wen Qiyu feigned concern, attempting to dissuade her. With a sidelong glance, Jiang Pengpeng was acutely aware that Wen Qiyu had no genuine intention of stopping her. The consensus among those present was that Wen Xinling was a mere burden. It was widely believed that anyone entering Songjong Ridge would not emerge alive. For Wen Qiyu, Wen Xinling's existence was undoubtedly a thorn in her side. She needn't lift a finger to eliminate her. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? Thank you for your reminder, but I am exceedingly familiar with Songjong Ridge. She raised an eyebrow at Wen Qiyu. Wen Qiyu sighed in resignation. Well, since I cannot prevent you from inscribing your name, you may accompany me into Songjong Ridge. Perhaps I can protect you. However, I implore you, once you exit Songjong Ridge, do not participate in any subsequent competitions. Upon hearing this, the crowd elevated their opinion of Wen Qiyu yet again. As expected of the crown princess, should she become a sovereign, she would surely embody the grace of a true matriarch. Indeed, yet there is no need for her to be so protective of that useless Wen Xinling. She is merely a burden. Associating with the crown princess would only hinder her. Jiang Pengpeng feigned hesitation. Since Wen Qiyu was so eager to play the virtuous sister, she might as well let her indulge. Very well, but this is your own assertion. She wore a beaming smile, as if she had gained a monumental advantage, inciting further disdain from the onlookers. A useless person like you ought to remain at home, practicing embroidery and the arts. Why must you seek to disrupt the crown princess? You truly do not regard your sister as family. Soon, the registration concluded. At the venue, Jiang Pengpeng caught sight of Mo Ming. It was evident why he had come. Their eyes met briefly before he averted his gaze, entering Songjong Ridge alone. The resentment in his glance was unmistakable. Jiang Pengpeng was engulfed in confusion. Had she inadvertently offended him in some way? Of course, she was unaware that their previous conversation at the Land Temple, overheard only partially by Mo Ming, had led to this significant misunderstanding. Before long, Jiang Pengpeng entered the mountain alongside Wen Qiyu. In a secluded corner, Wen Qiyu no longer felt the need to maintain a facade of cordiality. Just do as I say, or your demise here will not concern me. Jiang Pengpeng scoffed. Following your instructions would only hasten my demise. Upon entering Songjong Ridge, the air was filled with the cries of various magical beasts. Some were reacting to human assaults, while others emitted roars to intimidate those venturing into the mountain. Jiang Pengpeng instinctively swallowed hard, having always believed such creatures existed only in television. Today, however, she was experiencing it firsthand. Wen Xinling, what are you dawdling for? Can't you see that the venomous spider is approaching from that direction? As Wen Qiyu's words fell, Jiang Pengpeng's eyes widened in horror at the sight of a massive, 2-meter-tall black spider with 8 legs. Its gaping maw lunged toward them at an alarming speed, leaving a trail of white webs in its wake. Nearby, several small magical beasts ensnared in its web met their demise as the spider's venomous stinger pierced their bodies. The venomous spider's gaze appeared fixated on Wen Qiyu. What do we do? Encountering such a creature for the first time, Jiang Pengpeng struggled to overcome her fear of spiders, especially one of this magnitude. You sought to enter and find death. Why cower before the battle has even begun? Wen Qiyu coldly laughed, swiftly drawing a sword that gleamed with a jade hue. With a leap, she charged at the giant spider, her sword slicing through the strands of silk it spat toward her. It must be acknowledged that Wen Qiyu possessed some skill. At such a young age, she had reached a commendable level of cultivation. If she could not handle a mere spider, her training would be in vain. Jiang Pengpeng watched helplessly as Wen Qiyu dodged and weaved, severing several of the spider's legs before finally plunging her sword into its back, causing a torrent of green pus to erupt from the creature. Jiang Pengpeng doubled over, retching violently. What is this foul creature? It reeks terribly. This is merely an ordinary venomous spider. I assure you, it is quite common in Songjong Ridge. Should you venture into the Eclipse Dark Forest, any random encounter would yield a mutated venomous spider. A mere brush with one could lead to your body rotting away into a puddle of pus. Wen Qiyu spoke with an air of superiority. Is it truly that severe? Jiang Pengpeng's face reflected her trepidation. If you doubt me, Feel free to test it yourself.
Now.
Let us proceed. Hastily, Jiang Pingping picked up a branch from the ground, suddenly realizing how unprepared she was, having come in such haste without any weapon. As they encountered several other contestants along the way, laughter erupted at the sight of Jiang Pingping wielding a mere branch. When Xinling, are you truly here for amusement? You come armed with nothing but a stick. Do you think the beasts in Songzhong Ridge are mere pets?
Ha.
This is the first time I've seen someone as foolish as you. Who knows who will be the last one standing? Look at you all, your skills are lacking, yet you wield rare treasures. The expressions of those mocked turned sour. Humph, and what of it? Even if you had the finest red rainbow sword in the world, it would be useless in the hands of someone like you. The Red Rainbow Sword? Chapter 118. The Journey of the Useless Concubine's Daughter, 19. This certainly piqued Jiang Pingping's interest. Where could one procure such a thing? Ha ha ha. When Xinling, are you trying to make me laugh to death? If the Qihong sword could be purchased with mere silver, then the entire Haoyue continent would undoubtedly go bankrupt in pursuit of it. The Qihong sword has not been seen for centuries, and its whereabouts are now a mystery. You might as well abandon that hope, for it is not meant for you. After a few more jabs at Jiang Pingping, a group of people continued on their way. They too were constrained by time, needing to descend from the Bell Toll Ridge within 12 hours, or face elimination. At this moment, Jiang Pingping's mind was consumed by thoughts of the Qihong sword. She grimaced. Had Wen Qiyu abandoned her so quickly? Very well. She would carve her own bloody path down this Bell Toll Ridge. After more than 2 hours had passed, Jiang Pingping was wielding a branch, striking it against the ground as she walked. Not a single beast was in sight, not even an ant. Boredom set in, but under the guidance of the contract god, she collected a plethora of herbs along the way. The spiritual energy of Bell Toll Ridge was abundant, resulting in the lush growth of medicinal plants that thrived on its essence, possessing remarkable efficacy. Some less skilled alchemists, unable to venture into the eclipsed dark forest for herbs, had no choice but to come to Bell Toll Ridge. Jiang Pingping stowed all the herbs into her spatial ring. She clapped her hands and strolled through the perilous Bell Toll Ridge as if on a leisurely outing, which felt rather incongruous. The further she ascended, the deeper she ventured into the mountains, encountering more ferocious beasts. It was peculiar. Where had all the beasts gone today? Jiang Pingping hurriedly inquired. Hey? Aren't they providing aid to the injured? Those present sighed helplessly, admitting they could only rely on their own capabilities. Jiang Pingping shook her head in resignation, observing that these individuals could not descend the mountain alone. They were living beings, after all. She could not allow them to perish here. She mentioned the herbs she had gathered, suggesting they might be of use. To conceal the existence of her spatial ring, she pretended to retrieve the herbs from her sleeve. After crushing them, she applied them to the wounds inflicted by the beasts. These herbs are highly effective. After a brief rest, you should be able to descend. With a wave of her hand, she continued onward, while behind her, several voices expressed their gratitude. Miss, may I know your name? Once we are out, we shall surely express our heartfelt thanks for your life-saving grace today.
1.
The others exchanged glances, astonished that she was so humble as to withhold her name. Yet, her beauty and kindness shone through, unmarred even by the scar on her forehead. Jiang Pingping had lost track of time, although she had not encountered any beasts. She had rescued numerous injured individuals. She diligently gathered herbs while attending to them. Before long, the title of Miss One had spread to the foot of the mountain. Have you heard? A goddess appeared on Bell Toll Ridge today, saving everyone she encounters. How could one not have heard? The wound on my hand was from a phantom demon ape. Had she not rescued me, I doubt I would have survived. The injury on my leg was also treated by her. Miss One is truly a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Some judges, intrigued by the accounts, wondered how one could spare time to save others amidst the peril of Bell Toll Ridge, where most were struggling for their own survival. Moreover, among the participants named one, there were only two, Wen Xinling, a known failure, and the remaining one, Crown Princess Wen Qiyu. Several judges exchanged glances, their faces revealing a sense of relief. It was indeed rare for the Crown Princess to possess such compassion and benevolence towards the populace. On the mountains of Bell Toll Ridge, she excitedly raced forward, spotting what appeared to be a giant serpent. Perhaps due to its prolonged isolation, it was elated to see a living creature. Jiang Pingpeng found herself less intimidated by this cold-blooded animal. "Hey, wait for me," Jiang Pingpeng called out. What sort of beast was this? That it feared a mere useless girl? Could it be that she was more fearsome than any beast? They were not afraid of you, but of the true essence. Jiang Pingpeng's mind finally recalled the contract god's childish voice, which seemed so out of place.
Huh?
Are you really that powerful? She asked skeptically. Why don't I step away for a moment and let you try? The contract god replied testily. No, no, no. Our bond is one of contract. We must remain united. Jiang Pingpeng said with a flattering tone, secretly delighted.
Was this akin to having a cheat?
Upon learning this news, Jiang Pingpeng was eager to traverse the mountain with newfound confidence.
You can descend now.
Jiang Pingpeng waved her hand dismissively. It was still too early. Calculating the time, she realized she had at least 2 hours left and intended to remain for the final hour. After all, with her newfound advantage, she was enjoying her time in the mountains, and it would be prudent to gather more herbs for future use. Jiang Pingpeng immersed herself in herb gathering, completely dismissing thoughts of the beasts. Enough, enough. The space cannot accommodate more, the contract god reminded her. Jiang Pingpeng gazed longingly at a patch of flourishing red lotus sacred orchids, reluctant to leave. If you truly cherish these herbs, those in the eclipsed dark forest are 1,000 times superior. Before the contract god could finish, Jiang Pingpeng unhesitatingly tossed a handful of yuanyang grass to the ground. The contract god could only exclaim, "Is this how a monkey descends the mountain? To abandon what is in hand for something better?" One by one, those at the foot of the mountain began to arrive, each believing they still possessed the strength to continue participating in the martial arts trial competition, eagerly signing their names once more. Chapter 119, The Journey of the Useless Concubine's Daughter, Part 20. As when Chiyue descended the mountain, an appreciative expression graced the faces of numerous judges. The judges of the martial arts trial competition hailed from the 4 esteemed nations of the Haiyue continent, and under their vigilant gaze, no one could engage in deceit. Before them lay a crystal ball, which served the purpose of displaying the entire experience of every participant who emerged from the Bell Toll Ridge, merely by placing a hand upon it. Your Highness, the Crown Princess, you truly possess a heart of gold, Wen Chiyue remarked, leaving the judges before her in a state of bewilderment. No one mentioned that she had descended the mountain alone, leaving Wen Xinling behind, as it was universally assumed that someone as utterly unskilled as Wen Xinling had likely perished on the mountain. Even a prodigy of Wen Chiyue's caliber would be unable to save her. It could only be said that Wen Xinling's pride and refusal to heed advice led to her demise. When Wen Chiyue placed her hand upon the crystal ball, the images displayed revealed her journey down the mountain, showcasing her decisive slaying of various beasts from the venomous spider to the orange-eyed eagle, and later, the azure flame dragon. The spectators witnessed dozens of magical beasts fall beneath her blade, earning her resounding applause. However, several judges noted that there was no evidence of any rescue actions in the footage. Moreover, those who had earlier praised Miss Wen did not step forward to express their gratitude. The Miss Wen they spoke of was not Wen Chiyue. As time passed and the judges prepared to leave, a diminutive figure emerged from the mountain. Hey, isn't it still a bit early? Why are you leaving? Jiang Pingpeng panted, her breath labored, having nearly forgotten the designated time due to her lingering admiration for the mountain's beauty. Miss Wen Air? The judges were taken aback. Her survival was indeed astonishing. Could it be that Miss Wen Air hid somewhere and never truly ascended the mountain? Naturally, no one believed that an inept individual could emerge alive from the Bell Toll Ridge. Indeed, look, even those seasoned warriors are covered in injuries, while she bears not a single mark, not even a wrinkle on her clothes. They pointed and whispered derisively, their disdain palpable for what they deemed a shameful act of opportunism. Judges, this Miss Wen Air must have cheated. Such a person deserves a lifetime ban. Jiang Pingpeng's anger ignited. Were their eyes blinded by ignorance? Yet, she maintained her composure and addressed Wen Chiyue. You all claim I cheated, but I entered the mountain alongside the Crown Princess. She can vouch for me. The judges turned their gazes toward Wen Chiyue. Your Highness, you heard what Miss Wen Air just said. Is it true? Wen Chiyue hesitated, casting a glance at Jiang Pengpeng before responding. You all saw the footage from the crystal ball. I merely aided her in defeating the venomous spider, after which we became separated. Upon concluding her statement, she turned to gaze at Jiang Pengpeng with feigned sympathy. Separated? Wasn't it you who abandoned me? Jiang Xinling interjected. Sister, I am not refusing to help you. I merely sought to ensure your safety. If you ventured into the Eclipse Dark Forest, even the outskirts are perilous with magical beasts lurking. Jiang Pengpeng spat a blade of grass onto the ground. MASU-MANHUA, what do you mean by that? You think I was hiding away only to emerge now? The crowd's disdain grew as Jiang Pengpeng referred to MASU-MANHUA as sister and invoked the title of Crown Princess. Your Highness, please do not speak for her. You may see her as a sister, but she has never regarded you as such. The onlookers chimed in, condemning Jiang Pengpeng for her perceived transgressions. MASU-MANHUA feigned innocence, causing Jiang Pengpeng to feel nauseated. What are you all arguing about? If you seek the truth, let me place my hand upon the crystal ball. Jiang Pengpeng scoffed, addressing the foolish assembly before her. MASU-MANHUA rushed to intervene. Do not trouble yourself. Jiang Pengpeng impatiently pushed her aside, causing MASU-MANHUA to stumble back, nearly falling. What a display of innocence! Gasped the crowd, appalled by Jiang Pengpeng's audacity. Indeed, how brazen! Even the crown princess is not spared. Jiang Pengpeng, uninterested in the onlookers, directly addressed the judges. Esteemed judges, will you heed their baseless accusations, or will you witness the truth for yourselves? She rolled up her sleeves, poised to place her hand upon the crystal ball. MASU-MANHUA did not attempt to stop her this time, fully aware of her sister's true capabilities. She recalled the initial encounter with the venomous spider, which had nearly terrified this so-called useless daughter. It was clear that she had deliberately distanced herself from Jiang Pengpeng to avoid any hindrance to her own performance. Judges, let this Miss Wen face her own disgrace. The spectators murmured, convinced of her ineptitude. Finally, Jiang Pengpeng placed her hand upon the crystal ball, which began to display the footage of her entry into the Bell Toll Ridge alongside MASU-MANHUA. As the crowd witnessed her cowering behind a tree in fear of the venomous spider, raucous laughter filled the air, mocking her perceived cowardice. Chapter 120. The Journey of a Useless Concubine's Daughter, Part 21. Is there even a reason to continue watching? Indeed. This so-called useless girl possesses not a shred of spiritual energy and almost dragged the crown princess down with her. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, the scene shifted to Jiang Pengpeng foraging for medicinal herbs alone in the mountains. At this moment, they finally realized that the herbs she was collecting were, in fact, rare treasures. When they had entered, they were preoccupied with slaying beasts and had completely overlooked this opportunity. Some among them felt a deep regret, lamenting their missed chance to gather such valuable herbs. A few even began to scheme, planning to purchase some herbs from her at a high price later. The scene transitioned again, revealing Jiang Pengpeng encountering some injured individuals. The audience watched as she unhesitatingly crushed the herbs she had gathered to aid the wounded. Wait! Isn't that my cousin? Someone exclaimed. He mentioned that if it weren't for this Miss Wen, he might have perished in the mountains. Hold on. The person who just flashed by was my aunt. How did she end up in such a state? Many spectators recognized the people Jiang Pengpeng had rescued, and the murmurings in the crowd began to fade, with most bowing their heads in guilt. It turned out that the compassionate figure they had heard about, Miss Wen, was indeed the second Miss Wen, not the crown princess. But what of it? She had only saved a few people in the mountains and had still not defeated any beasts. Indeed, in the Eclipse Dark Forest, the beasts were known to be man-eaters. Could she still play the role of a savior? Ultimately, these onlookers still believed that a useless girl was unqualified to participate in the martial arts trials. A few judges exchanged bewildered glances, acknowledging that Miss Wen had indeed passed the first round of tests, yet this did not alter the fact that she was deemed useless. In a continent where martial prowess reigns supreme, possessing a kind and benevolent heart is far from sufficient. Especially in the Eclipse Dark Forest. The beasts would not refrain from attacking simply because one had a kind heart. Miss Wen, although you have passed our initial screening, the Eclipse Dark Forest is not a place for frivolous games. Suddenly, another judge, fixated on the crystal ball, gasped in astonishment. The crowd instinctively turned to see. The image in the crystal ball depicted the beasts of the mountain closing in on her. Yet, at the moment they locked eyes, before she even wielded her branch, the beasts fled in terror as if they had seen a ghost. The next scene showed Jiang Pingpeng in pursuit of a colossal serpent, which was exerting all its strength to escape.
Hey?
You are a giant serpent, a formidable presence in the eclipsed ridge. What are you afraid of in front of a useless girl? Everyone was spellbound, questioning what was happening. They even began to doubt whether this lady truly was as ineffectual as they had believed. Embarrassed, Jiang Pingpeng scratched the back of her head and awkwardly explained to the judges, esteemed judges, it's not that I am unwilling to slay those beasts. They refuse to approach me and do not grant me the chance. The judges were at a loss for words. Should they allow her to proceed? Meanwhile, when Chiyue observed Jiang Pingpeng with a peculiar gaze, pondering what sort of trickery she might have employed, it was known that the colossal serpent was among the pinnacle of beings in the eclipsed ridge. Reports suggested that even those of considerable cultivation might not stand a chance against it. The only reason it did not inhabit the eclipsed dark forest was due to the unsuitable climate for its survival. I believe Miss Wen is entirely qualified to participate in the martial arts trials, someone declared. Indeed, it's fortunate we did not encounter that colossal serpent, otherwise, we would likely have been swallowed whole. Those who had previously derided Jiang Pingpeng as useless now promptly addressed her as Miss Wen. Jiang Pingpeng remained unfazed by their swift change of heart. After a brief hushed discussion among the judges, they unanimously decided to allow Jiang Pingpeng to partake in the upcoming martial arts trials. After all, any ensuing problems would not concern them. Since she was eager to compete, why extinguish her aspirations? As the crowd began to disperse, a group of grateful individuals approached Jiang Pingpeng, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Miss Wen, you're truly unharmed. How wonderful! We knew someone as kind-hearted as you would surely be safe. These individuals bore numerous injuries, though they had been hastily bandaged. They had come, fearing they might not see the one who rescued them from the eclipsed ridge. The herbs Jiang Pingpeng had applied were exceptional. Of those who emerged, aside from a few severely injured, the rest only required simple dressings. At that moment, Jiang Pingpeng's reputation soared. Such a warm-hearted individual was a rarity in this martial-centric world. They had predominantly witnessed ruthless figures like the Crown Princess, who had slain beasts that had posed no threat to humanity, seeking them out only to have them fall beneath her blade. Yet, should not the future mother of a nation possess a benevolent heart? Wen Chiyue, clenching the hem of her skirt, turned and left with her entourage in a grand manner. When Tianhong, however, remained skeptical, doubting that his useless daughter could emerge from the eclipsed ridge. He even suspected that she might possess some treasure that compelled the beasts to flee at the sight of her. Father, your words are rather peculiar. Do you presume yourself more astute than those judges? That I could cheat under their very noses? Jiang Pingpeng smiled faintly, her expression devoid of turbulence as she calmly addressed Wen Tianhong. I know very well what sort of daughter I have. Upon hearing the word daughter, Jiang Pingpeng felt a wave of irony wash over her. Her father acknowledged her as his daughter. Yet how could a useless girl like her possibly be worthy of being the daughter of the esteemed Prime Minister? She had no intention of granting Wen Tianhong any face. In this house, she was merely an additional burden. Who still remembered that she was the second Miss Wen? All they knew was that she was the useless concubine's daughter. At that moment, when Tianhong's gaze fell upon the ring on Jiang Pingpeng's hand. Where did you acquire that ring? Chapter 121. The Path of the Useless Bastard Daughter's Revenge. Part 22. Father's memory truly pales in comparison to the past. How quickly you forget the gift my mother presented to me in your presence. Jiang Pingpeng casually fabricated an excuse, leaving Wen Tianhong in a prolonged state of bewilderment. Soon, however, he dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind, reasoning that the issue likely did not lie with the ring. If it did, Wen Xinling would not appear so composed. Wen Tianhong remained lost in his own reflections as Jiang Pingpeng strode past her and entered the room. He observed her retreating figure, which now seemed increasingly unfamiliar. The once deliberate and measured steps of Wen Xinling had transformed into a markedly different gait, as if she were an entirely different person. Most strikingly, the prodigy once celebrated had suddenly become a mere shadow of her former self. A sudden realization struck Wen Tianhong. Could it be that this individual before him was no longer his daughter, Wen Xinling? He subtly signaled to his hidden guards, who swiftly followed Jiang Pengpeng. On the day of the martial arts trial tournament, Jiang Pengpeng anticipated that when Tianhong would obstruct her passage once more. To her surprise, the path from the Prime Minister's residence was clear when Tianhong did not make an appearance. Having avoided her most detested adversary that morning, Jiang Pengpeng inexplicably felt her spirits lift slightly. According to the competition stipulations, all participants entered the Eclipse Dark Forest together. Ultimately, the victor would be determined by who possessed the most and highest-grade crystal cores. Here, time was of no consequence. The referees conducted life assessments for each individual, allowing anyone within the Eclipse Dark Forest to be displayed on the judge's large screen, which was, in fact, a sizable crystal orb, advanced in technology and originating from the celestial continent. Before entering, participants merely needed to stand before it and record their voices, regardless of their location. The screen could monitor them. In this martial arts trial, there was no time constraint. Only the last survivor would emerge victorious. Within the dark forest, water sources were not necessarily potable, and the food was not guaranteed to be safe for consumption. The area was teeming with magical beasts, the lowest rank being the azure and cerulean varieties. Slaying them to obtain the crystal cores nestled within their skulls was no simple task. Even if fortune favored one, and they secured a core, it was quite possible that another competitor would snatch it away mid-journey. The only rule here was that there were no rules. Consequently, some fled for their lives, returning empty-handed after mere hours, while a select few persevered, drawing on their last reserves of strength. Of course, there were also those who, relying on their prowess, engaged in combat with the beasts to claim their cores. Occasionally, one might witness groups forming, but these alliances were based solely on self-interest, devoid of genuine collaboration. One moment, 3 individuals might be seen together, and the next, one would betray the others, ruthlessly claiming their cores. Jiang Pengpeng watched in horror as those around her fell not to the beasts, but to their own companions. She sighed, pondering the seemingly callous nature of humanity in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme. At that moment, she felt a wave of heat emanating from behind her. A beast resembling a dinosaur opened its massive, blood-red maw towards her, the heat escaping from its mouth palpable. Jiang Pengpeng swallowed hard and instinctively retreated several steps, her legs trembling. She desperately called out to the god of contracts with her mind, but to no avail. It suddenly dawned on her that she had overheard one of the judges mention that the Eclipse Dark Forest imposed a fundamental fairness, designed to prevent individuals with their own god of contracts from gaining an unfair advantage. Upon entering, such powers would be automatically suppressed. The god of contracts was not uncommon along the moonlit highway. Anyone who reached the purple rank would form a contract, whether with a magical beast or a person. Those possessing such contracts could cheat during the martial arts trials, but only outside the Eclipse Dark Forest. Hence, the judges of the Bell Toll Ridge did not suspect Jiang Pengpeng of harboring a god of contracts, as such entities typically chose those at the purple rank and above, relying on the spiritual energy of their hosts to survive. Those below the purple rank lacked sufficient energy to sustain a god of contracts, and thus were ineligible to form one. At this moment, Jiang Pengpeng truly felt terror. The multitude of fearsome beasts within the eclipsed dark forest was not mere exaggeration. Before her stood a creature known as the Great Eater of Gods, its body radiating an ominous purple glow. A wave of despair washed over her. How could she have encountered a purple-ranked beast so soon upon entering? Would she even survive this encounter? Great beast,
Please spare me.
Jiang Pengpeng nearly fell to her knees before the Great Eater of Gods. The creature let out a thunderous roar, causing her to quickly cover her ears. Upon closer inspection, she realized she was barely as tall as one of its legs. How could she possibly obtain the crystal core from such a terrifying beast? As the Great Eater of Gods bared its fangs and raised its sharp claws, preparing to strike, Jiang Pengpeng instinctively shielded her head and closed her eyes. If she were to perish here, the worst consequence would be a do-over, yet it would be the original host who would suffer. After a moment, she cautiously opened her eyes to find the beast's claw halted midair, a sword embedded in its forehead. And Mo Ming had leapt onto its head, and with a resounding crash, the Great Eater of Gods collapsed to the ground. He effortlessly extracted the crystal core from its skull, finally standing before Jiang Pingpeng with it in hand. Chapter 122. The Journey of the Useless Concubine's Daughter. Part 23. So easily? Jiang Pingpeng was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting a mix of confusion and disbelief as she gazed at Mo Ming. What was the situation? It seemed that Mo Ming had not come specifically to rescue her, but rather happened to pass by and took the opportunity to collect the magical beast's crystal core. Nevertheless, she had narrowly escaped calamity. Now, she needed to devise a plan to slay a few magical beasts and procure some crystal cores. It was high time to test her skills, as possessing a high level of cultivation without practical experience was futile. The only thing she lacked was a suitable weapon. The crimson rainbow sword she had heard about at the Death Knell Ridge was said to be quite formidable. If she could acquire it, traversing the Eclipse Dark Forest would be a breeze. With a sigh, Jiang Pingpeng picked up a wooden stick from the ground and continued deeper into the forest. Ah! Is that Miss One Air? As she walked, voices from a group nearby caught her attention. The crystal core bags in their hands were filled with 7 or 8 cores, each displaying a different hue, indicating the varying levels and prowess of the magical beasts they had slain. Miss Air, you haven't collected a single crystal core, have you? One woman in the group feigned surprise, covering her mouth with a mocking expression. PFF, is it even necessary to ask? Just look at the empty bag at her waist. Didn't those magical beasts flee upon seeing Miss when at the Death Knell Ridge? Is that why she hasn't had the chance to kill any in the Eclipse Dark Forest? Laughter erupted among them, mercilessly ridiculing Jiang Pingpeng. Earlier, when Jiang Pingpeng had been frightened by the massive Yisher Shenlong, they had been lurking nearby, planning to seize its crystal core once she was sufficiently startled. Who could have anticipated that the regent would suddenly appear? Now they possessed 8 crystal cores, with the lowest quality being Qingzhong. They weren't particularly concerned about missing out on a single Zizhong core. Finding one in the Eclipse Dark Forest was hardly a challenge. After their taunts, Jiang Pingpeng clapped her hands and shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, so you're all relying solely on your mouths to compete? A derisive smile curled at the corners of her lips. Look at how you 5 have managed to kill only 7 or 8 magical beasts. Have you all forgotten the rules? The one with the most crystal cores wins. Turning on her heel, she walked away, leaving behind a striking silhouette. How will you divide them? As expected, her words prompted the remaining individuals to exchange glances. With 5 of them and 8 cores, it was indeed a challenge to divide them fairly. When Chiyue's face turned ashen, this woman was incorrigibly divisive. Why the rush? The Eclipse Dark Forest is teeming with magical beasts. We can hunt more together and divide them evenly later, when Chiyue attempted to placate them, knowing full well that her cultivation was the highest among them. Ultimately, she would determine the fate of the crystal cores, and these people would merely receive a token benefit. Collaborating to hunt magical beasts was undeniably efficient. At this point, it seemed only the group led by the princess consort had accumulated 7 or 8 cores. Jiang Pingpeng remained vigilant, pressing onward. The Eclipse Dark Forest could pose significant danger. She must not let her guard down. As the name implies, the Eclipse Dark Forest was the oldest and most unfathomable mountain range in the Haiyue continent. Forever shrouded from the sun, the sunlight here perpetually appeared as a total eclipse, instilling a sense of apocalyptic dread. Coupled with the rampant magical beasts, one could easily be devoured by a creature whose name they did not even know. Jiang Pingpeng wrapped her arms around herself, rubbing away the goosebumps that fear had raised. Howl. Howl. What sound is that? Jiang Pingpeng abruptly halted, holding her breath. Howl. Howl. The sound seemed to be emanating from just nearby. Instinctively, she swallowed hard, her scalp prickling with unease. Quickly, she climbed up an ancient tree, hoping it would provide safety. Peering down from the tree, she was astonished to see a magical beast cub. It resembled a small panda, radiating a black and white glow, its fluffy fur making it exceptionally adorable. It appeared injured, lying on the ground and whimpering in pain. It is said that girls cannot resist fluffy creatures, and seeing its pitiful form, blood seeping from its injured leg, awakened a surge of protectiveness and compassion within Jiang Pingpeng. No. This little magical beast is far too cute, and it seems utterly unthreatening. If someone were to kill it for its crystal core, that would be utterly cruel. Jiang Pingpeng swiftly descended from the tree and approached the cub step by step. Sensing danger, the cub perked up its ears. In the next moment, Jiang Pengpeng stood before it, her presence eliciting a defensive reaction. Its fur bristled as it bared its teeth and growled at her. Little panda, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Jiang Pengpeng offered a friendly smile, but the cub remained on high alert. Its sharp teeth glinted ominously, and it retreated, blood still oozing from its leg, its eyes filled with hostility and disdain. Foolish human. I am the future king of the Eclipse Dark Forest, the iron-eating divine beast. How dare you call me panda? Iron-eating? ISN, tea that just a giant panda? Jiang Pengpeng felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Why did all these self-proclaimed royals have to be such infants? Look at how badly you're hurt, and yet you're fretting over your name. Jiang Pengpeng produced some herbs, gesturing toward the cub. If it continued to struggle, its wound would only worsen, causing her to feel exasperated. Do not be afraid. I will help you bandage your wound.
Howl.
Jiang Pengpeng took cautious steps closer. Foolish human. You have harmed me. My parents will not let you go. Jiang Pengpeng jumped back in shock. The magical beast could talk. Even if you kill me today, my parents will avenge me. The little panda glared at Jiang Pengpeng with a dark expression. Chapter 123. The Journey of the Useless Bastard Daughter's Revenge. Part 24. Yet, how could the magical beasts of such formidable cultivation appear in the Haoyue continent when they should reside in the Tsangqiang continent? Listening to the tone of the little panda, it seemed that it had been harmed by those who participated in today's competition. Its strength waned with each passing moment. Although it continued to snarl and warn Jiang Pengpeng to keep her distance, its hind legs had clearly collapsed onto the ground. As she approached, the tension in its body caused its wounds to tear further, rendering it powerless and prone. When Jiang Pengpeng drew near, it glared at her with unwavering intensity. Baring its teeth, yet it lacked any semblance of aggression. Ignoring its struggles, Jiang Pengpeng pressed the herbs she had prepared onto its wounds. Foolish, she murmured. Ah! A chill emanated from the wound, and the pain seemed to dissipate. Jiang Pengpeng deftly tore a piece of cloth from her dress, wrapping the herbs around the little panda's hind leg. Find a safe place to hide. Do not let those people find you. She stood up, brushing off her hands and looking down at it. Why are you saving me? It asked, bewildered. If I weren't saving you, would I kill you and take your core instead? I just told you not to be afraid, Jiang Pengpeng replied, slightly exasperated. Did she truly appear so villainous? The little panda rose to its feet, gesturing for Jiang Pengpeng to mount its back. Gripping tightly, she marveled. I never knew that pandas could fly. Let me reiterate. I am the iron-toothed divine beast, the king of this forest. The panda declared, its teeth clenched, still insisting on its title. However, as it spoke, Jiang Pengpeng was preoccupied with observing their surroundings. The little panda soared high above, granting her a panoramic view of the entire forest. Resting on its sturdy and soft back, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety. Before long, the little panda descended, passing through a barrier, and halted deep within the heart of the eclipsed dark forest. Contrary to what one might expect, this inner sanctum was not shrouded in darkness, inaccessible to the outside world. On the contrary, upon crossing the barrier, Jiang Pengpeng felt as though she had entered an entirely different realm. Here, the landscape sparkled with starlight. Various plants and creatures emitted a radiant glow. The path beneath her feet glittered with countless twinkling stars, encircling her ankles and reflecting in her shimmering eyes. This place is breathtaking, Jiang Pengpeng exclaimed. The outside world could not penetrate this sanctuary, for they were oblivious to the existence of the barrier. The magical beasts residing within it had no intent to attack humans. The little panda provided this explanation in her ear. I ventured out today because I heard a cacophony of roars from within the mountains, but to my dismay, I fell into a trap set by a group of people. Otherwise, who would dare to lay a hand on the king of the forest? Who possesses the capability? What about your parents? Jiang Pengpeng inquired, instinctively. They govern the Thunder Axe sacred grove in the Tsangqiang continent, came the reply. As the little panda moved aside, a sword came into view. It appeared to be an ordinary black iron sword. Is this the gift you intend to bestow upon me? Jiang Pengpeng asked, feigning indifference.
Truly Navi.
The little panda scoffed. This is the Qihong sword. Have you heard of it? It is a paragon of existence in the Haoyue continent.
What?
This rusty piece of iron before me is the Qihong sword? Jiang Pingping exclaimed, clearly incredulous. She approached, grasping the sword, weighing it in her hand, and felt no aura of power emanating from it. Is it possible that there has been a misunderstanding? Try dripping your blood onto it, the little panda instructed, a look of disdain on its face, as if she were the only one audacious enough to doubt the sword's authenticity. If it weren't for, it wouldn't he bother gifting something so precious to her. However, it would also depend on whether she was fated to claim it. Following the little panda's guidance, Jiang Pingping drew the Qihong sword from its sheath. After several attempts, she finally cut her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the blade. In an instant, a soft red glow surged along the sword, reaching skyward. The little panda's jaw dropped, staring at Jiang Pingping in astonishment. It was unexpected that this foolish woman had earned the sword's recognition. Many had attempted, yet she was the sole success. Wow, it truly is a remarkable item. Jiang Pingping's face lit up with satisfaction.
Ah!
Where can I find magical beasts to slay? I wish to obtain their cores and test the sword's might. Observing her eagerness, the little panda cautioned, since you have wielded the Qihong sword, you cannot slay the magical beasts of the eclipsed dark forest. What? She raised her voice, questioning it. The Qihong sword is sustained by the magical beasts of the eclipsed dark forest. Do you not understand the principle of drinking from the well while remembering the digger? The little panda retorted, rolling its eyes at Jiang Pingping. But. I still have to participate in the competition. Should I simply concede? Jiang Pingping fretted, her anxiety palpable. If she could not emerge victorious in this contest, it would mean she could not acquire the Xianyuan ghost vine, which was essential for healing Mo Ming's eyes, and thus he would never love her, thwarting her mission in this realm. In a flurry of distress, she began to fret and pace, lamenting, what a disaster. I've jeopardized everything for this worthless sword. Why the rush? While you cannot slay the magical beasts of the eclipsed dark forest, that does not imply you cannot hunt those next door, the little panda languidly reclined, speaking in a leisurely manner. Jiang Pingping immediately dashed to its front, exclaiming, then what are we waiting for? Take me there at once. You are truly a nuisance. The little panda grumbled, standing up in irritation. You haven't even inquired about the neighboring territory, yet you're so impatient? Oh, please, with the Qihong sword in hand, what place dares to intimidate me? Jiang Pingping replied, embodying the spirit of a fearless novice. Chapter 124. The Journey of the Useless Concubine Daughter, Part 25. I kindly remind you that adjacent lies the sole entrance connecting the Haoyue Boulevard and the Tsangqiong continent, the Shadao Forest. The beasts in that region are exceedingly ferocious, most having escaped from the Tsangqiong continent after slaughtering numerous humans. Jiang Pingping suddenly halted her steps. Is there truly no such malevolent beast lurking within the eclipsed dark forest? There are, indeed, but they are trivial in comparison to those in the Shadao forest. After a brief contemplation, she concluded that it mattered little where the crystals were harvested, as long as their quantity and quality were sufficient. The reason they chose the eclipsed dark forest for the competition was precisely because the beasts there possessed adequate levels and presented a considerable challenge. The Shadao forest is, in fact, a branch of the eclipsed dark forest. With that in mind, she thought it prudent to take a chance. Perhaps she might gather some rare herbs. Jiang Pingping climbed once more onto the back of the little panda and set her course towards the Shadao forest. Before she could even enter, the roars of the beasts within echoed ominously. The creatures there were particularly vicious, occasionally venturing into the eclipsed dark forest to challenge and slay weaker beasts. Should you manage to eliminate a few, the overseer of the eclipsed dark forest would certainly express his gratitude. After imparting this advice, the little panda turned and departed, leaving the scene to Jiang Pingping. Gripping the Qihong sword tightly, she advanced step by step towards the Shadao forest. Miss Wen, do not proceed any further. The Shadao forest is perilous. A few voices called out from behind her after she had taken only a few steps. Do not worry about me. I shall explore a bit, she responded. This time, the individuals she encountered did not mock her coldly, and Jiang Pingping felt a slight relief within her heart. As they attempted to dissuade her further, her figure had already vanished from their sight. Soon after, news of her solitary venture into the Shadao forest spread.
Goodness.
Does this Wen Xinling have a death wish? Does she truly believe that the Eclipse Dark Forest and the Shothao Forest are mere child's play? Indeed. 90% believed her fate was sealed. Among those present for the competition, many possessed formidable strength, yet none dared approach the Shothao Forest. After all, it was merely a contest. One could afford to lose in a competition, but if one lost their life, there would be no second chance. Mo Ming had also heard of Wen Xinling's expedition into the Shothao Forest. He ventured deep into the woods, calling out, "Jia Tai, come forth." Standing at the barrier's entrance, he summoned the little panda, which soon appeared, crouching at his feet. "Who permitted you to let her enter?" "Master, are you referring to that woman from earlier?" Mo Ming cast a cold glance at the little panda. It quickly explained, "Did you not say she caused you great distress? I thought it best to eliminate her on your behalf." To its astonishment, she had indeed managed to make the Qihong sword recognize her.
What?
She has taken the Qihong sword? When Mo Ming entered the barrier and glanced at the place where the Qihong sword had been, it was already vacant. A sense of surprise washed over him. In his previous life, she had never even touched the Qihong sword, thus he was unaware of its true master. This sword had been entrusted to him by an old friend of his parents, who had told him that whoever could make the Qihong sword acknowledge them could claim it as their own. Although few had seen the sword, it was shrouded in legend, believed to grant invincibility to its wielder. "Now, mount my back. We are heading to the Shothao Forest." Though she had indeed caused him considerable trouble, if she were to be eliminated, it should be by his own hand. Meanwhile, shortly after Jiang Pingpeng entered the Shothao Forest, the fierce beasts quickly detected her presence. In this realm, any outsider would be immediately noticed by the beasts. At this moment, Jiang Pingpeng found herself encircled by at least a dozen formidable creatures, towering over her, making her appear like a mere ant before them, easily crushed by a single finger. A sense of being duped by the little panda washed over her. "Foolish human. How dare you venture here? You seek death." Jiang Pingpeng felt her heart racing, and the Qihong sword in her grasp seemed to stir with eagerness. The little panda had not mentioned that these beasts would attack in swarms. Would there still be a chance if she retreated now? Certainly not. Today. Either these beasts would perish, or she would become their prey. Jiang Pingpeng tightened her grip on the Qihong sword, her gaze hardening with determination.
Today,
"I have come to claim your crystals." As her words fell, she leaped into action, as if the sword itself propelled her forward. Initially, she struggled to land strikes against the beasts, nearly being reduced to pulp by their might. Gradually, she began to grasp the technique required to wield the sword. Just as the sharp beak of a Panyin Qingyan bird lunged toward her back, Jiang Pingpeng swiftly turned, slashing downward with the Qihong sword, cleaving the creature in two. Blood splattered onto her clothing, and a crystal emerged from its severed head, resting quietly in her palm, a platinum-hued crystal, astonishingly reaching the Hongjing level. While she remained in shock, the scent of blood roused the other beasts into a frenzy. They charged toward her from all directions, a chaotic mix of avian and terrestrial creatures. A Huanshengqing spider unleashed a white web toward her. Without hesitation, she severed the strands with her sword. A Duopo Sheijinyo approached, with its sharp horns aimed at her. Blinded by rage, she leaped onto its back, as it thrashed wildly. In an instant, they charged toward the Huanshengqing spider, its horns piercing through the creature's abdomen, oozing black pus. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Pingpeng plunged her sword into its eyes, retrieving yet another platinum crystal. However, the Duopo Sheijinyo succumbed to the venom, collapsing into a puddle of blood. Of course, the beasts were not limited to just these few. The remaining creatures, witnessing Jiang Pingpeng's triumph over their formidable allies, grew even more enraged.
"Ah,
Foolish human. Today the Rakshasa, purple Qilin, shall avenge my brethren." It was covered in scales, exuding a dark mist, its bulging eyes fixated fiercely upon Jiang Pingpeng. Chapter 125. The Path of the Useless Bastard Daughter, 26. At this moment, all the magical beasts launched their assault against her. It was then that Jiang Pingpeng realized just how insignificant she was in this vast land. Faced with these ferocious creatures, she found herself nearly devoid of the strength to retaliate. The Rakshasa purple Qilin unleashed a torrent of ice and fire upon her. While she was preoccupied with fending off the other beasts, she failed to notice that she had been instantly frozen in place, becoming a mere statue. Yet her eyes remained alert, observing the swarm of magical beasts encircling her. As the icy flames engulfed her, she felt an intense chill radiating from her feet, while simultaneously being scorched as if she were trapped within a fiery volcano. In that moment, she resembled a helpless fish on the chopping block. Her heartbeat quickened, and suddenly, she sensed a surge of power gathering within her dantian. Simultaneously, a child's voice echoed in her mind. Concentrate your energy. Focus. Her fingertips twitched slightly. Gradually, a minuscule crack appeared in the ice imprisoning her, though the surrounding beasts remained oblivious. Hiss, I can smell a sweet scent of blood. Qilin King. This girl seems to possess an extraordinarily pure aura. She must be quite delectable. Upon hearing her minion's remarks, the purple Qilin inched closer to Jiang Pingpeng. Sniffing her scent, terror coursed through her veins. With a deep breath, she tightened her grip on the Qihong sword. The purple Qilin opened its gaping maw, poised to devour her. Jiang Pingpeng's eyes widened. No. She could not perish in such a humiliating manner. She shut her eyes tightly, gritting her teeth to avoid witnessing the horrific scene, while focusing on channeling her energy. With a resounding bang, the ice encasing her shattered, transforming into sharp spikes that pierced the surrounding magical beasts. They collapsed to the ground, and seizing the opportunity, Jiang Pingpeng liberated herself from the ice, wielding the Qihong sword to cut down her foes with precision. The entire Shadar forest was illuminated in crimson light. She noticed that the sword energy emitted by the Qihong sword seemed significantly more potent than before. The ice and fire unleashed by the Rakshasa purple Qilin possessed lethality that transcended the realm of the ordinary. Within the Shadar forest, the purple Qilin ranked among the highest of its kind. It suddenly pivoted, witnessing its minions fall before Jiang Pingpeng's blade. Initially, they had merely sustained injuries from its ice spikes, yet this woman had slain them at their most vulnerable moment. Ah! I will avenge you. The Rakshasa purple Qilin roared in fury, enraged by the loss of its brethren at the hands of a mere woman. It could not bear such disgrace. Today, either this woman dies, or it shall perish. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Pingpeng circled behind the creature, brandishing a shard of ice she had retrieved from the ground, and plunged it into its hind leg. With a deafening roar, the Rakshasa purple Qilin kicked out at her, but she swiftly evaded, thrusting the ice shard into its abdomen. From the Qilin for the Qilin. As the beast howled in agony, Jiang Pingpeng aimed the Qihong sword at its head, but this time, it managed to evade her strike. It unleashed waves of ice and fire towards her. Yet, Jiang Pingpeng would no longer be ensnared by its freezing breath. She leapt and dodged with agility. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she acknowledged the formidable nature of the Rakshasa purple Qilin. With the Qihong sword in hand, she conjured a crimson barrier of sword energy, deflecting the beast's icy flames. Perhaps due to the ensuing carnage, the brilliance of the Qihong sword shone even brighter. A mere human dares to challenge me. You seek death. The Qilin intensified the flames. Jiang Pingpeng bent her front knee slightly, her back leg straightened, using a tree behind her as leverage. Yet she found it increasingly taxing. Her arms trembling, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. She realized that if this stalemate continued, she would surely be the one at a disadvantage. However, she recalled the moment the Rakshasa purple Qilin spoke. Its flames had diminished slightly. A cunning thought crossed her mind, and a sly smile crept onto her lips. She intentionally provoked its anger. Humph! Foolish woman. Do you think a mere human can contend with me? I merely allowed you a momentary advantage. As expected, when the purple Qilin spoke, Jiang Pingpeng noted that her sword energy advanced closer to it. She spat disdainfully. Then what are the magical beasts of far superior cultivation that have fallen to my blade? As for you, I merely wish to prolong our game. Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you? She understood that the Qilin's fury had escalated due to the loss of its minions, and she deliberately stoked its ire. Roar. Foolish woman, you celebrate too soon. As it bellowed, a glimmer of cunning flashed across Jiang Pingpeng's face. Now was her moment. She dodged swiftly, and the Qilin instinctively lunged forward. With a mighty leap, She soared through the air, plunging the tip of the Qihong sword downward, piercing directly into its skull. The roar reverberated, shaking the very mountains. Jiang Pingpeng quickly sought refuge in a safe spot. After a prolonged struggle, the Rakshasa purple Qilin finally collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. The crystal cores of the Qilin and the nearby magical beasts floated into view, and Jiang Pingpeng collected them in her core pouch. At last, the tension that had gripped her heart began to ease. She sank to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, she was suddenly engulfed by an intense heat, almost suffocating her. The power within her surged chaotically. Was this a sign of ascension? Quickly, Jiang Pingpeng entered a meditative pose, gently closing her eyes. A violet aura enveloped her. Meanwhile, Mo Ming, riding the Iron Beast, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the devastation, strewn with the carcasses of magical beasts from which their cores had been extracted, the panda's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Could it be that Jiang Pingpeng received aid from a powerful ally? Yet, apart from the meditating Jiang Pingpeng, no other presence lingered nearby, and the only human aura belonged to her. Protect her, Mo Ming commanded sternly. At times, one must concede that this foolish woman possessed remarkable fortune. Did she not realize that during ascension, it was imperative to have someone nearby to safeguard her? Otherwise, if interrupted, she could easily fall into chaos or suffer fatal injuries from ruptured meridians. Chapter 126, The Path of the Useless Concubine S. Face-slapping, 27. In the realm of the Shatal Forest, where magical beasts abound. Did she truly believe that vanquishing the creatures before her would suffice? Mo Ming found himself at a loss for words. The little panda cast a timid glance at its master, pondering who had labeled this woman as an enemy. Why assist her in protection? Would it not be better for him to perish here? While the little panda contemplated, it was suddenly struck by an icy sensation. Lowering its head submissively, it hastily provided a protective barrier for someone. Yet, what manner of creature was this woman? Amidst the multitude of magical beasts in Shatal Forest, she was but a minor figure in the realm of purple, with her cultivation still far from sufficient. By what means could she have slain these formidable beasts of the flood mirror level? The little panda shuddered involuntarily. The woman was indeed terrifying. Jiang Pingpeng, originally in a perilous state of advancement, suddenly sensed an inexplicable wave of safety. Even without seeing her surroundings, she felt the presence of someone familiar. Exhaling deeply, she slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself locked in a gaze with the little panda. Soon after, she spotted Mo Ming, who appeared equally astonished. This woman radiated a dazzling platinum light, having ascended directly to the flood mirror level. Moreover, her cultivation and spiritual energy had both reached this pinnacle. It is known that while one may surpass the purple level to attain the flood mirror, it is not merely a simple leap. It is far more complex than the transition from blue to purple. Without extraordinary talent, some may only ever reach the peak of purple in their lifetime, while others expend decades striving to ascend to flood mirror. Even he, who was once hailed as a genius, spent months achieving his own ascent from purple to flood mirror, aided by the innate gifts bestowed upon him by his parents. How did you come to be here? Jiang Pingpeng instinctively inquired, then shook her head, correcting herself. No. How is it that you are together? Do you know each other? Did you single-handedly slay all these beasts? The little panda's response was oblique. Nodding, it surveyed the devastation and the corpses of the beasts scattered around. Feeling slightly embarrassed, it scratched the back of its head and coughed. Well, not entirely by myself. Someone else assisted you? Mo Ming queried, instinctively. She quickly shook her head. No, I meant that the contributions of the Rakshasa purple Qilin were quite significant as well. Damn it, feigning modesty. Mo Ming's expression turned serious. We must leave at once. Other beasts will surely be drawn by the scent of blood. The little panda crouched down, and Jiang Pingpeng and Mo Ming climbed onto its back. When they reached the edge of the eclipsed dark forest, Mo Ming and Jiang Pingpeng emerged one after the other. At this moment, Jiang Pingpeng cast a scrutinizing glance at the man beside her. Why did the iron-eating divine beast refer to him as its master? Jiang Pingpeng chose not to walk alongside him, as he always gave her an unsettling feeling. After stepping out, Mo Ming presented some crystal cores to the judges. The judges widened their eyes in astonishment at his speed. He was, after all, the first to emerge. Counting the crystals in his bag, there were a total of 50, all of purple quality. The judges stared at him in disbelief. Considering the time, it had only been a few short hours. Truly, the regent of Haoyue Kingdom had amassed such a quantity of crystal cores. The large screen displayed the process of Mo Ming slaying magical beasts. The creatures he had defeated were all ferocious and prone to attack. Observers and judges looked at him with increasing reverence as he effortlessly dispatched the beasts. Soon after, they noticed Jiang Pengpeng. Isn't the Miss One? How did she manage to come out? Indeed, the regent prince single-handedly acquired so many magical beast crystal cores. While Miss When the crowd found it hard to believe that Jiang Pengpeng, deemed a useless individual, could have possibly slain any beasts. Jiang Pengpeng had grown accustomed to their disdainful glances and offered no explanation. Instead, she simply retrieved the crystal core bag from her waist and made her way towards the judges' table. Wow, what could possibly be inside Miss Wen's bag of crystal cores? I've never seen anything like it. Surely it can't be from lowly magical beasts. At least 30 cores in that bag. She has clearly lost to the regent prince. Some of the lower-tier cultivators had never even seen a beast above the flood mirror level. Thus, upon seeing the gleaming white and black crystal cores in Jiang Pengpeng's bag, they assumed she had defeated particularly weak beasts. Jiang Pengpeng merely smiled, remaining silent. With a decisive gesture, Jiang Pengpeng placed her crystal cores on the judges' table. Initially, the judges thought she had exited the eclipsed dark forest due to suffering at the hands of the beasts, unable to continue fighting. Before they could begin their tally, a commotion erupted in the distance. Just then, when Chiyue and her entourage emerged from the forest, their expressions suggesting they had also reaped a considerable harvest. The individuals accompanying her, however, bore no crystal cores. Yet, they displayed no signs of discontent. If she was not mistaken, they must have received even greater benefits, willingly giving all their cores to Wen Chiyue. After all, the rules of the competition did not prohibit trading. Wow, the crown princess has amassed so many crystal cores.
Indeed.
It seems she has gathered more than even the regent prince, requiring 3 bags to contain them. It appears the victor of this martial trial will undoubtedly be her. At that moment, the crowd became animated. When Chiyue approached the judges' table, placing her 3 bags before them, upon spotting Jiang Pengpeng, she was somewhat taken aback, surprised that she had survived. With a hint of sympathy, she remarked, "Oh dear sister, I told you long ago how perilous it is within. However, do not fret. Even if you were to lose, it would be but a natural outcome." Internally, she mused, this woman has not perished within? Others who heard Wen Chiyue's comforting words for Jiang Pengpeng began to applaud her. Jiang Pengpeng was left bewildered. Should I thank her for her sympathy? The judges had yet to deliver their verdict, yet she was already proclaiming her defeat. Wen Chiyue proudly lifted her chin, pleased that her sister displayed a measure of understanding.